Chapter 751 Storm Sea. Jiali stepped on the scorching ground wearing protective clothing. But she was still confused. She had already seen the real-time picture of the nuclear explosion on the 3D map. But she still couldn't believe it was true. Because the power of nuclear bombs was too much beyond her knowledge. How is it possible to destroy a city of 100,000 people in one attack? No fairy tale would dare to be made up like this. If someone had told her before today that there was a weapon that could destroy a city with one blow, she would have thought the person was a madman and thrown him into the lake to sober up. However, it all happened so realistically in front of her eyes. This is the power that only God can have. He is God. Jiali touched the hot ground and looked at Zhang Tuohai with eyes full of awe and longing. I have actually had such close contact with God. Can I also become his dependent? I wonder if I will have the opportunity to serve the gods. I don't know if the status of a princess is enough. Kali's mind was filled with thoughts. At this time, Zhang Tuohai was checking the scene traces on the ground. This was his first time visiting a nuclear explosion site in person. And he felt an indescribable sense of joy in his heart. Maybe it's the joy of seeing the trash being cleaned up? Zhang Tuohai secretly guessed in his heart. The man behind the scenes seemed to be frightened by Zhang Tuohai's methods. Even though he was hit by a mushroom cloud in the face, he did not launch an attack. There were only dark clouds rolling in the sky, with no intention of attacking. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the sky a few times, and was about to leave, when a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. There is a Balrog crystal at the center of the nuclear explosion, located 2 meters underground. There are still residues? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. He never expected that this Balrog could be so powerful. Even after the explosion of 10 Big Ivans, something could be left behind. This was so powerful that it was outrageous. He hurriedly called in several self-propelled machines to help dig. Soon, a fist-sized red crystal fell into Zhang Tuohai's hand. Zhang Tuohai looked at the Balrog crystal carefully. It was similar to a ruby, but it was constantly emitting heat. The surface temperature was estimated to be at least 100 degrees. He held it in his hand and played with it for a while, then handed it to 001 to give it to Lilith. It is more reliable to leave this kind of thing to professionals to study. Everyone returned to the car. Jiali saw that Zhang Tuohai seemed unhappy and asked hesitantly, Master God, we have eliminated the source of the orcs. Why are you still not happy? God? I'm not a god. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. With such supreme power, how could you not be a god? Jiali was puzzled. Zhang Tuohai was not interested in explaining the relationship between power and gods. He just said, although the source of orc production has been cut off, the source of evil has not been eliminated. Think about it. If there are sources of evil in this world, so where is it most likely to be? By the way, it's best to think carefully about your mythology books. Zhang Tuohai is sure that destroying the source of the orcs is not the real end. At least, the billowing dark clouds above his head have not dispersed yet. And the real mastermind has not been caught. It is too early to say that it is over. As for this Jiali, although she doesn't look very smart, some of the secret knowledge of the world she possesses is still very useful. For example, if it weren't for Jiali, Zhang Tuohai still wouldn't know that the thing he killed was called the Balrog. Mythological books, secret knowledge, legends. Jiali thought hard, trying desperately to recall the mythological books she used as recreational reading when she was a child. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I thought about it. If there is darkness hidden in a place, then that place is the most likely. Where? Zhang Tuohai asked. Going north from here, about half a day's journey by carriage. There is a sea. The sea is very windy and rough, and there are always storms. No ship can cross there. Therefore, it is also called the Sea of Storms. It is said that on the opposite side of the Sea of Storms, there is an area that is shrouded in darkness all year round and cannot see a trace of sunlight. It is called the Land of Shadows. According to mythological records, the Land of Shadows is the place where the Demon King is sealed. It is a place of eternal sin. Therefore, it cannot receive the favor of the Sun God. If there is any place that can be called the source of evil, it must be there. That's it. That's where it is. Let's go and take a look. After hearing Jiali's explanation, Zhang Tuohai also became energetic. This is a place of eternal darkness, and he really wants to see what kind of place it is. Moreover, according to Alice's description, the will of the world usually hides quantum crystals in strange places. This place of eternal darkness fits the description very well, and the possibility of finding quantum crystals is very high. Classmate, shall I control the flying saucer to take off again and fly towards the north? The further north we flew, the more desolate the ground became. We could still see some low shrubs, But after traveling for a while, only moss and lichen were left. Further north, it was desolate, except for gravel everywhere. There is nothing, just like a restricted area of life. The flying saucer drove forward rapidly, and soon passed through the desolate wilderness. At the end of the wilderness was a cliff, and below the cliff was a gray sea. This sea is turbid and turbulent. The waves are several meters high and are constantly hitting the cliff. From time to time, gravel falls into the sea and is swept away by the turbid waves. Zhang Tuohai looked into the distance. It was pitch black in the distance, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He could only see the raging waves. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai always felt that the dark clouds here were lower than in the wilderness. This is the Sea of Storms. We have organized several fleets to try to cross the Sea of Storms. The largest fleet included 20 ships, and even 6 state-of-the-art naval warships, and 1,800 outstanding naval soldiers and thousands of skilled sailors. However, no matter how many people went, no ship could return safely, and they all disappeared in the stormy sea. Later, the sailors said that this was a place cursed by the sea god, and no one dared to go there. Here, gradually no one explores it. Callie pointed to the sea in the distance and said, "The curse of Poseidon? It's interesting. Let me come and see if there is a Poseidon here." Zhang Tuohai touched the black umbrella behind him, feeling extremely peaceful, and returned to the flying saucer, walking across the Sea of Storms to the Land of Shadows. Clear. Classmate Xiao Ai drove the flying saucer into the Sea of Storm. Chapter 752 Unable to exit. The waves on the stormy sea were rolling and turbulent, and the wave height could even reach about 20 meters. Zhang Tuohai had to increase his flying height to avoid being photographed by the waves. When he entered the Sea of Storms, Zhang Tuohai clearly felt that the man behind the scenes was a little anxious. Dark clouds were rolling in the sky, and there was heavy rain. Lightning bolts mixed with basketball-sized hailstones hit the car. Waterspouts rose from the sea. Dozens of waterspouts swept toward Zhang Tuohai from all directions. And in the distance, more waterspouts are also forming. And there is a strong tendency to encircle and annihilate Zhang Tuohai. So hardworking. Could it be that I touched your life gate? Looking at the lightning that kept attacking the plasma shield, Zhang Tuohai felt a hint of joy in his heart. The more anxious the man behind the scenes is, the more it means he is doing the right thing. He looked at the attacks coming from all directions, smiled contemptuously, and then controlled the flying saucer and dived into the water. All attacks from all directions failed. When lightning strikes the sea, its powerful force will be diluted to nothing. Huge hail falls into the seawater and sinks 30 to 50 meters, and its kinetic energy will be exhausted. As for waterspouts, they are extremely powerful despite making waves on the sea. However, the range of its influence underwater is really limited. Zhang Tuohai directly set the depth of the submersible to 200 meters. At this depth, even if the sea surface was cracked, it would not affect him. The stormy sea, known for its danger, has become his most powerful shield. Seeing the man behind the scenes angrily throwing lightning bolts on the sea, but having no choice but to do anything, Zhang Tuohai raised his middle finger contemptuously, then stepped on the accelerator and drove the flying saucer quickly forward. Seeing that his attacks couldn't do anything to Zhang Tuohai, the mastermind behind the scenes angrily stopped his tactics. The wind and rain stopped on the sea, and there was a rare calm. Zhang Tuohai glanced at it, ignored it, and continued to dive underwater. Anyway, the speed of traveling underwater and on the water is almost the same. So why should he risk being attacked by traveling on the water? After driving for a while, Zhang Tuohai felt that the surrounding calmness was a bit boring. So he handed over the driving rights to Xiao Ai and opened the regional channel to see how those players were doing. As soon as he turned on the regional channel, he saw patches of red obituaries floating by. Zhang Tuohai flipped through the pages and found that they were all densely packed with death notices. He took another look at the number of players. At this time, there were still more than 1,000 remaining players, which was down by half from the last time. What happened? Why did so many people suddenly die? Zhang Tuohai frowned and kept flipping through the conversation records of the players. Through the information revealed by the players in a few words, Zhang Tuohai gradually understood the truth of the matter. It turned out that after he killed a Balrog and cut off the source of orc production, the other orcs scattered on the continent seemed to be crazy, frantically attacking all humans they could see. This kind of madness caught mankind off guard and caused heavy losses all at once. Many fortresses were captured and villages and towns were razed to the ground. However, the orcs also suffered heavy losses due to this reckless attack. Although the total number was still huge, they were scattered in every corner of the continent, giving humans opportunities to defeat them. Now, humans have begun to purposefully organize elite teams to kill the remaining orcs and regain lost ground. The balance of victory has begun to tilt in the direction of humans. The human players also discovered this as an opportunity and began to attempt a small-scale counterattack. Many people formed teams and began hunting orcs. As he watched, Zhang Tuohai suddenly discovered a problem. That is, the players' tasks have not changed. Still stuck on the progress of rescuing besieged players and not updated in real time. Many players in the regional channel also discovered this problem. Some people did rescue the players who were trapped in the fortress. Together, they eliminated the orcs besieging the fortress. However, the mission progress was still not updated. This makes many players confused. However, most players are limited by limited information and dare not have any other questions. They can only complain on the regional channel. Zhang Tuohai browsed for a while and found that there was no valuable information. Just when he was about to close the regional channel, a newly compiled monitoring record came into Zhang Tuohai's field of vision. The source of this monitoring record is very interesting. The people being monitored are all advanced players holding family badges, and 2 of them even have badge levels reaching level 20. According to the exchanges between these players, they also discovered that the mission was stagnant. Moreover, a player who had raised the family badge to level 10 tried to interrupt the mission and exit the current world, but there was no response. The player felt bad and immediately passed the news to several other advanced players. Everyone tried it one after another and found that it was indeed impossible to exit the current world. This discovery made all these players numb. Originally, they always had a feeling of superiority when facing ordinary players. I feel that no matter how dangerous the world is, as long as I am not killed instantly, I can just use my privileges to exit. If you can't beat me this time, try again next time after you improve your strength. However, now, like ordinary players, they cannot quit and can only continue to struggle in this world. This discovery made them panic and gathered together to think about countermeasures. However, after analyzing it for a long time, they could not analyze it. They came to each other unexpectedly and eventually broke up on bad terms. After receiving the news, Zhang Tuohai became more active, although he also has the privilege of quitting, because he has always been at an advantage and has many trump cards that have not been revealed. He feels that he still has hope of completing the task. Therefore, despite experiencing many difficulties, he has never thought of quitting. This also led to him never discovering this problem. The mission was interrupted. The privileges of the family badge could not be used, and the required follow-up supplies had not yet appeared. This series of problems made Zhang Tuohai feel that there must be some connection between them. These are all related to demigods, and they were actually cut off at the same time. This shows that there is definitely a power at least comparable to demigods, or even higher, involved in them. What could it be? Other demigods? Or evil gods? Or a powerful organization like the Tower of Babel? Zhang Tuohai was puzzled. He tried to send a message to Alice to ask, but was surprised to find that the communicator in the Tower of Babel had no communication signal at all. All-round information blocking. Who has so much energy? What is the purpose of doing this? Zhang Tuohai began to think deeply. Chapter 753 The Orb of Royal Power. Zhang Tuohai held his chin and thought for a long time. But he didn't have a clue. Although he already had some ideas, he couldn't verify them because of the lack of verification conditions. It seems that my strength is still not enough. Zhang Tuohai sighed secretly. Classmate Xiao Ai, I will focus on monitoring the information of these people in the future. I want to obtain all their information. Every message they send must be recorded. Anyone who has contact with them must be investigated carefully. Zhang Tuohai said. Understood. Xiao Ai listed these people as key monitoring targets and arranged all-round surveillance in a targeted manner. The flying saucer continued to move forward rapidly. I don't know if the Sea of Storms is too wide. Zhang Tuohai has been sailing for more than 10 hours. But nothing has changed around him. It is still a chaotic ocean. And there is no trace of land at all. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Tuohai decided to go have some food, rest, and then come back to continue. Just when he stood up, classmate Xiao Ai suddenly sounded the alarm. Commander, we are surrounded. Surrounded? Where are you? Zhang Tuohai immediately looked at the 3D map after hearing this. However, the 3D map is surrounded by empty sea water, and there is nothing. It is a gel life. Its body is almost transparent, and it can change its body shape at will. Just now it turned itself into a huge pocket. Staying on the road we must pass, allowing us to actively get into the pocket. Now it has tightened its pockets and turned itself into a balloon, completely enveloping us. Now it is shrinking in size. After classmate Xiao Ai's guidance, Zhang Tuohai finally found the guy surrounding him after some careful observation. Sure enough, just as classmate Xiao Ai said, the body of this thing is almost transparent, and it is difficult to find it in the turbid sea water. That guy was like a huge balloon, tightly trapping Zhang Tuohai's flying saucer inside. As this guy continues to shrink, the skin becomes thicker and thicker, and only a hint of light blue appears. Attempt to attack with the Rune Plasma Launcher, Zhang Tuohai said. Upon hearing this, classmate Xiao Ai immediately activated the plasma launcher. A purple beam of light shot out directly. However, the gel creature continued to shrink in size, as if nothing was wrong. Is the attack ineffective? Zhang Tuohai asked. Yes. The plasma rays directly penetrated the opponent's body. It is suspected to be targeted genetic modification. Should we use missiles instead? Classmate Xiao Ai asked. Zhang Tuohai was about to agree, when suddenly a prompt popped up in front of him. Follow it, and it will lead you to what you need. Huh? This prompt made Zhang Tuohai's heart move. Don't attack for now. Let it take us and see where it takes us, Zhang Tuohai said. Understood. Xiao Ai put away the weapon, turned off the power system, and floated quietly in the water. The colloidal creature dragged the flying saucer deeper into the sea. After walking like this for more than 2 hours, a large cliff suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. There is a cave on the cliff, and the gel drags it into the cave. The cave was deep, and the gel dragged Zhang Tuohai all the way forward. After passing through several forked roads, it suddenly jumped upwards, and then suddenly jumped out of the water. Zhang Tuohai looked around and found that he was in a cave. Because of the special structure, the pressure here is balanced, forming a cave filled with air. The gel dragged the flying saucer ashore and arrived at the center of the cave. Only then did Zhang Tuohai discover that there was an all-metal coffin placed in the center of the cave. Because of the moisture, the coffin was already covered with traces of rust. After the gel arrived, the lid of the coffin slowly opened, and a skeleton slowly sat up from inside. Is it because you have repeatedly ruined my good deeds? The skeleton made a hoarse sound. Are you the mastermind hiding behind the scenes? If I guess correctly, the orcs are your creations. What do you want to do? Zhang Tuohai shouted with a loudspeaker. Hey, what are you doing? Of course it's to destroy the world. Can't you see it's so simple? The skeleton said coldly. Oh, then what is your purpose? It can't be for nothing. Just for fun. Zhang Tuohai asked. Of course it's to become a god. Forget it. What to say to you dying people? Use it as nourishment for me to become a god. Gulu, kill them. The skeleton gave the order. The gel called Gulu began to shrink its body rapidly, and soon turned into a thin film wrapped around the flying saucer. Then, Gulu began to drill crazily into the flying saucer along the gaps, trying to penetrate. However, the ceiling issue was considered at the beginning of the construction of the flying saucer. Otherwise, it would not be possible to submerge underwater for such a long time without any problems. Gulu searched for a long time before finally finding 2 gaps. Unfortunately, the insides of these gaps were so well sealed that he couldn't squeeze in. There is obviously a gap. Why can't I squeeze in? Gulu's poor central nervous system is not enough to support it to think about such a complex problem, so it can only rely on instinct to continuously squeeze into the gap. Looking at the gel that couldn't be squeezed in despite all his efforts, Zhang Tuohai shook his head. Since you can't get in, let me help you, Zhang Tuohai said, and opened the bilge door with a sudden force. When Gulu saw the hatch open, he was instantly happy and immediately rushed inside. However, as soon as it poked its head in, it encountered a black umbrella. Brush. Gulu turned into a dark shadow, and the surrounding space began to flow. After a few minutes, the space was closed, and Zhang Tuohai slowly walked out of the hatch. I saw that it didn't even come in after a long time of effort, and then came out without permission. Please forgive me, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Seeing Zhang Tuohai kill Gulu effortlessly, the skeleton was shocked and angry, and hurriedly reached inside the coffin. Come out! Zhang Tuohai rushed to the skeleton, stuck the tip of his umbrella on the skeleton's ribs, and took the skeleton out of the coffin. The skeleton also holds a beautifully bound orb of royal power in its right hand. Isn't this the royal orb that was lost 100 years ago? Why is it here? Jieli shouted in shock when he saw the royal power ball. When Zhang Tuohai saw the royal power ball in the opponent's hand, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, because he knew that it was not a royal orb that represented power at all. Its real name was Imaginary Number Core. Chapter 754 Eternal Blazing Sun. Do you also know the King's Power Ball? Are you of the royal family of the kingdom of Arthur? The skeleton asked coldly. Jiali was about to speak, but was interrupted by the skeleton. Forget it. I don't want to know who you are. Anyway, you are all people who are going to die. You will all die and become the nourishment for me to become a god. As the skeleton spoke, he wanted to lift the ball and enter the code. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai activated the black umbrella in his hand. The skeleton instantly turned into a black shadow, and the royal power ball also fell down. Zhang Tuohai caught the ball in midair and observed it carefully. The orb was covered with a gold frame, studded with precious jewels, and codes composed of oracle bones and cuneiform script flashed inside the orb. Sure enough, there is nothing wrong with the imaginary number core. Zhang Tuohai was filled with joy, and at the same time, he also guessed part of the truth. It is estimated that the mastermind behind the scenes may be this skeleton. This skeleton somehow obtained part of the code. However, not all of the codes he obtained were correct. Perhaps there was a misinterpretation, which led him to the erroneous theory that the world would be destroyed and restarted, and that he would become a god. Only then did he start to destroy it. World. The information blocking was probably his work, in order to block those demigods from taking action from a distance. Unfortunately, his interpretation is wrong. Restarting the world will only produce quantum crystals, which will not allow people to become gods. Even without Zhang Tuohai, its plan would have ended in failure, but at the cost of countless deaths. The appearance of Zhang Tuohai prevented this tragedy from happening. After studying the imaginary core carefully for a while, Zhang Tuohai put it away and turned to look at Jiali. At this time, Jiali was squatting in front of the steel coffin, looking at it carefully. Did you find anything? Zhang Tuohai asked. This is the coffin of my great-grandfather, Edward I. His funerary objects were also found inside. However, he suddenly died 100 years ago, and at the same time, the orb of royal power that has been passed down for thousands of years also disappeared. Unexpectedly, it appeared together. Here it is. Kali's eyes were full of sadness. He was just a villain who wanted to destroy the world to achieve his own goals. He is dead, and the world has been saved. You should be happy. Zhang Tuohai patted Jiali on the shoulder and said. Jiali nodded, but she still felt bad. After all, her ancestors almost destroyed the world, which made her feel depressed. Go and have a good rest. Soak in a hot spring and get some sleep. Everything will be fine. Zhang Tuohai asked 001 to take Jiali to rest, and he himself returned to the command room with the imaginary core. As soon as he entered the house, he bumped into Lilith. Why did you go? I've been looking for you for a long time and couldn't find you. Lilith rubbed her head and said dissatisfiedly, Went out for a walk and found this. Zhang Tuohai handed the imaginary number core to Lilith. Imaginary number core. You actually got another one. Lilith looked at Zhang Tuohai in disbelief. She looked Zhang Tuohai up and down carefully, making Zhang Tuohai's hair grow cold. Why are you staring at me like that? Zhang Tuohai asked, rubbing the goosebumps on his body. I just wonder if you got under the skirt of Lady Luck. The number of imaginary cores you have obtained in the past few days is more than the number of imaginary cores I have seen in countless years before, Lilith said with a sigh. Luckily, I can't help it. By the way, what's the matter with you? Why are you so anxious to find me? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. Usually, unless he was eating, he rarely saw Lilith. If he didn't look for her, she would never come out. Why is it so strange today that she went out specifically to look for him? Look at my new invention, Lilith said, taking out a triangle. As soon as the triangle was taken out, it emitted a bright light. The light was bright and hot, making Zhang Tuohai unable to open his eyes. What is this? Why is it so bright? Zhang Tuohai asked, covering his eyes with his hands. This is my new invention. A rune prop created using the eternal scorching sun, the rune prop obtained in the previous world. The effect is a constant light source, emitting light and heat. Energy matrix and Balrog crystal, plus some runes, eternity the blazing sun. When the power is turned to the maximum, can even be used as an artificial Sunday, Lilith said proudly. Why did you think of making such a thing? Zhang Tuohai was curious. Aren't you going to the land of shadows? Since that place is always dark and has no sunlight, the monsters that live there all year round must be extremely afraid of sunlight. Therefore, I specially made such a prop. Just take it and use it. Anyway, if it is idle, it will be idle. When it is no longer needed, it can be disassembled into parts again, Lilith said. That would be great. Looking at the eternal blazing sun in his hand, Zhang Tuohai felt a burst of emotion in his heart. It was a lie to say that he didn't dare to move. Lilith actually started to think about the problem for him, and even prepared props in advance. This thought alone is already commendable. Okay. I've given you the stuff. Give this to me. I'll study the code. Maybe I can get something big. Lilith left with the imaginary core. Classmate Xiaoyai. Return to the sea. Zhang Tuohai sat on the command chair and issued the order. Understood. The flying saucer began to exit the cave and rushed upwards to the sea surface. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai felt that after he rose to the surface of the sea, some of the dark clouds above his head automatically rose a little higher. Huh? Zhang Tuohai controlled the flying saucer to rise a certain distance. The dark clouds overhead also rose. Not only that, the surrounding dark clouds also spread towards the surroundings, trying to stay away from Zhang Tuohai. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai controlled the flying saucer to land, and found that the dark clouds slowly returned to their original shape. Moreover, the most interesting thing is that it is raining in the surrounding area. Only within a few kilometers around Zhang Tuohai is there no rain. Moreover, wherever Zhang Tuohai goes, it doesn't rain. Interesting. Looking at the dark clouds hiding behind him, Zhang Tuohai showed a playful smile. He felt that things were getting interesting. He thought for a while, and the only difference between him now and when he was being chased by dark clouds a few hours ago was that he had obtained the imaginary number core. Is this dark cloud still afraid of the imaginary core? What could be afraid of the imaginary core? Zhang Tuohai's mind was spinning rapidly. After a while, Zhang Tuohai thought of something, which was world consciousness. Speaking of world consciousness, Zhang Takumi is very familiar. Not only is he familiar with him, but he has also communicated with him closely despite the distance. World consciousness itself is a ball of energy, but it can borrow the power of the whole world, and is controlled by the imaginary core, like a dog on a chain. Jins once told him that if you get close to the core of imaginary numbers, you will instinctively feel discomfort and fear originating from the depths of your soul. There was no way to struggle at all. The behavior and attitude of the dark cloud in front of me are highly consistent with the world consciousness. Could it be said that these dark clouds are world consciousness? Chapter 755 The World of Bones. The more Zhang Tuohai thought about it, the more likely he felt. Moreover, the attack methods used by Wu Yun before were all kinds of natural disasters, and there were no various advanced combination skills. Although the momentum is huge, all kinds of power are wasted. If you think about it carefully, it gives people a sense of ignorance. Could it be that what has been attacking me just now is the world consciousness controlled by skeletons? Zhang Tuohai figured out the logical relationship and felt that it made perfect sense. As for the verification method, it is also very simple. Just use the imaginary number core to control it. Zhang Tuohai quickly caught Lilith, who was rushing back to do experiments, and entered several control commands on the spot to verify. Sure enough, a large group of dark clouds stretched out from the dark clouds in the sky, and bit into an S shape for a while, and then bit into a B shape for a while. Lilith looked at Zhang Tuohai with the same eyes as a mentally retarded child, her eyes full of care. How boring would it be to have dark clouds in this shape? Zhang Tuohai didn't notice Lilith's gaze. He was extremely happy. This experiment proved his guess correct. Subsequently, Zhang Tuohai used the imaginary number core to communicate with the world consciousness. The world's consciousness is in a stage of ignorance. It only has a simple consciousness and cannot understand too complicated meanings. However, after Zhang Tuohai's careful communication, he finally mastered some information. Because world consciousness is still in its infancy and cannot complete too complex tasks, most of the previous behaviors were directed or controlled by skeletons. Moreover, the dark clouds covering the world were also controlled by the skeleton, in order to temporarily interfere with communications and prevent many demigods from getting the detailed information inside, so that the skeleton could cause trouble. As for the specific purpose of the skeleton and why it did it, the simple-minded world consciousness does not know. The real reason has become an eternal mystery with the complete demise of the skeleton. However, although Zhang Tuohai does not know what the real purpose of the skeleton is, this does not prevent him from using this to cause trouble. The demigod's sight is blocked, so he can't see the specific situation of this world for the time being. Right. Zhang Tuohai held his chin and pondered. In the past, he took advantage of the car's performance and gained a certain degree of freedom, but that was only within the prescribed areas of the track. Moreover, there are demigods who will monitor it from time to time. Almost all information is under the control of the other party. and the slightest movement will be noticed by the other party. But it's different now. The monitor's sight is blocked. So can he take advantage of this opportunity to do something? Hide some trump cards or something? Especially when the world is controlled by him. However, he didn't have a clue yet on how to do it. Forget it. Let's think about it first. Zhang Tuohai decided to go to the Land of Shadows first. Since he was almost there anyway, he would finish this quest line first. As for the remaining orcs, Zhang Tuohai let the consciousness of the world control them to reduce their attack intensity and besiege them for the time being. He would wait until he came back to discuss everything. Zhang Tuohai controlled the flying saucer to fly towards the north. At this time, the further we fly forward, the dimmer the light becomes. Before, some dim light could still be seen through the dark clouds. At this time, the surroundings were completely dark. There was no trace of light. And you couldn't see your fingers. Although Zhang Tuohai can drive normally without relying on vision and relying on various radars and acousto-optical electromagnetic sensing equipment, driving in pitch darkness still makes him very uncomfortable. Classmate Xiai, turn on the headlights and see what's going on in front of you, Zhang Tuohai said. Uh-huh. Several large lights came on, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Hiss. When Zhang Tuohai saw the scene around him clearly, he was immediately stunned. Because below is no longer the turbulent ocean, but on the ground. However, this ground is a little different from normal land. The ground is covered with layers of bones. There are some animals, some human beings, and some animals you can't tell what they are at all. For example, in the distance, Zhang Tuohai saw a huge spine more than 30 meters long. He really couldn't imagine that such a big bone could be used by any animal. Moreover, everything as far as the eye can see is filled with white bones, densely packed and stretching to the end of the sight. It was as if the entire ground of the world was covered with bones. Forget it if it's just bones. The most horrifying thing was that as soon as the light came on, the bones seemed to be disturbed, and there was a violent friction sound. Those bones gathered together automatically and spliced into monsters composed of bones one after another. Blue soul fire emerged from the eyes, and they all stared at Zhang Tuohai in the sky. Zhang Tuohai was also shocked when he saw the strange scene below. However, he soon relaxed, although the number of monsters made of bones below is slightly more than that of orcs. After experiencing the baptism of the orc army, he has become somewhat immune to this kind of scene. No matter how many there are, it doesn't matter if they can attack themselves. As soon as he had this idea, the situation on the ground changed. There were violent sounds of white bones rubbing together on the ground again, and then a large number of white bones gathered together again, rising like a hill. In the blink of an eye, a skeleton giant tens of meters tall stood up from the ground. The white bone giant roared angrily, grabbed a handful of broken bones from the ground, smashed them into a ball, and then threw them towards Zhang Tuohai's flying saucer. The sphere made of broken bones actually stretched out in midair, turning into a monster with 2 legs and 6 arms, and 2 pairs of white bone bat wings on its back. The monster spread its bat wings and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai's flying saucer. How can it still be like this? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. He didn't expect these bones to be able to play like this. He quickly controlled the flying saucer to make an emergency stop and drift sideways, avoiding the monster's attack. You actually have such a dirty trick. Fortunately, I'm so smart and capable. Damn it! Zhang Tuohai saw the white bone giant actually squatting on the ground and shooting his bow from left to right. He formed a handful of bones into balls and threw them at Zhang Tuohai. Just like throwing snowballs. Different from throwing snowballs. Snowballs will not turn into monsters on the way, chasing Zhang Tuohai with various weapons. In the blink of an eye, 30 or 40 monsters made of bones rushed towards Zhang Tuohai from all angles, blocking all the angles he could escape from. Seeing the white bone monsters all around him eyeing him eagerly, Zhang Tuohai stopped the flying saucer directly. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Shall I? Let them taste the power of the closed defense system. Uh-huh. A series of rune plasma emitters shot out a purple stream of light. Chapter 756 Bone Cage. Zhang Tuohai's close and defense system is based on the merger, upgrade, and transformation of the close and defense artillery system and the Aegis system. The original close and defense system can lock on dozens of targets at the same time, and it is also a fast target such as missiles, aircraft, and even artillery shells. After the upgrade, the number of locks has increased several times, and the accuracy of target recognition has also improved a lot. Although the flying speed of these bone monsters is not slow, compared with cannonballs and missiles, they are like sloths on crutches. Swish, swish, swish. Countless rune plasma rays hit the flying bone monsters. The indestructible rune plasma beam directly penetrated the head of the bone monster. And then the bone monster fell like raindrops. After a few seconds, the bone monsters that originally surrounded Zhang Tuohai fell away. There was even a beam of plasma ray that penetrated a bone monster and then shot through the bone giant standing on the ground, directly cutting off most of the bone giant's head. Crash. The body of the white bone giant began to collapse and was scattered again into skeletons all over the ground. So weak! Zhang Tuohai was even a little surprised when he saw the skeletons all over the ground. He originally thought these bones had some special abilities. But this is what happened. Rubbish. I want to hit 10. Zhang Tuohai put on that classic pose. It seemed that Zhang Tuohai's appeal was heard. Rumble. Bursts of violent roars came from the land of bones. Zhang Tuohai suddenly raised his head and looked over. Around him were 10 piles of bones that looked like hills. A large number of white bones surged and gathered on the White Bone Mountain. The White Bone Mountain continued to grow into form, and finally turned into a huge white bone giant nearly 100 meters high. And there are 10 such bone giants. This. Zhang Tuohai was as Spartan as a whole. I'm just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator, and the flying saucer jumped forward quickly, dodging the huge slap grab by a white bone giant. You actually attacked me unexpectedly. Gone! Before Zhang Tuohai finished complaining, he saw a fist bigger than a yacht hitting him. Zhang Tuohai quickly turned around to avoid the giant fist coming towards him. Just when Zhang Tuohai was glad that he had escaped this attack, the body of the white bone giant suddenly changed. Tentacles composed of dozens of bones stretched out from the body and wrapped around Zhang Tuohai. Crash. Dozens of white bone tentacles were like giant pythons all over the sky, blocking most of the escape direction. At this time, the remaining bone giants also arrived one by one. After these bone giants arrived at the scene, they also began to transform. In an instant, they transformed from giants with a height of hundreds of meters into monsters waving dozens of bone tentacles. These dancing tentacles met together in the sky, forming a huge cage of bones, completely blocking all paths. Moreover, the size of this cage is shrinking rapidly, constantly squeezing Zhang Tuohai's movement space. Are these guys idiots? Don't you know I can break through them? They're not strong enough. What's the use of just forming a cage? Zhang Tuohai controlled the rune plasma launcher to fire plasma rays towards the nodes of the bone cage, trying to break through the bone cage in one fell swoop. However, when the indestructible rune plasma ray hit the bone cage, red runes suddenly lit up on the bone cage. The rune plasma rays were immersed in the red runes one after another, dissipated without a trace, and disappeared. The bone cage continued to squeeze towards Zhang Tuohai without any abnormalities. How so? Seeing this situation, Zhang Tuohai was shocked. The power level of this rune plasma ray is rated at level 7, second only to laser weapons, and it sweeps across the two worlds without any rival. Moreover, when the plasma ray was dealing with the bone monster just now, it was still in a state of destruction. Why did it not work all of a sudden? This unscientific. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Ha! Don't waste your efforts. Those miscellaneous fish I sent before were just bait to test you. Now, your attack methods have been mastered by me. I have carried out targeted restraint. You can't escape at all. If you are out of my hand, please surrender quickly. This way you will suffer less. Sure enough, it was targeted. Hearing that voice, Zhang Tuohai understood in his heart. And at the same time, he also understood the reason why the plasma ray failed. Although the plasma ray is very strong, if you use runes to strengthen it in a targeted manner, you can still control it. Fortunately, he has various attack methods. If one attack method doesn't work, you can still use others. But which method should be used to achieve the best results in one hit? Zhang Tuohai was thinking quickly while avoiding the squeezing bone cage. After seeing that Zhang Tuohai had not given up, the voice continued. Don't think that you can escape. Even if you have other attack methods, I can immediately crack them and find a restraint method. What's more, the entire plane of bones is within my control. No matter how many methods you have. Where else can you run? Surrender. Otherwise, I will hang you on the giant white bone tree and roast you within fire for 100 years. The voice said, and an arm bigger than a yacht stretched out from the plane of bones. These handwritings continue to grow towards higher places, and finally meet in the sky, and are linked together to form layers of white bone cages. Moreover, in the distance, there are countless white skeletal arms rising from the pile of bones, which makes people's scalp numb when they look at them. So much. seeing the dense and growing bones of the arms in the distance. Zhang Tuohai knew that ordinary attacks would have no effect. Even if it was effective, so many targets would be enough to deplete his ammunition reserves. Besides, the guy who hasn't shown up yet doesn't know how many backups he has. It seems that it can only be solved directly once and for all. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai immediately took out the Eternal Sun made by Lilith. He jumped out of the flying saucer holding the rune weapon and raised it high. Try this, Zhang Tuohai said, activating the rune. A hot and dazzling light bloomed from the eternal blazing sun. The entire plane of bones was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime, and the whole world was completely white. Even though the helmet came with a built-in light filter, Zhang Tuohai was still moved to tears by the dazzling light, and the voice was obviously even more uncomfortable. He let out a scream and then disappeared. As for those white bone cages and the ever-growing white bone arms, after they came into contact with the dazzling light, they began to melt rapidly like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. Large chunks of bones peeled off from the main body, and the entire bone cage began to collapse. Chapter 757 Soul Stone. With a crash, the white bone cage and pale giant hand that were originally flashing with red runes were melting rapidly like ice and snow in summer. At first, pieces of bone fell, and then, like pushed dominoes, they completely collapsed and shattered into bone fragments on the ground. The white bone cage covering Zhang Tuohai's head completely disintegrated into bone powder, which fell rustlingly like snow. After just 10 seconds, the entire area became silent again, and returned to the silent plane of bones. So it works? The scene in front of him shocked Zhang Tuohai. He knew that the rune equipment specially made by Lilith would definitely be effective, but he never expected that the effect would be so good. Just activating it would cause these bones to completely collapse. The effect is simply amazing. It is indeed a specially customized rune weapon. Produced by Lilith, you can trust it. Looking at the plane of bones, Zhang Tuohai nodded with satisfaction. By the way, there was another voice just now. That guy must be the mastermind behind this. He at least knows something. We need to find him out. Zhang Tuohai looked around, trying to find out the owner of the previous voice. However, there was silence all around, and the voice completely disappeared and could not be found at all. Zhang Tuohai even scanned the area with infrared radar and found nothing unusual. Did that guy also be killed by the eternal blazing sun? Isn't this too fragile? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head and was about to give up and leave, when suddenly a prompt popped up in front of him. The other party is hiding under your left foot, 2 meters underground. Actually at my feet? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the prompt. He never expected that that guy would be hiding under his feet. Is this considered darkness under the light? Now that you know the location, it's much easier. Zhang Tuohai whistled and waved to classmate Xiao Ai. Student Xiao Ai immediately popped out 7 or 8 robotic arms, each holding a stainless steel shovel. Zhang Tuohai pointed at his feet, and then gently moved his body away. Xiao Ai immediately swung more than a dozen shovels and dug down quickly. Xiao Ai's movements were extremely fast, with his bows drawn from left to right. It only took a few seconds for a circular pit with a depth of 2 meters and a diameter of 3 meters to appear in front of everyone. At the bottom of the pit, a skeleton wearing a white cloak was lying cautiously on the ground, looking trembling. Come out! Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, Zhang Tuohai said, holding the eternal blazing sun in his hand. He stood by the pit and looked inside. Ah! A scream came from the pit, and bursts of white smoke came out of the body of the skeleton wearing a white cloak. The bones on his body shattered inch by inch, and soon turned into a ball of ashes. This... Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but scratch his head. At this moment, Lilith suddenly ran out of the car wearing a white coat, holding a bottle in her hand, and yelled as she ran, I'm leaving you behind. Don't come any further. Zhang Tuohai stopped and looked at Lilith in confusion. Lilith jumped into the pit with a quick stride and swept the ashes aside, revealing a thumb-sized green crystal under the ashes. Lilith was overjoyed when she saw this, and carefully put the green crystal into the bottle and closed the lid. Zhang Tuohai couldn't see clearly at the edge of the pit, so he looked around, trying to get a clear look. At this time, Lilith put the bottle into her pocket, then put her hands in front of her eyes to block the light and said, Quickly adjust to the normal lighting mode. If you continue to turn it on like this, the remaining souls will be killed. Oh! After hearing Lilith's reminder, Zhang Tuohai realized belatedly that he had been turning on the eternal blazing sun, and he had also been maintaining the purification mode. No wonder when he looked at the bottom of the pit before, the skeleton shattered into pieces. all of which were the pot of the eternal blazing sun. It's not his fault. He has never used this kind of continuous and silent attack method before. He was not used to it for a while, and made such a mistake. He quickly adjusted the eternal blazing sun to lighting mode. The light ball that was originally as dazzling as the sun slowly reduced its brightness and became like an incandescent lamp. Although it is still very bright, it no longer has that dazzling feeling. What the hell is that guy? Zhang Tuohai came over curiously and asked. An undead creature is distributed in many worlds. However, most of the undead creatures are ordinary creatures. If their bodies are destroyed, they will die. The time of recovery may not be certain depending on the specific environment, because they are cruel in nature and try to kill all the undead creatures. All the creatures have become undead, so they are basically treated as targets of suppression, at least in most worlds I know. This is the case, Lilith said. Then what is that thing in your hand? Zhang Tuohai looked curiously at the pocket of Lilith's white coat. At this time, the pocket was faintly emitting green light, flickering like a firefly. This. Lilith took out the bottle and shook it in front of Zhang Tuohai. This is a soul stone. Only a very small number of undead can be produced by chance. If ordinary undead are beasts that can only follow instincts, these undead with soul stones are intelligent creatures that can think independently, although their strength may not be obvious. How high will it be? But because of their intelligence, they are extremely difficult guys. The most disgusting thing is that these guys will control other undead and make those undead obey their commands, which makes them more difficult to deal with. This kind of guy is difficult to catch. Since there is a chance, then study it carefully, Lilith said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing Lilith like this, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but secretly mourn for the captured undead for a second in his heart. It was unlucky to fall into Lilith's hands. But who dared this guy to come and ambush him? It can only be said that he deserved it. Lilith hurried back to the car, while Zhang Tuohai continued to fly forward in the flying saucer. The next journey was very peaceful. 30 minutes later, until they reached the end of the plain of bones, they did not encounter a single attack. Classmate Xiao Ai told Zhang Tuohai that further ahead is the Ocean of Storms. The so-called Place of Shadow is actually a huge island in the Ocean of Storms. Is this the end? Zhang Tuohai looked at the stormy ocean ahead with some regret. After all, there was basically nothing gained from coming here this time. At this moment, Lilith suddenly opened the door of the command room. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chapter 758 Good News and Bad News. Just tell me the bad news, Zhang Tuohai said. The soul stone was damaged by me. Lilith poked her fingertips together and lowered her head, feeling rather embarrassed. After all, this thing is very rare, and it is really unreasonable that it was broken within half an hour after it was in her hands. If it's bad, then it's bad. Where's the good news? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. I got a piece of information based on the remaining information on the soul stone, Lilith said excitedly. What news? Seeing Lilith's excitement, Zhang Tuohai also became energetic and leaned over to ask. An evil god has set his sights on this world, Lilith said. Zhang Tuohai, you think this is good news? Zhang Tuohai looked at Lilith helplessly. If this world is controlled by Liuli, it doesn't matter to him whether there is an evil god watching, as long as it doesn't involve him. Who cares whether they live or die? However, the imaginary core of this world is now in his hands. In a sense, this world is his private property, and it is actually targeted by the evil god. Can this be considered a good thing? That's an evil god, and it sounds extremely difficult to deal with. Liuli is so powerful, but he is only a demigod. You can imagine how terrifying an evil god is. How can he be okay if he is targeted by such a being? Seeing Zhang Tuohai's angry look, Lilith couldn't help but smile. Looking at your potential, think about it. Even the evil god is interested in this world, which means that this world must have merits, or it is very important. Either there are important treasures buried. Otherwise, there would be no such great effort to put so many undead souls down to lie dormant. Are you right? Wait, you mean these bones were dropped by the evil god? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but widen his eyes. Of course, the storm sea outside is so violent. The locals are stupid enough to cross the ocean and drop the bones here. These are all dropped by the evil god looking for opportunities. And the skeleton with the soul stone is the local commander. Take charge of matters here. According to the analyzed information, the existing undead are not enough to support the evil god's plan. Therefore, these undead are sleeping here and waiting for help. Otherwise, they would have rushed out and turned the world into chaos, Lilith said. So many undead are not enough. What is this evil god planning? Zhang Tuohai raised his head and looked around. The ground around him was covered with all kinds of skeletons. They were so dense that it was impossible to estimate how many undead there were here. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai also tested the strength of those undead. They were very powerful and could carry out targeted defense. They were almost invincible against the natives and players outside. However, the evil god actually felt that this was not enough and was still trying to send more reinforcements, which showed that his plans were very big. Zhang Tuohai felt a headache at the thought of an evil god watching his property. Don't worry. It's just an evil god. His true form can't come anyway, no matter what it plots. As long as it cuts off the channel for him to deliver reinforcements, then he has nothing to do. By then, whatever it plots will be in our pocket. Looking at it from this perspective, the bigger its plot is, the happier you should be. Lilith persuaded from the side. Can't the true form of the evil god come to the world? Zhang Tuohai asked. No. Evil gods and demigods are the same. Once they come to the world, they will be crazily counterattacked by the world's consciousness. Moreover, after they come to the world, they will be suppressed by the rules, unable to fully display their strength. And there is even a risk of overturning. Therefore, evil gods and demigods gods usually don't come to a world that they don't control. They only send their subordinates and relatives to explore. And they don't come until they capture the core. Lilith explained. In that case, we can make some plans. Zhang Tuohai pondered. He can't stay here for a long time. If he wants to keep it here and prevent the evil god from sending more people, he must send a trustworthy person to guard it. However, because these undead are so powerful, it is useless for ordinary people to stay here. It is better to become the will of the world. But the problem is that if one becomes the will of the world, the person is basically tethered to the world and can hardly move. His subordinates were so confident that the only ones he could send out were Aya and Away. Zhang Tuohai was a little reluctant to let them be the will of the world. Just when he was hesitating, suddenly, there were violent sounds between heaven and earth. In an instant, there was strong wind, lightning and thunder, and the dark clouds were pushed down hard, as if they were about to press to the ground. The entire earth shook violently. Huge cracks appeared underfoot, and the wind and waves on the stormy sea became more turbulent. What's going on? What happened? Zhang Tuohai asked. I don't know. Let me contact the will of the world. Lilith took out the imaginary number core and entered a series of codes into it. How's it going? Is there any result? Zhang Tuohai asked anxiously, looking at the dense codes. Because the consciousness of this world is only ignorant and chaotic, and has no subjective consciousness. So it is impossible to get any intuitive description. We can only judge based on the fragmented information it gives. Lilith said while typing the code. If there is no problem with the analysis. A void storm blew outside the world. And this world happened to be blocking the path of the void storm. So it was scratched by the void storm. Is this a scratch? Zhang Tuohai looked at the crack in the ground next to his feet, which was about 2 meters wide and stretching for thousands of miles, and was dumbfounded. Of course it's just a scratch, Lilith said lightly. If we were in the center of the void storm, we would be destroyed by the void storm into nothingness by now, and we wouldn't even have a chance to speak. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai suddenly felt as if something had been cut off in his body. A trace of emptiness arose deep in his heart, and another burst of freedom, as if the long-standing restraints had suddenly disappeared, giving him a feeling of heaven high. The sense of freedom of letting a bird fly. What's going on? Zhang Tuohai looked down at his hands, not understanding what was happening. Time goes back to 1 minute ago. Lioli sat upright on the throne. In front of her was a huge crystal screen. Above the screen was a world shrouded in dark clouds. Your Majesty, the void storm is coming. Please cut off the thread of fate immediately. Otherwise, I'm worried that the void storm will sweep along the thread of destiny and sweep across the throne. By then, our place will be in danger, a maid said cautiously. Is this really necessary? Lioli looked at the world shrouded in dark clouds with great reluctance. She has invested so many resources with the goal of completely controlling the world. To this end, she even invested in a seed team that had just won the regional battle. However, the void storm is approaching, and the world is blocked by mysterious power, making it impossible to withdraw people. The void storm is extremely easy to be attracted by the thread of fate. If it is not cut off, her throne and her kingdom may have to face the void storm. Attack. Then everything she has worked so hard to accumulate will turn into nothingness in the face of the void storm. She was unwilling to give in. Your Majesty, It is important to take care of the kingdom of God. The lost manpower will be restored after a few trainings in the world. The maid advised from the side. Humph. Lioli snorted coldly, and then let out a helpless sigh. She took out a shiny dagger and slashed it in front of her, which meant that all the threads of destiny leading to Middle-earth were cut off. Those players who were thrown into the world of Middle-earth have no connection with her from now on. They are like kites with broken strings. Only they can know where they fly. Chapter 759 Next Plan. I feel something's not right with my body. Please help me take a look. Zhang Tuohai felt light all over his body, as if he had suddenly lost the restraint of gravity. He felt as if a gust of wind could blow him up into the sky at any time. However, the surrounding environment values on the helmet display are still within the normal range, which will not give him this special feeling at all. If the real-time data displayed by the body monitoring system were not normal, Zhang Tuohai once suspected that he had been poisoned and had hallucinations. Obviously, all the monitoring indicators are normal. Why do I still feel this uncomfortable feeling? Zhang Tuohai did not dare to neglect and hoped that Lilith would check his body for him. Lilith pushed up her rimless glasses and looked Zhang Tuohai up and down, making tut-tisk sounds from time to time, which made Zhang Tuohai feel a little scared. What's going on? You have to tell me. Zhang Tuohai felt a little unsure, and secretly thought, did I fall into some kind of dirty trick that could endanger my life? I didn't expect that Dad would be so lucky that someone would take the initiative to cut off the thread of fate. Lilith smacked her lips and said, the thread of fate? What is that? Zhang Tuohai frowned. This term sounded like a very high-level thing. The so-called thread of fate is actually a means for those demigods to control their subordinates. It is a substance created using special runes. Its main function is to link the subordinates with themselves, just like controlling a kite. Like a silk thread, it can be used to monitor subordinates at ordinary times. At critical moments, it can even affect or even directly control the player's special substance, Lilith said while pushing up her glasses. So powerful. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel scared when he heard that there was something so powerful in his body. In his understanding, this thing is comparable to an enhanced version of poison or a life and death talisman. After being hit, it can directly control a person's life and death, making people obey orders. So I have been entangled with the thread of fate before, and everything I do has been monitored. When Zhang Tuohai heard this, goosebumps arose all over his body, as if he had just found a pinhole camera on the bedside after having sex with his girlfriend in a hotel. Forget about that feeling. He has a lot of secrets. If all of them are known to the demigods, what's the point? Especially that prompt system, which mentions secrets about demigods and gods several times. Will it be coveted by those demigods? There are also several imaginary number cores and quantum crystal weapons in his body. These are very precious existences to demigods. Don't worry. If it were anyone else, it might have been seen out. But if it were you, that might not be the case, Lilith said with her hands in her white coat. How do you say this? Zhang Tuohai was confused. There is a faint layer of fog around you. This layer of fog does not make the observer unclear, but distorts the other person's perception, making the observer feel that he has seen everything about this person. But in fact there is nothing. See clearly. Moreover, the coverage area of this fog is quite large. At least the entire car is within the coverage area. If there wasn't such a layer of fog, do you think I would reveal my identity so casually and conduct research without restraint? Do you know how powerful these things I have researched are? Lilith said as she jumped up and punched Zhang Tuohai in the stomach. Hiss! Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but take a breath of air and asked, rubbing his blue belly. Then what is this layer of fog? And why is it on my body? How do I know this? You should know the things about you best. Lilith pouted and said, you are already a mature father. You should learn to answer questions by yourself instead of asking his lovely daughter for help with everything. If I can understand it through research, do I still need to ask you? Zhang Tuohai muttered softly. But after what Lilith said, he finally got a clue. He recalled a series of encounters since arriving in the survival world. The difference between him and other players was that he had a prompt system. Is it related to this prompt system? Zhang Tuohai fell into deep thought. However, due to the lack of actual evidence, this issue cannot be demonstrated and can only be regarded as conjecture. By the way, if this thing is so powerful, why would Lioli cut it off? Doesn't she want to control us players? Zhang Tuohai was curious. For players, demigods are an important tool for fighting for the core of imaginary numbers and controlling the world. But Lioli actively abandoned them, which he couldn't understand. He felt that this behavior was like an internet-addicted teenager taking the initiative to unplug his own internet cable. It was simply unreasonable. Although I haven't seen the actual situation, I have a guess. Lilith pushed up her glasses and said, I just said that the thread of fate is essentially a special substance. This substance has a characteristic that it will attract the attention of the Void Storm. If the Void Storm touches the thread of fate, the Void Storm may follow the thread of fate. It is not incomprehensible to follow the thread to find the kingdoms of those demigods and then destroy them, in order to protect your own kingdom. It is not incomprehensible that you would lose your car to save your commander. That's it. Then I'm out of Lily's control. I don't have to be thrown into the survival world to survive in the future. Am I free? Zhang Tuohai asked in disbelief. That's the theory. As long as you don't get discovered by that guy. There's no problem, Lilith said while pushing up her glasses. Zhang Tuohai became excited. He finally got rid of the daily struggle to survive and fight for other people's tasks every day. He can finally control his life freely. He regained his freedom. However, he soon calmed down. Although Lily took the initiative to cut off the thread of fate this time, her coveting for this world will not diminish. After the Void Storm passes, she will definitely look for opportunities to make a comeback. By that time, he may have to face more and more powerful players. At that time, the best outcome for him would be to be put on a leash again and become a puppet on strings. If you are unlucky, those players will treat them as stones blocking the road and crush them directly. Sure enough, it's still not possible to stay safe. You still need to work hard to improve your strength. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his temples and felt a little headache. Suddenly, he realized a problem. If he wanted to improve his strength, it was obviously not enough to rely on one world alone. He needed to go to various worlds to learn from each other's strengths and improve comprehensively. In the past, he didn't have to think about going to other worlds. Lioli would arrange it, and he only needed to worry about improving his strength. Now, an important question is before him. That is, how should he go to other worlds? Chapter 760 Restless Players. Well, my car is already a flying saucer. Right. Can it fly directly to other worlds? Zhang Tuohai tried to ask. You're thinking shit. Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai. Do you think it's a flying saucer just because it looks like a flying saucer? The degree of modification of your vehicle is at best an atmospheric aircraft. If you want to leave the atmosphere and carry out high orbit, or even fly in outer space, you need special modifications. Now you need to at least solve it. The problems include air tightness problems, cosmic radiation problems, meteorite attack problems, power system problems, and coding problems. There are still many things that need to be solved. If you want to be able to fly in space, you must at least upgrade the car to one level, Lilith estimated. Without the thread of fate, can the level of the car be improved? Zhang Tuohai asked. If you don't have a car repair shop, you won't be able to repair cars? Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai? It made sense. But he was speechless. Where did the blueprints come from? Of course I drew it. If the cracking progress improves, you can also directly extract the technical drawings from this world and upgrade directly, Lilith said. Can technology be extracted directly from this world? Could it be that the technical drawings I obtained before were all from the original world? Zhang Tuohai was stunned. Of course. Otherwise, where do you think those technical drawings come from? Draw them yourself? Just based on the level of those demigods who have not completed prenatal education. Lilith's tone was full of disdain. Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. He found that as Lilith tore away the mysterious veil of demigods bit by bit, the superiority of those demigods became crazy. It was estimated that after the veil was completely torn away, they were already on the same level as the Andes in the neighboring village. Okay, so what do we do next? Zhang Tuohai asked. Why are you asking me? You are the car owner. You make your own decisions about the specific actions. I'm going to get the drawings. If it's nothing serious, don't bother me. Lilith waved her hand and went back to the laboratory. Zhang Tuohai sat there and scratched his head. He had been guided by system tasks before, but now the guidance was suddenly removed and turned into an open-ended exploration task. He didn't know where to start. Forget it. Let's see how those players are doing first. Zhang Tuohai tried to open the regional channel to see how the players were doing, but he was shocked to find that the regional channel had disappeared. Not only were the regional channels, world channels, and manufacturing areas all missing, even the family badge in his hand dimmed. All the numbers on it were cleared and turned into a smooth badge. After the network is disconnected, the network function cannot be used. Why can't the LAN be used? Even the local data has been cleared. What kind of garbage service? Zhang Tuohai cursed dissatisfiedly. without the regional channel. He doesn't even know how many players there are in the world. By the way, I also have a spiritual realm system. I don't know if this can still be used. Zhang Tuohai quickly opened the spiritual realm system. Fortunately, the Lingjing system can still be used normally because it uses the server of Xiaoai. At this time, most of these players discovered the abnormality in the regional channel, panicked, and left messages in the public channel of the spirit realm system. Damn it! Something big happened! Brothers, the regional channel is gone! Not only the regional channel, but also the world channel and even the manufacturing area are gone. What should I do? I just wanted to make some ammunition to replenish my consumption, but the manufacturing area is gone. What should I do instead? I finally found the level 7 blueprints. I finally saved up enough resources. But why did the manufacturing area disappear all of a sudden? How should I load accessories? Me too. I just saved up the resources for a level 6 accessory. But the manufacturing area is gone. What should I do now? You should be content with this. It is just an accessory after the loss. Now I have found a more fatal problem. That is, all the game prompts and mission prompts are gone. I just tried to contact Liuli Mianxia with the dependent badge. And even all the badges have been cleared, and we can't be contacted at all. Do you think we have been abandoned? What is the family badge? Who is that Liuli Mianxia you are talking about? Are we playing the same game? Some players were confused. What? The familiar badge can't be contacted. Are you kidding me? Isn't that a prop that can directly communicate with the gods? Why was it cleared? Did you do something blasphemous? I didn't do anything. Let the other brothers see if your badges can be used. Don't ask. There's no use for it. Even our boss's level 20 badge has been cleared. The points I just accumulated and was about to upgrade are gone. Me too. I was planning to save my points for a big deal, but all of them were gone. No, the problem now is not about points. The key issue is that there is no mission now. What should we do? Can we never go back? Wouldn't it be better if I can't go back? I have super arrow weapons here. I am directly like the Earth Emperor. I can eat whenever I want and sleep whenever I want. I don't have to fight to the death. Isn't it wonderful? It's just that I just hooked up with a noble lady. I will marry him back home and become a nobleman. I can eat, drink, have fun, and be happy every day. Isn't it better than going to various worlds and suffering? But you are all hooked up with local forces. We have just arrived and are not familiar with you at all. What should we do? That's not easy to handle. Just find a local noble, put a gun to their head, and ask them if they agree. If you ask me, let's go directly to the imperial capital and overthrow the king. We can take turns being the boss. There's no point in taking turns. If you ask me, let's just have a round table meeting. If there's anything we can discuss it. I don't care about these things. But the little princess belongs to me. Then princess, I have made a reservation. Does the little prince want anything? If not, I will take it away first. As expected by Hu Zhang Tuohai, as soon as someone starts to play with colors, the topic will instantly go sideways. However, the intention of these people is already obvious, which is to rush into the human kingdom, kill the existing rulers, and then replace them with these players. Normally, Zhang Tuohai wouldn't bother paying attention to these players' nonsense. But things are different now. This world is Zhang Tuohai's private property. If these players are allowed to mess around like this, wouldn't the entire kingdom be in chaos? He is very familiar with the behavior of these players. And no grass grows wherever he goes. If these guys are allowed to rush into the royal capital like this, then the entire royal capital will be lost. No! We have to find a way to stop them. Chapter 761. Plan to deal with players. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and felt that he still couldn't let these players attack the royal capital. After all, this might be the place where he would live for a long time in the future. And he couldn't let them ruin it like this. As for how to solve it, it takes some thinking. If it were just to deal with these players, Zhang Tuohai could do it easily. For example, it can be easily solved by directly using Reaper drones or Zircon hypersonic missiles. At a closer distance, you can also use Rune plasma rays, self-propelled mechanical light electromagnetic guns, and flying gasoline saws plasma bombs. There is also a black umbrella made of high-voltage current and quantum crystals close by. If you take it out casually, you can kill these players without leaving their bodies intact. However, just solving it this way seems a bit wasteful. After all, in this world, players are non-renewable resources. If they are needed in the future, there will be nowhere to get them. However, If you don't kill them, how do you deal with so many people so that they don't interfere with you, stay honest and obedient, and allow you to take them out and use them at any time? Zhang Tuohai pondered for a long time without a solution. Suddenly, he saw the spiritual realm system in front of him that was constantly updating chat records and had an idea. Classmate Xiaoyai, doesn't that spiritual space allow people to feel real touch? Is this feeling only possible in a awake state? Is it possible in a coma? If their bodies are always under control, they can use a hibernation chamber to put their bodies into a dormant state and their spirits to enter the spiritual space on their own. Classmate Xiaoyai listed an achievable plan. Sleep chamber? Is it like the Matrix, directly opening an interface in the back of their brains? Zhang Tuohai asked. The principle is similar, but there is no need to install an interface on the body. Encoding and transmission can be completed directly using the bioelectric and electromagnetic digital signal conversion system. Moreover, the body in a dormant chamber can better monitor the body's status. If a signal is found if it is unstable, it can be forcibly hypnotized to put it back into sleep, so the commander does not have to worry about the risk of losing control. Classmate Xiaoyai said. Will the players in it find that the world they are in is actually a spiritual world? Zhang Tuohai asked. He had a plan in mind. Don't worry, Commander. After this period of remodeling and coding, the level of realism in the spiritual world has become higher. It can be completely fake and real, so that those players can't tell the difference between reality and illusion. I have a plan. Mike has been very unhappy lately. He had a smooth life. Not only did he have a car that far exceeded the level of players in the same area, he was also the leader of the largest fleet in the area, and he himself was favored by the goddess Liuli and obtained the family badge. In several battles, relying on good strength and super luck to upgrade the family badge to level 20, and saved a lot of points, ready to exchange for a high-end accessory to increase the combat effectiveness of the car to another level. However, since he joined the last roundabout world regional competition, his luck seems to have ended. The convoy that he was so proud of was attacked by enemy players' naval guns when they first entered the arena, and half of his convoy was killed on the spot. In the subsequent battle, he finally set up a trap for an ambush. As a result, during the pursuit, he was ambushed by the opponent, causing more than half of the convoy to be killed. Not even a single member of the entire convoy was left alive, not to mention injured. His muscles and bones are weak, and he can also be said to be living on his last breath. He once thought that his convoy was going to be completely annihilated in this battle. It was finally over. But before he could take a breath, he encountered an urgent support mission and was thrown into the world of Middle-earth. He originally thought that in this world where cold weapons were still being used, he could make good use of the generation weapons to torture people and vent his anger. However, the half-orcs who were not afraid of death taught him another lesson. The orcs, like ocean waves, almost drowned him several times. However, fortunately, the clone maid and bodyguard he ordered was extremely powerful. He drove out in a car among the chaotic orcs and escaped with him. However, although he escaped with his life, his ammunition was almost consumed, and there was not much reserve material left. Under this situation, Mike naturally did not dare to trouble the orcs anymore, and kept moving toward them, hiding in remote places. He hid for a long time along the way, and then the orcs slowly retreated, and he stood up again. At this time, he only had 5 men, and the weapons reserves in his hands were almost completely exhausted, which was a miserable situation. Yuna, how long until we reach the royal capital? Mike asked after taking a sip of whiskey. According to the map given by the Spirit Realm system, it will take about 2 hours. The beautiful girl with short brown hair and wearing denim tights looked at the electronic map and said, Well, I'm going to take a nap and call me when we get there. Mike staggered towards the back of the car. He was going to rest for a while, and after arriving at the royal capital, he would go to raid the royal palace with the remaining players. Hopefully, the remaining bullets are enough. Mike touched the Glock 21 on his waist, and the 2 magazines hanging on his legs. These were his last ammunition. Fortunately, when I ordered Yuna, I chose the weapon master talent. She is good at various weapons. When the time comes, Yuna may even be the main force. Mike thought happily. At this moment, he suddenly felt dizzy, and his vision went dark. Then he lost consciousness and fell down heavily. Yuna holding a wooden stick appeared from behind him. After checking Mike's condition and confirming that he was completely unconscious, Yuna tied up Mike, blocked his eyes and ears, and then returned to the driver's seat. Clone number Y096 reports, mission objective 1 has been completed. The target player has been successfully controlled and is heading to the meeting area. Yuna picked up the earphones and began to report the task to the Spirit Realm system. The same scene keeps playing out in different places. A car turned around and finally gathered together in a jungle outside the royal city. Zhang Tuohai opened the car door, and the self-propelled machines walked out one by one, dragging the players back to the car and throwing them into the simplified medical cabin that Lilith rushed to produce. In addition to monitoring the player's physical condition, this medical cabin can also release anesthetic and hypnotic gases and inject nutrient solutions, so that the player will not wake up unexpectedly when the body is sleeping. As for their spirit, at this time, Mike was slowly waking up. He opened his eyes in confusion and felt something strange around him. He looked around blankly and was shocked to find that everything around him was made of squares. Trees are square. Flowers and grass are square. Rivers are square. And even the sun is square. He stretched out his hand and was surprised to find that his hand was also made of square pixels, with a very low resolution. Am I traveling through time? Mike scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 762. The fish slipped through the net. The other players' experiences were similar to Mike's. They all woke up in confusion and then thought they had traveled through time. However, their worlds are different. Some are block worlds. Some are wastelands. Some are Los Santos. And some are Girl Scrolls. Moreover, the worlds of all players are separated from each other, and no two players will ever meet in the same world, preventing them from getting more information from each other. Looking at the confused looks of each player on the monitoring screen, Zhang Tuohai stretched his waist. Just stay in this virtual world for now. In comparison, you are already very comfortable. At least, you don't have to worry about dying. Yes, this is the method that Zhang Tuohai came up with, to store the players' bodies and put their spirits into the game world of the spiritual realm system, making them think that they have traveled through time. In the short term, there will be no problems. When they are needed, Zhang Tuohai can release them again. If he wasn't worried about the special structure of their bodies, Zhang Tuohai wouldn't even need to retain their bodies. After retaining the data, he could directly destroy them and recreate them when necessary. This is safer. As for their cars, the clones drove them directly into Zhang Tuohai's newly opened garage and kept them together. And those clones also entered the spiritual world. However, their purpose is not to have fun, but to simulate various special battlefield terrains for combat training. After arranging all this, Zhang Tuohai drove towards the royal capital. Princess Jelly, after we send you to the palace, we will say goodbye, Zhang Tuohai said to Jelly, who was wearing armor. Aren't you going to stay? With your merits, my father will definitely make you a duke, Princess Jelly said. Duke? This doesn't mean anything to me. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. The most attractive thing to me in the entire royal capital is the treasure trove that the royal family has collected for many years. After seeing it, I will leave and stay on the mainland. Travel. Zhang Tuohai shook his head and said, for him who has the imaginary core, the entire world is his property. Theoretically, he is the real master of this world, and others are just servants. If he didn't have complete control over the imaginary number core, he wouldn't even need to look at the royal treasury. He could just check what's in the world resource list of the imaginary number core. There would be no need for such a thing. Is this so? A look of regret appeared on Jia Li's face. Although she didn't get along with Zhang Tuohai for a long time, Zhang Tuohai's power and mystery left a deep impression on her. Although she has outstanding martial arts and swordsmanship since she was a child, and can fight several younger brothers, she is still a girl. She likes to read the stories about knights and princesses written by bards. And in her dreams she also hopes to have a knight with strong martial arts come to marry yourself on a white horse. It's a pity that no man in the entire kingdom can beat him. And she is not a person who can make ends meet. Just when she thought she would die alone, powerful orcs attacked her country. When the entire guard was in danger, it was Zhang Tuohai who saved her with a powerful gesture. By the way, she eliminated countless orcs, destroyed their lairs, and even prevented an undead disaster that failed to occur. After these experiences, Zhang Tuohai's image in her heart has become as tall as a mountain. Isn't this the person she expected in her dream? However, this man actually didn't care about the power in the royal capital. He just wanted to select an item from the royal family's treasury as a reward and then leave. This greatly disappointed her. No, I have to find a way to keep him. At least I can't just leave. Jia Li's mind started to move. At this moment, classmate Xiao Ai suddenly sounded the alarm. Commander, gunshots were heard from the direction of the royal palace. It seems that some remaining players have sneaked into that area. According to the radar scan, 3 cars were found. It is estimated that the number of players is between 3 and 12. Go and have a look. Zhang Tuohai frowned and immediately sped up. The omission of players was not beyond Zhang Tuohai's expectation. After all, not all players have purchased the Spiritual Realm system. For those players who have not purchased the Spiritual Realm system or clones, Zhang Tuohai cannot determine their location or perform remote control. Zhang Tuohai originally thought that these fringe players would not affect the overall situation, and planned to wait until they encountered them before dealing with them. Unexpectedly, these fringe players went even crazier and directly attacked the palace, hoping to directly kidnap the king and control the entire kingdom. I don't think I'm good looking, but I think I'm pretty. You actually want to take away my property. It's embarrassing for you. Anger rose on Zhang Tuohai's face, and he drove the flying saucer directly to the entrance of the palace. Stop! This is the palace. No one is allowed to come near. Seeing the flying saucer from a distance, 2 griffins immediately rose up in the palace and blocked the flying saucer. Both griffins were covered with red robes, with the royal family's emblem embroidered with gold thread. The knights sitting on them were also wearing the same robes, and they were obviously the royal guards. Get out of the way! I am Princess Jelly, and I want to see my father! Jelly waved his hand to signal the 2 griffin knights to retreat. The 2 griffin knights looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and said, Sorry, Princess Jelly. This is the order of the eldest Prince Patrick. No one can enter the palace without his order. This is the order. Can't I do it too? Jelly asked coldly. Sorry. Please don't embarrass us. The 2 griffin knights put their hands on the crossbows. At this time, gunfire came from deep inside the palace again. The gunfire was more intense than before, and it seemed that screams could still be faintly heard. A battle broke out in the palace. And you, as royal guards, are actually blocking me. Have you violated your oath? Princess Jelly's eyes were filled with anger. Sorry. This is our duty. The 2 griffin knights slowly pulled out their hand crossbows. The arrows of the crossbows glowed blue, and they had obviously been quenched with poison. Why are you talking nonsense to them? Zhang Tuohai said impatiently from the side. Then he stepped on the accelerator, and the flying saucer rushed past the 2 of them. The fast-moving flying saucer brought up a sharp air current, and even almost overturned the 2 griffins. The 2 griffin knights hurriedly threw away the hand crossbows, and tightly grasped the griffin's mane with both hands. The eagle fell down. What should we do? A griffin knight asked worriedly. We will be beheaded if we fail to fulfill the prince's order. What else can we do? Are we really going to stop it? If we had stopped it forcefully, we would have died immediately. Another griffin knight said helplessly. Chapter 763, Siege in the Classical Era. Zhang Tuohai drove the flying saucer directly to the top of the palace. At this time, he could see 3 vehicles parked at the entrance of the palace. A Humvee, a luxury car, and a tank. These players are using vehicle-mounted machine guns to suppress the palace. There were 5 or 6 players under the car holding assault rifles, using the car body as a cover to fire bursts into the palace. Behind them, there were thousands of soldiers holding various weapons. The eldest prince, wearing golden plate armor, was directing the crowd to prepare ladders and battering rams in preparation for breaching the palace gate. In the palace, people would shoot back with bows and arrows from time to time. It's just that it's scattered and not on a large scale. It is simply a shame to see the players below armed with weapons from across the ages, even fighting against the natives armed with bows, arrows, and spears. Are all your cars just decorations? You actually need a ladder and a battering ram to attack a palace like this? You just drive in and rush in. You kick the accelerator and just push the palace gate open and rush in. You don't even have the courage to do so. Are you still thinking of rebelling after being so harried and chirping at the door? Zhang Tuohai couldn't stand the actions of these players and the rebels, and almost forgot his own position. However, the operations of these players are really annoying. Even if RVs and Humvees can't climb them more than 10 steps. Isn't there a tank? A majestic tank can't even climb a dozen steps. Right. No. No. Wait. This tank is Saint Shaman? That's okay. When Zhang Tuohai saw the specific model of the tank, he immediately understood why these players didn't drive the tank to hit the palace gate. It is really not allowed by the performance of Saint Shaman. The Saint Shaman tank is a tank developed by the Gallic Chickens during World War I. This tank has a huge body and 2 short and small tracks. It is shorter than some authors and even has a wider track. You can't even cross the trenches, let alone the steps that are more than 10 knots high. The saddest thing is that the front armor of this ancient tank is only 14 millimeters, which can defeat cold weapons such as bows and arrows. Even if the opponent's weapon is replaced by a bolt-action rifle, I am afraid it will be destroyed long ago. Zhang Tuohai estimated that if the 4 machine guns on the car were not really powerful, they might have been surrounded by the palace guards at this time. At this time, the eldest prince wearing golden plate armor and his men finally prepared the ladders and battering rams to attack the city. Hundreds of strong men, protected by tower shields, pushed huge battering rams slowly towards the city gate. At this time, the defenders on the city wall were also well aware of the danger of the battering ram. If the battering ram really came close, the city gate would inevitably be breached, and their last barrier would be over. The defenders on the city wall began to fight back desperately. Not only were their bows and arrows wrapped with cloth strips soaked in kerosene, but there were even boiled excrement. All kinds of debris hit the battering ram like raindrops. However, as soon as they emerged, the players who were guarding below finally found an opportunity and fired with machine guns and assault rifles. They killed a large number of defenders in one go and brought the attack on the city wall to a halt. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the eldest prince commanded his rebels to push the battering ram to the city gate. Bang! With a muffled sound, the huge battering ram hit the city gate. The huge city gate made of solid wood was knocked open, with a huge gap more than 1 meter in diameter. The attack made significant progress. The rebels roared with excitement, pulled the battering ram, and continued to hit the city gate. Seeing all this, Princess Jieli on the flying saucer was very anxious. She shouted loudly, "Gay, what are you going to do? Do you really want to rebel? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person and actually colluded with outsiders to attack me. Kingdom, you are betraying me." The eldest prince in golden armor heard the sound and turned around to see Jieli on the flying saucer, with a look of astonishment on his face. In his plan, his eldest sister should have died in the hands of those orcs. Unexpectedly, she survived and was still riding in those strange vehicles of foreigners. However, he quickly regained his composure and said with a joking smile, "What qualifications do you have to say to me? Aren't you also colluding with those outsiders? Moreover, when my father was in power, the orc disaster occurred, which shows that he has no ability to govern this country at all. In that case, is there anything wrong with me taking over the power? Someone, knock her down for me." The eldest prince guy waved his hand, and a team of archers immediately changed their direction and pointed their long bows at Zhang Tuohai's flying saucer. Guy had seen players use drones before, and even shot one down with a longbow. Therefore, when he saw the flying saucer, he was not too surprised. He just regarded it as a relatively large drone. Although the aircraft can fly in the sky, it is nothing special. It can be easily shot down with just one salvo. Prepare. Release. Whoosh whoosh. The arrows shot towards the flying saucer like raindrops, completely covering the area near the flying saucer. However, when those arrows were about to land on the flying saucer, they hovered directly in midair, as if the freeze button had been pressed. The next second, those arrows fell to the ground one after another, without even scratching off the paint on the flying saucer. "What's happening here?" Prince Guy was shocked. He had never seen anything like this before. If the armor of the flying saucer was thick and blocked the arrow attack, this was within the scope of his understanding. However, without even touching the armor, it lost power and fell when it was still 5 or 6 meters away from the target. It fell, which was really beyond his cognition. Even the rune armor passed down from the ancestors is only stronger. I have never heard of it being able to make arrows lose their kinetic energy at a distance. What on earth is this? Prince Guy felt that something was beyond his control, especially this eldest sister who was supposed to die outside. "If you attack me, I don't believe she can remain invincible. The remaining people will continue to attack the palace, as long as they get the throne. All previous rewards will be doubled." Guy drew out the long sword from his waist. "Give it to me!" Encouraged by the heavy money, Guy's soldiers worked harder. The longbowmen continued to shoot at the flying saucer, while the remaining people continued to push the battering ram to hit the crumbling city gate. Some soldiers with quick hands continued to shoot at the flying saucer. He even hung the ladder with a hook on the city wall and climbed up the city wall with his shield. Chapter 764 Royal Treasure House. Seeing the rebel soldiers bravely attacking the city wall, Jieli became anxious. She took Zhang Tuohai's arm and said, "Please help me. Help me get rid of these rebels. As long as you can get rid of these rebels, I will agree to any conditions." Jieli knew that hundreds of thousands of orcs had been killed by Zhang Tuohai, And these mere 1,000 rebels were no match for Zhang Tuohai. As long as Zhang Tuohai is willing to take action, those rebels will definitely be wiped out. Seeing Jiali's anxious look, Zhang Tuohai's heart moved, and he had an idea. When you encounter something like this, can you only hope for help from outsiders? Don't you think it's very insecure? Do you want to have the power to defeat those rebels with your own strength? Zhang Tuohai looked at Jiali and said slowly. His voice was full of magnetism, and his tone was full of temptation, which made Jiali feel excited. Power, my own? Yes, I must have my own power, defeat these rebels with my own strength. This idea was like a seed that took root and sprouted in Jiali's heart, and finally slowly grew into a towering tree that could not be shaken off. But I don't have the power. Even if I'm wearing this rune armor, I can't defeat so many people. They line up one by one for me to kill, and I'm tired. Can you help me get this power? Jiali looked at Zhang Tuohai with expectant eyes. She knew that since Zhang Tuohai would ask her this, there must be a way. Nothing is free. If you want to obtain this kind of power, you have to accept the corresponding price. Are you ready? Zhang Tuohai asked. I am ready. Don't you even ask what the price is? Zhang Tuohai asked. In this case, I can accept any price. Jiali's eyes were full of determination. Lilith, choose Kali as the world consciousness, Zhang Tuohai said into the headphones. Choosing Jiali as the world consciousness was a decision made by Zhang Tuohai after careful consideration. First of all, Jiali is a conscious person, and it is naturally easier to communicate than the consciousness of the world that was originally in an ignorant state. In addition, as a native of this world, Jiali will have deeper feelings for this world. When outsiders invade, he will be more active in driving away those outsiders, and will be more active in fighting. Finally, compared to cunning players, the indigenous Jiali is more simple and easier to control. A ball of light shot through the dark clouds and shone on Jiali's body. Jiali slowly floated in the air, feeling her body warm and surging power constantly pouring into her body, washing her. Her body gave her an indescribable pleasure from the inside out. The blue dress armor on her body also automatically fluttered in the wind, and the blades on the edge of the dress shone with cold light. Add the holy light special effect to the bottom of the skirt. Also, remember to fix this bug and don't let the skirt float in the sky, Zhang Tuohai said helplessly to Lilith. That's not what you said when you were down there before. While Lilith was teasing, she added the holy light special effect to the bottom of Jiali's skirt. Several players, who couldn't control their eyes, suddenly felt as if they were seeing the sun. The bright light almost blinded their titanium alloy dog eyes. Couldn't help but cover his eyes, and started to cry. The eldest prince guy looked at the scene in front of him, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Although he didn't know what happened, he was sure that if Jiali completed the ritual, he would be completely finished. I still have a chance. Guy took a bright red throwing spear from the captain of the soldiers. These were the funerary objects he secretly took out from the graves of his ancestors. It is said that this is a supreme magic weapon, stained with the blood of the dragon. Other weapons can't hurt you, so I don't believe you can even block this. Guy suddenly raised the throwing spear in his hand and threw it towards Jiali. Whoosh! When the bright red spear shot in front of Jiali, it was suddenly caught by a jade hand. Jiali slowly opened his eyes. You have indeed embarked on this path of killing blood relatives. Then, along with Jiali's words, thunder roared in the sky, and golden thunder and lightning shot out from the dark clouds, shooting towards the rebels. Seeing the violent thunder, the rebels hurriedly threw away their weapons, held their heads and fled. However, the raging thunder and lightning had already caught up with them, hitting their bodies one after another, turning them into charred corpses. There was a burning smell in front of the palace gate. In the afternoon of that day, the palace returned to normal order, and the capital also returned to its former tranquility, except for the groups of royal guards searching for the rebels' henchmen, and the bloody human heads hanging on spears. Everything was as it was, peaceful. And Zhang Tuohai also came to the royal family's treasury as he wished, selecting his own trophies. What he loves most is this kind of rewarding moment. It has to be said that the royal family has accumulated a lot over hundreds of years. All kinds of rare treasures are filled in the basement. Zhang Tuohai wandered among the long treasure pavilions, picking out the items he liked. However, after turning around for more than half a circle, Zhang Tuohai felt a little disappointed. He discovered that most of the items in this so-called royal family's core treasure house were all kinds of exquisite gold and silver products. Although these items were very exquisite and could be sold for a lot of money, for Zhang Tuohai it's of no use at all. Of course, a small amount of rune equipment is also available. However, These rune equipment are somewhat strange. Either a punch bowl made from the skull of the king of a rival kingdom, or an iron throne built with the sword of an imperial general. The effects of these two pieces of equipment are also a headache. When holding the skull wine bowl, it will inspire the enemy's courage to fight to the death and make the enemy more fierce. When sitting on the iron throne, it will arouse rebellion among the subordinates, and the stability of the kingdom will be -3. After seeing the effects of the two, Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. These two gadgets were the kind of strange gadgets that could be of some use, but not useless at all. However, if you think about it, if it was really useful, it would have been moved out and used long ago instead of being thrown here to gather dust. In desperation, Zhang Tuohai could only ask classmate Xiao Ai to take a photo of the runes on it. Finally, there was some gain, not counting the Air Force. Just when Zhang Tuohai was disheartened and ready to leave, a reminder suddenly popped up in front of him. 10 meters ahead, on the left-hand side, in the second grid above, there are high-value items. There is actually something? Zhang Tuohai was shocked and quickly walked over according to the prompt system's prompts. Chapter 765, Methods of Dimension Improvement. What? Zhang Tuohai was curious and walked over. He found a crystal skull at the location designated by the prompt system. It was only the size of a palm and looked crystal clear. A work of art? What's the use of this thing? It doesn't even have a single rune. Zhang Tuohai took the crystal skull and looked left and right, but didn't find anything special about it. Just when Zhang Tuohai was confused, suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in his mind. He felt like he had seen the material of the thing in front of him before. This is... Zhang Tuohai's mind was racing rapidly. Commander, this is quantum crystal. Classmate Xiao Ai reminded. Is this quantum crystal? Zhang Tuohai shouted in disbelief. It's not surprising that Zhang Tuohai didn't recognize it immediately. In fact, quantum crystal mimicry is ever-changing and has no fixed form. Its appearance can be metal, crystal, or even cloth. Without special means, it is almost difficult to distinguish them. At most, it feels like this thing is so strong that nothing can break it. Are you sure? Zhang Tuohai asked. I've asked Miss Lilith to confirm. Classmate Xiao Ai said. Can you analyze it and find out what special function it has? Zhang Tuohai asked. Further analysis is required. Classmate Xiao Ai said. In addition, Miss Lilith has made new progress in the research and development of quantum crystals. Please go to the laboratory. I'll go right away. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai immediately rushed into Lilith's laboratory in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. Have you heard that there are new results? Zhang Tuohai asked. A method of smelting quantum crystals has been developed. Following Lilith's words, the quantum crystal weapons piled on the test table began to float. Whether they were daggers, long swords, scepters, bull rings, or even primitive oars, they were all suspended in the air. Slowly, it turned into a liquid state and gathered together to form a crystal ball. What's the use? Zhang Tuohai was puzzled. The ultimate function of quantum crystals is not to create weapons, but to infuse them, Lilith said slowly. Infusion? Where to infuse? Zhang Tuohai was confused. Where else could it be? Of course, into the body, Lilith said. Why inject it into the body? Zhang Tuohai was confused. Do you know what is the most fundamental difference between demigods and ordinary people? Lilith asked. Isn't it the strength of the force? Zhang Tuohai asked. This is just an appearance. The real difference is the level of life, Lilith said lightly. Life level? Zhang Tuohai chewed on these words, and he felt as if he had guessed something. Yes. To use an analogy, we are characters drawn on paper, in a 2-dimensional space, and quantum crystals are a more advanced 3-dimensional space. It can be a piece of eraser or a pair of scissors, which can easily erase us, or cut out the parts about us, which is why quantum crystals are invincible. No matter how powerful a person is, even if he can destroy the universe with a snap of his fingers, it is only in a 2-dimensional world, facing attacks from higher dimensions. There is no way to resist them, and can only be easily wiped away. That's the terrifying thing about dimensional strikes. Think about it. If these quantum crystals, which symbolize rubber, are poured into the human body, what will the human become? Become a rubber man? Zhang Tuohai blurted out. It's a leap in the dimension of life. Lilith face-bombed. Oh, I understand this. It's like the people in the book jumping from the 2nd dimension to the 3rd dimension. Right. Zhang Tuohai asked. This analogy is correct. Lilith nodded. And the method of smelting quantum crystals is the key to infusion. If there is no smelting method, then no matter how many quantum crystals you have, you will not be able to maximize their value. You understand, all right? Lilith said. Can I infuse now? Zhang Tuohai was eager to give it a try. Not yet. Lilith shook her head. First of all, your physical fitness is not enough, and you cannot withstand the infusion of quantum crystals for the time being. In addition, the quantum crystals in our hands are not enough to complete a complete infusion. Isn't it possible to infuse part by part? Zhang Tuohai tried to ask. If I have to make an analogy, it's probably equivalent to Miss Sadako, who wanted to climb out of the TV, but got stuck halfway. Lilith thought for a moment and said, It's really scary. Zhang Tuohai nodded. He had also seen that spoof movie, although he laughed happily when watching it. No one would laugh once he became that Miss Sadako. Those demigods are three-dimensional people holding erasers. Now you understand the gap between you and demigods. Right, Lilith said. So, the main task now is to collect enough quantum crystals? Zhang Tuohai asked. Yes, the main task now is to collect enough quantum crystals. The more, the better. Lilith nodded. But, you forgot. We can't go to other worlds now. Zhang Tuohai spread his hands. Although we don't have the means, it doesn't mean that others don't have the means. Who? Tower of Babel, Lilith said with a smile. Them. Zhang Tuohai nodded when he heard the name. If he remembered correctly, the Tower of Babel had space portal technology. Both Alice and Minghe, who was sitting on the Long Tula boat, used the portal to leave. If the portal technology could be obtained from them, this will solve the problem of cross-border traffic. But, we can't contact them now, Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. Don't worry. I couldn't contact you before because the world consciousness actively blocked the world. Now I just need to open a hole, Lilith said, using the imaginary core to contact Callie. Soon, a communication channel was opened, and the signal on Zhang Tuohai's mobile phone that contacted the Tower of Babel was restored. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly initiated a video call to Alice. What's the matter? After more than 10 seconds, a voice came from Alice's side. However, the camera was shaking violently. The shouts of killing were loud, and black dragons could be faintly seen flying through the sky, while Alice, wearing a JK suit, was killing everyone with a Rubik's Cube made of quantum crystals, beat each black dragon into nothingness. I was abandoned, and now I'm in a desolate world where birds have nothing to do. Is there any way to take me away? Please help me, Zhang Tuohai said as he flashed the family badge in his hand, which was blank. What? Why was the badge cleared and the thread of fate cut off? What did you do to be treated like this? Did you charge it Lioli? Alice asked in surprise. Chapter 766 Fairy Tale World. Hearing Alice's words, Zhang Tuohai almost spat out water on the screen. What a wolf-like statement. He really wanted to cut open Alice's head and see what kind of structure this guy's brain circuit was, so that he could come up with such outrageous ideas. I don't know. I was ordered to support players in a district. As a result, I was fighting with the Aboriginal people. The contact with the headquarters was cut off. Even the badge was cleared. Now I can't go back. Can you please give me a handful and take me away from this wild world? Zhang Tuohai said. It's easy to say. It just so happens that I have something I need your help with. Please make preparations. As Alice spoke, she punched and kicked the surrounding black dragons away. And then the quantum cube in her hand was broken down into 16 quantum cubes to form the outer frame of a gate. Alice snapped her fingers, and a light blue light door appeared in the outer frame. At the same time, a light blue light door also appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. Hurry up! I won't last long. Alice's voice came from across the light door. Let's go! Rush over. Zhang Tuohai said to classmate Xiao Yai. Whoosh! Classmate Xiao Yai accelerated violently and quickly rushed through the light gate. Countless scenes flashed before Zhang Tuohai's eyes, as if only a short second had passed, and a long century had passed. Zhang Tuohai recovered amid a strong sense of weightlessness. He looked outside. At this time, he was standing in a depression, and the sky was filled with huge black dragons more than 10 meters long. These black dragons roared and circled in the air. One black dragon jumped down from the side and grabbed Zhang Tuohai's flying saucer with its sharp claws. However, before it could get closer, a purple runic plasma ray penetrated the dragon's body. The giant dragon swayed twice and fell to the ground. I was accidentally killed. Is that okay? Zhang Tuohai turned to Alice and asked. No problem. Better get rid of all these damn black crawlers. Alice said. Leave it to me then. Zhang Tuohai laughed. It would be too easy to deal with this kind of enemy. Classmate Xiai, show them how powerful they are, Zhang Tuohai said. Clear. Classmate Xiao Ai activated the proximity defense system. 20,000 meter long runic plasma beam shot out from the flying saucer. The intensity is like fireworks at 30 nights. The black dragons lingering around were caught off guard and were shot straight on. The unlucky ones were directly torn into pieces by the dense purple light beams, turning into rain of blood and dripping down from the sky. Several surrounding dragons saw this and wanted to escape. But by this time, it was already too late. Several Zircon hypersonic missiles had already shot out, made close contact with their butts, and then exploded. Then, these sky overlords turned into ashes, leaving not even their corpses behind. After just a few seconds, Zhang Tuohai ended the battle neatly. Once again, it has been proven that modern weapons are convenient and efficient in killing. I didn't expect you to be quite fast at such a young age. Alice glanced around and patted Zhang Tuohai on the shoulder. This, although he knew it was a compliment, Zhang Tuohai always felt uncomfortable. Let's go! My car was destroyed by these reptiles. It doesn't matter if I borrow your car to go somewhere. Alice restored the 16 quantum cubes to the appearance of a Rubik's Cube, sat on it and said, Of course. Where to go? How to get there? Zhang Tuohai asked, looking at the half-burnt carriage not far away. Go to Icewind Valley. From here, keep walking. If you go by carriage, it will take about half a day, Alice said. Isn't that close? Zhang Tuohai nodded and took Alice onto the flying saucer. By the way, where is this? Is it the headquarters of the Tower of Babel? No. This is a fairy tale world. I was entrusted by an old friend to solve a little trouble. Alice sat on the quantum cube and followed Zhang Tuohai into the flying saucer, looking left and right curiously. Can you tell me what the trouble is? Maybe I can provide some help. Zhang Tuohai handed over a cup of vanilla red bean milk tea. He remembered that Alice had a habit of getting drunk on milk tea, and she would reveal a lot more things when drunk. Just a few Baylor fire demons. Alice took a sip of milk tea happily and said lightly, Puff! Zhang Tuohai almost fell to the ground. How many Baylor Balrogs are still a small problem? If he hadn't fought against the Baylor demon, he would have almost believed it. At the beginning, in order to kill a Baylor Balrog, he used a Topol M intercontinental ballistic missile carrying 16 500,000-ton yield missiles before completely destroying it. This time we have to face a few of them directly, and the difficulty increases exponentially. Is this still a small trouble? Zhang Tuohai felt that the two people's definitions of small trouble seemed a little different. Just when he wanted to ask something more, they had already reached the top of Icewind Dale. In front are two towering snow-capped mountains, and between the snow-capped mountains is a canyon. Two rivers flow down from the snow-capped mountains, converge in the valley, and flow outward. The valley is full of flowers and green trees, and occasionally there are a few tree houses located in it, creating a paradise-like scene. However, at this time, the trees were burning, the flowers were scorched, and there were several huge lava pits sitting abruptly on the river, filled with hot magma, cutting off the river, and the air was full of the smell of sulfur. Damn it! We are too late. Balrog has already been here. Alice put down the milk tea in her hand, and her face became very ugly. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly released the RQ-180 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, and at the same time asked Xiao Ai to release the flying gasoline saw to search the nearby area for clues. Commander, there is a continuous magma pit at the 3 o'clock direction. It is estimated that the Balrog is heading in that direction. Classmate Xiao Ai said. There is a paper castle there. Origami cannot deal with the Balrog. You must dare to kill the Balrog before it arrives, Alice said anxiously. Don't worry. We're leaving now. Zhang Tuohai turned to classmate Xiao Ai and said, Let's go over with the death drone. Once we find the target, give it a few precision-guided bombs to delay its speed. We will catch up with it from behind and kill it, Zhang Tuohai said. Clear. The Reaper drone replaced the RQ-180 and flew rapidly towards the 3 o'clock direction, with Zhang Tuohai's flying saucer following closely behind. 2 minutes later, the death drone transmitted back the picture. The figure of the Balrog has been discovered. At this time, the opponent is less than 5 kilometers away from a castle made of colored paper. It's too close. If you use nuclear weapons, it will definitely cause accidental damage. Prepare precision-guided bombs. In addition, launch Zircon hypersonic missiles to slow down this guy, Zhang Tuohai ordered. Chapter 767 Origami. The Reaper drone has locked onto the huge Barlow Balrog in the air. illuminated it with the fire control radar, released the launch insurance, locked the target, and whoosh, 2 precision-guided bombs accurately landed on the shoulders of Baylor Balrog. Boom, boom, 2 violent explosions resounded through the sky. 2 precision-guided bombs completely shattered Balrog's shoulders, and one of his arms fell off. If it were any other creature, it would have been seriously injured at this time. However, the opponent is Baylor Balrog. Zhijiabalo Yanma directly picked up the fallen arm and reinstalled it on his hand. The broken arm actually grew back. The resilience is still so strong. Looking at the information sent back by the death drone, Zhang Tuohai had a basic estimate of the strength of the Baylor Fire Demon. Although it still has strong recovery ability, its overall strength is lower than that of Middle-earth. This may be because there is no lava lake to support it. This is easy to handle. After being attacked by a precision-guided bomb, Baylor Balrog looked up to the sky, trying to find who had attacked it. However, the death drone hangs high in the sky at an altitude of 20,000 meters. Even though the Baylor Fire Demon is powerful, there is nothing he can do, and he cannot even see it. While Baylor Balrog was still looking around, the Zircon hypersonic missile had arrived. One missile after another hit the body of Baylor Balrog. Baylor Balrog's body was blown to pieces and turned into a pool of magma on the ground. However, after only a moment, the pool of magma began to swell and gather again, slowly turning into a new Baylor Balrog. However, it had just recovered 1/3 of the time when 2 more precision-guided bombs fell on Baylor Balrog. The 2 violent explosions directly interrupted its recovery progress and forced it to start over. Gather the body. Roar! The Baylor Fire Demon let out an angry roar. However, unable to find the attacker, it could only rage helplessly on the spot. And at the same time, it struggled to speed up its recovery. Speed up and try to get there before it recovers. Classmate Xiao Ai, load up the missiles and look for an opportunity to give it another shot. Zhang Tuohai laid out the plan. However, at this moment, the door of the confetti castle slowly opened, and a woman wearing a white dress walked out of the door. The woman has black hair, is tall, has a delicate face, and looks like the sister next door. Although the woman was very beautiful, Zhang Tuohai always felt that there was something wrong with her, but he couldn't explain what was wrong. The woman was very fast. Although she seemed to be walking slowly, she only took a few gentle steps to cross the distance of several kilometers and came to the front of Below Yanma. Seeing someone coming, the ferocity of the Baylor Fire Demon was aroused. It raised a newly recovered arm and swatted at the woman, preparing to swat the woman into ashes like a fly. However, the woman raised one hand, took out a blank picture frame, and pointed it at the Baylor Demon. A white light shot out of the frame, completely enveloping the Baylor Fire Demon. The Baylor Fire Demon seemed to be frozen, unable to move. After a while, the white light dissipated, and the originally huge Baylor Fire Demon and the magma all over the ground disappeared. Disappeared! Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. This was the Baylor Fire Demon. It took him several precision-guided bombs and dozens of Zircon hypersonic missiles to disintegrate it. However, the woman in front of him made it disappear directly. How is this? Ability? He looked towards the other person's hand, and saw that the blank picture frame in the other person's hand had changed its appearance. On the originally empty picture frame, a recovering Baylor Balrog appeared, and the previous Baylor Fire Demons were all the same. Who is she? Do you know her? Zhang Tuohai turned to Alice and asked. She is the owner of the Paper Castle, Origami, my friend, and a non-staff member of the Tower of Babel. She is one of the targets of this rescue, Alice whispered. Are you sure this is a target that needs rescue? Zhang Tuohai pointed at Origami, who was stroking his wind-torn hair. You killed the Baylor Fire Demon in one go. Are you sure that people with such abilities need our rescue? But the distress message was indeed sent by Origami. Alice was also confused. She clearly remembered that Origami did not have this level of strength. Forget it. Let's go and take a look. Make sure she won't attack us. Zhang Tuohai asked cautiously. Don't worry. Origami and I have known each other for many years, and I still have some confidence, Alice assured as she patted the airport. Zhang Tuohai drove the flying saucer and slowly arrived near Origami. Origami was still standing in his original position, looking into the distance with no intention of moving at all. When he came near the Origami, Zhang Tuohai realized why he found Origami weird. It turns out that Origami is a flat paper figure, although it looks like a real person from the front. When viewed from the side, it looks like a thin piece of paper. A paper figure, no matter how lifelike it is, will always feel different from a real person. This is what Zhang Tuohai noticed is strange. While Zhang Tuohai was observing Origami, Alice quickly ran towards Origami standing on the hill. How are you? You're not hurt? Alice asked with concern. I'm fine. Origami smoothed her long hair that was blown by the wind and said with a chuckle. By the way, how did you seal the Baylor Balrog in? Utopia. I clearly remember that your previous ability to seal a rabbit was still very weak. How come you are so powerful all of a sudden? Alice asked confused. This was all hundreds of years ago. Hundreds of years have passed. Even a pig should have made some progress. In your eyes, I can't even compare to a pig? Origami wrinkled her nose and said, I forgot how fast time flows in the fairy tale world. Alice patted her head. Of course. I still have to thank you for your help. If you don't help weaken the strength of the wave of Baylor fire demons first, I still won't be able to complete the seal on my own. Origami said with a smile. By the way, how many Baylor Balrogs can be sealed in Utopia now? Alice asked curiously. Origami said nothing and raised a finger with a smile. Can you only seal one? It's a little weak. Alice nodded and said. Origami said nothing, just smiled and shook her head. Is it 10? This is great. If you can control 10 Baylor Balrogs, even if they are weakened versions, they will be powerful enough. At least you can bulldoze your old rivals. Origami said nothing, still smiling and shaking her head. Is it 100? Alice opened her mouth in disbelief. Do you want to be the Queen of Fire? It's always sealed. You can seal as many as you have. Origami said with a smile. Chapter 768, Mistress? Always sealed? Did I hear correctly? Alice thought for a moment that she had heard wrong. That's right. It's always sealed. Origami said with a smile. How come it has improved so much? This is unscientific. Alice was amazed. This is a fairy tale world. Of course, it doesn't have to be scientific. Origami said with a smile. No. My consciousness is. Alice was about to explain when Origami pressed her index finger to her mouth. I know what you mean. In fact, it was only possible to do this by finding some small things and upgrading Utopia. That's pretty much it. Alice quite agreed with Origami's explanation. As for what it was, she didn't ask in detail. Everyone had their own secrets, and no one would go too far to inquire about each other's trump cards. Now that you are so strong, the strategy you set before must be changed. Alice tapped the quantum Rubik's Cube with her index finger and said, according to our previous plan, we were to find all the Baylor Balrogs and kill them one by one. However, since your Utopia has been improved, then seal them all into Ideal Land. It can also increase your strength. What do you think? I don't have any problem. But will it be too much trouble? Origami hesitated. It doesn't matter. I'll take care of it. Alice sat on the quantum Rubik's Cube and flew back to Zhang Tuohai and slapped Zhang Tuohai on the shoulder. Do me a favor. Help with what? Zhang Tuohai asked. Next, when you discover the Balrog, don't beat him to death. Just seriously injure him like we did just now. Origami has the ability to subdue the Balrog, which will greatly enhance our strength. When we face the minions of the evil god in the future, we can let go. Going out and letting them bite dog can save us a lot of energy. Alice said. Just when Zhang Tuohai wanted to answer, Lilith's voice came from the earphones. Help. We must help. What's wrong? Don't you usually care about these things? Why are you so active this time? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. Because she is your mistress. If you don't help, who will? Lilith's words came from the earphones. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Zhang Tuohai was anxious at the time. He was single now, and didn't even have a wife. Why did he have a mistress? When did I accuse you of being innocent? Origami is the third page of the Book of All Laws. I am your eldest daughter. So isn't Origami the third daughter? Or are you saying that you don't intend to take on the responsibilities of a father? Lilith asked. Zhang Tuohai. Damn it. Now that Lilith has said so, what else can be done? It's up to your daughter to take care of herself. Okay. I agree. Zhang Tuohai nodded in response. Really? Thank you so much. You're such a good person. Alice didn't expect Zhang Tuohai to agree so readily. She originally thought it would take a lot of talking, but she didn't expect that Zhang Tuohai agreed directly. Things went unexpectedly smoothly, which made her feel very comfortable, and her favorability towards Zhang Tuohai also increased by 10 points. She secretly decided in her heart to find an opportunity to support Zhang Tuohai. Seeing Alice happily looking for Origami, Zhang Tuohai quietly asked Lilith, how do you know about Origami, mistress? Our book of 10,000 Dermas are sensitive to each other. As long as we are within a certain distance, we can sense each other's existence. This is a natural instinct and cannot go wrong, Lilith said. Does Origami know this? Zhang Tuohai asked. Of course. We have communicated using secret methods just now. However, on the surface, we will still maintain the relationship of strangers for the time being. You can decide the specific details yourself. Okay. Don't disturb me from doing experiments if you have nothing to do. Communication was disconnected. It was obviously you who took the initiative to contact me, Zhang Tuohai whispered. Alice quickly communicated with Origami, and then brought Origami to meet Zhang Tuohai. And the two of them got to know each other. Let's go! Let's go find the evil god's minions, and try to drive the evil god's forces out of the fairy tale world completely this time. Alice looked full of energy. Origami maintained her ladylike demeanor, and gave Zhang Tuohai a slight ladylike gesture. I'll leave everything to you from now on. Yes. Zhang Tuohai nodded and asked Xiao Ai to check the situation nearby, while the Reaper drone was also sent to check the situation further away. The footprints of the Baylor Balrog were found in the northeast. Judging from the number, there should be more than 2. However, it is beyond the range of the radar, and the specific number cannot be determined. Classmate Xiao Ai said. Northeast? That is the direction of the ancient tree of life. As expected, they are heading directly towards the ancient tree of life, Alice said after recalling the terrain. The ancient tree of life. What is that? Zhang Tuohai knows almost nothing about this world. The ancient tree of life is the pillar and core of this world. If the ancient tree of life is destroyed, the world will also be destroyed. In order to prevent those flame demons from doing crazy things, we must not let them get close to the ancient tree of life. Alice looked a little nervous. Don't worry. As long as I'm around, they can't get close to the ancient tree of life. Zhang Tuohai has regarded the fairy tale world as his own territory in his heart. My precious daughter is the city lord here. Rounding it off, I am the city lord here. To extend it a little, the entire fairy tale world falls within the scope of ancient times. Since I have everything on my plate, I must not allow others to get involved. Not even the evil god. If he dares to reach out, his claws will be chopped off. Several people got on the flying saucer and rushed toward the northeast at lightning speed. Soon, Zhang Tuohai saw the traces of Barlow's fire demon on the 3D map. Not 1 or 2, but a whole bunch. Counting them carefully, there were 20 of them. The mighty Baylor fire demon was scattered across the Great Plains, moving toward the northeast. Wherever it passed, there was scorched earth. In front of them was an endless bush, with a large number of palm-sized elves flying among the bushes. These elves were human-like, with 2 pairs of nearly transparent wings on their backs, flying among the bushes and flowers. When the Baylor fire demons arrived, they stepped on them without even looking at them. Call! The blazing flames ignited large bushes, and thick smoke quickly filled the entire space. A large number of elves were fainted before they understood what was going on, and were subsequently swallowed up by the wildfire. Run! The elves sounded the alarm, and large swaths of elves flew out of the bushes and fled into the distance. Each Baylor fire demon spit out streaks of intense flames from its mouth, completely igniting the entire bush. For a time, thick smoke and flames covered the entire area, turning the place into Ashura hell. Chapter 769 Potion Progress. Stop them quickly! Those forest fairies are the cornerstone of this world. Without the forest fairies, the ecosystem of this world will slowly collapse and eventually turn into a paradise for the undead and demons. Origami said anxiously when she saw this. So important! Hearing what Origami said, Zhang Tuohai immediately understood the importance of these forest goblins and immediately summoned Xiao Ai to attack them. Whoosh whoosh. Zircon missiles shot out one after another in the direction of Baylor Balrog. However, this time there were too many Baylor Balrogs, so that each Baylor could only be assigned 2 or 3 Zircon missiles. The Baylor fire demon's anti-strike ability is already very good, and with the missiles scattered like this, the damage will be even more limited. After such a round of blows, many Balrogs only received some minor injuries, and their actions were not affected. Only a few Balrogs turned around to look for the attackers, while the rest were still breathing flames, chasing the forest goblins. Speed up, rush over immediately, and stop them no matter what. Zhang Tuohai was a little angry. These were his future properties, and he would never allow these Balrogs to waste them like this. Xiao Ai increased his speed to the limit and rushed towards the direction of Balrog. When they were still 20,000 meters away, Zhang Tuohai shot out rune plasma rays, and the plasma rays swept towards the below fire demons. Seeing the thick purple light beam, Those Baylor demons still wanted to resist it with their strong bodies. However, this plasma ray was improved by Lilith herself. The effect was equivalent to a 7th level weapon. The bodies of those Baylor demons were the same as the purple beam of light. On contact, it was easily cut into 2 pieces. Blah. Blah. The Baylor demons were cut into pieces by the purple light pillars. But they began to gather again, and worked hard to regain their appearance as Baylor demons. Quick! Seal them! Zhang Tuohai said to the origami. Good! Origami took out the oil painting, Utopia, and pointed it at the Balrogs. Streams of white light shot out from Utopia and enveloped the Balrog. Those flame demons tried desperately to struggle. But the power of the white light was extremely powerful. Even if they exhausted all their strength, they could not break free at all. They could only watch helplessly as they were dragged into the ideal land. Although the Balrogs were dragged into Utopia, the flames they left behind were still burning. Moreover, they had been shattered before and were scattered everywhere, causing the flames to splash everywhere, further fueling the fire from a certain angle. And the burning range rapidly expanded. Please help put out the fire. Otherwise, these fires will be enough to burn down the homes of the forest elves. Even if the forest elves are not destroyed, they will be severely injured, and the entire fairy tale world will be in danger, Origami said nervously. Can your Utopia absorb the flames? Zhang Tuohai asked. No, Origami sighed regretfully. Utopia can only absorb living beings, not such natural elements. Then do you have any good methods to put out fires? Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Alice again. Alice has a lot of experience, so she might have some good ideas. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's question, Alice scratched her head in embarrassment. Sorry. Usually when I encounter a problem, I just need to throw the quantum cube out, and the problem will naturally dissipate. Now if I throw the quantum Rubik's cube out, it will indeed extinguish the fire. But accordingly, those shrubs will probably be killed as well, and it will make no difference if they are destroyed by fire. I can't do this kind of delicate work. Zhang Tuohai looked at the 2 women and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, he still couldn't count on them. He had to do this kind of multifaceted work himself. Call Aya over. It's time for her to appear, Zhang Tuohai said into the headphones. Understood. Xiao Ai turned around and informed Aya. Not long after, the emergency ejection port of the flying saucer opened, and a water blue armor shot out from it and reached the sky. The armor opened its arms, and Zhang Tuohai could sense through the monitor that the surrounding water vapor was rapidly gathering towards this area. The water vapor in the entire area was getting thicker and thicker, and the air was so wet that it seemed like water could be squeezed out. Water balls condensed in the air, and these water balls quickly rushed towards the surrounding fire. Maybe 1 or 2 water balloons can't change anything. But as more and more water balloons are in the air, and the air humidity increases, the spread of the flames is blocked. Later, more water balloons are created. The flames enveloped it. Under the attack of more and more water balls, the flames were extinguished. After the flames were extinguished, a ethereal singing voice came from the armor speakers. The singing voice was as ethereal and beautiful as a clear spring in an empty valley. In the misty singing, the forest elves climbed up from the ground one by one, and the injuries on their bodies began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The burned shrubs also sprouted new buds, and you can meet them. After a while, here will be able to come back to life again. After hovering in the sky, the blue armor slowly fell to the ground, and slowly came to Zhang Tuohai. The man pushed away the visor, revealing Aya's sweet face. Commander, Aya has completed the mission. Well done. Your powers have improved again? Zhang Tuohai remembered that Aya's superpower was the use of water and ice. After communicating with Jin's, he learned the mermaid singing. However, the original singing seemed to only relieve the mental state and relieve some circumstances. Now, it can actually heal injuries, and the effect is obviously more powerful. Well, that's right. After using Miss Lilith's #1 transformation potion, the intensity of my superpowers began to increase. I can feel that my superpowers have not been fully developed yet. After I exercise for a period of time, they will be even more powerful than now, Aya said with excitement. Lilith's transformation potion was invented. As soon as Zhang Tuohai heard this, he had long been interested in Aya and Awei's superpowers. He had always imagined how great it would be if he could have a superpower. However, Lilith always said that the medicine had hidden dangers. To prevent him from taking the medicine, the research and development of the medicine began in the 5th world. But now it is the 10th world, and there is still no news at all. Originally, he thought there might be no breakthrough in the near future. But he didn't expect that after he casually asked. I actually brought him such good news. If there weren't others present, he would have wanted to go to Lilith and ask for details now. Ask him how long it will take to develop his potion. Chapter 770 Bone Cage. Commander, Miss Lilith said that if you want to ask questions about the potion, please go to her room at 3 o'clock tonight. Aya said from the side. 3 o'clock in the evening? Does she think of me as a grandson? Zhang Tuohai felt that he should put away these idle books in the future to prevent Lilith from growing crooked. Okay, I understand. How about I'll weigh? Zhang Tuohai asked. When I was training just now, my hand was a little heavy, and I'm waiting for resurrection in the medical cabin. Aya's face turned slightly red, and she pinched her index finger and thumb together, indicating that her strength was really just too big. Only a little bit. Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. Ever since this unlucky kid received the gift of resurrection from the dead, it seems that he has been reading the resurrection message all the time. It seems that the time spent on resurrection is longer than the time he has been awake. Where does this make sense? Tell Lilith that if possible, specially prepare a potion for Alwei to enhance his physique and defense. It's not a problem to always be able to resurrect him. Zhang Tuohai sighed. It's already been used. Aya's voice sounded like a mosquito. What? Zhang Tuohai opened his mouth in shock. I felt that since I had taken the anti-beating potion, the blood bar should be longer. So I increased my strength a little bit. And then it turned out like this. Aya said embarrassedly. Zhang Tuohai no longer knew what to say. Sure enough, after taking the potion, the severity of the beatings also increased. Is this the so-called thickest armor and the hardest beating? Zhang Tuohai silently mourned Alwei for 3 seconds in his heart. It seems that sometimes having too high defense is not a good thing. Aya went back to resume her life. And Origami also returned from the group of forest elves. Her face turned a little ugly. There is bad news. The connection between the forest elves and the ancient tree of life has been severed. Someone has taken action against the ancient tree of life. Don't worry. I'll send a death drone to check it out. Zhang Tuohai comforted Origami, and then controlled the death drone to fly in the direction of the ancient tree of life. The ancient tree of life grows on a huge island in the middle of the lake. It is the only big tree on the island. It has lush branches and is hundreds of meters high. It reaches into the sky. From a distance, it looks like a pillar of the sky, above the earth. However, at this moment, the condition of the ancient tree of life was obviously not very good. The branches of the ancient tree of life withered. Large leaves fell down, and the remaining leaves turned gray, giving people a feeling of withering. Outside the ancient tree of life, there is a huge white cage, which tightly covers the ancient tree of life. Zhang Tuohai controlled the death drone and approached you. And then he saw the situation clearly. The white cage is composed of 6 railings that look like spider legs. If you look closely, you can see that the railings are all made of white bones. Moreover, the railings are also carved with various red runes. The runes kept flashing, giving people a strange feeling. What is this stuff? Zhang Tuohai instinctively felt that this thing was not good, and immediately controlled the Reaper drone to drop 2 precision-guided bombs. Boom! Boom! 2 precision-guided bombs accurately hit the bone cage. However, at the moment of the explosion, a pale white light emerged from the bone cage, blocking the explosion damage, leaving the entire bone cage unscathed. How is this going? Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but frown. He felt that he had met a strong opponent again, since it can withstand precision-guided bombs. What about the same type of zircon missiles? Just as Zhang Tuohai was thinking, a man in black robe suddenly appeared next to the bone cage. The man in black robe was wearing a thick black robe, which covered his whole body tightly, leaving no skin exposed at all. The man in black robe suddenly raised his head, and through the sensor of the death drone, Zhang Tuohai saw the face in the thick hood. It was a face full of bones. Dark green soul fire danced in his eyes. Skeleton? Or undead? What does it want to do? Alarm bells rang in Zhang Tuohai's heart, and he noticed the situation. Not good. At this moment, the skeleton in black robe suddenly raised his right hand. The black cuff fell off, revealing his right hand made of white bones. The most eye-catching thing was that in his right hand he held an emerald green stick. The wand, a green ball of light at the tip of the wand, was flashing like a flame. Zhang Tuohai instinctively felt that something was wrong, and immediately controlled the death drone to prepare for evacuation. However, at this time, the emerald green light on the white bone skull wand in black robe turned into a green skull and shot towards the direction of the death drone. The green skull looked very slow, but it arrived in front of the death drone in the blink of an eye. In an instant, it submerged into the drone's body. Then, fine cracks appeared on the body of the Reaper drone. Then, these cracks became more and more numerous and longer. In the blink of an eye, the entire body was covered by cracks. Then, the entire death drone turned into pieces and dissipated in the air. Looking at the screen that turned into snowflakes, Zhang Tuohai's expression turned ugly. Apart from the loss of the drone, what surprised him most was that the skeleton in black robe could actually attack. If I had known, when it was attacked, the cruising altitude of the Reaper drone would be 20,000 meters, 2.5 times the height of the Himalayas, comparable to standard 6 anti-aircraft missiles. How terrifying would it be to be able to attack this guy from such a long distance? Is this attack distance its limit? Does the other party still have some strength left? None of this is known. A trace of fear arose in Zhang Tuohai's heart, and his expression became solemn. Commander, the target has entered the attack range of the Rune Plasma Ray. Do you want to launch an attack? Shall I ask? Launch the attack! Zhang Tuohai issued the order. He wanted to see if the opponent's defense was as sharp as the opponent's attack. A purple beam of light as thick as an arm shot toward the black-robed skeleton. The black-robed skeleton did not dodge, but raised his right hand and pointed the emerald green staff at Zhang Tuohai. Whoosh! A purple light and a dark green skull hit each other respectively. When the purple light beam hit the skull, a layer of light green light diffused from the opponent's black robe, blocking the light beam. Zhang Tuohai also raised the black umbrella in time, using the eternal barrier to block the dark green skull. In the first round of head-to-head confrontation, the two sides ended in a draw. Chapter 771 Fruit of Life. This guy is so powerful! Looking at what the black-robed skeleton had done just now, Zhang Tuohai knew that this guy was definitely not simple. If it were one-on-one, it would probably take a lot of effort. However, will Zhang Tuohai choose to fight alone? Obviously not. It's all about the morality of the world and the evil sect. Let's all stand shoulder to shoulder, is the way he is most accustomed to doing things. Alice, this guy is very powerful. Based on my words, it will take a lot of time to solve it. I'm afraid that if time goes on, it will be detrimental to the ancient tree of life. Let's deal with it together. Zhang Tuohai greeted. Don't worry. I'm just here to deal with this matter, and I won't let you do it alone. Alice nodded. Just send me to the battlefield, and I can solve it alone. Then I'll focus on attacking the bone cage. You and Origami will support Alice and do some auxiliary work for a while. Zhang Tuohai laid out the tactics, and several people nodded in agreement without any objections. While several people were talking, the flying saucer had already arrived near the ancient tree of life. Whoosh! The black-robed skeleton took the wand and shot 2 more skulls at the flying saucer, but they were dodged by Xiao Ai's skillful flying skills. Let's go! Seeing that Alice had reached the sky above the combat area, she jumped directly from the flying saucer. The 16 quantum Rubik's cubes under her body hit the black-robed skeleton like sharp arrows from the string. When the black-robed skeleton saw this, the soul fire in its eye sockets flickered a few times. It was obvious that it also recognized the material of the quantum Rubik's cube. It did not dare to neglect this kind of weapon. It waved the wand in its hand repeatedly and added another weapon in its left hand, a deep white crystal ball, and then a ray of deep purple rays shot towards Alice. The black-robed skeleton knows very well that with its own strength, it has no chance of winning against quantum weapons. Not only it, but no one in this world can resist quantum weapons. The best way to deal with quantum weapons is to directly control to kill the people with quantum weapons. Only in this way can the crisis be solved. Moreover, it is confident that no equipment, whether physical or runic, can block the attack of the death ray, unless the opponent uses quantum weapons to resist. In that case, the crisis can be resolved and the initiative can be regained. However, it thought very well, but it miscalculated one thing. That is, Alice was not fighting alone. As soon as the death ray was shot, Origami recognized the magic. A folded paper man appeared in her hand. With a shake of her hand, the paper man appeared in front of Alice. Swish! The death ray hit the paper man, and the paper man instantly became scorched, shattered into pieces, and disappeared without a trace. The death ray has a weakness that is not a weakness. That is, it will kill the first living thing it encounters, whether the opponent is an ant or a titan. As long as it touches it, it will annihilate it. Once it is annihilated, even if this skill ends, no matter how much energy is left, It cannot attack the next target, and can only use it again. The paper figure folded out of origami happens to be alive, and can resist a death ray attack. Seeing that his special trick could be broken so easily, the black-robed skeleton was almost shocked. It had defeated countless strong men with this trick, but today it capsized. However, it was a surprise. After all, the black-robed skeleton was a seasoned expert with rich experience. It immediately prepared to change another spell. However, when it was about to raise its arm to cast the spell, it was shocked to find that it could not lift its arm. It looked down and found that its lower body and most of its arms had been wrapped in thick ice at some point. The ice was more than half a meter thick, and it was thickening rapidly. Even if it broke its arm, it would not be able to escape from this level of ice. Moreover, this ice is still frozen with the ground. Even if it works as a death knight, it cannot move even half an inch. At this time, it has become a living target on the ground. You don't have martial ethics. You're actually fighting in a group. The black-robed skeleton roared angrily. However, before he could finish his words, Alice's quantum crystal Rubik's Cube crashed in front of it. Boom! There was a soft sound of broken glass, and the body of the black-robed skeleton turned into nothingness. Phew! It's so easy. He was killed in just one go. I thought it was so powerful, but I had to worry about it for a long time in vain. Alice fell to the ground, and with one hand, the 16 quantum crystals were reassembled into a quantum Rubik's Cube and returned to her. If the black-robed skeleton could hear Alice's words, he would be so angry that he would come back to life. Even if you don't care about killing people, you still have to hurt your heart and feel quite relaxed. Is this what a person can say? At the same time, Zhang Tuohai also launched an attack on the bone cage. Thousands of gasoline-powered saws gathered in the air to form a huge electromagnetic sword. The sword slashed downwards, and the majestic high-voltage current gathered together and slashed towards the bone cage. Stab! Sting! The condensed electric light stung people so hard that they couldn't even open their eyes. Boom! The high-intensity current directly broke through the maximum load capacity of the bone cage, and the attacked room collapsed and disintegrated on the spot. Then, like push dominoes, the runes on the entire bone cage collapsed one after another, and deep cracks appeared on the bone pillars, spreading rapidly to the surroundings. Boom! The degree of damage exceeded the upper limit of the bone cage. The bone cage could no longer maintain its original appearance and turned into large pieces of white bones, collapsing and disintegrating. For a moment, Zhang Tuohai felt as if the air around him had risen several degrees. A burst of ethereal singing came from not far away, and a light rain fell. The raindrops washed away the rotten leaves on the ancient tree of life, and the dry branches sprouted new buds. The ancient tree of life, which was about to die, regained its vitality. Thank you! An old and dull voice sounded in Zhang Tuohai's mind. It's you? Zhang Tuohai looked left and right, and turned his attention to the ancient tree of life. Yes! Thank you for your help to save this world from falling into the hands of evil gods. To express my gratitude, I give you this as a gift. The ancient tree of life said, as it stretched out a branch in front of Zhang Tuohai, with a golden fruit hanging on the branch. Wow! The fruit of life! Alice came over and said in surprise. What is this? Is it precious? Zhang Tuohai took the fruit and asked curiously. This is a good thing. After eating one, it can greatly increase the strength of the body and mental strength. It has an overall improvement on the body. It is a good thing that is hard to find in any world. By the way, there are so many of us. Help! You are too stingy to give just one. Give me a few more. Alice stretched out her hand towards the ancient tree of life. Everyone has one. The ancient tree of life showed a pained expression and went to touch the fruit. Suddenly, its expression changed. No! Someone has invaded again. This time there are a lot of them. It's the evil god again. Won't he give up? Alice curled her lips and asked. No. This time it's the player. The ancient tree of life said. Chapter 772 Players arrive. Player! Hearing this word, Zhang Tuohai was subconsciously excited, thinking that the ancient tree of life was talking about himself. However, he soon realized that I was now out of the control of the demigod. What does the player have to do with me? He unconsciously stopped and tried to prove that he and those players were not in the same group. Player? Can you tell whose subordinate it is? Alice asked. What are the characteristics? Describe it. Their vehicles are very complex. There are cars, carriages, rafts, battleships, airships, and people riding griffins. There are many types. However, each of them has several Dozens or even hundreds of them around them. Animals. The most exaggerated one actually brought more than 100,000 rats. We must organize them. Otherwise, if they are let in, they will destroy this place. The ancient tree of life was obviously anxious, and its voice involuntarily became louder, making Zhang Tuohai's head buzz. Okay, we got it. Tell us where they landed, Alice said, covering her ears. Yes, at the Black Queen's side. The ancient tree of life felt the direction and said, It seems that we are going to the Black Queen's territory. Alice nodded, then turned to look at Zhang Tuohai. This operation is very dangerous, and it is very likely that your life will be in danger. You are not an official member of the Tower of Babel. You can choose not to participate. No one will accuse you or anything. No. I'm very interested. Maybe there are some old friends here. I just want to pay a visit. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and said, Just now, classmate Xiao Ai told him that the Lingjing system had received numbers from some subsystems, and there were several more backdoor ports in the background. One of the numbers was familiar to him, and the owner of that number represented Zhao Wanwan. I haven't seen her for a long time. I remember that she seemed to be taken away by the beast-controlling demigod Celia. They said they took a fancy to her talent of animal heart. Now she should be Celia's favored one. Right. I don't know what the purpose of her coming to this world is. Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. Do you really want to help? Are you sure? This is no joke. There may be at least a full team of 5,000 people coming from the opposite side. And there may also be family members mixed in. We only have a few people, so we can't do it. If you do well, you may be crushed into pieces by the opponent, Alice reminded solemnly. Don't worry. It's just some players. I have a lot of experience in dealing with them. There are only 5,000 of them. Before I met you, I played 1DS 4999 Super Battle Royale and won. Here I'm the one with the most experience. So get in the car, Zhang Tuohai said, pulling Alice onto the flying saucer. Before closing the hatch, Zhang Tuohai shouted to the ancient tree of life. Remember, you still owe me 10 fruits of life. Next time I come, remember to give it to me. After saying that, the flying saucer took off into the sky and flew into the distance. Didn't we agree to have one for each person? Why did it suddenly become 10? The ancient tree of life scratched his head with a branch, feeling as if Zhang Tuohai had plotted against him. Inside the flying saucer, Zhang Tuohai pulled Alice to the 3D digital map. Tell me about the situation of the Black Queen, and the specific situation of this world. Until now, I still have a dark eye, Zhang Tuohai said. The shape of this world is rather strange. The ground is like a huge chessboard, and the sky is like a huge cover covering the ground. You can simply understand that this world is the structure of a round sky and a square place, Alice said. It's amazing that such a world actually exists. Zhang Tuohai sighed. What is this? I have seen a world where the bottom shell is on the outermost layer. Everyone lives in a sphere, and the sun is in the center of the sphere, Alice said. Hearing Alice's words, Zhang Tuohai opened his mouth in shock and exclaimed that it was indeed a miraculous work of nature. Okay, you will gradually see those strange worlds in the future. Let's continue to introduce the overview of this world. Alice brought the topic back. Have you seen this big river? This is the center line of the world. The ancient tree of life is on the central island of this river. With this river as the boundary, the world is divided into two halves, the Kingdom of Garden and the Kingdom of Night. Country. Origami is a member of the Garden Kingdom, the Lord of the Paper Castle. The Garden Kingdom has no clear leader. If anything happens, several leaders will discuss and decide together. And the Kingdom of Night has a common leader, and that is the Black Queen. Is this Black Queen very powerful? Zhang Tuohai asked. The Black Queen is a powerful black wizard. In addition to all kinds of black magic, there is also a powerful Black Dragon Legion. It is very powerful. If it were not for Origami's utopia, I am afraid that the agreement would have been broken long ago and the war would begin. Coming. I didn't expect my third daughter to be so powerful. Zhang Tuohai glanced at Origami, who was standing quietly next to him. Unfortunately, the Origami happened to be facing him from the side, and was only a narrow 1 millimeter thick, so the expression on his face could not be seen at all. Have players been here before? Zhang Tuohai asked. I've been here before, but those players are better at destruction, and will make a mess wherever they go. The subjects of the Garden Kingdom don't welcome them, so they slowly go to the Kingdom of Darkness. God also prefers to cooperate with the Black Queen. So this time we have to deal with not only 5,000 players, but also the Black Queen and her men. Alice reminded. So, what do those players usually do after they come? Is there any gathering point? Zhang Tuohai asked. The missions of those guys are different every time. And the purposes of those demigods are also different. Therefore, it is still difficult to analyze their behavior patterns. However, after our observation, we finally determined that there is one thing in common. Point. What is it? Judging from the recent patterns of player arrivals, they are gradually stepping out of the territory of the Kingdom of Darkness and constantly intruding the Garden Kingdom. Moreover, the frequency is getting higher and higher, and the methods are becoming more and more fierce. I suspect that they'll call you in a few times. That's right. Zhang Tuohai nodded. He analyzed Alice's words. In the past, those players were operating within the Kingdom of Darkness, but now they are constantly approaching the Garden Kingdom, and they are becoming more and more frequent. Combined with the purpose of those demigods, he came up with a guess. That is, these players are most likely looking for the imaginary core of this world, and they searched through the Kingdom of Darkness and couldn't find it. So they started to think about the Garden Kingdom. In other words, the imaginary core is very likely to be inside the Garden Kingdom. It seems that after defeating the players, I will find an opportunity to go to the Garden Kingdom and try to get the imaginary number core. Zhang Tuohai thought. Chapter 773 Old Friend. In the Kingdom of Darkness, Zhao Wanwan gently stroked the head of a black dragon. Good baby. Be obedient. Otherwise Mother will be angry. The black dragon, which was originally extremely fierce and unruly, became as tame as a cat under Zhao Wanwan's soft hands. In order to make it easier for Zhao Wanwan to masturbate, Black Dragon deliberately put his head on the ground and stuffed it into Zhao Wanwan's hand. He was more well-behaved than many cats. If the Aborigines saw this scene, their jaws would drop in shock. You know, these black dragons are usually the most arrogant and domineering existences. Except for the Black Queen. They will not treat anyone with pretense. If they are in a bad mood, they will even eat anything that dares to appear in front of them. After teasing the black dragon for a while, a string of crystals on Zhao Wanwan's wrist started to shine. Seeing the shining crystal, Zhao Wanwan reluctantly let go of the hand that was stroking the black dragon. Her index finger gently touched a crystal, and a light curtain appeared in front of her. Main mission: destroy the Garden Kingdom and help the Black Queen gain control of the world after confirming that she is willing to cooperate. Task time: 7 days. Task reward: 5,000 points. Failure penalty: minus 1,000 points. It's this kind of killing mission again. Zhao Wanwan couldn't help but sigh when she saw the words on the light screen. Her favorite things are bathing and petting animals. If she could, she would pet animals until the end of the world. She switched to Celia's army because she could pet more animals. However, since she came to Celia's command, she felt that there was some deviation from the life she expected. Being here in Celia is almost the same as Lioli's, and even more cruel. In addition to struggling to survive and completing various tasks, you also have to fight against various enemies with high intensity. After coming to Celia's command, her subordinates' more than 300 pets were killed or injured. This is unacceptable to Zhao Wanwan, who loves animals more than herself. Every time late at night, she kept asking herself if she had taken the wrong path. If she had not changed her family, wouldn't so many lovely animals have died? Abai, what do you think we should do? Zhao Wanwan turned to Abai and asked. Abai scratched his head. What else can he do? Just follow the big troops like before. Even if the mission fails, he won't be punished too much. If he shows obvious resistance, he will be punished by Celia. I know. I'm afraid there will be problems. Kruder, what about you? Zhao Wanwan turned her head and looked at Fat Orange, who was eating like a pig. Hiccup! Kruder let out a long burp, then raised his head from the cat food bowl and looked at Zhao Wanwan with a confused look on his face. There was still a lot of canned juice on his beard. Obviously, it was completely immersed in the wonderful cantuna just now, and did not hear what Zhao Wanwan was saying at all. Forget it. I'll take it from you. Asking you questions is the biggest mistake of my life. Zhao Wanwan slapped Crud angrily. Look, you become as fat as a pig. Do you still look like a tiger? Go exercise on the treadmill. Why do I end up getting hurt every time I get angry? Crud grumbled, holding the cat food bowl in his mouth, and walked towards the treadmill in the corner that had long been reduced to a clothes-drying rack. At this time, a raven flew in from outside and landed lightly in front of Zhao Wanwan. Zhao Wanwan skillfully took out a handful of melon seeds from her pocket and sprinkled them in front of the raven, and then took out the note from the mailbox at the other's feet. He slowly unfolded it, then frowned. What's written? Abai asked. In an hour, we will gather at the edge of the Black Forest and attack the Baiwa Valley, Zhao Wanwan said. And you want me to be a pioneer? They are going to use us to test the enemy's strength. It seems that some people are already dissatisfied with us. But I don't know if there is Celia's intention in this, Abai said, dragging his chin. It would be great if Zhang Tuohai was here. He would definitely have a solution. Zhao Wanwan lay on Abai's soft body and said helplessly. Yeah, that guy has a lot of ideas, and he will definitely have a good solution. It's a pity that he didn't follow me. And I don't know where he is, Abai echoed from the side. At this moment, the Spirit Realm system suddenly automatically popped up a dialogue interface. Wanwan, I didn't expect that we met here. How are you doing recently? Zhao Wanwan was stunned and looked at the system interface in front of her in disbelief. Ever since she left Liuli's command, she had almost never used the spiritual realm system again. Because Celia is a person with a strong sense of ritual, she uses animals to convey messages instead of using a more convenient chat system. As a result, almost none of her players had loaded this system. Over time, Zhao Wanwan almost forgot that she had such a system. The dialogue box that suddenly popped up today shocked her. She looked intently at the portrait on the dialogue box. And the person inside turned out to be Zhang Tuohai. Really or not? Could he be a liar? Zhao Wanwan felt a sense of vigilance in her heart. Tell me a secret that only we know. Between us? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. This stumped him. How could he have the heart to remember these things? He really couldn't remember anything for a while. Commander, I know Miss Zhao Wanwan's measurements. Is this a shared secret? Xiao Ai raised her hand and said. How did you know? Zhang Tuohai asked subconsciously. Xiao Yi told me. Have you forgotten? I had communicated with Xiao Yi for a long time when we were in Tongqing, said classmate Xiao Ai. Xiao Yi is Zhao Wanwan's car-assisted driving system. How can this be considered a shared secret? It will directly arouse anger. Right. Zhang Tuohai quickly shook his head. What about the type of notebook you like? Where's XP? Gee beep. The sharp silence drowned out classmate Xiao Ai's words. You're going to get beaten for this. Okay. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. How about replaying the original video? Xiao Ai asked. Do you still have this thing? Zhang Tuohai asked in shock. Of course. I will record every visitor who comes. This is the obligation of the auxiliary system, Xiao Ai said proudly. Hurry up and take a look. Zhang Tuohai said hurriedly. Watch at 8x speed. What you were wearing when you first came to the door was, the first dish you ate was, your favorite dish was. Zhang Tuohai started copying homework according to the video. He was also in a relationship before, so he naturally knows that girls like men to remember every detail of their relationship. If he can remember it, it proves that he cares about you. It should be okay to use this to hand in homework. Right? Chapter 774 Death Plan. Abai. Tell me. He actually remembers it in such detail. Does he have me in his heart? Zhao Wanwan's face turned red involuntarily when she saw Zhang Tuohai describing the scene when the two met for the first time, like a short composition. He even knows the clothes I wear and the first dish I eat. Why does he remember it so clearly? How do I know? I'm just a panda that was born less than a year ago. Abai spread his hands and said he was helpless. Since you remember it so clearly, I reluctantly believe it. Why are you here? Did you also switch to Celia's command? Zhao Wanwan asked curiously. No. After you left, I escaped Liuli's control and am now considered a resident of this world. When you players come to this world, I, the host, will naturally say hello. Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. Origami is the lord of the paper castle in the garden kingdom of the fairy tale world. And she is also my third daughter. Rounding it all off, I am also from the fairy tale world. So it seems reasonable to call myself half-host. You are out of control? Are you free now? Are you being chased by Liuli? Can you tell me how you did it? I want to learn this too, Zhao Wanwan said quickly. She now really wants to know how Zhang Tuohai escaped from control. She has long since no longer wanted to live like this. If there is no way to quit, who would want to live such a precarious life? My situation is quite special, and I don't have the conditions to copy it yet. Zhang Tuohai shook his head and said, 2 key points are needed to escape the control of demigods. One is to cut the thread of fate. The second is to make the other party think you are dead and hide in a world where the other party cannot find you. With Zhang Tuohai's current strength, the second condition can still be achieved with careful planning. The key to the problem is the first one. How to cut the thread of fate. That's it. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's reply, Zhao Wanwan said it was a lie if she said she wasn't disappointed. However, she quickly adjusted her mood and asked the second question. Then can you accept more pets here? The number is a little too much. You can get there. But what do you want to do? Zhang Tuohai was curious. Since I can't leave, at least let my pets leave here. I don't want them to live in fighting every day. This is not the life they should live, Zhao Wanwan said. Seeing Zhao Wanwan's words, Zhang Tuohai became a little silent. From the time he met the other party, Zhao Wanwan has always been like this, thinking more about others than himself. How many? More than 300, Zhao Wanwan said sheepishly. Puff! Zhang Tuohai almost spat out blood. Although the space in his car is not small, it cannot accommodate more than 300 animals. At least a forest is enough. If you want to take over, you can only leave them in this fairy tale world. It is impossible to take them everywhere. Wait, stay in the fairy tale world? Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of an idea. Lilith, let me ask you a question. If the player and the attached pet die in this world, will their souls also stay in this world? Basically, it's like this. As long as they are not demigods of the death system who are good at pulling souls. After the player dies, most of the souls will sink into the world. Moreover, most worlds are very welcoming to outside souls, because this will provide a large amount of fresh knowledge and materials are of great benefit to the advancement of the world. Unless there are special circumstances, I will basically not let it go. Lilith thought for a moment and said, Then, if Zhao Wanwan dies in this world and I resurrect her, will she be able to escape control? Zhang Tuohai asked. Theoretically it is feasible, but the details need to be studied. Also, I would like to remind you that in order to complete this condition, the first thing you need to find is the imaginary core. Without the imaginary core, resurrection will not be possible, Lilith reminded. As long as there is a way. Zhang Tuohai recorded this method, and when he was thinking about how to tell Zhao Wanwan suddenly sent a long list of messages. By the way, you are a resident of this world. Right. Let me tell you an inside message. Our mission this time is to assist the Black Queen in seizing control of the entire world and bring the entire world under the rule of the Black Queen. In order to achieve for this strategic goal, all players will unite with the Black Queen's Legion to attack the Baiwa Valley. The meeting point is, the route of travel is, the personnel configuration, the firepower configuration, the composition of the Black Queen's Legion. If you can resist it, plan a surprise attack. If you can't resist it, find an opportunity to retreat. I will tell you the route. Zhao Wanwan sold Celia directly, which shows how deep her resentment towards Celia is. Looking at the dense information on the screen, Zhang Tuohai was completely stunned. Although he had monitored Zhao Wanwan's conversation and knew Zhao Wanwan's psychological dynamics, he tried to instigate Zhao Wanwan against Zhao Wanwan. But before he could take action, Zhao Wanwan took the initiative to switch sides. Okay, how much grievance have you suffered? I have a plan to get you out of Celia's control, but I can't guarantee the success rate. Do you want to try it? Zhang Tuohai tried to ask. Really? Any plan. As long as there is a probability. I agree, Zhao Wanwan said quickly. She knew very well that if she continued to stay under Celia's command, she would have to face various battles all the time, and more pets under her command would die in battle. Eventually, one day even she would die together in a strange place. Planet. Instead of doing this, it is better to take a chance and at least have a chance of success. Even if it fails, it will only advance the final fate for a period of time, and it will not be a loss no matter how you calculate it. My plan is simple. To die in this world, Zhang Tuohai said. Death in this world? Zhao Wanwan was puzzled. If you die in this world, your soul will remain in this world. And Celia has not obtained the core of this world's imaginary number, confirmed from Origami. So she cannot collect your soul. In this way, you can escape her control. And after I find the imaginary core, I can resurrect you, along with those pets. If it were a world controlled by Celia, even if you die, your soul will be collected by her. So do you want to try it? Zhang Tuohai asked. I am willing. When we meet the main force later, I will gather my team at the front of the team. Please be sure to hit us accurately and kill us all. Don't hold back. Please. Followed Kowtow and Monacan. This, although he knew that there was nothing wrong with Zhao Wanwan's choice, he still felt that it was so weird to say it. However, the plan still had to be formulated. The two discussed the details and finalized the death plan. Chapter 775 Self-Destruction. A large group of people set off from the Black Forest and rushed towards the border. The composition of this team is very complex. There are modern armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles, as well as classical horse-drawn carriages and even horse-drawn chariots. There are soldiers with loaded weapons and Kevlar. And there are also soldiers wearing outer armor and long tusks tied to their teeth. Giant elephants with spears. And the last rows of knights and hoplites in full body armor, armed with huge swords and spears. A rough calculation shows that the total strength is tens of thousands. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the flying formation of dragons, griffins, chimeras and drones in the sky. The huge number of people and mixed styles will definitely make this team the center of attention wherever they go.
Mr. Steyer, is there a risk of exposure with so many people moving together?
The Black Queen asked a person sitting next to her on a carriage pulled by Nightmare. This man was wearing a tuxedo, a thick cigar in his hand, and a monocle on his nose. He looked like a gentleman and a scumbag.
Don't worry, Your Majesty the Black Queen. I came with a treasure given by Her Majesty Celia herself. With this treasure, I can block the aura of everyone within the range, even if we walk in front of the enemy. As long as I don't close the treasure, the other party can't see us either,
Steyer said proudly while flicking the ashes of his cigar. In fact, this is him pulling the skin of a tiger. His so-called treasure is just an item that can provide a large area of camouflage cover. However, in his opinion, an item of this level is enough to deal with those bumpkins who have never seen the world. It is time to let these bumpkins see it. Let's look at the power of technology.
Then, I'm waiting to see your performance.
The Black Queen restrained her disgust very well. At the same time, she glanced at the black velvet carpet that was burned by soot and thought about replacing it when she went back. If this stair hadn't been sent by Celia, the velvet carpet wouldn't be the only thing that would have to be replaced.
First, deal with the enemies in the Garden Kingdom. If you are not as powerful as you said, then you won't be able to leave so easily,
the Black Queen thought coldly in her heart.
Smelly woman. Why is a mere indigenous NPC so arrogant? When the mission is completed, I will get you into bed sooner or later. Let's see if you can continue to show off this face.
Steyer also thought secretly. Both of them had their own thoughts. And for a while, the carriage became quiet. At this moment, a scout rode up to the Black Queen's carriage.
Your Majesty, the entrance to Baiwa Valley is 3 kilometers ahead. Any changes?
The Black Queen raised her head and asked seriously.
There was nothing wrong. There was no warning from the sentry tower at the entrance of the valley. I even moved 50 meters in front of the sentry tower. The people there still didn't do anything strange. As if they couldn't see me?
The scout said excitedly.
Really?
The Black Queen became excited.
I have already said that what I am carrying is a treasure given by Her Majesty Celia herself. It is not easy to block the sight of those pointed ears. If you are willing, we can even penetrate directly into their hinterland.
Steyer on the side also became energetic and said proudly.
No, don't go to the hinterland. Garden Valley is one of the most important barriers in the Garden Kingdom. As long as you occupy this place, you can advance, attack, retreat or defend. The initiative is in my hands. Send my order and sneak into Garden Valley. Occupy this place with all your strength. Don't let any enemy escape.
The Black Queen suddenly closed the feather fan in her hand.
Yes.
The scout conveyed the order.
Sure enough, the natives are the natives. They are so stupid.
There was a hint of contempt in Steyer's eyes.
You can only see such a small amount of profit. Wait a moment, and I will show you what modern warfare is.
Law. Convey my order. Turn on the radar. Load the artillery shells. And let our allies see what artillery cleaning means.
Steyer also conveyed his order. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound in the sky.
This voice sounds so familiar. Could it be?
Before Steyer could figure it out, a precision-guided bomb hit the top of the carriage. Boom! A violent explosion ripped open the roof of the carriage. A red light lit up on Steyer's body, and the Black Queen's hat instantly became huge, wrapping her whole body and helping her escape a bombing.
Why is there a bomb? Who fired it? Are you blind?
Steyer thought it was one of his own who had mistakenly adjusted the shooting element. Only players like them could possess this kind of modern high-tech bomb. As for whether it was the enemy, he didn't even consider it. In his impression, the enemies he faced were just a group of uncivilized natives armed with bows, arrows, and spears. How could there be weapons like precision-guided bombs? However, just when he was about to question, a giant dragon suddenly descended from the sky, grabbed him by the collar, and held him directly in the air.
Let go of me. You idiot. We are friendly forces,
Steyer yelled, breaking the dragon's claws hard at the same time.
trying to break free from the dragon's claws. Unfortunately, the power of the giant dragon was not comparable to his. Even though he exhausted all his strength, he could not break free at all. He could only watch the dragon fly higher and higher. Soon, it reached 500 or 600 meters high. The figure on the ground is about the size of a matchbox.
Brother, don't let go of this.
Stair looked at the ground and hurriedly hugged the dragon's claws with his backhand. However, the dragon had already released its claws a second before he hugged her.
Ah!
Stair screamed and fell to the ground. The Kevlar body armor was unable to withstand the impact, and Stair was thrown into a puddle of meat.
Why are you doing this? Isn't he your teammate? Aren't you afraid of being punished by Celia for doing this?
The Black Queen stared intently at Zhao Wanwan, who was wearing a hunting suit in front of her. She didn't understand why they suddenly turned against each other even though they were all allies.
Want to know? I won't tell you,
Zhao Wanwan said, fiercely pulled out a Colt Python, and pulled the trigger on the Black Queen. Bang, bang, bang. After the 3 bullets were fired, they turned into 3 burning fireballs, attacking the Black Queen in a Z-shaped pattern.
Is this what you rely on?
Seeing the incoming fireballs, the Black Queen smiled. She tugged on her cloak and blocked it in front of her. All 3 fireballs were blocked by the black cloak. Just when the Black Queen put down her cloak and prepared to fight back, she was surprised to find that Zhao Wanwan had already rushed in front of her. At this time, Zhao Wanwan had untied the top of her hunting suit and slowly wrapped it twice under the clothes. Dynamite.
Let's go down together.
Under the horrified look of the Black Queen, Zhao Wanwan pressed the detonator. Chapter 776. Destroy the Black Queen. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose from the center of the Black Queen's convoy. The violent shock wave directly tore everything within 100 meters into pieces. There were stumps and broken arms everywhere. Even 2 armored vehicles that were close to each other were overturned by the violent shock wave, and their heads fell down, lying on the ground, unable to move.
Cough, cough, cough.
The Black Queen coughed and crawled out of a pit. At this time, she had long lost the grace she had just now, whether it was the velvet sun hat or the large cloak. Even the witch's robe inside was in tatters, with strips barely hanging on her body, so that she would not lose her beauty. Then, she looked at the 2 scarecrows that had turned into pieces in her hands with distress. If she hadn't been vigilant and carried 2 scapegoats with her, Zhao Wanwan might have succeeded.
Crazy! Absolutely crazy.
She really couldn't understand why someone would drag her to death even if they desperately wanted to save him. It seemed like she didn't have this enemy in her memory. At this moment, there was a buzz in the sky. She looked up and was shocked to find a large number of saw-like things flying from a distance, so densely packed that they almost covered the sky. Small bombs were thrown down one after another. Those bombs did not have such a powerful attack wave, but they released large areas of dazzling electric light. All the subordinates affected by the electric light were turned into charcoal. Even the soldiers wearing plate armor were not spared. Seeing dozens of men falling down, the Black Queen's eyes turned red. She yelled angrily,
"Aerial formation! Come up here and knock down those saws!"
Groups of black dragons and chimeras roared and rushed towards the nearest flying gasoline saw, trying to break these things into pieces. However, those flying gasoline saws were far more flexible than they imagined. Those flying gasoline saws flexibly shuttled among them, constantly spinning around them, spinning the huge black dragons and chimeras around. If only it was like this. The most important thing is that the Black Queen never expected that these flying gasoline saws would actually release electric current. Electric lights crisscrossed in the sky, and lightnings crossed the sky. It was like the god of thunder was angry, and the whole sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Each black dragon and chimera fell down after being paralyzed by the electricity.
It's over!
The Black Queen knew that this raid was a complete failure. It no longer mattered what went wrong. What she had to do now was to bring the remaining teams back as much as possible to prepare for the Garden Kingdom's raid. She didn't believe it. The Garden Kingdom had attacked. She will withdraw her troops after this ambush. And what she should do is not to take the opportunity to expand the results, but to prevent the losses from expanding.
Notify everyone to retreat.
The Black Queen issued the order while raising the golden scepter in her hand. A stream of red light emerged from the scepter in her hand and penetrated into the bodies of her subordinates. After receiving the irradiation of red light, her men suddenly became lively and energetic again, as if they had drunk stimulants. The injuries on their bodies were also recovering quickly. Even the black dragons and chimeras that had fallen to the ground due to paralysis and were half dead climbed up and returned to the sky. Just when the Black Queen's spell was about to be completed, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She looked down and saw that there was a hole as thick as an arm in her chest. The huge wound penetrated directly through her body. She could even see her back through the wound. The Black Queen raised her head with difficulty and looked into the distance. On a hill not far away, a strange machine with 8 legs stood on the top of the hill, holding a thick round tube in its hand. Facing her.
What is this? When did the Garden Kingdom have these strange things?
As her vision gradually blurred, she seemed to see more and more of the same strange things standing on the top of the hill. A large number of self-propelled machines rushed to the scene, and they began to use plasma bombs and electromagnetic cannons to clean up the remaining teams. Whether they were willing to surrender or not, they were completely bulldozed by plasma bombs and electromagnetic cannons, leaving no hidden dangers. Under the double strangulation of gasoline-powered saws in the air and self-propelled machinery on the ground, the coalition composed of players sent by the Black Queen and Celia was completely wiped out at the entrance of the Garden Valley. Various corpses and car wreckage were piled on the ground.
001 is going to dismantle a few cars and see if they can still come up with the drawings,
Zhang Tuohai said to 001. 001 immediately took the order and left. However, it is a pity that 001 only disassembled some metal ingots and did not disassemble a drawing.
Don't think about it. Even if you take out the blueprints, you can't use them. Have you forgotten that you no longer have a manufacturing page? You can't use them even if you have the blueprints,
Lilith said from the side.
That's right.
Zhang Tuohai slapped his thigh, and then quickly realized a problem. That is, how can he upgrade his vehicle? Originally, he only needed to gather the drawings and manufacturing materials to load accessories and upgrade step by step. But the problem now is that the thread of fate between him and Lioli has been cut off, deprived of his identity as a loved one, and even the manufacturing page is gone. How can he upgrade the car? Could it be that he can only stay at this level in the future?
Don't worry. If it were someone else, there would definitely be nothing you can do. But you won't have this trouble, because you have me here, and you can leave the car upgrade to me. I'm currently working on a big plans, guaranteed to surprise you,
Lilith said confidently.
Really? Then I'll wait and see.
Zhang Tuohai is still clear about Lilith's strength. If Lilith can say this, it must be a big project. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai can't help but look forward to it.
Thank you so much. We finally killed the Black Queen. The world will usher in peace, and there will be no more wars.
Origami floated over and expressed heartfelt thanks.
We just eliminated the main force of the Black Queen. Her castle is still there. I suggest that it is best to take this opportunity to completely eliminate the Black Queen's power to avoid future troubles,
Zhang Tuohai said.
He is right. Now that we have achieved this step, we should directly eliminate the Black Queen's forces, and then concentrate on building a defense system to prevent the evil god from invading again. Otherwise, the next time the evil god and the Black Queen's remnants collude, it's going to be big trouble.
Alice nodded in agreement.
In that case, let's go!
Origami nodded in agreement. Zhang Tuohai immediately gathered his team and headed towards the Black Queen's castle. Chapter 777, Capture Black Castle. The group soon arrived in front of the Black Queen's castle. The Black Queen is a cautious person. Although she took her elite troops to attack the Garden Kingdom, she still left enough guards in the castle. The huge obsidian city walls were lined with knights in armor and archers holding crossbows. On several turrets, Zhang Tuohai even saw huge bed crossbows. By this world's standards, the defense of this castle can be said to be impregnable. Even if someone wants to attack, they will have to pay a heavy price. However, these preconditions are the standards of this world. For Zhang Tuohai, this castle can be said to be full of loopholes. If efficiency is not considered, even the entire guard force can be destroyed using only rainbow drones.
Stop dawdling. Just go ahead,
Zhang Tuohai said to classmate Xiao Yai.
Clear.
Classmate Xiao Yai opened the hatch. Faking gasoline saws and self-propelled machinery filed out. Seeing the gasoline saws all over the sky and the self-propelled machines all over the city walls, the defenders on the castle were dumbfounded. They had never seen this kind of battle suddenly lose control, and they didn't know how to deal with it. At this moment, classmate Xiao Yai issued an order to attack. 2 Zircon hypersonic missiles shot out and hit the steel gate. Boom! The gate, which was made of fine iron and weighed over 1,000 kilograms, was blown to pieces. The flying gasoline saws in the sky dropped plasma grenades one after another, and the self-propelled machines continuously fired electromagnetic cannons, killing the guards on the city wall. The defenders on the city wall fell in pieces under the attack of this firepower, and the general in charge was even knocked off half of his body by the electromagnetic gun in the first place. The city wall defenders, who lost their command, were instantly beaten to the point of losing their fighting spirit. They either took the road and ran towards the inside of the castle, or they threw away their weapons and hid in the corner shivering. No one took up arms to fight back. In fact, even if they take up arms, they don't know how to fight back. The weapons in their hands are all ordinary weapons. They can't even penetrate the titanium alloy casing of the Fagan gasoline saw. So what's the point of counterattack? The defenders on the city wall retreated, and the self-propelled machines gradually advanced, sweeping away the enemies along the way. The battle was completely one-sided. There are even some self-propelled machines that were left behind and have begun to clean up the battlefield.
Good guy. When did you become so powerful? I clearly remember that we just separated not long ago.
Alice looked at the situation on the battlefield and was amazed. Although she could easily break into the castle with her strength, and even go in and out 7 times, it was still difficult to do it like Zhang Tuohai, who could do it with ease without letting an enemy escape. After all, she was only one person, so it was still difficult to take care of such a large battlefield.
It's just a small skill. It's nothing.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand.
By the way, where is the core of imaginary numbers in the fairy tale world? Do you have any clues?
Zhang Tuohai asked. This thing is not only an important strategic resource, but also related to Zhao Wanwan's rebirth. Therefore, he pays more attention to this imaginary number core and must find it at any cost.
Actually, I also have a headache.
Alice couldn't help but shook her head after hearing this.
I have been here several times for the imaginary core of this world, and I even brought a lot of the latest detection equipment developed by the Tower of Babel. It's a pity that I got nothing. If I can get the imaginary number core early, I don't have to worry about being eroded by evil gods. I can just open the barrier.
That's true. Zhang Tuohai nodded tiredly. He turned back and turned his searching gaze to his third daughter, Origami. This girl was the lord of the Paper Castle and a powerful figure in the Garden Kingdom. She had been operating here for a long time, and as a local snake, she might have some special information. Unfortunately, Origami also shook her head slightly, looking helpless.
It seems that I still have to rely on myself.
Zhang Tuohai thought helplessly. At this time, classmate Xiao Yai interrupted his thoughts.
Commander, the interior of the castle has been cleaned up. Commander, please take it over. So fast? Walk in and take a look.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai took the lead and walked towards the interior of the castle. Alice, Origami and others followed closely and entered the castle. The interior of the castle is very luxurious, with crystal chandeliers, walnut tables and chairs, velvet carpets, silver tableware, and huge murals hanging on the walls. They look like ancient antiques and look priceless.
It's really a luxury.
There is a high-end presidential suite in Zhang Tuohai's car, which contains precious works of art that he collected from United Pharmaceuticals warehouse. Gradually, he has become somewhat immune to these vulgar things. Now, what he values most is all kinds of works. The top items, the best ones, are naturally quantum crystals and imaginary number cores, followed by various rune weapons. And then, there were originally various high-level blueprints, but unfortunately, he can no longer use them, and they have been replaced by strange items from various worlds. There were no valuable items on the first floor, so Zhang Tuohai went directly to the second floor. The second floor is the Black Queen's treasury and study room. Zhang Tuohai first entered the study room. There were hundreds of books placed here. Zhang Tuohai flipped through them and found that they were all kinds of customs and miscellaneous notes, humanities and history, etc., which were of little use to him. However, Origami was very interested in these things and stayed in the study, holding a book and reading it carefully. The treasure house contained some armors and weapons engraved with runes. Judging from the style, they should be used by the Black Queen to reward her subordinates. But there will be no chance again. Zhang Tuohai naturally accepted these weapons and armor, although he doesn't need it himself. He can learn from it after all, if there is a chance to mass-produce it in the future. This kind of rune armor is much cheaper than the one he is wearing. After quickly searching the second floor, Zhang Tuohai came to the third floor. The entire third floor was empty except for a huge altar. The altar is made entirely of black obsidian, surrounded by 7 black crystal skulls, and a black tombstone sign is placed in the middle. It looks gloomy, although the weather is a bit sultry at this time. Standing there around the altar, Zhang Tuohai still felt a slight chill.
Wait a minute. This is the altar of the evil god. As expected, the Black Queen colluded with the evil god and became the evil god's minion.
Alice's expression became serious.
Evil God. What exactly is that thing? I've heard you mention it several times, but I still don't know what it is exactly. Can you tell me in detail?
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. Chapter 778 Clues to the Core of Imaginary Numbers.
Evil God. In fact, that is just the name of the demigods. Those demigods thought that the power held by the evil god was too evil and vicious, full of destruction and destruction. So they classified it as an evil god. Both of them even because of this problem. There have been many wars, and they have not ended yet.
Alice took a sip of milk tea and said,
Actually, in our eyes, there is no difference at all between those demigods and evil gods. Although the power they control seems to be brighter, the world they pass through is also littered with corpses. What they do is different from that of evil gods. What's the difference? They're just the same. Then what authority does this evil god hold? What are its strengths and weaknesses?
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's question, Alice couldn't help but shook her head with a wry smile.
I'm ashamed to say that although we have had many dealings with the evil god's minions, we know very little about the evil god's true situation. Why is this?
Zhang Tuohai was puzzled. Logically speaking, the more people you interact with, you should have some understanding. There will always be traces left wherever you go. And he doesn't believe that the evil god can be so meticulous and erase all traces.
That evil god has no player followers. And the aboriginal believers are all purely evil creatures such as gargoyles and Baylor Balrogs. They are unable to communicate at all. Moreover, he never ends up in person, and only sends his minions to each world. Therefore, even if we defeat countless of his minions and foil his countless plots, we still cannot get a glimpse of his true face. As a result, we still don't know what his true appearance is. It's this altar. Or we only know it by accident. That's right. This guy is really cunning.
After hearing Alice's description, Zhang Tuohai felt that this was an extremely difficult opponent. If he encountered him in the future, he must deal with it carefully.
Then, is this altar still useful? For example, to communicate with evil gods or something?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
What do you want to do? Don't tell me you plan to use it to communicate with the evil god?
Alice was startled when she heard this and asked nervously.
I was thinking, since the evil god is hostile to those demigods, and we also have conflicts with those demigods, why can't we try to cooperate? I advise you to give up this idea.
Alice shook her head repeatedly and said,
Let's not talk about whether you know the spell to summon the evil god. Even if you finally communicate, I'm afraid there will be no good results. Why? Is that evil god a psychopath?
Zhang Tuohai was curious.
I don't know if he is mentally ill, but most of his followers have some mental problems. Basically, by the time we confirm, those believers have gone crazy. So, I advise you not to contact him rashly.
Alice warned solemnly.
So dangerous.
Hearing Alice's description, Zhang Tuohai felt a chill in his heart. He could accept that the other party is strong, unreasonable, and moody. As long as there is demand, there is room for negotiation and cooperation. But if the other party is crazy, there is nothing he can do. Or maybe the other person's voice is similar to that of an ancient god and can drive people crazy? Zhang Tuohaixin secretly noted this point in his heart.
What about this altar?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Of course it is destroyed. With this altar as a guide, the evil god will continue to send minions here. After destroying it, it can at least delay his steps and buy us time,
Alice said, raising the quantum Rubik's Cube and smashing it towards the altar. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and the black altar turned into a black silhouette. And then the surrounding space flowed to fill the empty space. The entire altar was completely wiped out, and the evil god's connection with this world was temporarily severed. At this moment, Origami suddenly ran up with a book in his hand.
I found a clue. What clue?
Zhang Tuohai turned around and asked.
What other clue could it be? Of course, it is the core of imaginary numbers in this world,
Origami said.
Really? Where?
Zhang Tuohai and Alice came to Origami's side.
It's right here. Look.
Origami opened a book as thick as a brick, pointed at a pair of books and said,
Look. Does this thing look like an imaginary number core?
Zhang Tuohai looked in the direction of the origami fingers and found a crystal sphere clearly drawn on the illustration, with lines of code written in various ancient characters flowing inside. It looks simple and mysterious. It looks very similar to the imaginary number core.
It looks very similar. Where is this thing?
Zhang Tuohai asked quickly. If he could find it, he could resurrect Zhao Wanwan. Alice is also very excited. If she masters the core of imaginary numbers, She can block the evil god from prying into this world.
This is an epic book. It is said that after the War of the Gods, in order to prevent the World Pearl from being stolen, the ancestors hid it in the deep sea. At the same time, in order to prevent the location of the World Pearl, which is the core of the imaginary number, from being leaked, the specific location where it was placed has always been passed down from word of mouth, and only the elven leaders of each generation know it. Then let's ask the leader of the elves?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I'm sorry. The previous generation of elven leader died suddenly while fighting against the demons. He didn't even come and was in a hurry to leave an heir. I'm afraid this news has been cut off,
Origami said with some regret.
This,
Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say.
But you can be sure it's at the bottom of the sea. Right,
Zhang Tuohai asked.
At least that's what the book says. However, it's impossible to judge whether the specific content is true or false. Other historical materials are needed to prove it, which takes time,
Origami said.
It doesn't matter. Since it's in the sea, I will send a self-propelled machine to search the seabed inch by inch. As long as it is hidden in the sea, it will be found.
Zhang Tuohai gritted his teeth and made a decision. He decided to use the remaining 70% of his resources into self-propelled machines, and pulled a net in the sea to investigate. He did not believe that he could not find the core of the world. At this moment, the virtual projection of classmate Xiao Ai suddenly appeared next to Zhang Tuohai.
Commander, there are some things that need you to handle here. What's going on? So mysterious?
Zhang Tuohai curiously followed classmate Xiao Ai out of the command room. He was sure that classmate Xiao Ai must have something important to do. Normally, he would explain it clearly directly through the earphones. There was no need for this at all. Classmate Xiao Ai led Zhang Tuohai to his presidential suite. As soon as he entered, a figure pounced on him.
Well, that's great. You really didn't lie to me. I finally see you again.
Is this how you get chapter 779? When Zhang Tuohai saw the person in his arms, it turned out to be Zhao Wanwan. Zhao Wanwan was currently dressed in the same outfit as when the two met for the first time. A slim-fitting dress with a fluttering hem, and her body was like a substance. However, upon closer inspection, she seemed to have a faint transparent texture. Zhang Tuohai felt that this state was unusually familiar to him. He pondered for a moment, and his eyes widened.
Have you become a world consciousness? World consciousness? That's what the voice seemed to say. It said that it could not last for too long. Finally, I found someone I could trust and gave me the task of protecting this world. I was asked to protect this world well. And then, I became like this.
Zhao Wanwan whispered.
I found that not only could I recover my body, I could even feel every move in the entire world. Not a single plant or tree here could hide from my eyes. I felt you were here, so I came to find you. I was worried that my appearance would interfere with your plan, so I asked Xiao Ai to lure you out. Didn't it delay your business?
Zhao Wanwan asked cautiously.
No, it's not too late for me to be happy that you can come back so soon. We are also discussing how to get you back safely as soon as possible. How could it be delayed?
Zhang Tuohai said, and rubbed Zhao Wanwan's head involuntarily. After rubbing it, Zhang Tuohai felt a little regretful. He had become accustomed to rubbing Lilith's head recently, and when he saw her head, he couldn't help but want to rub it. Lilith, the nominal daughter, casually rubbed her head as if it was nothing. But Zhao Wanwan was of the same generation as him. Rubbing each other's head casually seemed a bit frivolous. It would be bad if she got annoying because of it. However, Zhao Wanwan didn't have any objection. Instead, she rubbed against Zhang Tuohai's chest like a tame cat.
What's happening here?
Before Zhang Tuohai could figure it out, Zhao Wanwan suddenly raised her head and took out a crystal ball from behind with a smile. From time to time, codes composed of various words floated inside, which looked mysterious and mysterious.
I just heard that you seem to be looking for something. Look, is this it?
Zhao Wanwan said, and threw the crystal ball in her hand to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai quickly caught the crystal ball. At this time, Zhang Tuohai could recognize the true nature of this thing at a glance, the imaginary number core, even without the need for prompts from the system. Zhang Tuohai's hands couldn't help but feel a little excited. He never expected that the imaginary number core that he had been trying so hard to find would actually come to his hands in such a way. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's look, Zhao Wanwan knew that her guess was correct, and a smile appeared on her face.
It seems to be correct. Then I will give this to you as my gift for recovery. Do you know what this thing is? Do you know its function? Are you sure you really want to give it to me?
Zhang Tuohai said, while holding the imaginary number core.
This thing is a medium to control you. With it, you can easily I have control over you. To put it bluntly, this is the rope tied around your neck. Are you sure you want to give it to me?
Zhang Tuohai felt that it would be better to explain some things clearly in advance. After all, Zhao Wanwan has become the consciousness of the world. If there is a gap between the two parties, it will be detrimental to his rule of the world.
Is the rope so exciting?
After hearing this, Zhao Wanwan was not afraid, but her face turned red.
Without you, I would have died a long time ago. How could I be here today? Do you think this thing is as valuable as my life?
Zhao Wanwan stood on tiptoes and put her arms around Zhang Tuohai's neck.
I have a more important gift to give you. By the way,
Zhao Wanwan put her lips close to Zhang Tuohai's ear and said,
has your hot spring been built? I haven't washed it yet. I helped you find the hot spring stone. Now take me to visit it. Bar.
With that said, Zhao Wanwan dragged Zhang Tuohai and flew into the large bathing beach. An hour later, Zhang Tuohai walked out slowly with one hand covering his waist and the other hand supporting the wall. As for Zhao Wanwan, she was as arrogant as a victorious general.
It seems that humans are still incomparable to the consciousness of the world. We must get the genetically modified medicine no matter what tonight. Otherwise we will be drained sooner or later.
Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. Zhao Wanwan, who felt physically and mentally comfortable and put down all her burdens, went back to comfortably enjoy the hot spring trip she had longed for, while Zhang Tuohai dragged the imaginary core to the command room.
I have found the core of imaginary numbers,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Real or fake? Where did you find it?
Alice couldn't believe it. However, the imaginary number core in front of her was actually placed in front of her, and she couldn't tolerate disbelief.
How did you get it?
Alice's eyes were full of curiosity. She couldn't figure out why an hour ago everyone had the same lack of clues. An hour later, Zhang Tuohai not only had clues, but also brought the core back. How on earth was this done? Zhang Tuohai wanted to tell her that he had paid for it with his kidneys, but he swallowed the words as soon as they reached his lips.
Don't worry about this. Anyway, the imaginary number core is now in my hands. However, there is a saying before, because I found this thing first, so the ownership belongs to me. However, I will also fulfill my obligation and block it. Border, monitor the world and prevent the invasion of evil gods. Don't worry. Our Tower of Babel is not the kind of organization that has to hand over things to the public after finding them. Everyone's harvest belongs to themselves, only when they don't need it. The organization will act as a platform to connect people in need, as long as you fulfill your obligation to resist the evil god as agreed. Not to mention that the imaginary number core belongs to you. Even if it smashes walnuts, everyone will care about you,
Alice said.
Cracking walnuts? Who would use this to smash walnuts? It's not like they are stupid.
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help complaining.
Who are you scolding?
Alice was unhappy.
Speak well. Why are you scolding someone all of a sudden?
Zhang Tuohai.
Can you say?
Zhang Tuohai covered his mouth in disbelief and stared at Alice.
It's me. What's going on? I just use it to smash walnuts. Isn't it just a tool that I don't have handy? What's wrong with using it casually?
Seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore, Alice simply used all the tricks. Looking like a broken pot. The look of falling.
No. This is the core of imaginary numbers. And you actually used it to smash walnuts.
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but make a tut-tisk sound when he heard this. He thought he was already casual enough. But he didn't expect Alice to be more casual than him. The imaginary core came to smash the walnuts. I wonder what happened to the walnuts.
By the way, is that imaginary number core your own? Didn't you get beaten up?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Of course. Without an imaginary number core these days, who would be embarrassed to go out?
Alice said with her head held high. Chapter 780 Injection of Medicine.
Then can I visit your world?
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. He wanted to see what Alice's world was like, and whether there was any advanced experience worth learning. Who knows? After hearing what Zhang Tuohai said, Alice, who was so arrogant just now, instantly became like a quail.
Forget it. I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest,
Alice said with an ugly face.
Miss Alice, please come this way. The room has been prepared for you.
The holographic projection of classmate Xiao Ai immediately appeared next to Alice to help guide her.
What's going on?
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this. He didn't know what happened at all. Why was he fine just now? But his face changed in an instant, after Alice's figure left the command room. Origami explained softly.
The core of Alice's world is her former hometown. But it is broken. It is her sad place. Whoever mentions her will talk to anyone.
She's angry. Not only you are like this. I've also been bitten by her face. Then should I apologize?
Zhang Tuohai asked after hearing this. After all, no one would be too happy if their hometown was destroyed, and he could understand Alice's state at this time.
That's not necessary. She is just like this. No one can persuade her now. Just let her stay on her own for a while. She will recover on her own after a while.
Origami said calmly from the side.
I see.
Zhang Tuohai nodded.
Then let's ignore her for now. Where are you going? Do you want to send you back to the paper castle? Send me back to the paper castle? Are you going to kick me out of the house? Just because I'm just a paper person? Don't you love me anymore? Are you going to send me away?
Origami covered her mouth. Her eyes were like crescent moons, and she didn't know whether she was crying or laughing. Zhang Tuohai felt that one of them was older than the other. Why were all the women he met recently like this? None of them were worry-free. In contrast, Lilith was the most obedient and took the initiative to help solve problems. This is a considerate little cotton-padded jacket. The rest, one by one, are all black-hearted cotton.
However, since it is my father's suggestion, I will go back and pack my things. I will have to trouble my father in the future.
Origami bowed slightly and said,
Okay.
With a lady's bow.
Classmate Xiao, go to the paper castle.
Zhang Tuohai said,
Okay.
Xiao Ai smiled, adjusted the course, and flew towards the paper castle. After arriving at the paper castle, Origami floated to the cabin door, looked back at Zhang Tuohai and said,
Father, you won't run away while I'm packing my things. Right? Am I that kind of person? Do you want me to send a few self-propelled machines to help you carry things?
Zhang Tuohai asked, leaning against the hatch.
It's not necessary.
Origami said, jumped down, and her body, like a feather, slowly floated in front of the paper castle. Then, a scene that stunned Zhang Tuohai appeared. Origami stretched out his hands and folded it a few times in the void. The paper castle on the ground was folded into a small square like paper and floated back to the sky. Origami hands. After getting the paper castle, the origami slowly floated back to Zhang Tuohai. He smiled and said to Zhang Tuohai,
Father, I still need to trouble you with something. Please grant me a homestead. You can use the seat in the car as you wish.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and said. Then he flew the flying saucer towards the tree of life. Now he urgently needed to pick up a wave of wool to calm down his heart. The flying saucer quickly flew in front of the tree of life, and Zhang Tuohai directly stretched out his hand.
Not only did we repel the invasion of the evil god, we also killed the Black Queen and the players who joined forces to invade, and even killed the Black Queen who was entrenched on the opposite side. The old nest has been bulldozed, and you no longer have to worry about it. Isn't it time to give out the rewards?
Ancient Tree of Life. After some bargaining between one person and one tree, Zhang Tuohai finally left with a box of life fruit. Walking to the door of the cabin, Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of a question. Now that the imaginary core of this world is in his hands, everything in this world is his property. In other words, he was completely digging himself out just now. Of wool. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai's mood suddenly lost its beauty. The consequence was that Zhang Tuohai did not cook dinner himself today. At the dinner table, Lilith blew her beard and glared at Zhang Tuohai. Origami looked like a paper man and sat beside him, smiling without saying a word. Wu Fengxian ate his rice without daring to make a sound. I have made an excuse to change Away's nutrient solution in advance. He slipped away, leaving only Zhao Wanwan smiling and saying nothing. After dinner, Zhao Wanwan held Zhang Tuohai in her arms.
What are you unhappy about? Tell me. I am also capable of helping you now. It's not a matter of strength. It's just that I feel irritable for no reason. I don't know what's wrong with me. My temper has always been very bad recently, and I can't control it.
Zhang Tuohai said while lying on his soft lap.
Is the fire too strong? I happen to know a way to quickly eliminate the fire.
Zhao Wanwan smiled as brightly as a flower.
Wait.
Zhang Tuohai was about to say something, but the rest of his words were blocked. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Zhang Tuohai was woken up by his classmate Xiao Ai.
Commander, as agreed, you should go find Miss Lilith.
Classmate Xiao Ai said softly.
Well, I'll be there right away.
Zhang Tuohai untied Zhao Wanwan, who was wrapped around his body like an octopus, then put on his clothes lightly and entered Lilith's laboratory. At this time, the laboratory was brightly lit. Various machines were operating. Various data and icons were displayed on the screens, and self-propelled machines shuttled through it.
Looking busy?
Here you are. Go and lie down in the coffin. The experiment is about to begin.
Lilith looked up at Zhang Tuohai and said,
Zhang Tuohe, tell me honestly, what is the success rate of the experiment? Have you prepared the coffin? Don't worry. We're just prepared.
Lilith couldn't help but push Zhang Tuohai into the medical cabin.
Take a deep breath. Don't be nervous. The operation is very fast, and only a gentle knife will solve the problem. No, please make it clear. I'm scared.
Zhang Tuohai felt a little frightened when he heard Lilith's words. Call. A burst of inhaled anesthetic sprayed out. Zhang Tuohai felt his consciousness gradually dim, and finally fell into a slow sleep.
All indicators are normal.
Wang Kai squatted on the stool and stared at the data on the medical cabin.
Then start,
Lilith said. Pressing the button, 10 syringes popped out and pierced into Zhang Tuohai's body. The medicine was slowly injected into Zhang Tuohai's body along the needles. Chapter 781 New Body. New Armor. Blue injections were injected into Zhang Tuohai's body one after another. Zhang Tuohai's skin quickly turned red like a cooked prawn. Then, a large amount of skin broke. Muscles swelled. And bones, blood vessels, nerves. The internal organs are also constantly correcting their positions and parameters. And the various indices of the body are soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. It can be said that although Zhang Tuohai looks miserable on the surface, his physical fitness is better than ever before.
Inject 10 units of nutrient solution,
Lilith said while looking at the test data. A large amount of nutrient solution was injected into Zhang Tuohai's body and replenished. The damaged skin was repaired, and large areas of skin grew back, covering muscles that were several times stronger than before. After about 5 or 6 hours, Zhang Tuohai slowly woke up.
How does it feel?
As soon as he opened his eyes, the lid of the medical cabin slowly opened, and Lilith stretched out her head and asked with concern.
It feels like great.
Zhang Tuohai tried to move his body and felt full of strength. Boom! Zhang Tuohai exerted force with one hand, and the titanium alloy medical cabin cover was deformed by force.
Am I so powerful?
Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. Boom! Lilith smashed the data recording tablet on Zhang Tuohai's head, and said angrily,
When you have some strength, you start destroying things. Right. Do you believe I can separate the genetic medicine from your body? No. 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 I'm so excited. Can't I compensate you for all the losses?
Zhang Tuohai quickly begged for mercy. You have already gained strength. Once you lose it, it will be much more painful than if you had never gained strength. At least, Zhang Tuohai didn't want to experience it once.
Then come out well and actually test your physical data.
Lilith grabbed Zhang Tuohai's ears, lifted him out of the medical cabin, and then stuffed him into a large iron cage.
Wait, what is this for?
Zhang Tuohai felt something was wrong.
Test your endurance,
Lilith said calmly.
Start the device.
Buzz. Zhang Tuohai felt the ground beneath his feet move. He looked down and saw that the ground under his feet was actually a huge treadmill. The treadmill was surrounded by iron railings more than an inch in diameter. They were full of sharp barbs and were wrapped with high-voltage wires, flashing blue, colored electric sparks. At this time, the treadmill had begun to run, and the speed quickly soared to 12. And it was still increasing.
Hack! Help!
Zhang Tuohai started running quickly.
You still have the strength to speak, which means you haven't reached your limit yet. So continue to increase your speed.
Lilith pushed up her glasses and spoke slowly. The treadmill speed was increased to 50.
Nemeo!
Zhang Tuohai stretched out his long legs and tried his best to keep up with the speed of the treadmill, avoiding close contact with the electrified iron cage. An hour passed, and Zhang Tuohai began to breathe quickly. 2 hours passed, and sweat broke out on Zhang Tuohai's head. 3 hours passed, and Zhang Tuohai's speed slowed down significantly.
It's not bad. Although it didn't reach the limit, it has obviously exceeded the expected value.
Lilith put a square root on the data sheet with satisfaction.
It's done. Is it done?
The moment the treadmill stopped, Zhang Tuohai sat down on the ground. He felt as if his legs were filled with lead. Fortunately, his body had just been transformed. If it had not been transformed, he would have been lying in the medical cabin by now.
The first item is completed. Let's proceed to the second test,
Lilith said, took out a children's version of the assault rifle from under her white coat, and pulled the trigger on Zhang Tuohai. Da-da-da. A series of bullets hit Zhang Tuohai's chest. Zhang Tuohai's clothes were torn into pieces by the huge force, but there were only a few white spots on his skin. After a while, it slowly returned to its original appearance.
How about it?
Lilith asked, slinging a child's version of the assault rifle over her shoulder.
It hurts a little,
Zhang Tuohai said, rubbing his chest.
Then it's not a big problem. Let's move on to the next test.
In the next few hours, Zhang Tuohai was tortured by Lilith in various ways. At least that's how it seemed to him. However, after these few hours of torture, Zhang Tuohai deeply felt the power of his current body. In terms of strength, it is comparable to an elephant. In terms of bone strength, it is comparable to an alloy. And in terms of skin toughness, it is comparable to a body armor. It can almost be said to be a humanoid mecha. In some aspects, it was even stronger than the first-generation electromagnetic armor he wore. However, the only thing that made Zhang Tuohai unsatisfied was that he had not awakened any superpowers. Not to mention high-level mind control, telekinesis, etc. Even the relatively low-end skin hardening is not even half as powerful as a bull.
Don't be dissatisfied. You can defeat those low-end superpowers with just your physical strength. Okay. And tell me, from the time I met you until now, how many times have you personally fought? No. Do you always use superior weapons to crush others?
Lilith said angrily.
That seems to be the case.
Zhang Tuohai nodded, but he seemed to feel that something was not right.
Furthermore, your body is just to better adapt to the infusion of quantum crystals. It's just a temporary makeshift, so you can make do with it. By the way, your electromagnetic armor has been updated. Do you want to take a look?
Lilith began to change the subject.
What new features have been updated?
Zhang Tuohai's attention was indeed attracted.
Actually, it's not something too high-end. I'm thinking that since electromagnetism has absorption power, we can use this absorption power to do some things, such as this.
Lilith said, put on an electromagnetic glove, and opened her hand to a chair in the distance. Zhang Tuohai, who was next to him, felt a strong attraction appear on the electromagnetic gloves. And then, the chair was directly sucked into Lilith's hand.
It can also be used in the reverse direction,
Lilith said with a hand, and the chair flew out like a cannonball, hitting the alloy wall directly, making a huge dent in the alloy wall.
Look!
It felt like being hit directly by a heavy cannon.
Is this a technologically enhanced version of the
capturing the dragon and controlling the crane
technique?
Zhang Tuohai asked, looking at the deeply sunken alloy wall.
This is just a way of using it. In fact, it can still be used like this,
Lilith said, putting on 2 electromagnetic gloves, and slowly raised her hands. A powerful electronic storm slowly formed around her, and countless items were carried by the strong electromagnetic force and flew up, like a tornado. Chapter 782 Side Effects, Hair Loss.
So smart.
Zhang Tuohai looked Spartan on the sidelines. What superpowers do you need to have this suit of armor? It includes almost all superpowers related to electromagnetism. As long as the electric energy is enough, he will be a new Magneto. No, more comprehensive than Magneto. At least Magneto is not a little bit worse than him in terms of physical strength and mobility. However, after looking at the messy laboratory, he felt that it would be better for him to run away first. Otherwise, he would be caught helping to clean the laboratory.
I suddenly thought that I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
Zhang Tuohai rushed out of the laboratory. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's leaving figure, Lilith let out a sigh of relief.
Finally, I got away. I hope I won't be angry when I find out.
Then, she said to 001 who was sorting things next to her.
Quickly, close the door to the laboratory and lock it. No one will knock on the door for 2 hours.
001 didn't know why, but he still followed Lilith's request honestly. Zhang Tuohai quickly returned to the large bathhouse, ready to take a good bath. When he was doing the experiment just now, he was sweating all over and felt a little uncomfortable. However, when he passed in front of a full-length mirror, he suddenly froze. He stared at the man in the mirror for a long time, and finally shouted,
Lilith, where is my hair?
At the same time, Lilith wrote a line in the last column of the experimental drug test data sheet, Side Effects, Hair Loss. In the early morning, Alice happened to meet Zhang Tuohai, who was brushing his teeth by the sink. She curiously stared at Zhang Tuohai's bald head, and finally couldn't help but curiously asked,
I remember your hairstyle is quite good. Yes. Why did you suddenly shave your head? It's cooler this way,
Zhang Tuohai said with a dark face. Alice looked at the room temperature of 19 degrees Celsius and a question mark popped up.
By the way, do you want to visit my hometown?
Alice suddenly stopped Zhang Tuohai, who was about to slip away. Hearing Alice's words, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but stop. He clearly remembered that yesterday. He just mentioned it. And Alice's expression changed, and she locked herself in the room for half a day. Why did I suddenly invite myself to take a look today?
Okay. When will you come?
Zhang Tuohai asked, wiping his face with a towel.
Well, now,
Alice said.
Then let's go. But how to get there? Wait a minute. I'll open a door,
Lilith said, and the quantum crystals beside her formed a space gate, and a blue vortex appeared in the space gate.
Let's go!
Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator and rushed in. After his vision went dark, Zhang Tuohai found himself in a huge room. The room seemed to have gone through a scuffle and was in a mess. There were scattered books and broken weapons everywhere on the floor, and specks of blood were scattered everywhere. Looking up, most of the ceiling had disappeared, and there was endless darkness outside, as deep as an abyss. The surrounding walls were also full of holes and scorch marks, and the glass windows were all broken. Looking outside through the glass and holes, I found that it was also pitch black outside, with no light at all.
This is your hometown?
Zhang Tuohai asked while looking around and thinking about Alice. To be honest, if his hometown was like this, he would definitely not want others to ask about it. Who would want to recall such a scene? You must have experienced an unimaginable disaster to become like this. Right? However, Alice's face became very ugly.
This is not my hometown.
What? Zhang Tuohai's face was startled. And then he became vigilant. With one move with one hand, he put all the electromagnetic armor on his body, and all detection radars were turned on to monitor the surrounding situation.
Is there a problem with the transmission?
Zhang Tuohai asked while checking the surrounding situation.
I checked the transmission path several times, and there are no errors.
Alice's face also became ugly.
It's not a transmission error. Could it be interference?
Zhang Tuohai asked. He has offended a lot of people recently. He deceived Liuli into cutting off the thread of fate. It is not yet known whether the other party knew about it. He caused heavy losses to Feiyue's men in regional battles. And yesterday, he destroyed one of Celia's troops. With his power, he defeated the invasion plan of the evil god, killed the believers, and destroyed the altar. In total, there were 3 demigods and 1 evil god equivalent to the level of a true god. If these people died, it would be difficult for him to keep their bodies intact, which forced him to be on full alert.
Ha! Stop making random guesses. It's me!
A voice rang in Zhang Tuohai's mind. Zhang Tuohai felt as if his brain was exploding, as if something was trying to break out of the ground.
Hack! What the hell?
Zhang Tuohai held his head in his hands and half knelt on the ground.
What's wrong with you?
Alice rushed over and helped Zhang Tuohai. However, she had 0 points in medical skills, so she could only stand aside anxiously, with nothing to do. Click! The electromagnetic armor on Zhang Tuohai's head suddenly exploded, and a ball of light emerged from Zhang Tuohai's head, dragging half of the black stone door. Boom! There was a dull sound, and a sarcophagus rose from the ground. The light group quickly submerged into the sarcophagus, while the half-black stone door stood in front of the sarcophagus. Bang! The lid of the sarcophagus was pushed aside, and a bald man wearing a strange robe sat up from the sarcophagus, staring at Zhang Tuohai gloomily, with a smile on his lips.
Who are you?
Zhang Tuohai asked, holding on.
Me? Don't you recognize me so soon? I am the prompt system,
the bald man said with a sneer. What? Zhang Tuohai felt as if he had been struck by lightning when he heard what the other party said. The reminder system was his biggest reliance when he came to this world. Now it was directly broken by the person in front of him, making him feel like he fell into an ice cave.
You are pretending to be a ghost. Who are you?
Zhang Tuohai raised his arm, pointed the electromagnetic gun in his hand at the man, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several alloy projectiles hit the bald man's body instantly, but those alloy projectiles fell directly to the ground after hitting them, without even breaking a single hole in the opponent's robe.
Don't waste your efforts.
The bald man couldn't help laughing when he saw Zhang Tuohai's actions.
If your body was filled with quantum crystals, I might be a little more afraid of you. But now you are just a low-level life. How could you hurt me? Cut the nonsense.
Zhang Tuohai fiercely pulled out the black umbrella from behind and rushed towards the bald man. Chapter 783: The Truth About the Prompt System. In Zhang Tuohai's view, no matter how powerful the man opposite him was, could he still be a powerful quantum crystal? Don't worry about the ghosts and monsters. If they are hit by the quantum crystal, they will definitely disappear. However, the bald man in the sarcophagus looked at Zhang Tuohai as if he were laughing. When Zhang Tuohai leaned forward, he waved his arm lightly, and the black umbrella made of quantum crystals was blown away. Zhang Tuohai was also hit against the wall by a huge force. Cough cough cough. Zhang Tuohai slowly slid down from the wall, half knelt on the ground, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Seeing this, Alice suddenly raised the quantum magic in her hand and threw it at the bald man. The bald man glanced contemptuously, with a look of disdain flashing in his eyes.
When did this little ant dare to attack me?
The bald man waved one hand, and Alice and the quantum Rubik's Cube were slapped against the wall, side by side with Zhang Tuohai.
Who are you?
Zhang Tuohai slowly raised his head and stared at the bald man in front of him.
Me? You don't need to know. My time is precious, and I have no interest in answering the little ant's questions.
The bald man slowly stood up from the sarcophagus and walked towards Zhang Tuohai step by step. His hands were getting brighter and brighter, and there was a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth, obviously without any good intentions.
You pretend to be gods and ghosts. Aren't you Gaia, one of the original 3 righteous gods? Later, because you acted too perversely and cruelly, you were overthrown by your own 6 demigods. Even the corpses were eaten, and the authority was divided. Only the remaining soul is on the run. Just a bereaved dog. What kind of big-tailed wolf are you pretending to be here?
A cold voice sounded from behind the bald man.
Huh?
Hearing that his origin was revealed, the bald man paused and looked back sharply. He saw Lilith in a white coat standing not far behind him, looking at him with a smile.
It turned out to be you. The broken page. I didn't expect that you could actually figure out my identity. I should have.
Gaia said coldly.
What big talk are you talking about? If you hadn't gathered 2 righteous gods and 23 demigods to attack the heavenly library with all their strength, while old man Tianji was researching and deducing the gate of truth, at the critical moment,
you had no time to clone. And you bastards even reached the outside of the heavenly library. You may not be able to break through the defense, let alone seize the book of all laws. Are you worthy?
Lilith's eyes flashed with disdain.
Uh-huh. So what?
Gaia said with a sneer.
In the end, I won the victory. The library of heaven was razed. The book of 10,000 laws was destroyed. And even the remaining soul of that old man Tianji was reduced to ashes. If it weren't for after being secretly attacked by that guy, I have long become the master of the outside world.
Gaia's eyes flashed with resentment.
Speaking of which, I have to thank you,
Gaia said, turning to look at Zhang Tuohai.
Thank you for allowing me to find a suitable host for my remaining soul to cultivate. Without you, I would still be here. I really can't come back here. I originally wanted you to live for a while longer, but unfortunately, you are progressing too fast. Once you are infused with quantum crystals, even I will find it difficult. So, I can only take action in advance. Don't worry. In order to thank you for taking care of me, I will be gentle so that you don't feel any pain. So, are you behind those voices?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly realized. No wonder the voice didn't sound all the time. Sometimes it was clear that he was in danger of life, but the warning sound didn't give any hint. It turned out that the person on duty skipped work.
You think too highly of him.
At this time, Lilith suddenly said from the side.
Actually, everything is the masterpiece of the half-door of truth. The door of truth can detect all the truths in the world and deduce the evolution of heaven. It's just a sounding board to help you choose the best path.
Lilith said from the side.
Okay, you've talked enough nonsense. It's time to send you on your way.
Gaia's face became a little ugly, and the light in her hands became brighter. It seemed that she was ready to take action.
You're laughing so hard. You still want to send us on the road? Are you sure you're not sending yourself on the road?
A sneer flashed in Lilith's eyes.
Who gave you the courage to play the trick of borrowing corpses and resurrecting souls in the library of heaven?
A cold light flashed in Lilith's eyes. He tapped a secret place under his feet. Red runes shone one after another, and a large red formation instantly appeared on the ground of the entire heavenly library. Densely packed red runes appeared on the ground, flashing with crimson light.
No, this is...
Gaia's expression changed when she saw the big red formation at her feet. She jumped up suddenly and flew outside, as if she wanted to escape from here. However, before his feet could lift off the ground, he was forcefully pulled back and his body was submerged into the formation. Gaia felt as if his whole body was being sucked into a washing machine. He fell into a huge whirlpool, spinning rapidly along the whirlpool. Countless red runes sliced through his body like red blades. Just a moment later, Gaia's body was completely shattered into pieces. The big red formation also gradually stopped operating and gradually disappeared without a trace. Lilith's body softened and she slowly fell down. Zhang Tuohai had regained his composure at this time. hurriedly ran over, supported Lilith, and asked with concern,
"How are you? Are you okay? Do you want to go to the medical cabin?" "It's okay. I'm just a little exhausted. Just take it easy and it'll be fine,"
Lilith said, hugging Zhang Tuohai's arm to make herself stand more stable.
"Take me there."
Lilith pointed to the half of the stone gate in the distance and said, "It's strange to say that after the big red formation spun just now, all the objects on the ground, whether they were books, weapons, blood, or debris, even Gaia's sarcophagus, were sucked into the whirlpool and twisted. It was shattered, but only the half of the black stone door stayed in place, motionless."
"What is this?"
Zhang Tuohai helped Lilith to the stone door and looked curiously at the black stone door in front of him. This stone door looked like an ordinary stone door carved from obsidian. Unremarkable. But when he looked at it carefully, he felt as if he was in the infinite starry sky, and he was trapped in it and couldn't extricate himself.
"This is the treasure of this world, the source of all laws, the end of all truth, and the door of truth."
Lilith touched the stone door with one hand and sighed and added,
"It is also the source of all disasters."
Chapter 784, The Secret of Level.
"Is this thing so powerful? What level of equipment is it? Level 9? Level 10? Or higher?"
Zhang Tuohai asked from the side.
"Level 9? Level 10?
Lilith couldn't help laughing after hearing this.
"The rating system created by a group of demigods also assigns points to the Gate of Truth? Do you know where the so-called level division comes from?"
Lilith asked.
"Tell me more about it."
Zhang Tuohai asked the self-propelled machine to bring 2 small stools over.
"Actually, there's nothing to say. It's just that these demigods integrated the technologies they had in their hands, and then randomly divided them into 10 levels to allow players to improve within the rules. In fact, the installation and use of many accessories are not required at all for front-end technology. For example, if you install a micro-nuclear reactor, why do you have to install a gasoline engine first? Do warships with reactors also need to install a gasoline engine before installing the reactor?
Hearing what Lilith said, Zhang Tuohai immediately thought of the weirdness he felt when upgrading his car. There are many technologies that involve taking off your pants and farting, which is a pure waste of player resources. However, at that time, he regarded this survival world as a game and directly entered the game thinking, so he did not feel that it was too inconsistent. Now, when I think about it with realistic thinking, I find a lot of contradictions.
In other words, if I want, I can set the laser as a first-level accessory and the bow as a 10th-level accessory, even though the lethality of the bow and arrow is very different from that of the laser?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Of course you can. But if you really set it up like this, just wait to be scolded to death by the players,
Lilith said with a smile.
Or, in other words, you will be overthrown because the players grow too fast. Overthrown by a player.
Zhang Tuohai became excited. Isn't this the goal he has been pursuing?
Remember that Alice once told you that if you raise the familiar badge to level 100, something big that will change your destiny will happen. Right?
Lilith stroked her hair and said,
"Of course. How could I forget? But it was interrupted by an accident,"
Zhang Tuohai said regretfully.
"Actually, the so-called big event is the opportunity to overthrow the demigods. However, the information available to Alice and the others is limited, so they mistakenly believe that they can only get that opportunity by raising the familiar badge to level 100. What about the real situation?"
Zhang Tuohai's ears stood up.
"The real situation is that when the player's car reaches level 9 to 10, he will definitely come into contact with a series of core secrets, such as quantum crystals and imaginary number cores. And these are also the foundation of demigods. When the player reaches this level after that, in order not to be poached, the demigod must make a choice. Either to find a way to draw him to his side, give him the identity of an envoy, and use it as a sharp knife to solve all kinds of troubles. Or he can only kill him and train him again. So that's it."
Zhang Tuohai nodded. He suddenly thought of a question.
Wait a minute. Since those levels are demarcated by demigods, then the upgrade conditions are all artificially demarcated? Even the car upgrade drawings? These are just for karting. Player level? A speed limit card to prevent players from leveling up too quickly and being unable to control it? Yes. That's basically what it looks like.
Lilith nodded and responded.
Otherwise, why do you think you can install level 8 laser weapons on your level 5 vehicle? Is it really a special restriction? Remember, what limits the caliber of vehicle-mounted artillery has always been the strength of the vehicle body, not the vehicle grade.
Gone! Zhang Tuohai cursed. Feeling angry at the deception, he had received since entering the game. As for this door of truth, Lilith touched the black door of truth and brought the topic back. It contains all the truths in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that the authority and technology controlled by those demigods. It has it all here. Even just a small part of it. It is not just a super retrieval machine that records all knowledge. Its true power is far more profound than you imagine. Can you give me an example? Zhang Tuohai asked, holding his chin. Why do you think classmate Xiao Ai can analyze imaginary number codes? Lilith asked. Of course, it's supercomputing power. Zhang Tuohai blurted out and suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Yes. Why? Although he has improved his computing power many times for classmate Xiao Ai and assembled a lot of various supercomputers and servers, compared with the demigods who have several, dozens or even hundreds of worlds, this is nothing. The power is still negligible. After all, Xiao Ai is just a level 3 assisted driving system. Since I can use Xiao Ai to crack the imaginary number code, there is no reason why those demigods can't imagine that with their resources, they should have completely cracked all the imaginary number codes long ago. Now, just break into the back of the world. Use the code to retrieve the location of the imaginary core. And then get it. Why do you need to send players to find the imaginary core through human search? Could it be that? Yes. It is the function of the Gate of Truth. Lilith explained. Xiao Ai was irradiated by the Gate of Truth and mutated. Only then can the imaginary number code be cracked. If ordinary supercomputers and hosts come into contact with it, the imaginary number code went down in an instant. It is simply impossible to rely on ordinary computers to crack the imaginary number code. Also, why do you think you brought a few imaginary number cores with you without being discovered by those demigods? With the greed of those demigods, the moment you discover the imaginary number cores, they will attack you. It's not even the Gate of Truth. It has a covering function. Otherwise, with your jumping like that, you would have been slapped to death. Lilith said. Hearing what Lilith said, Zhang Tuohai felt a little ashamed. He didn't know that he had been walking on the edge of death. Fortunately, he thought he was very cautious. This door of truth is really useful. I need to move it back to the car quickly. After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he called 2 self-propelled machines and wanted to move the door of truth away. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not move even an inch. Don't bother. The Gate of Truth you see is just the projection of the entity in this world. The real Gate of Truth is above the quantum world. If you want to move it, you must at least be at the level of a righteous god. Even if it is a cover-ya. I just used a secret method to force the door of truth into your mind. Lilith hugged her shoulders and said calmly, What should we do? Just leave it here like this? I'm not worried. Zhang Tuohai looked at the door of truth, like a hamster seeing a huge acorn that couldn't be lifted. Feeling itchy and extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 785 Future Plan. There is no way. The essence of this thing is at the quantum level or even higher. You, the person in the painting, cannot lift the pencil outside the animation. If you want to solve the problem, you can only continue to improve your own strength. At least to demigod. In fact, I think it is safer to be in the right position. Lilith touched the door of truth and said, Can this thing just be kept here? Zhang Tuohai asked unwillingly. Then what can I do? Who can tell my dear dad is not a demigod? Lilith put her hands in her pockets and said helplessly, Okay. Zhang Tuohai looked at the door of truth helplessly. His desire to improve his strength had never been so urgent. The next step is to get enough quantum crystals. Right? How much more is left? Zhang Tuohai asked. Well, if we inject people alone, we probably collected 70% of it. But if we include cars, the gap is still a bit big. Lilith took out a tablet, did some calculations, and gave an answer. Why does the car also need to be filled? After infusing quantum crystals and gaining some authority, you become a demigod. Don't you need the kingdom of God? Lilith said helplessly. Without the kingdom of God, how can you communicate with the world and develop your power? Or, are you going to challenge all the heavens and worlds by yourself? The kingdom of God? You mean, I can also develop my own players and let them work for me? Fight against other demigods? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but have an idea after hearing this, and asked with some expectation. Of course, you must at least develop a certain number of followers and messengers. Otherwise, why do you have to compete with those demigods? They have taken longer to become gods than you, and have a richer foundation than you. If you don't make up for the disadvantage with the number of believers, why do you fight with others? Hearing what Lilith said, Zhang Tuohai's heart became alive. No matter how powerful you are,
Those who sell time cannot compete with those who control the means of production. This is an eternal truth. As a player who has climbed up from the bottom, although he seems to be worth a lot of money, he is compared with ordinary players. If you want to compare with those demigods, they are still too weak. So you can only find another way, and use the numerical advantage of players to make up for the gap. If you want to take this path, the key point has come back. And that is quantum crystallization. The first step in all this is to collect enough quantum crystals, and then become a demigod and establish the kingdom of God.
Okay, let me think about what to do next.
Zhang Tuohai had a vague idea in his mind. At this moment, the projection of classmate Xiao Ai appeared next to Zhang Tuohai.
Commander, Miss Alice is awake. Really? Great. Take me to see it.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai hurriedly ran towards the medical cabin. After taking care of Gaia just now, a self-propelled machine dragged Alice back to the medical cabin for treatment. Zhang Tuohai originally thought that she would be able to wake up at least at night. But unexpectedly, I recovered so quickly. My physical fitness is pretty good.
How's it going?
Zhang Tuohai asked with concern.
Fortunately, it's not a big problem. But I'm still a little dizzy,
Alice said while rubbing her head. Just then, a bell rang. Alice took out her phone from her body and unlocked it with her fingerprint. Then, the expression on his face became extremely ugly.
What happened?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
The Tower of Babel headquarters was attacked.
What? Hearing Alice's words, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be startled. During the chat with Alice, he also learned a little bit about the strength of the Tower of Babel. This is a huge organization composed of awakened people among the Aboriginal people. It has brought together technology from many worlds, and is committed to overthrowing the rule of demigods and evil gods. A force of this level should not be underestimated. Among other things, the top leaders almost have a handful of quantum crystal level weapons. A force of this size can actually be invaded by someone at its headquarters. How powerful it must be. Power?
Is the situation urgent? Do you want help immediately?
Zhang Tuohai remembered that he was still a member of the Tower of Babel.
The situation is urgent. It's best to go back and take a look immediately. The incoming force is very powerful, and the attack is sudden. It has already broken through the outer defense line,
Alice said anxiously.
Then open the door, and I'll ask Xiao Ai to get ready.
Zhang Tuohai quickly released the weapon's safety, and adjusted the power of various weapons to the maximum. Alice didn't waste any time and directed the quantum cube to form a portal. Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator, and the flying saucer rushed in directly. After a period of darkness, what came into view was a world of blood and fire. The place where Zhang Tuohai appeared was in midair. What he saw was a huge city. The architectural styles of the city were very different. There were thatched houses and skyscrapers, waterside pavilions, and wooden houses on the trees. All kinds of messy buildings were piled together. Looks weird but has an inexplicable sense of harmony. However, the flames that burst out from various buildings from time to time plunged the entire city into chaos. Huge monsters rampaged through the streets, constantly killing those who escaped. In addition to the people running around, there were also people trying to fight back with various weapons. The most eye-catching thing was a strong man holding a gun full of futuristic technology in his hand. He kept shooting at the monsters. In a short time, 7 or 8 monsters were smashed on the spot.
This gun is powerful.
Zhang Tuohai saw this, and was about to go over to reinforce him. Suddenly a huge tentacle emerged from the ground. This tentacle was more than half a meter thick and 7 to 8 meters long. It rolled up and wrapped the strong man in it. Within the tentacles, when the tentacles were released again, only some bone residue was left of the 2-meter-tall man.
Hiss!
Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but take a breath of air. Since coming to the survival world, he has never seen such a weird creature. He just entangled the opponent for a while, and then swallowed it clean, including the skin and bones.
Kill it!
Zhang Tuohai shouted. Buzz! A runic plasma ray shot out directly, piercing the thick tentacle, and a large amount of green mucus flowed out. The thick tentacle swung violently, and then stretched out in the direction of Zhang Tuohai, as fast as lightning. Upon seeing this, classmate Xiao Ai quickly used a roller tactic to avoid the attack of the huge tentacle. Looking at the thick tentacle that almost hit him, Zhang Tuohai was shocked. You must know that he was at least 100 meters away from the ground just now. This tentacle could actually reach close to him in an instant, and he still had enough energy to attack. How big must this body be?
Turn on infrared scanning to see how big this guy is,
Zhang Tuohai shouted. Chapter 786 Devourer. The infrared scanning is turned on. The detection radar is turned on. The thermal imaging radar is turned on. Each detection system is turned on, and the position of the body is scanned along the huge tentacles. However, looking at the results on the screen, Zhang Tuohai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, because according to the scanning results, the radar did not scan the edge of the sky. In other words, the size of this thing has completely exceeded the detection limit of 100 kilometers.
What the hell is this?
Zhang Tuohai's face turned pale. What kind of creature can actually exceed the upper limit of 100 kilometers in size? Galactus? Can this thing really be solved with conventional weapons? Zhang Tuohai felt unsure. You must know that the killing radius of Big Ivan is only about 60 kilometers. If the diameter of this creature exceeds 120 kilometers, doesn't it mean that even mankind's most powerful weapon, Big Ivan, cannot completely eliminate it in one go? For the first time, Zhang Tuohai felt fear in his heart. This is an instinct derived from biological genes. But Alice next to him didn't know this information. She only knew that the tentacle was killing her colleagues.
Go to hell!
Alice flew up into the air, and the quantum cube behind her split into 16 squares and smashed towards the thick tentacle. The shot seemed to sense danger and quickly retracted.
Want to escape? It's too late.
Alice pointed with one hand, and the speed of the 16 quantum Rubik's cubes instantly increased by more than 10 times, and they directly hit the tentacle. The place touched by the quantum cube instantly turned into a black shadow, and the black shadow quickly spread towards the main body.
By the way, you can use quantum crystals.
Zhang Tuohai slapped his thigh, feeling that he was so dependent on conventional technological weapons that he almost forgot the characteristics of quantum crystals. However, at this moment, a strange scene appeared. After the black shadow spread for a certain distance, it stopped, not to mention destroying the entire body. Even the tentacle was not completely destroyed.
How is this going?
Faced with this situation, not only Zhang Tuohai was shocked, but even Alice was stunned on the spot. Over the past few years, she had participated in countless battles, large and small. But this was something she had never seen before. There is actually something that quantum crystals cannot destroy? Alice did not believe in evil, and urged the quantum crystals to continuously attack the tentacles. However, the tentacles remained motionless, showing no signs of being hurt at all, and even the skin was not broken.
Call!
The tentacle suddenly doubled in length, got rid of the entanglement of the quantum cube, and attacked Alice. Alice, who was parked high in the air, did not expect this tentacle to be so difficult to deal with. She was caught off guard and was killed by the tentacle. She was about to be attacked by the huge tentacle. Suddenly, a huge bubble enveloped her, and then a powerful force coming from the water bubble. The huge water bubble quickly retreated towards the back. Seeing the prey in hand fly away, the tentacles quickly extended and chased in the direction where the bubbles escaped. However, at this moment, a harsh song that was comparable to fingernails scratching a blackboard sounded and spread throughout the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. The monsters that were slaughtering the survivors all over the streets expanded and exploded without warning, and the streets were covered with minced meat. The tentacles seemed to be electrocuted, twisting and twitching crazily, and constantly seeping out white slime. Zhang Tuohai knew without looking back that it must be brothers and sisters away and Aya coming to support, taking advantage of the gap created by always lethal singing. Zhang Tuohai quickly pressed the intercom.
Lilith, have you seen the battle situation? What kind of monster is this? It can't even fully work with quantum crystals? Could it be that? A creature comparable to a demigod? It's just a monster filled with some quantum crystals. Its body is filled with some quantum crystals. When these quantum crystals are distributed in the body in stages, they can form barrier bands to prevent the entire body from being destroyed. The quantum crystal is destroyed at once. The solution is very simple. That is to draw it out. The huge body is always full of various loopholes. Use the sausage slicing tactic to destroy it bit by bit. Grinding can also remove it. Grind to death,
Lilith said.
If we try to lure such a big guy out, I'm afraid the entire Tower of Babel base will be destroyed. Right.
Looking at the digital map, Zhang Tuohai was a little hesitant to see the body hidden underground that was larger than the entire base of the Tower of Babel. No one knows what the consequences will be if this kind of thing comes out. He didn't know anything else. But the Tower of Babel base was definitely doomed, and few of the people struggling to survive in the base would survive. If I want to lure this big guy out, it is equivalent to accelerating the death process of these people. If it were anyone else, Zhang Tuohai might not even hesitate. But after all, there was Alice beside him, and her emotions still had to be considered. Zhang Tuohai sent the battle plan to Alice.
What are your ideas? Should you implement it immediately, Or wait and see.
Alice's eyes turned red as she looked at her colleagues, who continued to fall, and the corpses all over the street.
Let's take action immediately. There is no point in delaying it. It will only make their death more painful. Now only by completely killing this monster hidden under the base can we have a chance of survival. Otherwise, as long as it exists, the people in the base will be no way out,
Alice said.
Okay, then I'll take action.
Zhang Tuohai drove the flying saucer to the sky above the Tower of Babel base, and purple runic plasma rays were shot out from the spacecraft. These runic plasma rays instantly penetrated the bluestone pavement in the base, penetrated dozens of meters of foundation, and hit the giant thing hidden 300 meters below the base. Caves with a diameter of 50 to 60 centimeters and a depth of 20,000 meters were formed on the ground. While the rune plasma beam penetrated the ground, it also penetrated the behemoth hidden underground. In an instant, there were dozens of penetrating wounds with a diameter of 50 or 60 centimeters on the behemoth's body. This huge wound is fatal to ordinary monsters, but it is indeed insignificant to this behemoth with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers. In addition, this monster has a terrifying recovery ability. Almost the moment it was injured, a large amount of tissue and flesh rushed towards the injured area. In just the blink of an eye, those wounds were restored to the original state. However, Zhang Tuohai didn't care about this. All he needed were those passages to the underground.
The Black Lotus blooms.
Zhang Tuohai raised the black umbrella in his hand. The black umbrella bloomed like a black lotus. A gust of wind blew by, and large petals fell. These petals floated into the ground along the passage and fell on the giant creature. After touching the black lotus, the behemoth's body disappeared piece by piece, and the originally huge body instantly broke into more than a dozen independent individuals. Chapter 787 Soul-Eating Beast.
Roar!
The huge creature let out a tearing roar. Obviously, Zhang Tuohai felt very uncomfortable. The blow just now caused it to lose at least 1% of its body, although it seems to be a small proportion. When you put it into its ridiculously huge body, it is a huge astronomical figure, calculated by volume alone. It is larger than the combined volume of 10 aircraft carrier battle groups. Zhang Tuohai's attack completely angered the behemoth. It screamed and twisted, gathering its broken body together. When it moved, the entire base of the Tower of Babel seemed to have been hit by a 12-magnitude earthquake. High-rise buildings collapsed and fell to the ground. Huge cracks spreading thousands of meters appeared on the ground. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, there was a violent shaking, and the earth shook, as if it was the end of the world. This is very painful for the survivors, who are hiding in the corner. Originally, they thought they could hide in a corner and escape the attack, but they never thought that a huge earthquake would directly bury them under the rubble, leaving them with no way to escape. Now, they can only pray that others can defeat the terrifying monster, and that they still have a chance to be rescued. Otherwise, even if they are not found and eaten by the monster, they will die of thirst and starvation due to lack of food and drinking water. Seeing the scene on the ground, Zhang Tuohai knew that his plan worked, and immediately asked Xiao Ai to launch a second round of attacks. Whispering, a series of runic plasma beams shot through the ground. The black lotus blooms. A large number of black petals fell on the giant creature, once again reducing the giant creature's body by about 1%.
It works! Come again!
Zhang Tuohai moved the black umbrella, and the black lotus bloomed. Roar! The monster didn't seem to want to just sit there and wait for death. With a strong force, it overturned the base of the Tower of Babel above it. Countless gravel and debris rained down on Zhang Tuohai like cannonballs. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly controlled the flying saucer to retreat quickly to avoid it. Despite this, the plasma shield continued to shine, and it was almost directly penetrated several times. Not much, but I finally avoided it after many narrow escapes. Before Zhang Tuohai could calm down, there was suddenly another loud noise. Countless hands stretched out from the ground, constantly stirring, cutting the surface into huge rocks. And then, like a meteor shower, these rocks smashed towards Zhang Tuohai's direction. Zhang Tuohai never thought that one day he would face the meteor shower in such a way, and in the opposite direction.
Day!
Zhang Tuohai cursed angrily and raised the altitude of the flying saucer again, directly raising the flight altitude to 30,000 meters.
You can't hit me now! Right.
Zhang Tuohai secretly thought that this was beyond the range of most anti-aircraft missiles, and should be stable.
Commander, the monster's body is exposed.
Classmate Xiao Ai said.
Exposed? Let me see.
Zhang Tuohai quickly looked down. At this time, the ground has changed. The original huge and magnificent Tower of Babel base has disappeared, replaced by patches of ruins and broken bricks. Of course, the most eye-catching one is the one that spreads for 100 kilometers. Huge meatball. The flesh ball is pink, with densely packed little bumps on it that are constantly squirming. And tentacles hundreds or thousands of meters long are constantly squirming on it. It looks like a coronavirus that has been magnified countless times.
Commander, look!
Classmate Xiao Ai seemed to have discovered something and quickly zoomed in on the 3D map. The camera kept zooming in and out. And Zhang Tuohai finally saw clearly that the things crawling on the monster's skin were not small black dots at all, but distorted faces one after another. These faces are of various kinds, including humans, animals, and even more unknown monsters. All the faces have a distorted and painful look, and each face is constantly surging outward. It seems that they want to break free, but they cannot break away from the body at all, and can only keep surging.
This is the soul-eating beast. I didn't expect it to be created again. Dad, we must destroy it.
Lilith's voice came out from the earphones, and her voice was full of determination.
Is this thing scary?
Hearing Lilith's attitude, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but look solemn. This was the first time he heard that Lilith was so determined to kill someone. Even Gaia did not receive such treatment.
This guy is the source of trouble. As long as it can eat, any living thing will become its food. Moreover, every time it devours a living creature, its strength will increase by 1 point. If it is allowed to grow, the entire chaos will be destroyed.
All the diverse worlds in the sea will be destroyed by it. Furthermore, there is a precedent for this. 500 years ago, a soul-eating beast grew up and swallowed half of the multiverse world of the Chaos Sea. If the main gods had not jointly suppressed it at that time, the entire Chaos Sea would have been almost destroyed. Once in a while,
Lilith said,
"This guy is so strong? Are we really his opponent?"
Hearing what Lilith said, Zhang Tuohai felt unsure again. You know, it was the gods who joined forces to suppress it at the beginning. But now with my small body, which is not even a demigod, I am afraid that I really can't handle it.
Don't worry. This guy is still in his infancy, and is not as strong as he was in his heyday. He still has a chance to fight. I have a plan.
Lilith described her plan.
Okay. Today I will act righteously once and be the savior.
Zhang Tuohai nodded and then pressed the attack button. Dozens of Zircon hypersonic missiles rose into the air and crashed towards the soul-eating beast. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded on the soul-eating beast. Large areas of blood and flesh splattered. Of course, such an injury is just a superficial wound to the huge soul-eating beast. It only takes a few squirms to recover as before. But it is enough to make the soul-eating beast surrender to Zhang Tuohai. Call! Thousands of rubbles the size of houses were thrown in the direction of Zhang Tuohai. However, before these rubbles got close to Zhang Tuohai, they were shattered by the rune plasma rays, and the dust fell back to the ground.
Cha-cha. Come and try this.
Zhang Tuohai pressed a black and yellow button. Buzz buzz. Accompanied by a harsh chirping sound. The huge Topal M intercontinental strategic missile was transported to the launcher. Call! The Baiyang M missile soared into the sky. And dozens of seconds later, 13 sub-guided nuclear warheads landed on the soul-eating beast. Boom! 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 13 huge mushroom clouds rose from the ground. Chapter 788 Getting Rich. 13 mushroom clouds almost covered the entire exposed body of the soul-eating beast. The violent shock waves overlapped and impacted repeatedly. The hot temperature even melted the ground. And the ground was covered with a layer of colored glaze. And the soul-devouring beast was obviously uncomfortable. The parts that were not infused with quantum crystals were directly annihilated by the gasified fly ash. And its body shrunk by 90%. It was transformed from a behemoth with a body diameter of more than 100 kilometers into a
mere little one,
measuring 10 kilometers in size. Roar. The soul-eating beast was obviously enraged. It bounced its body up with its thick tentacles and flew towards Zhang Tuohai. Its huge body split from the middle, as if it turned into a huge mouth, trying to swallow Zhang Tuohai in one bite.
I won't play with you anymore. I'll say goodbye to you.
A huge light gate appeared behind Zhang Tuohai at some point, with a blue vortex flashing in the middle of the light gate. Zhang Tuohai pulled down the reverse gear, and the flying saucer quickly retreated into the light gate. Then, the huge light door began to close.
Roar.
Seeing that the enemy was about to escape, the soul-eating beast became angry, through a large number of devouring it. It knew that this kind of light gate was a means of long-distance migration. Without specific coordinates, Trying to find the opponent's foothold was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Generally,
We must not let him go.
the soul-eating beast roared, increasing its speed to the extreme, and its huge body squeezed in the moment the light door was about to close.
Boom! The Soul Eater's body hit a thick wall. The soul-eating beast feels a little dizzy. It has never felt so miserable since it was born. However, all this is nothing compared to getting through the light door. Nothing makes it happier than killing powerful enemies. The soul-eating beast opened thousands of eyes and scanned the surroundings, trying to identify where this place was, and at the same time trying to find traces of Zhang Tuohai. This is a huge room with little decoration around it. There are many holes in the wall. Looking through the holes, there is endless deep darkness outside. Zhang Tuohai's flying saucer is hovering on the top of the house.
Let's see where you run this time.
The soul-eating beast was overjoyed when he saw this, and opened its huge mouth, trying to devour Zhang Tuohai. However, at this time, it felt a huge attraction under its body, dragging it downwards.
What the hell?
The soul-eating beast twisted its body and looked down. He saw a huge red magic circle underneath him. This magic circle was constantly rotating, and its body was constantly falling into it. What shocked the soul-eating beast the most was that it could no longer feel its body submerged in the magic circle.
How is this possible? I have obviously swallowed so many quantum crystals, and nothing in this world can harm me.
The soul-eating beast was greatly frightened and struggled to escape from the restraints of the magic circle. However, the suction force of the magic circle became stronger and stronger, and its body quickly sank into the magic circle, like a traveler falling into a swamp. The harder it struggled, the faster it sank in.
What exactly is this?
With endless questions, the soul-eating beast submerged into the magic circle. After the last inch of the soul-eating beast's skin was submerged into the magic circle, the huge magic circle slowly stopped and gradually disappeared without a trace. On the ground, there was a pile of quantum crystals like hills. Zhang Tuohai piloted the flying saucer and slowly landed on the ground. He looked at the quantum crystals that looked like a hill and said,
This array is really easy to use. It can even kill the soul-eating beast that is infused with the quantum crystals. Of course, this was the final defense measure of the Heavenly Library. It gathered the essence of a large number of rune codes. Even if a demigod lands here, he will never come back,
Lilith said quite proudly.
However, this quantum crystal seems to be a bit small. It is impossible for such a big soul-eating beast to be filled with only this small amount of quantum crystal. Right?
Zhang Tuohai asked, pointing to the small mountain-like quantum crystal. Although these quantum crystals seemed to be quite a lot, even more than the quantum crystals he had obtained several times combined. But compared to the huge body of the soul-eating beast, they seemed pitiful.
Do you think the magic circle does not require energy to operate? Also, in fact, the purpose of this magic circle was originally established to facilitate the repair of the Heavenly Library. Therefore, after the quantum crystals are separated, it will first be used to repair the Heavenly Library. Only the remaining parts of the overall structure will be preserved. If you don't believe it, look at it.
Zhang Tuohai looked in the direction of Lilith's finger. Sure enough, the walls of the Heavenly Library that were originally full of holes had been completely repaired, and the broken windows had also been repaired. However, there was no decoration at all. It looked like it's like the roof of a huge villa, clean and empty.
Is the library today entirely made of quantum crystals?
Zhang Tuohai asked in disbelief.
Not entirely.
Lilith shook her head.
But you don't need to know now. I will tell you when the time is right. Now! The most important question is how do you plan to use such a large amount of quantum crystals? Lilith asked, pointing to the mountain of quantum crystals in the distance.
What roads are there? Generally speaking, there are two types. One is to infuse oneself, forge the kingdom of God, and become half a demigod. As long as you wait for the opportunity to get the power from other demigods, you can become a true demigod. However, once you choose this path, it means becoming the enemy of other demigods. And no one will be willing to share the cake in their hands. And it may even lead to the joint siege of other demigods. As for the other one, it is to cast quantum crystals into weapons and sell them to various worlds. Now that we have mastered the migration technology, we can become a businessman traveling around thousands of worlds. Then, as a businessman, we can inspect each world and find the core of imaginary numbers secretly controls a large number of worlds. When the time is right, it will take advantage of the trend and infuse quantum crystals to become a demigod, Lilith said. To sum up, the first path is more radical, but takes less time. And the second path is more secure, but takes longer. Right?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Yes. The specific choice is in your hands. I choose the first option.
Zhang Tuohai said firmly.
Why? With your character.
Lilith asked in surprise.
You want to say that with my personality, I shouldn't be so radical and would choose the safest route, right?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. Lilith nodded.
Actually, the reason I didn't choose the second option is that the second option is a dead end. Quantum crystal is an important strategic resource. Those demigods will not watch the circulation of large amounts of strategic resources and will definitely intervene. When the time comes, I will definitely face the demigods. However, if you directly infuse quantum crystals, you will not have the authority of a demigod. When facing a demigod, you will definitely be at a disadvantage. What if I could get the authority of a demigod?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. Chapter 789, Infusing Quantum Crystal.
Can you get it? From where?
Lilith asked in shock. If it were someone else, Lilith's first reaction would be disbelief. A mere mortal who hasn't even obtained quantum crystals still wants to gain the authority of a demigod? What about Peaches? However, Zhang Tuohai's growth rate and achievements gave her a feeling that if Zhang Tuohai wanted to do it, he would definitely be able to achieve it.
Celia.
Zhang Tuohai spit out the name with a smile.
The demigod Celia who has the power to control beasts?
Lilith asked after thinking about it.
Yes, that's it.
Zhang Tuohai nodded.
Any plans? Zhao Wanwan once told me some secrets. Celia is planning a world recently. This world is of vital significance to Celia. Therefore, Celia will hit up the elites in her hands and send them out. Even, it will be possible to take part in person when the war is at a disadvantage.
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
Do you plan to get the imaginary core of that world before Celia takes action? And unite the will of the world to kill Celia and seize power?
After hearing this, Lilith immediately guessed Zhang Tuohai's next steps. After all, it is the Book of 10,000 Dermas. After countless years, and having seen the history of various worlds, in her eyes, there is almost nothing new.
It's pretty much the same.
Zhang Tuohai nodded. Lilith thought about it. And if things really progressed as Zhang Tuohai predicted, there might be a chance of success. It is worth a try to become a demigod in the shortest possible time and gain authority to stabilize your position.
Do you know the coordinates of this world?
Lilith asked. The key to the matter now falls on that world. If you don't know the coordinates, everything is meaningless.
Of course I know. Zhao Wanwan told me everything she knew, including the coordinates. She also went there once as an advanced team and has some first-hand information.
Zhang Tuohai said.
In this case, we can deduce it.
Lilith said while touching her chin.
Deduction? Sand table deduction? It seems that the sand table in the command room can't handle this kind of deduction involving a demigod-level war?
Zhang Tuohai said.
Of course that sandbox won't work. But we can use this one.
Lilith pulled Zhang Tuohai to the half-door of truth.
Use this?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the half of the gate of truth curiously, somewhat puzzled.
Do you remember what Gaia said to give you a hint?
Lilith is good at teaching.
I remember what he said was to deduce the most suitable solution and then give hints.
After Zhang Tuohai was injected with the medicine, his memory improved significantly.
Yes. In addition to recording the truth and knowledge of the world, the Gate of Truth also plays an important role in deduction. As long as you input the existing data and adjust the variables, you can deduce the probability of success of the event. Based on the reasons for failure, you can repeatedly revise the plan until the plan completion rate reaches 100%.
Lilith said.
So powerful? Then let me try.
As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he wanted to put his hand on the door of truth to deduce. Lilith quickly interrupted him.
Don't move. The Gate of Truth deduction consumes energy. Although you have been injected with the evolution potion, you are still essentially immortal. If you rashly use the Gate of Truth to deduce, you may not be able to do anything.
I'm going to be sucked and hacked by someone next time. So scary.
When Zhang Tuohai heard this, his little hands hurriedly retracted. There used to be a prompt system, which allowed him to develop the habit of trying anything. As long as he couldn't do it, he would do it to death. The prompt system would know everything anyway. Unfortunately, now that the system was hacked by him, he had to be careful in everything.
Then let's infuse the quantum crystal. First, point out the physical properties, and then deduce it.
Zhang Tuohai is eager to try.
Get in the car.
Lilith put her hands in her pockets and walked towards the inside of the flying saucer. Zhang Tuohai hurriedly followed. And at the same time, he did not forget to let the self-propelled machine carry the quantum crystals back to the car.
Come lie down in it.
Lilith pushed out a huge crystal coffin-like thing from the laboratory and placed it in front of Zhang Tuohai.
Is there something wrong with your aesthetics? Why are the shapes all coffin style? It's because the preparation test failed. So you don't have to clean it up and just bury it directly. Right.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the machine that looked like a crystal coffin and really didn't know what to say.
If you didn't need to be conscious when infusing crystals, do you think you can still be here and complain about this? Get in and lie down,
Lilith said as she pushed Zhang Tuohai into the crystal coffin and then closed the lid with a bang. Start up. Lilith pressed the button. Zhang Tuohai felt as if his whole body was floating. As if he had fallen into a state of nothingness. As if his soul had left his body. Floating indefinitely. Like a wisp of smoke that could be blown away by a gust of wind. At this moment, he felt a clear spring flowing past him. And the gurgling clear spring poured into his body. Just like the long drought land met with sweet rain. His body greedily sucked the flowing clear spring. And his body also regenerated. He calmed down and stood on the ground again with his feet. Zhang Tuohai has never felt so comfortable standing with his feet on the ground.
Ding!
With a sound that sounded like a microwave being completed. The lid of the crystal coffin slowly popped open. And Zhang Tuohai sat up from the crystal coffin.
Where does the burnt smell come from?
Zhang Tuohai asked, shrugging his nose.
I didn't control the temperature well. Your clothes are burnt. Go and change them.
Lilith pointed at Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai looked down and saw that his clothes were burnt to pieces. When he reached out and touched them, large pieces of burnt pieces fell down.
It's too late to change clothes. So let's continue pouring quantum crystals. Time is precious,
Zhang Tuohai said. He was already impatient. How could he have time to change clothes?
It's already filled.
What?
It's over. That's it?
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but look down. His body seemed to be no different from usual.
Try again,
Lilith said, smashing a teacup at Zhang Tuohai. In desperation, Zhang Tuohai pushed him out with his backhand. As soon as his hand touched the teacup turned into a black shadow and disappeared without a trace.
Am I really infused?
Zhang Tuohai couldn't believe it, because there was really no special feeling. But what happened just now showed that he really had the characteristics of quantum crystals.
It's just a virtual entity. Do you still want to have any special feeling? Let's forget about that for now, and let's study how to arrange the Kingdom of God.
Lilith greeted. Chapter 790 The Arrangement of the Kingdom of God. Zhang Tuohai and Lilith came to the control room and studied how to arrange the Kingdom of God.
The Kingdom of God is the core of a god. Compared to the body of a god, the Kingdom of God is often more important. Because after the body of a god is broken, there is still a chance to return to the Kingdom of God for resurrection. However, the Kingdom of God is the foundation of a god. Basic technology, the delivery of dependence, and core equipment are all running in the Kingdom of God. If the Kingdom of God is destroyed, it means that countless accumulations have been wasted. And I have become a wanderer. I don't know how many times more difficult it will be to make a comeback. Therefore, we must choose a good location for the Kingdom of God to avoid being invaded,
Lilith said.
What do you think of it here?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly pointed around and said,
You mean the Heavenly Library? That's right. I heard you say that this place was conquered by the righteous gods and more than a dozen demigods. There must be few places in the entire Chaos Sea that are stronger than this place. Right. Moreover, even if there is a sneak attack, this formation can also help us kill them. Even demigods are not afraid of them,
Zhang Tuohai said. From the bottom of his heart, he really wanted to build the Kingdom of God here. But he was afraid that Lilith would not be able to cope with it emotionally. After all, this was once her hometown.
There is no problem in theory. But the Kingdom of God is divided into two parts. One part is the core control area. This part is mainly used as central control, research and development of technology, storage of quantum crystals, construction of transfer stations, and placement of players. The other part is a world of imaginary numbers. A Kingdom of God needs a complete world of imaginary numbers as a support. Not only does it need a full set of scientific and technological means in the world of imaginary numbers, but it is also the foundation of the Kingdom of God. According to the research of old Mantianji, if the Kingdom of God can relying on a better world will be of great benefit to your future promotion to a righteous God. It's just that the world of imaginary numbers on which the Heavenly Library was originally built was shattered by the many gods and demigods who joined forces to attack, and it can no longer be recovered. If you want to establish the Kingdom of God here, you have to bring in another world of imaginary numbers. The control core is easy to handle. Just unfold my car.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, his car is his R&D and technology center. It has complete supporting facilities, factories, laboratories, and manufacturing workshops, as well as a complete command and combat system. It is perfect to be used as the core of the base. As for his future travel tools, Lilith can completely remake one, directly use the latest technology, redesign, develop and manufacture it. The overall performance will definitely be much better than his assembled product. However, the supporting world of imaginary numbers needs to be carefully studied. Zhang Tuohai pulled the imaginary number core in his hand. So far, he can control a total of 4 imaginary number cores, namely the Onyx Crisis world, the Ring City world, the Middle-earth world, and the newly acquired Fairy Tale world. The last 3 of them already have acquaintances and have become world consciousness, while the world of Onyx Crisis is vacant. Zhang Tuohai pondered for a while, and first excluded the world of Middle-earth, in addition to the low level of civilization in this world. The main reason is that this place is still being watched by Lioli. If it is dragged here and used as a supporting world, Lioli will definitely find it. If the other party follows the clues and finds this place again, it will be in trouble. He is not strong yet, and does not want to face his old club so soon. The same is true for the world of Onyx Crisis. Lioli has also placed players on it. Once the world disappears, it will definitely arouse the other party's vigilance. If you think about it this way, the Ring City world is even less okay. It is monitored by the 2 demigods Lioli and Feiyue. Especially Feiyue, who has suffered a big loss here, must be trying every means to make amends. We'll definitely keep an eye on this place. After thinking about it, it seems that the only place that can be used is the Fairy Tale world. The magic in the Fairy Tale world is good, and the biodiversity is also very strange. If it is used as a basic world, it makes up for some of Zhang Tuohai's shortcomings in technology. Although this world is also concerned by evil gods. If Zhang Tuohai destroyed the coordinates of the other party's altar and then directly dragged it away, the other party would definitely not be able to find the location of the Fairy Tale world for a while. Zhang Tuohai believes that when the other party follows the clues and finds them, it won't necessarily be who is dealing with whom. Moreover, the world consciousness in the Fairy Tale world is Xiao Wanwan, and it is relatively easy to use, so she is considered the best candidate.
Okay, now that you've made your decision, let's get started.
Lilith nodded and said. At the same time, Xiao Ai began to control the flying saucer to expand and recontrol the area according to Lilith's arrangement. The huge house is divided into 4 floors. The first floor is the combat command room and transfer space. The imaginary number core and the future space gate will be arranged here, guarded by a large array. This will be the safest area. The second floor is the production area. Laboratories, factories, scientific research centers, and material warehouses will be placed here. Xiao Ai's host will also be placed here. This will become the core research area of the Kingdom of God. The third floor is the rest and entertainment area. The original presidential suite, large bath, and so on will be placed here. As for the fourth floor being empty for the time being, Lilith said that it will be built as a monitoring area in the future. As for how to monitor it, she has not said yet. It is worth mentioning that the original high-end ecological park will be integrated with the Fairy Tale world. According to Lilith's explanation, the integration of a large number of new creatures and rules will greatly increase the diversity of the Fairy Tale world. This will be a great advantage for the Fairy Tale world. It has huge benefits, and the most intuitive impact is that it will accelerate the advancement of the Fairy Tale world, allowing the Fairy Tale world to be promoted from the world of imaginary numbers to the quantum world as soon as possible.
The question is, how to move the Fairy Tale world over?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
If you are a new demigod, normally you need to run there yourself and build the core at the location of the other person's world. How can there be any reason to pull the world over?
Lilith said, rolling her eyes.
Am I going to drive over to the Library of Heaven?
Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened.
However, who made you meet me? Fortunately, this magic circle is not completely damaged and can still be used once,
Lilith said, fiddled with a secret place a few times, and a formation started to activate. Buzz! There was a harsh friction sound, and a huge magic circle started to rotate. Bang! Suddenly, there was a violent sound outside. The heavenly library was shaken involuntarily.
What happened?
Zhang Tuohai asked, holding onto the wall.
The express delivery has arrived. Let's take a look,
Lilith said. Chapter 791 World Package and Suspect. Zhang Tuohai walked out of the gate of Tianshu Pavilion. At this time, he couldn't help but be stunned by the sight in front of him. A huge world is hanging upside down above your head. The huge world is like an unrolled canvas. with paper castles, black castles, ancient trees of life, garden valleys, and even palm-sized elves and school beauties all appearing in detail. That's all. The most tingling thing is that the huge world is like a huge bun skin, slowly gathering together, as if it is going to completely wrap up the heavenly library.
What is going on? Is this normal?
Zhang Tuohai, who said he had little knowledge, asked Lilith to verify the reliability of this matter.
Let me see.
Lilith felt a little numb when she saw the world that was slowly surrounding her. She looked up something on her tablet computer. After about 5 minutes, Lilith said,
I found out that it is the special structure of the fairy tale world and the special structure of the heavenly library. The special mutation produced by the combination of the two.
Although it is visually very impactful, there is a feeling of force. But these are minor issues and have no special impact on the basic functions. Come here and see me and you'll know.
Lilith took Zhang Tuohai's hand and stepped forward. Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of weightlessness, and his whole body seemed to be stepping upwards. But the next second, it seemed as if he was falling rapidly downwards. A strong feeling of weightlessness spread throughout his body, and before Zhang Tuohai could react, the body became stable again. Zhang Tuohai looked around and found that he was already standing on flat ground, surrounded by flowers, meadows, and flying elves. It was near the Garden Valley in the fairy tale world. Looking up, the huge library of heaven hangs upside down in the air. It looks close at hand, but also seems to be far away in the horizon. This sense of spatial dislocation made Zhang Tuohai unable to tell whether he was standing upright or upside down.
Don't worry about these details.
In response to Zhang Tuohai's question, Lilith waved her hand gently and said,
Let's go and see the situation.
The two were wandering around the fairy tale world. Zhang Tuohai felt that the situation around him was similar to when he left. There was no obvious difference. Of course, this was just his initial feeling. If he really wanted to take root here, he would need follow-up. A series of measures and work, such as the integration of high-end ecological parks, such as the anchoring of the world, such as upgrading and transforming the world, etc. There are still many things to be done. It is not just about pulling the world over and putting it together. At this time, a breeze blew by, and Zhao Wanwan's figure appeared next to Zhang Tuohai.
I said, how come the whole world was pulled by a powerful force just now? It was indeed you who did it. What is this?
Zhao Wanwan asked, pointing to the heavenly library in the sky.
That will be my residence for a period of time in the future. You can also come over and be a guest.
Zhang Tuohai said.
In addition, after a while, I will make some changes in the fairy tale world, and you will cooperate with me. Don't worry. As long as it is arranged by you, I will cooperate well.
Zhao Wanwan said with a smile. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to give some more instructions, classmate Xiao Ai suddenly sent a message.
Alice has completed the preliminary debris cleaning work with the self-propelled machine.
After solving the soul-eating beast, Zhang Tuohai asked Alice to take the self-propelled machine to reopen the portal and return to the Tower of Babel. The main job was to clean up the ruins and see if there were any survivors, so as to find out the whole story. After all, this is a major event that nearly destroyed the entire Tower of Babel. I don't know how it could be possible.
Any new discoveries?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Yes, we are sorting it out.
Xiao Ai replied.
Go back and have a look.
Zhang Tuohai quickly returned to the Library of Heaven, and then came to the Tower of Babel headquarters again through the portal. At this time, a large number of self-propelled machines are clearing the ruins. A large area of the site has been cleared. However, due to the previous large movements of the soul-eating beast, which almost turned over the entire Tower of Babel camp several times, it would be difficult to find a complete corpse, let alone find it. A living person.
How's it going?
Zhang Tuohai came to a high ground, where Alice was directing some self-propelled machines to clean up the ruins.
No signs of life were found, and there were even very few bodies. It is estimated that most of the people were devoured.
Alice sighed.
My condolences.
Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say, so he could only pat Alice on the shoulder to express comfort.
By the way, I found this thing. It is probably left by a monster. Take it and analyze it to see if you can find any clues.
Alice took out a piece of tissue that was obviously mutated and said,
Take it for testing.
Zhang Tuohai handed it to Lilith. Lilith stuffed the mutated tissue into the machine, and after a while, a thick report sheet was printed out. Lilith frowned and flipped through the report sheet.
Any clues?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
There is bad news, Lilith said helplessly. In this tissue, We found Miss Li Feiyu's DNA.
Li Feiyu's DNA? Zhang Tuohai frowned upon hearing this. Li Feiyu's DNA was found at the scene, which means that Li Feiyu most likely participated in the attack, and also as a monster. He remembered that Li Feiyu was recruited by the demigod Hermes. Could it be said that Hermes organized this attack behind the scenes?
How much do you know about the demigod Hermes?
Zhang Tuohai turned to the two of them and asked.
Hermes. This is a paranoid and crazy demigod. The power he holds in his hands is unknown. However, his overall style is biased towards biochemistry and mutation. He is keen on transplanting and sewing monster organs, and even injecting various special medicines. Let the members of your team mutate, and those who succeed will become sane mutants, and those who fail will directly become monsters.
Alice introduced the information she knew about Hermes.
Its members have almost no vehicles. They are usually led by a few mutants and lead a large group of monsters. They like blood and killing. They will also eat their dead or seriously injured companions to increase their chances of mutation. I have even seen members of a group being devoured and eventually becoming a monster with thousands of eyes and faces. Just like the soul-eating beast today.
At this point, Alice suddenly paused. Her eyes widened suddenly, and she looked at Zhang Tuohai.
You mean, this attack was planned by Hermes?
Chapter 792 Deduction Plan.
I just have a guess. The current clues point to Hermes, and based on your description, I feel that Hermes has a great possibility.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Then please find out. I must know who is behind this attack. The blood of the Tower of Babel cannot be shed in vain. I must find an opportunity to avenge them.
Lilith clenched her hands into fists and said bitterly.
Don't worry. I will try my best to find out the truth. After all, my friend may have died in the hands of that guy.
Zhang Tuohai nodded in response, leaving most of the self-propelled machines to continue cleaning up the scene. Zhang Tuohai and Lilith returned to the Library of Heaven and began to study the plan against Celia. After all, according to Zhao Wanwan's description, Celia will launch an attack on the world of beast control in the near future. Take action. If you don't hurry up, you may be in vain.
I suggest you use the Gate of Truth to deduce it before making a plan to determine the success rate. After all, your opponent is a demigod, and there are too many variables.
Lilith said from the side.
How to deduce?
Zhang Tuohai has wanted to try it for a long time, but he was blocked by Lilith because of his lack of physical fitness. Now he can finally try it.
Just put your hand on the door of truth and enter your plans and purposes.
Lilith guided beside him. Zhang Tuohai followed Lilith's guidance and put his hand on the door of truth, silently thinking about his plan with his mind. He felt that the energy in his body was being sucked by the Gate of Truth like a tide, and the speed was still increasing, as if a greedy beast was constantly sucking his blood. The passage of a large amount of energy made Zhang Tuohai. My body felt tired, and my stomach made a grunting sound of hunger.
Isn't this energy absorption too terrifying?
Zhang Tuohai felt the energy in his body. At that moment, half of the energy in his body had been lost, and it was still being lost, but at a slightly full speed.
No wonder you don't touch the door of truth without being infused with quantum crystals. It turns out that it will really be sucked dry.
Zhang Tuohai rejoiced in his heart, and at the same time, he focused his energy and looked at the door of truth. Lines of text appeared on the door of truth. On the first day, you created 5,000 clones proficient in various combat skills, driving 3,000 specially designed striker armored vehicles, 2,000 T-90S tanks, 200 Reaper drones, and 300 Global Hawk unmanned reconnaissance vehicles. As an advanced team, you entered the world of beast control. However, because the style of painting was incompatible with the world of beast control, you were discovered by the world consciousness of the beast control world and launched a crazy counterattack. Your personnel were besieged to death. Your plan failed. Do you want to continue the deduction? Zhang Tuohai.
This is a failure? Looking at the words on the door of truth, Zhang Tuohai was surprised and happy. What was shocking was that his plan, which he thought had a 70% to 80% chance of winning, failed miserably on the first day. Fortunately, if this deduction is reliable, then he can continue to make deductions, and finally come up with a perfect plan that can kill demigods. However, there is one condition that limits Zhang Tuohai now, and that is energy. The Gate of Truth requires a huge amount of energy to perform deductions. Otherwise, you will just wait to be sucked into someone to do it.
How's the effect? Not bad. Right?
Lilith asked with a smile.
Very good. But is there any way to quickly restore the energy in the body?
Zhang Tuohai was very eager to conduct the simulation again, and the time left for him was not rich.
This is simple. Just eat a lot,
Lilith said.
Is it that simple?
Zhang Tuohai asked in disbelief.
Of course. How complicated do you think it is?
Lilith rolled her eyes at him and said,
Wang Kai. Cook quickly.
Zhang Tuohai shouted loudly.
Boss, what are you doing?
Wang Kai put his head in an apron and asked.
Anything will do. The bigger the better. The faster the better. Just keep doing it when I don't tell you to stop.
Zhang Tuohai shouted.
Okay.
Wang Kai picked up the kitchen knife and cut the 12 sausages into slices. He put them into a basin and asked a self-propelled machine to send them up. At the same time, the big pot started to cook. Boiled noodles. Large Russian-style meat skewers as thick as an arm were hung in the oven. Steaks were put into the baking pan. And Wang Kai started to cut a whole ham on the chopping board. Although there was only one person, Wang Kai just let Wang Kai play. The speed of a whole team comes. Zhang Tuohai was already ravenous at this time. When he saw the whole pot of sausages, he grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai felt that he was eating and digesting very quickly this time. The food was digested almost as soon as it arrived in the stomach, and was converted into energy and stored in the body. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's inquiry, Lilith smiled and said,
What's so strange about this? It's just that your digestion ability is stronger. Remember, your current rank is a demigod. Although you have no authority, your own quality is not the same.
Not bad at all. Do you still have to hold yourself to mortal standards? Yeah. I'm a demigod now. If you didn't tell me, I would have almost forgotten.
Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. He had only been a demigod for a short time, and was still a little unaccustomed to it. He often used his previous perspective and standards to measure things. After eating a bowl of chopped sausages, a piece of ham, and 4 large bowls of braised noodles, Zhang Tuohai felt that his energy had been restored, and he immediately put his hand on the door of truth and began to deduce. On the first day, you learned the lesson from the last time and created 5,000 clones who are good at using various individual weapons, equipped with a full set of individual combat systems, and entered the world of beast control as an advanced force. Because his painting style was incompatible with the world of beast control, he was regarded as an intruder by the world consciousness, and was hunted wildly by the local natives. In the end, he ran out of ammunition and food, and was killed. Your plan failed. Do you want to continue the deduction?
Failed again? Come again.
Zhang Tuohai had another big meal and repeated the deduction. On the first day, you learned the lessons from the last 2 times, created 5,000 clones who are good at using cold weapons, and equipped them with cold weapons made of fine steel, and entered the world of beast control as an advanced team. At first, your players were not noticed, but when a large number of people with the same clothes and weapons appeared in the same city, they aroused the alert of the local forces, and they began to round up your men with purpose. Resistance was ultimately outnumbered, and the entire army was annihilated.
I don't believe it anymore. Come again.
Zhang Tuohai had another meal, then calmed down his mind, pondered for a while, and then put his hand on the door of truth. On the first day, you created 2,500 clones who were proficient in cold weapon combat and beast taming skills. You also randomly created 2,500 beasts based on Cruder and Abai,
and entered the world of beast control with the clones. They successfully gained the trust of the locals and blended in.
Finally, it worked.
Zhang Tuohai waved his fist excitedly and continued the deduction. Chapter 793 Continuous Deduction. The next day, the players you sent out encountered the Sons of Luck cartel and rejected their request to purchase battle pets. On the third day, the dispatch player was assassinated by a team led by the cartel. Your player took food containing narcotics and fell to the ground. The cartel kills the players you sent and seizes the pets. The cartel discovered that your battle pets have stronger overall combat capabilities. In order to ensure their advantage in the Beast Control Conference, the cartel sent out its forces to fully hunt down the players you sent out, and killed all the redundant battle pets. On the 4th day, the player you sent out was being hunted. On the 5th day, he was being hunted. On the 6th day, the end of the road was reached, and the last player sent out was killed. Your plan failed. Do you want to continue the deduction?
Nah. Cartel. Right. Just because I don't sell your battle pet, you do this to me?
Zhang Tuohai's face didn't look good. However, one word caught his attention.
Child of Destiny?
Could it be that this guy is the destined protagonist in the novel? If we establish a relationship with him, will it be of great help in assisting in killing Celia? Give it a try, and you won't get pregnant. Zhang Tuohai started the deduction again. On the first day,
You sent out 2,500 clones, who were proficient in cold weapon combat and beast taming skills. You also randomly created 2,500 beasts based on Kruder and Abai, and entered the world of beast control with the clones. They successfully gained the trust of the locals and blended in. The next day, the players you sent out met the Sons of Luck cartel, and took out the battle pets prepared in advance and sold them to the opponent. The cartel discovered that the overall combat power of the war pets you sold was one level higher than the local war pets, fearing that it would threaten his advantage in the beast control conference. The cartel decided to kill your men and the remaining war pets together. On the third day, the players you sent out were assassinated by the cartel. On the fourth day, the cartel continues to lead its team to hunt down the players you sent. On the fifth day, he was being hunted. On the sixth day, he was still being hunted. On the seventh day, at the end of the road, the last player sent was killed. Your plan failed. Do you want to continue the deduction? Zhang Tuohai's face turned blue when he saw the deduction record on the Gate of Truth. A cartel. Right. You are shameless to give you face. You must kill all my men. Right. Just because you are the Son of Luck. You can do whatever you want. Right. This time not only do you want to kill Celia, but also I want to kill you too. Zhang Tuohai continued to simulate. The first day, as usual. The next day, your players met the cartel and sold the prepared and flavored war pets to the cartel. However, the drug battle pet was exposed on the spot by the cartel's female companion, and your player pressed the start button. With the blessing of good luck, the cartel narrowly escaped disaster. The cartels vowed massive revenge. Your players are being hunted by Cult. On the third day, he was being hunted. On the fourth day, he was still being hunted. On the fifth day, the end of the road was reached, and the last player set was killed. Your plan failed. Do you want to continue the deduction? I don't believe it. Zhang Tuohai's face became very ugly, and he was about to simulate again when he suddenly thought of a question. That is, since the strength of human clones is not good, is it okay to have a few more powerful ones? For example, send brothers and sisters Aya and Away up. It's just a deduction anyway, and no one will actually die. Zhang Tuohai replenished some energy and started the deduction again. On the first day, you set brother and sister Away and Aya to enter the world of beast control with cloned war pets, and successfully integrated into the current world. The next day, brother and sister Away and Aya met the cartel and successfully trapped the cartel. However, Away was also killed on the spot in the first round of fire. Aya hid Away's body and waited for the resurrection. On the third day, the cartel's men found Aya. After a fight, Aya successfully killed most of the pursuers, but was also seriously injured. On the fourth day, Aya met the cartel's men. Before she died, Aya asked the other party why she could always be found. The other party replied, "The power of God is beyond your imagination." Aya died, and your plan failed. Do you want to continue the deduction? The power of God? Could it be said that Celia has already sneaked into this world in advance? Zhang Tuohai touched his chin and started thinking. Although Zhao Wanwan had told him that Celia's plan was to enter the world in a week. But Zhao Wanwan, she is just a player. A favored one at best. Those demigods are not so kind as to tell her all their plans. Maybe this will be a cover a week later. Celia's true body may have already sneaked into the beast control world. Since the demigod is here, I will increase my strength and see what you, the demigod, are capable of. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, modified the initial conditions, and started the deduction. On the first day, you took Origami, Wu Fengxian, Alice, Away, Aya and others into the world of beast control. The next day, you heard about the beast taming conference and prepared to attend. When you were filling out the qualification form, you met Cartel, the Son of Luck, and his men. Cartel saw that your battle pet was very powerful and wanted to buy it. You noticed the female companion next to Cartel, and smelled a familiar scent from her body. Seeing this line of writing, Zhang Tuohai was stunned. He didn't remember that he had ambitions to be the Prime Minister. This Gate of Truth must be framing him. It must be like this. Zhang Tuohai continued to look down. You handed the stuffed battle pet to the cartel. Unexpectedly, this time the cartel's female companion did not expose it on the spot and invited you to pass together. Cartel seemed a little reluctant, but after the persuasion of his female companion, he reluctantly agreed. You decide to go to the beast taming conference together. That night, Cartel's female companion quietly entered your room and wanted to study the way to control beasts with you. You were not willing at first, but the other party knew too many tricks. So you reluctantly agreed. On the third day, continue on the road. You realize that something is not right with the spirit of the cartel. At night, the cartel's female companion quietly enters your room and wants to study the way to control beasts with you. You originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing the dazzling array of beast-controlling tools the other party brought out, you agreed. On the fourth day, the cartel's spirit becomes more and more abnormal. You feel that the other party is like a silent volcano, ready to erupt at any time. You didn't go on the road and decided to rest where you were for a day. At night, the cartel's female companion enters your room and studies the method of controlling beasts with you. On the fifth day, study the way to control beasts. On the sixth day, study the way to control beasts. On the seventh day, you feel that you have been a little too depraved these days. You are here for a serious matter, and you decide to push forward. At night, study the way to control beasts. On the eighth day, you are killed in your sleep. Chapter 794 Celia has a problem. Looking at the death message on the door of truth, Zhang Tuohai's mind was filled with questions. He felt something was not quite right. Although he thinks he is not Lu Xiaohui, he can still prioritize things. In the past, when food and supplies were sufficient, he did not exchange food for the service of other beautiful players. After obtaining the human cloning technology, he did not use this technology to create a harem for himself that would obey him wholeheartedly. It makes no sense. When you are tasked with trapping and killing the demigod Celia, you will be pestered by a native to continuously discuss the way to control beasts. There is definitely something wrong with this. At least, there is definitely something wrong with this woman. No! We need to find out where this woman is coming from. Zhang Tuohai modified the entry conditions and added Lilith to the team. On the first day, you led your men into the world of beast control and blended into it. The next day, you heard about the beast taming conference and prepared to attend. When you were filling out the qualification form, you met Cartel, the son of Luck, and his men. Cartel saw that your battle pet was very powerful and wanted to buy it. You noticed the female companion next to Cartel and smelled a familiar scent from her body. Lilith reminds you that the other person has the smell of quantum crystals, and it is very strong. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai looked solemn. There was indeed something wrong with this woman as he had guessed. How can the natives have the ability to infuse quantum crystals? This woman must be a powerful player from outside. Maybe even a demigod. The more Zhang Tuohai thought about it, the more likely he felt that the possibility was high. After all, Cartel was the son of Luck in this world. It would be easy to find quantum crystals and clues about the core of imaginary numbers by following him. It was also possible for Celia to follow Cartel in disguise. However, if the other party is really a demigod, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. How would I handle it during the deduction? Zhang Tuohai continued to look down. You quietly exchanged opinions with Lilith. You both felt that judging from the time point and location, the possibility of the other party being Celia was extremely high. Lilith proposed a clever plan to you. You handed over the stuffed battle pet to the cartel. The cartel's female companion did not expose it on the spot, but brokered the deal and invited you to pass together. Cartel seemed a little reluctant, but after the persuasion of his female companion, he reluctantly agreed. You decide to go to the beast taming conference together. That night, Cartel's female companion quietly entered your room and wanted to study the way to control beasts with you. You agreed, and thanks to some of Professor Lilith's little tricks, your ability to control beasts improved greatly. You and the cartel's female companion studied until dawn before she left exhausted. On the third day, while having breakfast, you find that Cartel's female companion has regained her energy. But Cartel seems to have not slept for several nights, has no energy at all, and his eyes are full of bloodshot eyes. You decide to take a day off and start again tomorrow. That night, the cartel's female companion came to you again to discuss how to control the beast. With her excellent skills, after a fierce battle all night, the cartel left again tired at dawn. On the fourth day, you met Cartel and his female companion while having breakfast. The female companion seemed to have recovered her energy, but Cartel's mental state seemed to be worse. His skin was pale, and his face was skinny. Looks like a humanoid skeleton. You keenly noticed that he had been staying by your side, and his inseparable battle pet, the green bamboo snake, seemed to be missing. You tried to ask, but you didn't get an answer, and you almost got into a fight with the cartel. Fortunately, you were able to avoid the conflict with the persuasion of the other party's female companion. That night, the other person's girlfriend invites you again to study the way to control beasts. You feel that the other person's skills have made great progress.
and you begin to lose control and lose the initiative. After a night of fighting, the opponent returned with a great victory. On the 5th day, Cartel did not appear in the dining hall. You felt a little strange. The trip was postponed again. Lilith told you that Cartel had disappeared since last night. The Cartel's female companion found you and asked you to be her pet forever. But you refused. The Cartel's female partner will compete with you in the way of controlling beasts. And the loser will become the other party's pet forever. You just got Lilith's guidance. And you agreed with full confidence. You begin to discuss ways to control beasts. When the fierce battle is in full swing, the Cartel's female companion reveals her true identity. And you recognize her as the demigod Celia, who is in charge of controlling beasts. You lost and became Celia's pet. Your plan failed. Do you need to redo it? Looking at the words on the Gate of Destiny, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but scratch his head. There is good news and bad news about this exercise. The good news is that the true identity of the female companion beside Cartel is known. And she is indeed the demigod Celia. The bad news is that even after receiving Lilith's guidance, he was unable to defeat Celia, and ended up becoming her pet? Is this pet serious? No. The point is not here. He could have had a greater future. And he must not fall into this gentle country.
Is there any way to kill the demigod?
Zhang Tuohai decided to ask professional Lilith for advice. Lilith squatted in front of the door of truth and watched for a long time. And finally said,
There seems to be some problem with Celia's authority. It is different from what we originally determined. Especially in her attitude towards you and several late-night exchanges. From the looks of it, it doesn't fit in with a normal demigod style of dealing with things. And it doesn't have much to do with beast control. She doesn't even bring her beast control with her. Even the Cartel can't compare to this. This is not normal.
Zhang Tuohai heard that this was indeed the case. The Cartel's battle pet green bamboo snake was described in the deduction. But there was not even a word about Celia's battle pet.
By the way, ask Zhao Wanwan. She has worked under Celia, and she should know some inside information.
Zhang Tuohai called Zhao Wanwan, who was supervising the integration of the two worlds.
Celia's pet beast? It seems that I have never seen it before.
Zhao Wanwan recalled.
I have seen Celia several times, and even been to Celia's kingdom once. But I have never seen Celia's pet beasts. Not even one. However, I was in her kingdom. I've seen a lot of statues here. What kind of statue?
Zhang Tuohai asked casually.
There are everything. Male, female, humanoid, non-humanoid, natural creatures, unnatural creatures, fantasy creatures, and some monsters. Anyway, they are weird. There are statues of various styles. But they have never been. I haven't seen a single pet beast. Not even the fur or skeleton.
Zhao Wanwan said. Zhang Tuohai and Lilith looked at each other after hearing this. They both felt that there was something wrong with this Celia. Chapter 795 Exhaustive Method.
There is definitely something wrong with this Celia. If her authority is really to control beasts, it is absolutely impossible not to have one beside her. The kingdom of God should also be an environment suitable for raising various beasts. It should never be like this,
Lilith said.
Then what should we do with her now?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I'm thinking.
Lilith rubbed her head.
I have an idea. Since Celia is in the beast-controlling world, we can directly attack her kingdom of God. What do you think?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
You can choose to give it a try,
Lilith said with a sneer. Zhang Tuohai put his hand on the door of truth. On the first day, you didn't find Celia's kingdom of God, and your plan failed. Do you want to start anew? He looked at Lilith, who was snickering. You must have known this result for a long time. Right? Are you just waiting to see my jokes?
All demigods will choose a secret place when they build their own kingdom. Otherwise, if they are discovered by the enemy, wouldn't they face siege? So, don't always think about raiding the demigod's lair. It would be more practical to think about how to intercept Celia outside and then kill her. However, with my current strength, I'm afraid I can't beat Celia at all. Right. After all, she is a famous demigod, and she has accumulated many years of experience. She is definitely much more powerful than me. A newbie.
Zhang Tuohai felt guilty.
So, we need to find helpers. As long as we get the imaginary core of that world and control the world consciousness. With the blockade and suppression of the world consciousness, we will have a chance to suppress Celia's strength to a very low level. Then, our chance is here. Then give it a try.
Zhang Tuohai put his hand on the door of truth again. On the first day, you brought Lilith, Origami, Wu Fengxian, away. I, and a large number of clones, and pets into the world of beast control. You are separated from everyone, and the rest of the people move around under the guidance of Lilith, looking for clues to the core of the imaginary number. The next day, you came to the town and prepared to sign up for the Beast Control Conference. You met Cartel, the son of Luck, and his female companion, the demigod Celia, pretending to be an indigenous person. The Cartel took a fancy to your war pet and wanted to buy it at a high price. You agreed, and you sold the war pet with added ingredients to the Cartel. Celia blinked. It didn't expose it, but instead promoted it. This time the deal. Celia invited you to follow them to the Beast Taming Conference, but Cartel was unwilling. Celia pulled him aside and talked for a while. You found that Cartel still seemed reluctant, but in the end, he reluctantly agreed. You all set out together. At night, Celia sneaks into your room and wants to discuss the way to control beasts with you. You learned the lesson from last time and only used a slightly stronger technique than Celia, which kept Celia at a disadvantage until the light came out and Celia was defeated by one move. Celia was not convinced and agreed to come back for advice in the evening. On the third day, early in the morning, when you went to have breakfast, you found that Cartel's mental state was relatively poor, and his battle pet, the green bamboo snake, was also in poor condition, as if he was sick and had no energy at all. You decided to rest where you are today and start again tomorrow. In the afternoon, Celia sneaked into your room and wanted to discuss the way to control beasts with you. You felt that Celia's practice was much deeper than yesterday, and she was more skilled in various skills and had more tricks. You continued, using the skills that barely suppressed Celia. He suppressed Celia until late at night before she was defeated. On the fourth day, when you were having breakfast, you saw Cartel. His condition was even worse. His face was pale and his lips were blue, as if he was seriously ill. His pet green bamboo snake was even coiled up, like a ball, as if dead. In the afternoon, the energetic Celia sneaked into your room, vowing to regain her own honor. You find that her skills are getting better and better, although you can continue to overwhelm the opponent with superior strength. You already feel that you are somewhat powerless. On the fifth day, when you were having breakfast, you didn't see the Cartel. In the afternoon, Celia entered your room openly. You find that her skills are becoming more and more profound, and you begin to lose control. Celia reveals her true form. Celia wants you to be her pet, but you refuse. Celia had a fierce fight with you, and you were subdued. You became Celia's pet. Your plan failed. Are you starting to deduce it again? Damn it. It's intolerable. I don't believe it. Zhang Tuohai started the deduction again. This time, after entering, Zhang Tuohai told Lilith and everyone to go directly in one direction to look for clues. He would use the troubleshooting method to test them one by one to see where the clues to the core of imaginary numbers were. After all, the number of times he can deduce is theoretically unlimited, as long as the number of deductions is enough. He can always figure out the entire world of beast control by checking one point each time. The 99th deduction. You became Celia's pet. The 233rd deduction. You became Celia's pet. In the 666th deduction. You became Celia's pet. When Zhang Tuohai felt that his teeth were severely worn due to swallowing a lot of food, the number of deductions had reached 999. When he felt a little numb, he suddenly saw new news that made his eyes light up. On the fifth day, early in the morning, you received a message from Lilith. They found clues about the core of imaginary numbers, which pointed to Redstone Town. Redstone Town? Why does it look so familiar? Zhang Tuohai looked familiar to the place names. He looked through his previous records and was shocked to find that the town where he first arrived was Red Rock Town. Am I just searching around and finally finding out that what I need is hidden under my feet? Zhang Tuohai didn't know whether to cry or laugh. After writing down the information in a small notebook, continue the deduction. After becoming Celia's pet again, Zhang Tuohai started the deduction again. After this time, Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith and the others to do their best to find clues in Redstone Town, while he himself went to hold off Celia as usual. After becoming a pet 30 times, Lilith's team finally figured out the entire task chain and successfully obtained the imaginary number core. Now let's start simulating the trap plan for Celia after getting the imaginary core. Seeing the deduction on the Gate of Truth, Zhang Tuohai wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was true that he had eaten more than 1,000 meals in a short period of time and finally reached the threshold of killing Celia. I have to say that this demigod is really difficult to deal with, and it is very painful to the teeth and stomach. Chapter 796, Entering the World of Beast Control. Looking at the group of people around him, who had come up with the best candidates after several deductions. Zhang Tuohai took a deep breath, nodded to Lilith and said,
"Let's get started."
Lilith pressed the button. A ray of light flashed and enveloped everyone. After the light dissipated, Zhang Tuohai finally saw the surrounding scenery clearly. Although he had seen it thousands of times from the third perspective in the simulation, Zhang Tuohai always felt familiar yet unfamiliar when seeing this scene with his own eyes.
"Follow the previous arrangements,"
Zhang Tuohai said to everyone. Everyone nodded, immediately dispersed, and went to do their work according to the predetermined plan. Zhang Tuohai, on the other hand, walked towards the center of the town with familiarity. Thousands of visits made him extremely familiar with this town, and he was even more familiar with every plant and tree here than the locals. He came to a bulletin board with familiarity, pretended to see the information on it casually, and muttered,
"Beast Taming Conference? Championship reward? I have decided on this reward."
Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, someone next to him immediately sneered.
"Don't brag. The beast controlling competition is the highest level beast control competition in the country. All the well-known beast control masters in the country will participate. The usual elimination alone is cruel enough. I heard that there are even several direct disciples of the master of beast control who will participate this year. Seeing that you are just a newly awakened beast control apprentice at your age, you dare to claim to win the championship? You are really overestimating your abilities." "What? If you're not convinced, let's give it a try," the man said, shook his hand, untied the spirit-taming rope on his hand, and released his beast-taming mountain-eyed monkey. Although this monkey looked ugly, it was very fast, extremely fast, good at stealing and robbing. And this kind of beast is the most ruthless. It specializes in greeting the three groups below, and even attacks hostile beast masters. Every year, beast masters are killed by the enemy in battles. The mountain monkey hurt the roots of descendants. So much so that among the beast masters, the color of Shenmue monkey changes. There are even beast masters who wear special chastity pants to prevent being attacked by mountain monkeys. The whole body is made of steel, with iron ropes hanging on the outside, leaving the monkey with nothing to do. The beastmaster opposite took a look at Zhang Tuohai and found that he was wearing ordinary clothes and did not seem to be wearing chastity pants. So he came up with the idea of teaching him a lesson.
"Really? Since you want to compete, just compete."
Zhang Tuohai came to the other party and stood still with a smile.
"Then I'll get started. Enter Yamamono."
The man opposite was not polite at all, and immediately controlled the mountain monkey to rush towards Zhang Tuohai. Seeing Zhang Tuohai standing motionless and defenseless at all, the man opposite felt happy. He was indeed a rookie with little experience. He actually dared to let Shenmue make the first move. "Then let me do it to you." A lesson that will never be forgotten. The man opposite was thinking as he controlled the mountain monkey to rush towards Zhang Tuohai, grabbing Zhang Tuohai's vitals with a pair of sharp claws. At this moment, Fat Orange, who had been squatting on Zhang Tuohai's shoulder, moved. The Fat Orange leaped fiercely and appeared directly above the head of the mountain monkey. Then, the body expanded rapidly like a balloon. Boom! By the time the huge Fat Orange fell to the ground, it had transformed from a fat orange into a round
Brain Axe with a cute face. Brain Axe sat on the ground, scratching his belly with a pair of small paws, looking naive. However, the monkey sitting under its but was not so comfortable. The Brain Axe was made based on Kruder's genes, and Zhang Tuohai specially optimized it in order to restrain the mountain monkey. Originally, Kruder weighed more than 600 kilograms, almost the same as a pig. After some optimization, the weight of Brain Axe directly reached 1,000 kilograms, a full ton. As a result, Shenmue lost half of his life. Most of his bones were broken, and he could no longer breathe.
"My pet beast, give me back my mountain monkey."
Seeing this, the man rushed over as if he was crazy. Boom! Brain Axe raised his big furry paw and slapped it with a big penis basket, and the man opposite him spun and flew out like a top.
"Okay, that's almost it. It's almost time for us to leave."
Zhang Tuohai was too lazy to take another look at this passerby who had been beaten by him thousands of times. In fact, he almost memorized the plot, and there was nothing interesting to watch. Brain Axe turned into an orange cat again and jumped back onto Zhang Tuohai's shoulder. Zhang Tuohai turned around and moved forward, counting silently in his heart.
3, 2, 1. "Friend, stay. Here we are."
Zhang Tuohai was secretly happy, but his expression quickly returned to normal, and he turned around with an impatient look.
"Who is it? What's the matter?"
Behind him stood a pair of young men and women. The man was handsome, and the woman was enchanting. The man had a green bamboo snake coiled around his arm. But there was no trace of a pet animal on the woman. It is Cartel, the son of Luck, and Celia, the demigod pretending to be each other's girlfriend.
Brother, your pet beast is really strange. What I like to do most is to collect strange pet beasts from all over the world. Are you willing to cede the pet beast in your hand to me? I am willing to pay a high price,
Cartel said, holding his neck high.
That's easy to say. How much are you prepared to pay?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile.
5 million.
Cartel held out 5 fingers.
As long as you nod. This 5 million money order will be yours immediately. No, at least triple it. Otherwise there is no need to discuss it.
Zhang Tuohai shook his head and pretended to be greedy.
Humph.
Carter snorted coldly when he heard this, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. But the guard in his heart relaxed a lot. Since he can talk about money, it's easy to say that a beast master who can betray his pet beast for money. It is difficult to achieve great success. Although the cartel is not short of money, it cannot allow Zhang Tuohai to ask for endless prices. After some haggling, the two finally settled the deal for 9 million. Zhang Tuohai handed over the brain axe to Cartel. Celia, who was standing aside, had a strange look in her eyes. She leaned over with a smile and reached out to touch Brain Axe's head.
This guy is so furry and cute. Don't touch it. I haven't tamed it yet.
Cartel slapped Celia's hand aside, and then prepared to leave with the brain axe. But at this time, Celia said,
I just heard this. It seems that a friend is also going to the beast taming conference. How about we go together? How can he go to the beast taming conference without his pet beast? What a nonsense.
Cartel didn't want to go with Zhang Tuohai at all.
I don't have a pet animal either. What do you mean? I don't have to go. Okay. I didn't expect that you looked down on me so much in your heart. Let's break up,
Celia said, flicking her sleeves and walking to the side. Go. Chapter 797, Capturing Celia. On the road, Zhang Tuohai wanted to laugh when he looked at the angry-looking Lucky Son Cartel next to him. It stands to reason that the son of Luck should be the king of luck in this world. Everything will flow according to his own mind. The biological son of the world, unfortunately, was designed by Celia, a demigod. He nodded and agreed that Zhang Tuohai, the light bulb, was following him. If looks could kill Zhang Tuohai, I'm afraid Zhang Tuohai would have died more than 10,000 times. Zhang Tuohai didn't take the cartel's resentment to heart. During the deduction, the cartel died thousands of times, and he killed it dozens of times with his own hands. It was even more difficult for others to execute it. Counted. In Zhang Tuohai's eyes, the cartel is just a candle that is about to be extinguished, and is not worth caring about at all. The cartel wanted to kill Zhang Tuohai, but Celia seemed to be very interested in Zhang Tuohai, and kept approaching Zhang Tuohai, talking about everything. Zhang Tuohai, who had gone through more than 10,000 deductions, certainly knew that Celia had smelled the flavor of quantum crystals on her body, and wanted to get the quantum crystals on her body. Otherwise she would not have taken her with her. However, Celia probably didn't expect that the person opposite was also thinking about her. The two people, who had their own secrets, came together like this, with a passionate look, and their relationship quickly became closer.
Sooner or later I will kill you,
Cartel thought angrily. In the evening, the group arrived at a small town. The town is very small, with only one hotel, and it is very shabby. After experiencing tens of thousands of simulations, Zhang Tuohai has become accustomed to it. Celia's eyes were full of quantum crystals at this time, and the others were not in the mood to pay attention for the time being. Only Cartel complained about the environment here. However, since there is only such a hotel, it can only be recognized as such.
Don't worry. Soon you won't have to complain,
Zhang Tuohai thought secretly in his heart. After booking 2 rooms, Zhang Tuohai walked into his own room, then skillfully rolled up the sheets and quilts, placed them by the door, and said to the waiter who followed him,
I can use my own? Please take these down.
The waiter has seen some strange customers over the years, and there are indeed some people who like to use their own belongings. He just took the things away without saying anything. Of course, the silver coin worth 20 dinars played a vital role.
More than 10,000 simulations are finally coming to an end.
Zhang Tuohai took out a set of expensive-looking bedding from his bag and put it on directly. At the same time, he took out a set of exquisite-looking sterling silver wine sets and placed them on the round table. Then he sat on the chair and quietly waited for the time to arrive, because he was worried that Celia and the world would discover electronic signals. Zhang Tuohai did not carry any electronic communication equipment. However, after tens of thousands of deductions, he could already imagine the steps that his subordinates had reached. Time passed by minute by second. And in the evening, there was a knock on the door.
Coming!
Zhang Tuohai was shocked. Even though he had simulated it tens of thousands of times, he still couldn't help but be excited about fighting a real demigod in reality. He slowly opened the door. And outside was Celia, who had changed into casual clothes. Through the deep V, she could even see the bottom of the Snow-White Canyon.
Why? Don't you invite me in to do it?
Celia asked with a smile.
Of course.
Zhang Tuohai moved away from the door and let Celia in. After entering the room, Celia immediately saw the double bed covered with new sheets. Although it was just that in her eyes, it was still much better than the public supplies in the hotel.
Would you like some? The wine from my hometown is not very expensive, but it has a unique taste.
Zhang Tuohai raised the wine bottle, poured 2 glasses of wine, and handed one of them to Celia.
Thank you. Did you add some little things to it to spice it up?
Celia took the wine glass, took a sip, and said with a smile, she didn't care at all whether there was poison in it. As a demigod, her body has long been infused with quantum crystals, and the essence of her life has been improved. She is completely immune to all poisons produced in the basic world. No medicine will have any effect on her.
Of course. There is indeed a little gadget.
Zhang Tuohai came close to Celia's ear and whispered,
something that will surprise you. Okay. Then I want to take a closer look and see how you surprise me.
Celia said and went straight to the bed, sat down, and curled her fingers at Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai then placed the cup on the round table, came to the bedside, held Celia's shoulder, and pressed it gently. Celia lay on the bed obediently, with a charming smile on her face.
Is that all? Is there anything more exciting? Want something more exciting? Okay. You watch.
After Zhang Tuohai finished speaking, he jumped up and left the bed. Celia felt a little strange and wanted to get up and ask. But at this moment, her body seemed to be tightly sucked to the bed. She couldn't move. Not even a simple movement like moving her fingers. She was like a mouse that fell on a sticky board. Celia felt something was wrong and twisted her body a few times. But her body was still tightly bound to the bed and could not move.
Honey, what's going on? Let me go quickly. I don't like this forced posture,
Celia said with a coquettish look on her face. And at the same time, she secretly tried hard to break free from the sheets. But she still couldn't get rid of the restraints. The velvet sheets, that should have been extremely soft, were now 3 points harder due to the titanium alloy inserts.
Put away your appearance. Celia, no one here will be deceived by your disguise. It's hard to endure the appearance of a human being. Maybe you can try to restore your original appearance. Maybe you can feel more comfortable.
Zhang Tuohai said calmly. Hearing what Zhang Tuohai said, Celia's eyes burst out with light. She stared at Zhang Tuohai like a knife, and a storm surged in her heart.
How did he know my real name? How could he know that I was here and make arrangements in advance? Even I came here on an impromptu basis. How could he predict it in advance? What on earth did he use to control me? This kind of substance should not exist in this world. Yeah. How did he do it? What is all this going on?
All kinds of thoughts floated through Celia's mind. But at this moment, what Celia is most worried about is wanting to know what Zhang Tuohai wants to do after trying so hard to control her. You can't just drag her into playing a shameful game. Right? Chapter 798 Celia's Kingdom of God.
Stop making trouble. I am Sanis, not Celia. Did you make a mistake? Who is Celia?
Celia said loudly while lying on the bed. And at the same time, she tried her best to break free from the constraints of the sheets.
No need to deny it. Without quantum crystals in your body, it is impossible to be bound by this sheet. The more quantum crystals you have in your body, the stronger the binding force. Don't try to struggle.
Zhang Tuohai said calmly. Celia really panicked when she heard the words quantum crystal. She already understood that this was definitely a highly targeted plan that hit the core point directly. But she didn't quite understand that coming here this time was obviously her impromptu initiative. Even her closest servants didn't know that this guy in front of her was how did you know? Be sure to ask clearly. Thinking of this, Celia made up her mind to catch Zhang Tuohai. She simply stopped covering up, and no longer cared about the world consciousness that might be caused by too much movement in the transformation, and tore the skin off her body. A pale claw tore open the skin on the chest, revealing a body full of bristles. However, before Celia's body could come out of the skin, Zhang Tuohai quickly covered her with the quilt, the art of inherent barrier, quilt, and seal. After being covered with a big quilt, Celia was like a mouse in a bag. No matter how she rushed around, she couldn't get out. At this time, the door to the room was opened again, and Lilith walked in wearing a local's burlap clothes.
Is everything resolved?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Well, the remains of the cartel have been found. It's really ugly to eat. There is still meat on the bones that has not been chewed clean. Some of the bones still have teeth marks on them. It is simply against the dignity of a demigod. The core of the imaginary number has also been found, and the world consciousness has been replaced. Our Lord's plan can be carried out immediately,
Lilith said.
Then take her to the altar immediately, so as not to delay our Lord's great plan.
Zhang Tuohai also said seriously. At the same time, a huge world consciousness began to descend on this area, and a powerful pressure descended. Celia, who was under the quilt, felt panic in her heart after hearing this. She originally thought that Zhang Tuohai was the mastermind of the whole thing, but she didn't expect that there was a bigger black hand behind the scenes. The whole thing became more complicated and confusing, which made her he became more and more determined to catch Zhang Tuohai and ask for answers. As a veteran demigod, Celia's methods are definitely more than what she showed. Her previous performances were all about showing weakness to the enemy and trying to get more information from the opponent. However, things have progressed to this point. I can't tolerate her staying any longer and must leave as soon as possible. Click. Celia used all her strength to push open the quilt, and a body that was all milky white and emitted white light emerged from under the skin. This is her true spirit. Seeing Celia's true spirit suddenly appearing in front of them, Zhang Tuohai and Lilith seemed to be completely unprepared, and they all froze in place. Celia rushed in front of Zhang Tuohai, rolled up Zhang Tuohai with her true spirit, and then rushed outside quickly, jumping into the sky hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. Feeling that the will of the world was getting closer and closer, Celia did not dare to neglect and hurriedly opened the emergency return channel. Under normal circumstances, she would never leave in such a mess. She would compete with the will of the world no matter what. With her true strength, she might even be able to overpower the will of the world. However, at this time, she had just shed 2 layers of skin in order to break free, lost a lot of quantum crystals, and her strength had dropped significantly. It was unwise to stay here any longer.
Next time, I will destroy you with my own hands.
With a harsh word, Celia rushed into the light door, and then the light door closed, blocking out the will of the world.
Mole has already left with his positioning. Act immediately according to the plan.
Lilith took out the walkie-talkie and said, yes, this was all a plan arranged by Zhang Tuohai and Lilith. During the 1093rd deduction, when they successfully captured Celia for the first time, Zhang Tuohai discovered that Celia actually had a special ability. After discussing the means of escape for a period of time, he and Lilith decided to follow the clues and weave a script to let Celia take Zhang Tuohai to find the location of Celia's kingdom. There can be Celia's accumulation since becoming a demigod, including a large number of imaginary cores. If he can completely inherit Celia's wealth, he will have a foundation worthy of any demigod. As for his own safety, Zhang Tuohai, who was afraid of death, naturally made careful arrangements. The set of false and true stories, just now, is only part of it. The real insurance has already been laid. Celia took Zhang Tuohai into her own kingdom of God. This is a huge temple, with tall white pillars on both sides. The tops of the pillars are carved with strange beasts. Celia moved all the way towards the depths of the temple without stopping. The pillars of the temple became shorter and shorter, and the various beasts became stranger and stranger. In the end, there were no purebred beasts at all, and they all turned into various hybrid species. Huge statues stood one after another, on both sides. If you come here for the first time, you might be shocked. However, during the deduction, Zhang Tuohai had entered this space hundreds of times and had rich experience. Without any signs of panic, plop, Zhang Tuohai was thrown to the ground, and his body came into close contact with the hard bluestone ground. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have almost braked with his face.
It looks like this every time. It's not cute at all in bed.
Zhang Tuohai muttered secretly in his heart. Celia ignored Zhang Tuohai and flew straight back to her throne and sat down. She found this throne in a world. It was bright red and covered with broken swords. It was said to be the throne of a certain king. She found that sitting on the throne actually had some effect on restoring the true spirit. She was immediately overjoyed and snatched it from the king's hand and used it as her own throne. Sitting on the throne, feeling the recovery of the true spirit, Celia's mood calmed down. She looked down at Zhang Tuohai, who had climbed up and was dusting the soil, and said,
"You are so courageous. When you come to my place, you are still here.
If you have the intention to do these things, tell me the person behind you. Otherwise, don't blame me for using some means.
Celia said, as one hand turned into a sharp claw. Her research on true spirits was not in depth.
Otherwise she would have directly pulled out Zhang Tuohai's soul and questioned him. This interrogation method would not have been used at all. However, Celia didn't care much about this, because no one could withstand her punishment. Not even a demigod. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tuohai was not afraid at all. Instead, he held his shoulders and looked at his watch, still muttering.
5, 4, 3.
Chapter 799 Capture the temple and control the players. Although she didn't know what kind of medicine Zhang Tuohai was selling in his gourd, Celia on the throne was already on guard. She is now in true spirit form, which is when she is most vulnerable. Although she didn't believe that anyone could find the divine kingdom, she carefully built, break through the layers of beast-controlling guards, and reach her throne. She was still on guard.
2, 1,
0-inch Zhang Tuohai finished the countdown, and the whole country was silent. And you could hear a needle drop. After looking around and finding nothing wrong, Celia calmed down. At the same time, she secretly laughed at how she looked like a frightened bird just now. She was actually deceived by a little human. It seemed that she was in a succubus. The skills I learned on my body must be put to good use on this guy. Just when Celia was about to take action, she suddenly felt a huge suction coming from her back, and her whole body was firmly attached to the throne, as if another huge force wanted to take her, just like pulling it in.
How is this going?
Celia was shocked and struggled to break away from the huge suction force. However, before she could make a move, the chair under her actually changed its shape and turned into a huge mouth, swallowed Celia directly. Crunch! Crunch! The place where the throne used to be turned into a big blood-red mouth, chewing continuously. Buzz! At this time, there was a roar outside the temple, and a huge coffin flew in from the outside and was inserted directly at Zhang Tuohai's feet. With a bang, the lid of the coffin was kicked off, and Lilith, who was wearing a white coat, walked out of it first, followed by Origami, Wu Fengxian, Away, Aya and the others. This coffin was actually a specially modified spaceship by Lilith in order to hide the will of the beast-controlling world. It was tested several times before it was successful. However, its performance was also very limited. After being used this time, it was completely scrapped.
How is the situation?
Lilith came to Zhang Tuohai and asked.
We are eating.
Zhang Tuohai pursed his lips and said to Lilith.
I'll go take a look.
Lilith strode to the big mouth and kicked it with her foot.
Hey, you haven't lost your temper in how many years? Sister, didn't I see you just now? Come on. Come on. Please sit down.
The big red mouth swallowed Celia's true spirit while speaking, and then turned into a red high chair.
Are you being sarcastic?
Looking at the chair legs, which were more than 1 meter high, Lilith's expression was clouded.
Mistake. Mistake. I just ate demigod, and I haven't digested it yet. So the data is a bit messy.
The chair quickly bent its 4 legs and knelt down. There is no way. If it dares not to kneel down, Lilith will definitely break its legs in the next second.
Xiao Lu, you actually dare to turn into a high chair in front of the eldest sister. Are you mocking the height of the eldest sister?
Wu Fengxian was furious at the side.
Sister, Xiao Lu said you are short. I don't know you, what do you think? Anyway, I can't stand it. If it's not convenient for you to take action, I will help you teach it a lesson first.
Wu Fengxian said, rolling up his sleeves as if he was about to take action.
Sister, don't listen to his instigation. I have always been loyal to you. I really don't mean that.
The chair hurriedly came to his side.
You all, please be quiet and squat in the corner.
Lilith received 1 strike at a time and chopped the 2 of them on the head, then ran to the corner of the hall and squatted down. Brother and sister Away and Aya glanced at each other secretly without daring to say a word. They continued to take out pieces of equipment from the disposable coffin spacecraft and began to assemble them. The paperman Origami took out Utopia and began to collect various statues in the hall. According to previous deductions, Zhang Tuohai and the others already knew that these statues were all Celia's beasts. If they were driven while Celia was around, they would be extremely powerful and could even easily defeat an army of millions. It's not something Zhang Tuohai and others can compete with. However, Celia had suffered the loss of defection, and she did not have absolute trust in these beast masters. So she set a seal. As long as she did not break the seal herself, she would not be able to break free. Therefore, Despite the extraordinary strength of these beasts, they are like statues at this time, and they can only be included in Utopia by Origami. After taking a look at Origami's actions, Zhang Tuohai continued walking towards the back. His target is the core wealth, here the core of imaginary numbers. After bypassing a corridor, Zhang Tuohai came to a huge room. In the center of the room are hundreds of imaginary cores densely placed, and around the room are dense light doors through which you can travel to different worlds. In front of the light gate, Zhang Tuohai could even cast his gaze in to see what the players were doing. Randomly arriving in front of a light curtain, Zhang Tuohai cast his gaze inside. This is a peaceful world. A group of players are squatting in haystacks and ponds with gadgets like elf eggs, trying to capture one or two local specialties called elves. In another world, some players competed beside the Colosseum to buy the winning beast. In the third world, Zhang Tuohai even saw several players tricking beasts into signing a contract with him, even at the cost of selling their sex. In the fourth world, Zhang Tuohai saw some players trying to give birth to powerful pets on their own. It feels like it's gradually starting to get outrageous. Zhang Tuohai couldn't understand the style of these players. He doesn't quite understand why Celia's players are in this state. In other words, can such players really fight against giant ships and cannons? Not to mention Feiyua's group of players, who follow the path of giant swords and cannons. Even Liuli's people who drive can probably kill a lot of them. Right? Although these pet beasts can gradually become stronger after careful training, and can even fly into the sky and escape from the earth. Zhang Tuohai always feels that compared with technology, the potential of these pet beasts is really limited, at least until it turns into the kind of ancient beast that is comparable to mythology. It is definitely incomparable. Only then did Zhang Tuohai truly realize that players are really different from each other. He even felt that he was a little lucky. At the beginning, he entered the hands of a demigod who was more on the technological side. If he had entered the hands of Celia, he might still be making money to buy food for his pets. There must be a way to integrate these players and improve their strength. Otherwise, I will be embarrassed if I have a divine war with other demigods in the future. Looking at the players struggling in each world, Zhang Tuohai thought about how to improve their strength. Chapter 800, Managing Players. Celia's Authority. What do you think? Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith. Conduct cloning research on Celia's pet beasts. Extract excellent cells. Cultivate the best pet beasts. Produce a series for players to choose freely, and put it on the market at the same time to test the results through battle? Lilith pushed up her glasses and gave her own advice. However, these players themselves are too weak. One shot of 7.62 can kill them. Once the host dies, the pet beast will automatically escape control. This weakness is too great. When fighting the God War, they will definitely be targeted. Zhang Tuohai shook his head. Those electromagnetic armors can be improved and distributed. This can withstand direct fire from most caliber artillery and close-in defense guns. As long as they don't take the initiative to seek death, it will be enough to save their lives. Lilith thought for a moment and said, It's an idea, but you can't send it out so directly. Otherwise, they won't cherish it and even take it for granted. Zhang Tuohai's mind was spinning rapidly. What do you want to do? Seeing Zhang Tuohai's look, Lilith had a bad feeling. Every time Zhang Tuohai showed this expression, he was doing something sexy again. In order to improve their combat skills, I plan to build an arena where all players can fight. If they can defend for more than 10 times in a row, they can get the most basic electromagnetic armor. Remember, it is the most basic one. Cut off all functions. Keep only the basic defense capabilities. Cut off all other functions and plugins, and use points to exchange for them. In addition, other weapons, vehicles, food, even clone assistants can be redeemed with points. And the source of points can only be the arena. This can increase the motivation of those players, and make them cherish them more the hard-won armor in hand. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, You want to dismantle a whole set of equipment? Lilith couldn't help but rolled her eyes when she heard this. You must learn to hold their appetite in your mouth. If you give them too much at one time, their appetite will become too big, and it will become increasingly difficult to satisfy them. Rewards must be given little by little, so that they will cherish them and learn to be grateful. If you do it to the extreme, you first withhold what they deserve, and then give out a little bit more under the pretext of rewards. They will all be grateful. Do you believe it? Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. Where did you learn this stuff? Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai. Sometimes she really wanted to cut open Zhang Tuohai's brain and see what was going on inside, so that he could come up with so many bad ideas. During the last treatment, she quietly cut open and took a look.
But she was disappointed because Zhang Tuohai's brain was no different from other people's.
You'll be fine if you talk to the pendants on the streetlights more often. What's so difficult about that?
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
Street lamp pendant? Are there any pendants on the street lamp?
Lilith had obviously not read the relevant book and did not understand its meaning.
Yes. There are many more. So we need to build more streetlights.
Zhang Tuohai joked casually and said no more.
By the way, the spiritual realm system will also be added to the electromagnetic armor.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said,
These players have become your subordinates. And you also want to monitor them?
Lilith asked.
Of course. After all, I didn't train them personally. So there will always be barriers to using them.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Actually, this is just an excessive method. If it weren't for the lack of strength, I would even want to give each of them a gift. A system that makes them think they are the protagonists. And then uses the system to monitor them.
Zhang Tuohai said.
In this way, they can let down all their defenses. You're really not cute like this.
Lilith sighed.
Then what can I do? I can't live like this at all.
Zhang Tuohai was also quite helpless. His current state is like sailing against the current. If he cannot continue to move forward, the other demigods will pounce on him and eat him. In order to save his own life, he can only continue to climb up by any means. Perhaps only when you reach the highest point can you have the opportunity to change everything.
Don't worry. I will support you. After all, you are the father of this body of mine.
Lilith smiled at Zhang Tuohai.
For the future. For everything.
The big and small thumbs are hooked together.
Quick. Spit it out for me.
Lilith held a small leather whip and waved it in the air from time to time, making a crackling sound.
Don't rush me. It'll be over soon. It'll be fine soon.
The throne-shaped Xiaolu had a big mouth and kept retching.
Why is it so fast? There's obviously nothing there.
Zhang Tuohai held a flashlight and kept shining it into Xiaolu's mouth. But he didn't see anything.
Isn't this just?
A crystal clear orange crystal ball spit out from Xiaolu's mouth and rolled down to Zhang Tuohai's feet.
This is authority. It doesn't look like anything special.
Zhang Tuohai picked up the orange crystal ball and looked at it carefully in his hand. The crystal ball that Xiaolu had just spit out was the authority of Celia it obtained after digesting Celia's true spirit. This crystal ball is about the size of a fist, and it emits orange light from time to time. It doesn't seem to be anything special.
How do you use this thing?
Zhang Tuohai tossed it and felt that it was similar to a glass ball. Nothing special about it.
This is also the first time I have seen the so-called authority. How can I know how to use it? I have to take it back and study it. Lilith said with her hands in her pockets.
Okay then. I happen to have something to do and have to go back. So let's go together.
Zhang Tuohai also wanted to go back and take a look. At this time, Awei and Aya had already assembled the machine, which was in the shape of a ring and stood in the empty temple hall.
Start.
Lilith placed a piece of quantum crystal on the energy tank. Electric arcs flashed across the ring. And then a blue light door appeared in the ring. This is a space door modeled after Alice's jumping technology. It can quickly shuttle through space. The disadvantage is that it is not as convenient as Alice's and requires assembly. The advantage is that it is relatively cheap and only requires a little quantum crystal as the core. The rest can be replaced with ordinary materials. Zhang Tuohai and Lilith crossed the space gate one after another and returned to the heavenly library. The two of them were preparing to return to the laboratory on the second floor. Suddenly, Zhang Tuohai felt the crystal ball in his hand, which represented Celia's authority, vibrate rapidly. Zhang Tuohai hurriedly took out the crystal ball and found that a powerful force was pulling the crystal ball in his hand. And that force came from half of the Gate of Truth. Chapter 801, Door of Truth Completion Plan. Player Improvement Plan. Zhang Tuohai and Lilith looked at each other. They realized that the crystal ball symbolizing authority was not as simple as they thought. This authority seemed to have something to do with the Gate of Truth. Otherwise, this abnormal situation would not have occurred. Zhang Tuohai held the crystal ball and slowly approached the Gate of Truth. As he got closer to the Gate of Truth, the light of authority in his hand shone brighter, and the attraction became stronger. When Zhang Tuohai walked to the Door of Truth, the orange light reached its peak, stinging so much that Zhang Tuohai could hardly open his eyes. Zhang Tuohai subconsciously let go of his hand. Whoosh! The crystal ball in his hand flew straight to the Door of Truth, then sank in, and the dazzling orange light dissipated. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be stunned. He never expected that such a situation could happen. This is the Door of Truth swallowing up the authority of the demigods. Lilith hurriedly ran to the Gate of Truth to check the situation. After a while, Lilith said overjoyed,
Dad, come and take a look. There is more knowledge and technology about pet beasts at the Gate of Truth. Real?
Zhang Tuohai also hurried over. Above the Gate of Truth, there were indeed a large number of runes, row after row, so densely packed that the person who saw them was dizzy, although he did not recognize many of them. After Lilith's popular science and translation, it can be seen that these extra runes are indeed a large amount of knowledge related to pet beasts. It not only introduces the species and habits, but also provides detailed explanation and analysis, feeding and breeding methods, as well as the bias of hybridization, etc., covering almost all aspects of pet animals.
Could it be that the authority of these demigods was stolen from the Door of Truth? These demigods actually have the strength to destroy the Door of Truth? Is this unlikely?
Zhang Tuohai thought about Celia's fighting power, and didn't seem to think that the other party had such strength.
Do you remember that when Gaia died? He said that he was eaten by the demigod rebels? At that time, I didn't understand why the word
eaten
was mentioned when the body was still there. Now it seems, it is not the body that is shared, but the authority, although the strength of the demigods is not enough to break the Door of Truth. With the cooperation of several righteous gods and some external assistance, there is still a chance to do it. Back then, when Old Man Tianji brought back the Gate of Truth, it was already incomplete. I suspect that they had divided it once,
Lilith said.
If your reasoning is correct, I am afraid that other demigods also have fragments of the Gate of Truth in their hands. As long as all the fragments in their hands can be taken back, the Gate of Truth can be completed,
Zhang Tuohai said with some excitement.
But, to those demigods, authority is as valuable as their wealth and life. Will they be willing to hand it over to you?
Lilith asked with a smile.
Then grab it,
Zhang Tuohai said coldly.
The cake is so big, no one wants to let it go. If you want to eat more, you can only fight with your fists. I have most of the Door of Truth in my hand, and I have also inherited the Heavenly Library and Celia's inheritance. I don't believe I can't snatch them away. Your courage is commendable. After you get it, don't forget to study it for me. I also want to see what the completed Door of Truth looks like,
Lilith said with a smile.
Assign you a task. What?
Lilith became alert. Every time Zhang Tuohai says this, it means a massive amount of work is coming.
Organize the information about the pet beasts. Make several suitable promotion maps. And then prepare the training knowledge, trapping knowledge, breeding knowledge, and related materials, and price them by points, and put them all into the arena reward list. Improve the strength of those players,
Zhang Tuohai said.
It's okay.
Lilith breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that she was just sorting out information. If that was the case, it wouldn't be difficult. And she could also ask Xiao Ai to help, which would speed up the process a lot.
By the way,
where is the arena built?
Lilith asked.
First open a simple one in the spiritual realm space. Let everyone input the parameters and connect the skills. After they become proficient, we can choose a world under our control and place it as an arena alone, allowing those players in need to engage in real battles. Anyway, the imaginary number core is in our hands and can be resurrected at will,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Understood.
Lilith nodded and turned back to the laboratory on the second floor. Soon, the players who originally belonged to Celia got a bracelet one after another. According to the prompts of the bracelet, they can enter the virtual spiritual space. Not only can they fight in various simulated scenes, train combat skills, but also relax and have fun. You can experience various real-life games, such as GTA, Creed of Creed, Girl Scroll, Gwent Cards, Grass-Cutting Warriors, and Sky of Destiny. And you can enjoy them in real life, almost no different from real people. As for the bugs and poor physical experience, they were all found and fixed by the players who were detained by Zhang Tuohai in advance. It is worth mentioning that those players still thought they had traveled through time and did not find anything abnormal.
What a great group of people.
Zhang Tuohai decided that if there were any games to be tested in the future, he would let these players have a good experience first. Who wouldn't like a group of free bug testers? And those players who were originally affiliated with Celia were even more stunned. After they were recruited into this world by Celia, they have been entangled with various pet beasts and have rarely been exposed to electronic products. Now that they are exposed to such advanced holographic games, it is even more difficult to control themselves and they are instantly addicted. I had a lot of fun playing in it.
It seems that not many people are using the arena. Most people have gone to play Tram Teddy. Is the desire to reproduce so strong?
Lilith asked. holding her shoulders. It seems that you want to use the arena. The plan to improve their combat effectiveness is about to go bankrupt. Make a patch. Zhang Tuohai gritted his teeth and said, if you don't engage in an arena battle, in addition to reward points, you will also be rewarded with entertainment hours. Only after obtaining entertainment hours can you be allowed to enter the entertainment game area. In addition, our 18 level game consumption, the entertainment time is doubled. I don't believe it. With these as drivers, the arena is not full? One day later, Lilith smiled and said to Zhang Tuohai, who was drinking tea, Dad, someone has a game time bug. Dash. Zhang Tuohai almost spat out his tea. He never expected that he, who had always been stuck with bugs, would one day be hit by someone else's bug. Tell me, who caused the bug and what method was used? I'll fix it right away. Zhang Tuohai jumped up and said, well, let's take a look. It's a player named Torpedo. It only takes 3 minutes to resolve the battle every time he enters the R18 world. And you stipulated that each battle victory will reward 1 hour of game time. He can enter 10 times once he wins. R18 world. Zhang Tuohai. Not only that, sometimes, he can even directly enter the Girls Scroll game with a special patch installed, which can also accomplish a certain purpose. In this case, if he wins one battle, he can directly enter it 20 times. Zhang Tuohai. What could he say? I can only lament that there are such short guys in the world. Chapter 802, Becoming a Demigod in the First Regional Battle. The players left behind by Celia were quickly captured by the magnificent spiritual world. Then, under the guidance of Zhang Tuohai, they slowly got used to the arena, and their experience in various battles increased rapidly. In order to improve the actual combat experience of these players, Zhang Tuohai will certainly not only arrange opponents of the same type for them, such as Humvees, battleships, muted monsters, and Baylor Balrogs. As long as he has seen enemies, he has arranged them all so that these players can make 2 gestures of any enemy they see. As for those players being tortured to death by various enemies, crying and looking for Sister Nana to warm their injured hearts, these are just trivial problems. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai did not abuse them in vain. With the rewards of various cultivation knowledge and materials, these players' pet beasts have been greatly improved, and their combat skills have also been improved. The vast majority of players have equipped themselves with a set of combat equipment to cooperate with their pet beasts in combat, instead of throwing the elf ball out like before. And then, they can only sit back and watch the show. Several elite players even put on basic electromagnetic armor directly. The appearance when Celia led the team was completely gone. Looking at the player group with a completely new spirit, Zhang Tuohai felt very proud. It seems that he still has some talent to be a demigod. Look! The group of players, who were originally like Teddy, are all in my hands. Became like a dead dog. What Zhang Tuohai likes to do most now is to wait and see in front of each light gate from time to time. Whenever he sees those players making some progress, he is happier than his own progress. After all, this is his capital in the future. Other demigod players still have to count on them. At this moment, 001 came over with a scroll. Drawings? I haven't asked you to dismantle anything recently. Have I? Seeing the scroll brought by 001, Zhang Tuohai subconsciously thought it was a blueprint. However, when Zhang Tuohai unfolded the scroll, he discovered that it was actually a challenge letter. The content is that Yosilia has a battle. The battle takes place in a newly discovered world. The rules are still the same. The winner takes all. It will not stop until all the players set by one side are wiped out. The challenger is none other than Hermes. It's actually Hermes. I was thinking about how to find you, but to my surprise, you showed up at my door yourself. Looking at the challenge letter, Zhang Tuohai began to think about it. Since the last time the Tower of Babel suffered a devastating blow, he had been searching for the source of the soul-eating beast. However, after searching, there was only one useful clue, which led to the target, pointed at the demigod Hermes. However, Zhang Tuohai and Hermes had almost no communication, and there was no way to find each other. Unexpectedly, by such a coincidence, the other party actually came to his door. Since you took the initiative to send it, I won't be polite. Zhang Tuohai threw down the challenge, walked to the Gate of Destiny, and began to deduce. On the first day, you set 5,000 carefully selected players to form a team and enter the world of giant trees. You have observed that the special thing about the giant tree world is that it is a world composed of an entire giant tree. The world itself is the giant tree, and its various parts are connected by crisscrossing trunks and tree holes.
It is precisely because of this special structure that many land vehicles purchased by players cannot be used. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes slightly. Under his guidance, many players were issued basic land vehicles and Humvees equipped with high-level dual-purpose machine guns, which could not only improve the player's firepower capabilities and can increase the displacement speed, but the special shape of this world directly limits this ordinary land vehicle.
It seems that we need to replace it with a vehicle suitable for this world.
Zhang Tuohai wrote it down in his notebook. The players you sent met the players sent by Hermes. You were surprised to find that those players were all modified monsters with deformed bodies. They were strong, flexible, and extremely good at moving in such complex terrains. A player was killed in a sneak attack and his body was dragged away.
It seems that this world was not randomly selected. It seems that this Hermes came well prepared. However, what is its purpose? There is no bet. Why did it carefully choose this world?
Zhang Tuohai was a little confused. The remaining players were warned, and the enemy's form was quickly spread throughout the team through the spirit bracelets, and all players stepped up their defenses. At night, players under Hermes took advantage of the darkness to launch a sneak attack. However, your men were suppressed with high-intensity firepower by players who were prepared for it, and you lost some men.
Not bad.
Zhang Tuohai nodded. These players were able to defend themselves during the night attack and even fought back. This proved that his training with these guys during this period was not in vain, and he had made some progress. The next day, Hermes players attacked your players again, but in the face of the intensive firepower, their actions failed. However, you have discovered through observation that the monster-like players under Hermes seem to be much more powerful than at night. Not only have they become larger in size, but their defense has also been greatly improved. Monsters that will become seriously injured will need to hit the same location multiple times with a heavy machine gun to receive significant damage. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai felt that the recovery abilities of these monsters seemed inexplicably familiar. Continue scrolling down. That afternoon, those monsters did not appear again, and your players tried to explore the surroundings, looking for resources and clues. The next night, monsters attacked again. This time, the number of monsters was reduced by half. However, each monster's body was more than twice as tall as before, and its defense capabilities were greatly improved. Heavy machine guns hit the skin. It will even be bounced away, and it requires continuous strikes to break through the defense to a limited extent. The fire network was breached, and your players released their pet beasts and fell into hand-to-hand combat. After a night of fighting, more than one-third of your players were killed or injured. The monsters retreated, and a large number of corpses were dragged away and disappeared.
No way!
Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai had a bad idea in his mind. He looked down hastily. In the early morning of the third day, more powerful monsters appeared. Their bodies were stronger, faster, stronger in defense, and possessed some of the special abilities of pet beasts. Your players were unable to resist. The defense line was breached, and a large number of players died. The remaining players fled and collapsed. On the fourth day, some remaining players wanted to organize a resistance, but were surrounded and suppressed by more powerful monsters. On the fifth day, the last player you sent died, and the regional battle failed. Do you want to reenact it? Chapter 803 Goodbye Soul-Eating Beast. Looking at the prompt on the Door of Truth, Zhang Tuohai frowned. The result of the deduction made him very angry. Not only was he angry that all the elite players he had trained so well were wiped out, but most importantly, he found that the recovery methods of these monsters were very familiar to him, and they looked very much like Soul Eater Beast. However, it is not as fast as the Soul-Eating Beast. It can evolve corresponding defense methods within a few minutes after being attacked. These monsters need at least half a day. Before, he only had one clue to suspect that the Soul-Eating Beast was related to Hermes, but now it seems that he can conclude about 80% of it. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and began to modify the deduction conditions. He removed the Humvee from the players' vehicles. This thing was too restrictive in the giant tree world and was not suitable for use. However, what vehicle should be chosen? After thinking about it, Zhang Tuohai couldn't find any good substitute, so he had to temporarily replace it with a flying skateboard. It was used for deduction anyway, and he would replace it when he found a suitable one. In terms of weapons, after careful consideration, Zhang Tuohai reduced the number of high-level dual-purpose machine guns, and instead provided many players with flamethrowers, liquid nitrogen injectors, high-voltage current releases, RPGs, thermobaric bombs, and plasma grenades, waiting for a series of big killers. The purpose of choosing so many weapons is to enrich the player's killing methods, reduce the advantage of those monsters' resistance, and try to kill them before they evolve all their resistance.
These weapons should be almost ready. Right.
Zhang Tuohai held his chin in thought.
By the way, I almost forgot about this.
Zhang Tuohai filled in the names of brother and sister Away and Aya in the player list. In the last deduction, although those players performed well, they still showed the problem of fighting on their own and liking to form small circles, which gave those monsters an opportunity to throw in the brothers and sisters Away and Aya. As his own representative, he manages these players and organizes them. To be honest, Aya and Away have not grown up to the point where they can stand alone. According to his original plan, they need to improve their strength for a period of time and then slowly cultivate a few worlds. Unexpectedly, due to a strange combination of circumstances, he had been promoted to a demigod and was unable to do it himself. He could only leave this matter to Aya and Away.
Hopefully they can shoulder the responsibility.
Zhang Tuohai started to deduce while thinking. On the first day, Yu set 5,000 carefully selected players to form a team and enter the world of giant trees. Except for a small number of players who were too far away to arrive in time. Away and Aya gathered most of the players and organized them according to the pre-prepared cues, built defenses on the spot, and sent players to the surrounding areas. Inquire about the situation.
It still looks good. Not bad.
Looking at the movements of Aya and Away, Zhang Tuohai nodded and continued to look down. The player who inquired about the situation met the monster players under Hermes, and the two sides had an encounter. Under the fierce firepower, 3 monster players were killed on the spot, and 1 escaped with the help of the complex terrain and dense branches and leaves. The players who inquired about the situation remembered the instructions, and must not let go of any monster players they met. They immediately divided into 2 teams. One team went to catch up, and the other team dragged the corpse back to the camp.
Not bad.
Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai nodded. What Aya and Away had done so far was quite satisfactory to him. The chasing players encountered a large army of monster players, and were outnumbered. Most of them died on the spot, and only 1 person managed to escape. Aya in the camp obtained corresponding information through the spiritual bracelet, and established a defensive camp. At night, the monster players organized a charge, but suffered heavy losses in the face of fierce firepower. When the monster players evacuated, Aya decisively led the team in pursuit, and took the opportunity to kill hundreds of monster players. At this time, the total number of monster players was reduced to more than 2,000. In terms of the number of remaining players, Yu occupied the absolute top spot.
On the first day, it occupied the absolute peak in terms of quantity. It should be stable this time. Right.
Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. The next day, the monster player did not show up. On the third day, the monster player still did not appear. I decided to send a search team to take the initiative to search for traces of the monster player. After a day of searching, no target was found. On the 4th day, I expanded the search scope and formed a search team with most of the players to conduct a thorough search of the surrounding area, but still found no trace of monster players. On the 5th day, still no clues were found. On the 6th day, I decided to move the camp and search for the local indigenous people for clues about the core of imaginary numbers. However, after a day of searching, no trace of the local indigenous people was found. On the 7th day, a local indigenous village was discovered, but no living people were found. There were signs of struggle and scattered blood. It was initially determined that the incident occurred 2 days ago. On the 8th day, I encountered a huge monster that was 100 meters high. It was invulnerable. Flamethrowers and liquid nitrogen could not do effective damage. A large number of players were killed and scattered, and they fled on flying skateboards. On the 9th day, the player was chased by monsters. On the 10th day, the player is being chased by monsters. The 11th day. On the 25th day, the last player was killed, and the regional battle failed. Do you want to restart the deduction? Ignoring the rest of the text, Zhang Tuohai stared at the giant monster that was 100 meters tall and covered in grimaces. It was almost the same as the soul-eating beast he saw at the Tower of Babel. The only difference is that this soul-eating beast is weaker in comparison. Whether it is size, recovery ability, speed or various resistances, all its abilities have been weakened several times. It can be regarded as a low-profile, simple, youthful beast version of Soul Eater. It is almost certain that the soul-eating beast that destroyed the Tower of Babel base was the work of Hermes. If this is the case, we can't simply deal with it with a regional battle. We have to find out the details of Hermes in a way, at least to understand why it wants to kill the soul-eating beast, and how much it has mastered on the technical level. Otherwise, Zhang Tuohai would have trouble sleeping and eating with such an unstable guy next to him. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai began to modify his plan, and at the same time pulled out Lilith, who was studying runes, and temporarily made a highly targeted vehicle, specially designed to deal with the special terrain of the giant tree world. After some preparation, Zhang Tuohai imported the new data into the Gate of Truth and started the simulation. As expected, it failed again. However, Zhang Tuohai is not disappointed. What he has to do is to use the Gate of Truth to test various situations. In addition to exploring the various mutation boundaries of the soul-eating beast, Zhang Tuohai is more concerned about how to use this world to trap people. Get a handful of Hermes. Chapter 804 Players First Battle. Buzz. Along with a burst of orange light, a large number of strange-looking cars suddenly appeared. These cars are shaped like spiders, with 8 sharp mechanical limbs that can easily grab the thick tree trunks under their feet. A variety of weapons are mounted around the car, including flamethrowers, liquid nitrogen injectors, laser launchers, rune electromagnetic launchers, and 30x6 high-level and flat dual-purpose rapid-fire cannons. It looks like a war machine loaded with weapons. Aya wore an electromagnetic armor and walked out of the giant tree world special version of the spider car. She looked around, took out her tablet, and checked the surrounding marks to confirm that she had landed in the right place.
Everyone listens to the order and starts the combat plan according to the predetermined order. Everyone must strictly follow the combat plan. Those who fail to implement the combat plan will have their game time deducted and may be banned from entering the entertainment area for life. Do you understand?
Aya turned on the headset and shouted.
Clear.
The voices of each team came from the earphones, and each team began to take action, strictly following the issued combat manual. After all, if the execution is not good, the game time will be deducted. As players who have adapted to the spiritual space, deducting the game time is more uncomfortable than killing them. Even if they can stay in the game area for a while, they will strictly follow the combat manual. However, many players have some doubts about the combat manual in their hands.
Boss, this manual is a bit weird. It asks us to move 5 kilometers to the 11 o'clock direction and then fire in the 6 o'clock direction. Isn't it a bit weird? What's the use of this?
A player asked curiously.
Why do you care so much? Just drive your car and follow the instructions above. Do you still want to see your customized wife?
Another player said as he slapped him.
2.
The player turned the steering wheel helplessly and activated the autopilot button. In this world made up of a giant tree, many roads go straight up and down. Without the value of automatic driving, it would be really difficult for these novice drivers to control this kind of road. Even if their own cars have the ability to drive on steep roads, the ability to climb on rock walls. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the scheduled location smoothly. The shooter followed the steps and turned the weapon station to the predetermined 6 o'clock direction. As soon as he turned the weapon station, he saw a monster with a crocodile head and a human body, sliding down from the tree along a vine. For a moment, their eyes met, and one person and one monster were stunned. Neither party expected that an enemy would appear in this place. In the end, it was the crocodile monster who reacted first, roared, and rushed towards the spider car.
Gee, this combat manual is really accurate.
The shooter did not dare to neglect and quickly activated the 30x6 high-level and flat dual-purpose rapid-fire cannon according to the instructions in the combat manual. Boom, boom, boom. A series of cannonballs were fired, sweeping towards the crocodile-headed monster. The skin of the crocodile-headed monster is considered to be very hard. Ordinary 5.56mm bullets cannot penetrate it at all. It can usually hit an ordinary car. But what it encountered this time was a 30x6 high-level dual-purpose rapid-fire weapon specially designed for it. Each cannon has a caliber of 30mm, and it is also a specially made high-explosive incendiary bomb. The roaring shells tore through the crocodile monster's skin in an instant, and the warhead filled with white phosphorus began to burn violently inside the crocodile monster's body. After a few seconds, the crocodile monster turned into a blazing torch.
Ouch!
The crocodile monster screamed and tried to escape, but the bullets that roared next tore its body into pieces. Soon, the crocodile monster turned into minced meat on the ground.
Solved it so quickly? It doesn't seem too difficult.
Looking at the monster that had turned into pieces, the two players felt that this mission seemed surprisingly easy, as long as they followed the combat instructions. It didn't seem to be difficult.
Look what's going to happen next.
The player responsible for driving asked while rubbing his hands.
Wait. Let me take a look.
The shooter turned a page backwards, and his face suddenly fell.
What is it written on?
The player responsible for driving asked anxiously.
Get out of the car and clean up the wreckage. Be sure to find all the remains of the corpses and burn them all. Don't leave a piece behind. We also specifically indicate that all areas within 100 meters of radius must be thoroughly searched,
the player said with a sullen face. An area of 100 meters in radius is not a small area even on a flat floor. It is enough for 2 people to clean for a long time. It's even more painful in this giant tree world. The area here includes not only the front, back, left, and right, but also up and down. The area that needed to be cleaned suddenly doubled, which made the 2 people feel miserable. However, there is no way. After several deductions, Zhang Tuohai discovered that as long as a sufficient number of tissue cells remain, these guys can grow back and become stronger than before. In order to completely eliminate these guys, lest the spring breeze blows, it was only then that Zhang Tuohai designated such a strict cleanup plan. Of course, Zhang Tuohai did not let them search with tweezers and magnifying glasses. Instead, he equipped them with a vacuum cleaner with super suction power, which made their cleaning work much easier. I held a terminal of the spiritual realm system and nodded while looking at the information that was constantly being summarized above. The preliminary combat plan had been completed and basically did not deviate from the established combat script, judging from the experience of several deductions. At this time, the losses of the monster players under Hermes have been approaching half, but not more than half. This is a very subtle number. If the loss of monster players exceeds half, then a red line alarm will be triggered immediately. These players will immediately retreat, gather together, devour each other, and eventually form a low-end version of the soul-eating beast. That way, if so, I will be in big trouble. At this time, although the monster players suffered heavy losses, they did not cross the red line. According to the results of previous deductions, they would gather in a small scale and then launch a collective sneak attack to return to defeat. So, what Aya has to do this time is to stop attacking first, gather the troops, organize a ring defense, wait and see, waiting for the opportunity to cause maximum losses to the monster players at once, and try to prevent them from escaping and forming soul-eating beasts. Of course, there is another important purpose of doing this, which is to give Hermes a loud slap in the face, making him lose face, forcing Hermes to continue betting to try to recover the losses, and finally let Hermes win in this, the world cut off a chunk of flesh. Chapter 805 Re-Raise. Looking at the real-time situation of the battlefield on the virtual map, Zhang Tuohai nodded with satisfaction. Until now, everything was still proceeding according to the deduced script. Although he worked on this plan several times, there will be some deviations in each deduction. After all, there are more than 10,000 main personnel involved, plus a variety of there are too many places where branching may occur. After all, it is possible that a little person's idea, a turn back, or a cigarette but may change everything. Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to sit here and watch the battle while he made final arrangements. However, from the current point of view, the problem is not too big, and everything is proceeding according to the established script.
Commander, the Hermes players have touched the periphery of Aya's camp,
Xiao Ai said from the side.
Oh, I see.
Zhang Tuohai sat up straight, waiting for the planned battle. In the command room, Aya also discovered the approaching red dots around the camp through infrared detection radar.
Are you going to fire?
Wei said excitedly while holding a Gatling gun.
Wait a little longer and let them get closer.
Aya looked indifferent. A minute later, many monster players had touched the edge of the camp. Suddenly, countless bright lights lit up in the camp, and the sudden light stung the monsters unable to open their eyes. Click, click, click. Dense cannons rang out, and all kinds of bullets were fired out as if they were free. A dense metal storm swept around the camp, and all kinds of monster players fell down in pieces like wheat. Ho ho ho. After the cannon fire, many players rushed up with flamethrowers and ignited the fragments of the monsters on the ground, leaving no wreckage behind. Many monster players near the periphery wanted to evacuate when they saw this, but Zhang Tuohai had already made a plan after several simulations. Large flying gasoline saws rose from the hiding place behind these monster players. These gasoline saws flashed with electric light and attacked those monster players. Various screams rang out. Under careful arrangements, the invading monster players were wiped out on a large scale, except for a few who were good at escaping. They were basically wiped out. A large number of players are cleaning the battlefield under Aya's command, using flamethrowers to continuously burn the remains of monster players. After seeing that the situation on the battlefield had become calm, Zhang Tuohai wrote back a letter to Hermes.
It seems that you are not very good at those players. Monsters can only be monsters after all. This world belongs to me.
This was the part that most angered Hermes in the deduction.
I didn't expect you to collude with that bitch Liuli and start using technological weapons. You betrayed your own power.
Hermes replied angrily. Originally, Hermes and Celia were both purely self-power sects who liked to explore their own power and disdain technology and other creations. Because Hermes develops power more thoroughly and more radically, the player's overall strength is higher than that of Celia. In previous regional battles, Hermes also had a higher winning rate. This time, Hermes took the initiative to find Celia for a regional battle. In addition to competing for the dominance of the giant tree world, the more important purpose was to defeat the Tower of Babel plan and cultivate the soul-eating beast for a long time. It was destroyed, causing its vitality to be severely damaged. I originally wanted to take advantage of this regional battle to eat some of Celia's players and restore its health. However, what I'd never expected was that this time, Celia went against the norm, and all the players under her were equipped with high-tech weapons, causing Hermes' men to suffer heavy losses. In order to vent his anger, Hermes sent an elite team of players, one of the top 10 in combat effectiveness, to lose it all at once, which made him feel heartbroken. In particular, the defeated general jumped in the face and taunted him, which Hermes absolutely couldn't stand.
You have betrayed your beliefs. Do you dare to fight me in an upright manner? If you lose, you lose. What excuse are you looking for? If you have the ability to defeat me in a regional battle, if nothing happens, I will take over the giant tree world.
Zhang Tuohai replied.
Humph! Do you dare to raise your bet? I will send another team to participate in the regional battle. The increased bet is the ocean world you want most. As long as you win the regional battle, not only the giant tree world will be yours, but also the imaginary number of the ocean world. How about I give you the core too?
Hermes said angrily.
Okay, come here.
Zhang Tuohai saw that Hermes had taken the bait and immediately nodded in agreement.
Just wait. In an hour, I will send the team over and let your players wash their necks and wait.
Hermes returned to the hall angrily, picked the 3 top 10 teams, threw them directly into the duel field, and gave the order to let them devour each other until the number dropped to 5,000. Many monster players glanced at each other and immediately rushed towards the weakest player in their eyes. They have participated in this kind of gladiatorial battle many times, and they already know it well. The purpose of this kind of gladiatorial battle is to quickly improve the player's strength and then deal with powerful enemies. The ending conditions are also very simple. The number of remaining players only needs to drop to the prescribed line. Yes, in theory, each player can survive as long as he kills 2 players weaker than himself. Moreover, many players actually like to participate in this kind of duel. Every time they devour a similar person, their strength will be greatly improved. Except for the intermittent madness caused by swallowing too many of the same kind. There are almost no visible flaws. Therefore, many players are eager for this kind of fighting. Even more positive than Hermes. The bloody fight started on the battlefield. Without Hermes' supervision, the players rushed towards each other quickly, killed each other, ate each other's corpses, became stronger, and killed stronger enemies. In less than half an hour, the number of players on the scene dropped to less than 5,000. Everyone was quickly devouring the corpses in front of them, trying to increase their strength as much as possible. Hermes is also very satisfied with the performance of these players in front of him. In its eyes, these are the best warriors. If there were not too many evolutionary directions, and a large number of samples were needed for comparison, it would have already let all the players in its hands. The players all devoured each other. And finally, the strongest individual was determined.
Everyone, get ready. In half an hour, go to the new world and kill every hostile player you see. Roar!
The monster players under Hermes let out a loud roar. Chapter 806 released the satellite. While Hermes was carefully planning, Zhang Tuohai was not idle either. He ordered Aya to start the second phase of the mission. Aya opened the rear hood of the car, and a huge launcher slowly stretched out. A huge rocket was pulled up by a mechanical arm and hung on the launcher.
The test is completed and the emission standard has been met.
The synthesized electronic sound of the spiritual realm intelligent control system rang in Aya's ears. She glanced at her watch and saw that it had just arrived at the scheduled time.
Fire up and launch.
Call. The huge launch vehicle slowly lifted off, breaking through the gravitational constraints, breaking through the atmosphere, and rushed directly into the external sea of chaos. Although the shapes of these imaginary number worlds are different, The overall structure is not much different from that of ordinary planets. They all have a stable atmosphere around them. And outside is the void sea of chaos, which is similar to Zhang Tuohai's original world. The basic shape and structure are almost the same. This is also the reason why satellites can be launched normally. Dozens of satellites were thrown out, and all the satellites spread their wings and began to conduct high-frequency detection into the depths of the Chaos Sea. Under normal circumstances, if you want to find a target in the vast sea of chaos, such a small one is definitely not enough. However, Zhang Tuohai had gone through dozens of simulations and knew which direction the opponent would come from. So he had the right target, and his efficiency was greatly improved. Not long after, these satellites found their target, and bunches of purple light flew from a distance at extremely fast speeds, rushing towards the giant tree world. The two satellites immediately locked onto these light clusters, while the other satellites followed the trajectory of these purple light clusters in reverse tracking, positioning, and searching for the source of the emission. That's right. Zhang Tuohai wants to use these satellites to lock the location of Hermes' lair, or at least the direction. After this period of experience, Zhang Tuohai's vision has become higher. Now, with just a few thousand players, 1 or 2 worlds can no longer attract his attention. Killing players will at most cause the opponent some pain. 1 or 2 imaginary worlds, except for a small number of worlds with special technologies. The rest will basically be regarded as raw material production areas and training areas. 1 more and 1 less is of little significance. Only demigod-level targets can arouse Zhang Tuohai's interest. The satellite locked its direction, and the second launch vehicle soared into the sky and rushed out in the direction of the purple light. In the Sea of Chaos, as long as it is not close to the world of imaginary numbers, and the material content is almost zero, as long as it is given an initial speed, it can always fly in one direction without worrying about fuel life. It can only fly when it adjusts its course and gets rid of the gravity of the surrounding world. The engine needs to be restarted. After several simulations, Zhang Tuohai used this rocket to detect Hermes' lair. However, after several simulations, Zhang Tuohai discovered a problem. That is, if he forcibly landed in the kingdom of Hermes, he would encounter a big trouble. With his current strength, it would be no different from a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Establish an advanced base around the perimeter, and then slowly map it out. The deep space rocket just launched was loaded with self-propelled engineering machinery and necessary materials to build an advanced base. The deep space rockets headed towards the surrounding areas of the kingdom of Hermes, and the monster players sent by Hermes were also thrown into the battlefield. Zhang Tuohai, who has gone through dozens of simulations, has long known the strength of these monster players, and has also marked the strength and response strategies in the combat manual. I have flipped through the back of the combat manual, then closed it and issued an order.
All players immediately rush to the designated location according to the combat instructions. Remember, you must rush to the designated location. Those who cannot arrive will be banned for life.
Those who enter the entertainment area and arrive on time, even if they die, can be resurrected by the gods and reborn in the entertainment area to carry out orders.
Seeing the final combat order, those players were almost crazy with excitement. As long as they could arrive at the combat location on time, each of them would obtain membership and be able to enter the entertainment area without time limit within 1 month. Moreover, there won't be any missions. If you die, you can even be resurrected by the gods and be rewarded with a 3-month unlimited experience card in the entertainment area. There is no need to worry about death, and there are rewards to be obtained. So what is there to be afraid of? A large number of players drove in the direction specified in the combat manual, and some even directly handed over all command rights to the Spirit Realm system, while they prayed silently, hoping that their operation would be successful. After the monster players landed, they did not go to hunt immediately. They immediately gathered together, according to Hermes' instructions. This time, they went straight to the top. They decided to win the top 10 in the giant tree world first, and then when the players who dealt with Celia were saved just like last time, they were defeated 1 by 1 due to lack of strength. These monster players are also happy to do this. The pleasure of fighting and devouring their own kind makes them intoxicated. If possible, they prefer to hunt these same kind rather than those hybrids outside. Just when these monster players were fighting and devouring their own kind, suddenly, they smelled a strange smell.
What is the taste?
A monster player with a keen sense of smell suddenly raised his head and looked around cautiously. However, before it could find the source, another monster player saw the opportunity and launched a sneak attack, biting off its neck. Before the monster player who smelled the smell seemed to see a puff of smoke rising in the distance before he died. What is that? Looking at the rising smoke column, the monster player's head was bitten off. The fighting has entered a fever pitch. The smell of blood and corpses have filled the heads of these monster players. Their eyes can no longer accommodate anything else, and only fighting and devouring are left in their minds. Just when the fight was slowly coming to an end, they suddenly found that their surroundings had been surrounded by flames for no apparent reason. Everywhere he looked was filled with blazing flames, and even the main pole under his feet was ignited. The whole world is burning. How is this going? Those monster players woke up. Although they were very powerful, they had not yet reached the level of the soul-eating beast. They were simply unable to face the fire that could burn the entire world. They panicked and wanted to escape from here, but they were horrified to find that when they were fighting before, everything around them had been ignited, and a burning belt hundreds of kilometers wide was created in the area around them, which burned them. Trapped in the middle, with their current physical bodies, they simply cannot resist such a vast burning area. Cutting humans. Dig a hole and leave. A monster covered in scales, and with sharp claws rolled its eyes and said, "Now, everything around them is on fire. There is only one way for them to leave, and that is to go underground and dig through the trunk of the giant tree. Maybe there is a way to survive." The monster players around them nodded to each other. All agreed with each other's judgment, temporarily put aside the killing, and dug underground together. Chapter 807 The Burning World. Click. Click. Dozens of monster players are digging hard on the trunk of the giant tree. Although the trunk of the giant tree supporting the world is extremely hard, even harder than rock, in front of these monster players, it is no different from potato chips. In order to speed up, these monster players even changed their bodies into a form suitable for digging, and walked through the tree trunks with all their strength. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers. You should be able to break out of the burning zone now. Right. The monster players secretly thought as they began to dig upward and rush toward the surface. They can't wait to see the players who set fire to see them rush out of the ground. I never thought I could drill into the ground. However, the higher they dug, the hotter they felt, as if the top was still burning. Is it fake? How could it be burned here? A monster player didn't believe in evil and dug his claws upwards, digging directly through the trunk of the tree. Call. The blazing flames flowed in along with the wind. The monster player stared at the flames and stretched his head out to look around. Everywhere he could see, there were blazing flames. Grass! It's actually burning here! Get out quickly! The monster players immediately evacuated and continued to look for a way out elsewhere. However, no matter where they dug, they could feel the blazing flames above. They circled around below for several times, and even dug more than 300 kilometers north. But they were still within the range of the flames. There was no suitable place at all. Export. How did you idiot lead the way? You couldn't have been leading us in circles around the fire. Right. Or how could you have dug for hundreds of kilometers and still haven't rushed out? Asked a tired and panting monster player who stopped. I'm not the only one leading the way. Moreover, you all have the ability to sense directions. You know best whether you are looking in the wrong direction, or are you unable to run? The monster player leading the way turned his head and stared at the questioning monster player with fierce eyes. Several other monster players around him also looked at him with bad intentions, as if they were looking at food. At this time, the monster player who was the first to ask the question remembered that in this group, the law of the jungle was about the strong and the weak. If he showed signs of fatigue, he would be the first to be eaten, in order not to be used as food rations. It stiffened its neck and said, "Who said I am tired? I just question your ability. Even if you are exhausted, I will not be tired." As it said, it showed he has 6 pairs of sharp claws and keeps swinging his tail full of spikes, looking like he is not easy to mess with. Okay, we've all been quarreled. The most important thing now is to work together and rush out. When we get to the ground, you can fight as you like, but here, keep your temper away from me. Among the crowd, the most powerful monster player suddenly spoke. The 8 heads couldn't help spitting out their cores, and the electric light on their bodies flashed, as if they were about to take action if they disagreed. When everyone saw this, they shut up and continued digging forward. Boss, it's not easy to keep digging like this. We have dug for more than 600 kilometers, and we haven't left the fire area yet. If we keep digging like this, when will we be able to get out? After digging forward for a while, another monster player couldn't hold on anymore. What do you mean? Asked the leading monster player. If you ask me, it's better to spread out in all directions, each taking care of his destiny. Everyone chooses a direction, and they can always find a way out. If everyone is concentrated here, the chance of the group being wiped out is too high.
One of the weakest monster players said. It is the weakest here. It is afraid that other powerful monster players will get hungry and eat it as supplementary food. So they're the first to propose leaving.
I object. Our strength is not superior to begin with. How can we be separated? I think we should dig down and dig through to the other side of the tree trunk. The fire must not have affected that side, and there must be a way out. If you want to dig through the tree trunk, it's not easy to dig through it. I think it's better to keep digging forward. This is the most practical.
Immediately some monster players raised objections. The two parties immediately started arguing. After a few words, these monsters decided to use the simplest way to solve the problem. That is, the one with the bigger fist would win. However, because everyone's physical strength was still needed, they were quite restrained this time. Only 2 people died, and they were eaten by everyone as cakes to replenish their physical strength. Then, the winner led everyone to dig down, and they were ready to dig through the trunk and get to the other side. After 7 hours of digging, they finally dug through the trunk, branches, not trunk. Looking up, they saw that there was still a raging fire all around. At this time, they were on a higher treetop. One of the tallest monsters looked around and was shocked to find that the whole world was on fire. The whole world was like a blazing torch, sweeping through it wantonly. The tongues of fire devoured everything, and everything was set alight.
Hey, are those players crazy? They actually set the whole world on fire? Are they not planning to live anymore? Do they want to die with us? No, they're not crazy.
The strongest monster player squinted his eyes and stared at the sky with his 8 heads, and he could faintly see a point of light flashing.
What is that?
A monster player, whose eyesight was not very good, asked in confusion. No one needed to answer, though. It soon became clear. A hypersonic missile was shot out from the flashing light spot and shot towards its direction. Boom! The missile hit the ground and blasted a huge hole. Many monster players ran away in a hurry to avoid the explosion. Seeing the not huge shock wave, those monster players couldn't help but feel a trace of contempt in their hearts. Is this the lethality of a missile? Even my epidermis has not been broken. So it seems that it is nothing more than that. Soon, however, they were no longer happy. Because, with the explosion of the missile, a large amount of white phosphorus powder and aluminum magnesium mixed solvent floated out. The burning flames quickly covered the area and spread rapidly to the surrounding area. Even the bodies of many monsters are stained with flames. The flames ignited by this special solvent are very powerful. Not only difficult to extinguish, but also extremely permeable. Not only can they ablate their scales, skin and flesh, they can even penetrate quickly and ablate their bones. In an instant, a dozen monster players, who were relatively close, turned into moving torches, and screams spread throughout the entire area.
Let's go!
Upon seeing this, the strongest monster player immediately took the lead and dived into the hole. However, a dozen more specially made Zircon hypersonic missiles were fired over. Boom! Boom! The blazing flames completely covered this area. Chapter 808 Meteor Strike.
The initial strike is completed. Do you want to continue with the second strike?
In the low Earth orbit of the giant tree world, Alway looked at the monitoring screen and said to Aya,
It's not necessary for the time being. All we have to do is seal these guys under the surface. The high temperature and suffocation are enough to kill them. We don't need to expend any more energy.
Aya had Zhang Tuohai's face-to-face guidance, so she naturally knew the overall plan, and what should be done, and what should not be done. All they need to do in low Earth orbit is wait for the fire to burn the entire world to ashes, then wait for the imaginary core to appear, and finally recover it. That's right. The way to obtain the imaginary core of this world is to burn the entire world. This is a method that Zhang Tuohai figured out after thousands of simulations. In order to realize this plan, he had to send more than 4,000 players to various key nodes to release flames. Combined with the particularity of the world's structure, he set the entire world on fire. This also resulted in those players being buried in the flames. However, after Zhang Tuohai obtains the imaginary core, he will naturally resurrect them. They can even customize a brand new clone body that suits their own needs for free, which can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. You know, under normal circumstances, a bottle of genetically modified medicine is expensive here in Zhang Tuohai. Now that they have a chance to get it for free, it's not too late for them to be happy. As for needing to die once during the period, is this still a problem? When resurrection is no longer illusory, death becomes less scary. What really makes players care about is being able to stay in the entertainment area for a few days. Aya controls the flying saucer to stay in the low Earth orbit of the giant tree world, using dozens of satellites to monitor every inch of the giant tree world. From time to time, she adds a few special incendiary bombs to make the fire more fierce, leaving no trace behind the next inch of land. Seeing his plan in progress, Zhang Tuohai took a sip of coffee and wrote a letter to Hermes.
The players you sent are not very strong. Why don't you send some more? I will use the existing ones and never send any more. What do you think?
Hermes was almost furious when he saw the letter. Now that the entire giant tree world has become a sea of fire, Zhang Tuohai actually wants it to continue sending players to their deaths. Is there something wrong with it? Although the players under it are powerful and can increase their strength by devouring each other, they are ultimately powerless in the face of a fire that can burn the entire world. Even if all the players in its hands are sent down, it will only cost them their lives. That's all.
Humph. The characteristics of the world are too special this time. You're lucky. But it won't be so easy next time.
Hermes snorted coldly and stared at the flying saucer in low Earth orbit. In its memory, Celia is just as paranoid as it is. Both of them admire the primitive power of nature and animals, and scorn all kinds of technology. However, their roots are deviated. Celia is good at cultivating various kinds of technologies. A powerful pet beast. It can control beasts and fight enemies, but it prefers to integrate the power of beasts into itself, find a balance among various forces, and create the strongest creature. This is one of the reasons why it likes to fight Celia the most. However, now Celia actually uses various high-tech equipment, which makes her feel betrayed from the bottom of her heart.
To have so much high-tech equipment all at once must have been instigated by that bitch Lioli. Otherwise, Celia would never have had so much equipment all at once.
Although he is dismissive of technology, Hermes also knows that the development of technology is definitely not something that happens overnight. It requires years of accumulation. Complete sets of combat equipment require long-term research. Bit by bit from actual combat. Build it up. The last time it fought against Celia, Celia was still a basic model where players added pet beasts. She even had few thermal weapons. Now she suddenly has weapons that can destroy the entire world. This is definitely not something she can develop on her own. There must be someone secretly supplying it behind the scenes. So who supplies it? Hermes naturally thought of Lioli, who had technological power. Among the several demigods, only Lioli has such technological strength.
Very good. I didn't take the initiative to find you, but you took the initiative to deal with me. Right.
Hermes felt like he was being targeted.
Since you are unkind, don't blame me. I will leave this cute experiment to you.
Hermes turned his attention to Lioli's world. And then, several groups of purple rays of light crossed the empty sea of chaos and broke into Lioli's world. As a demigod who holds power, controls nearly 100 worlds, and tens of millions of players, Lioli is naturally not a waste. Hermes' light group was detected as soon as it arrived. After all, if he didn't even have this level of skill, he would have been stripped to pieces by other demigods and eaten dry.
If you find an unknown object, fight back immediately.
Lioli's face looked a little ugly, and he immediately controlled the imaginary number core and ordered the wills of the world to stop it. Under the action of world consciousness, those purple light groups were intercepted. However, before Lioli could be happy, she saw a huge meteorite-like ball crashing towards her, followed by a purple light group.
What is this? A shooting star? Isn't this too big?
Looking at the huge meteorite with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers that followed, Lioli's face became very ugly. The meteorite was simply too big to be resisted by the will of the world. Boom! A huge meteorite hit the outermost world, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The meteorite hit the world. Although it was resisted by the will of the world and the impact speed was reduced, the impact was hundreds of kilometers in diameter. The impact of the meteorite cannot be underestimated. The violent shock wave directly swept half of the world. The violent vibrations and gravitational changes caused tides and waves up to hundreds of meters high, directly turning many offshore cities into ruins. The entire world was basically destroyed and needed to be restarted to slowly recover. The meteorite was also directly shattered, and various fragments flew towards the surrounding world. However, this time, those worlds were already prepared. The will of the world took action, coupled with all kinds of anti-aircraft firepower, which directly broke the broken meteorites into pieces. The people in those worlds watched a wonderful show for free. Meteor shower.
Hermes, are you crazy? Why are you attacking me?
Lioli, who had intercepted the attack, asked Hermes angrily. Anyone who is suddenly attacked will not look good. let alone a demigod who is usually aloof. Lioli made up her mind that if Hermes didn't give her a reasonable explanation, she would give him a good look. Chapter 809 The Beast Comes Out of the Cage.
Ha ha. Don't you know why I attacked you? Remember? Don't stretch your hand so long in the future. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as today.
Hermes left a word and then cut off the news. Lioli looked confused when she saw Hermes reply. What do I know? I was sitting at home, and suddenly a meteorite fell from the sky. I didn't know what happened. But why did it teach me a lesson? You want me not to stretch my hand so long in the future? Where did I reach? Obviously you came to my world to abduct players before. But now you are educating me? Anger rose in Lioli's heart.
Hermes, are you showing off your power in front of me? I didn't want to provoke you originally, but since you took the initiative to break the rules, let me show you what I am really capable of.
Lioli issued orders to several worlds with space capabilities to conduct long-range space attacks and return the favor to Hermes. However, in the corner that she didn't notice, a light door was opened. Wu Fengxian walked out of the light door holding a bottle. He looked at the coordinate numbers on the tablet in his hand.
Well, that's right. It's right here.
After saying that, Wu Feng first smashed the bottle onto a sharp stone. The glass bottle broke, and a blue liquid rose up and began to evaporate into the air. Upon seeing this, Wu Fengxian quickly retreated into the light door and closed the light door. As soon as he returned, the fully automatic disinfection spray device was immediately activated, spraying him from head to toe with various disinfectants and even high-intensity ultraviolet radiation. Only after confirming that no poison remained was he allowed to move freely.
Isn't it just an ordinary mutated poison? It's not like we don't have any special medicine in hand. Why are we so nervous?
Wu Fengxian was puzzled.
I'm not afraid of the mutation potion in your hand, but I'm afraid of the virus you may bring back,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Is there a virus there?
Wu Fengxian asked in shock.
Of course. That is a world that was attacked by Hermes. Do you think that meteorite is just an ordinary meteorite? It contains a large number of mutated viruses and mutated cells. If it is allowed to spread, the entire world will be affected. They will all be destroyed,
Zhang Tuohai said. This is the result he saw through deduction.
Since there is already such a powerful virus in that world, why do we still put poison in there?
Wu Fengxian was very puzzled.
The viruses and mutated cells released by Hermes have a long incubation period. If no intervention is taken, it will be too late when the outbreak occurs. However, the incubation period of the poison we released is very short. It only takes a few it can attack or break out in an hour, so that it can attract Lioli's attention and allow her to detect the mutated virus in advance,
Zhang Tuohai said from the side.
So, we are actually doing good things?
Wu Fengxian asked in surprise.
To a certain extent.
Zhang Tuohai put his hands in his pockets and said faintly as he looked into the endless distance. In fact, Zhang Tuohai has complicated feelings about Lioli. Without Lioli, he would not be in charge of more than 100 worlds now. From this aspect, he is grateful to Lioli. However, allowing Moriarty to use his tricks to abandon the players on a planet far away from the control zone, cutting off contact and leaving them to fend for themselves, made Zhang Tuohai full of resentment towards Lioli. If he hadn't been cunning, not only would he have cut off the thread of fate, but also his own lifeline. Under various complicated emotions, Zhang Tuohai decided to use poison to remind Lioli that there was something wrong with the world she controlled. Of course, as for what Lioli will do when he discovers the problem, it is none of his business. Anyway, it is all done by Hermes. The source is Hermes. He is just a reminder. The reminder is a bit exaggerated. Lioli sat on the throne, picked up a bottle of red wine, and took a sip. At this moment, a sharp alarm sounded.
What happened?
Lioli stood up suddenly.
Your Majesty, the warning alarm has sounded. An unknown virus has been discovered in world number 252. A large number of people have been infected. The infected people are in a daze. Their body organs are deformed, and they even have a tendency to attack others. The order of the entire world is collapsing,
a maid said hurriedly.
What's going on? Take me to see it.
Lioli walked quickly towards the surveillance area.
This is it.
The maid led Lioli to a tall light door. Through the light door glass, you can see a world full of high technology. Originally, this world should be full of modern technology, with various shuttles flying between high-rise buildings, space elevators towering into the clouds, and pedestrians walking comfortably along the streets. But at this time, the original peaceful scene disappeared. The shuttles lost control and crashed into nearby high-rise buildings. Many of them even caused raging fires. The organs of the originally peaceful passers-by began to become distorted. Some had fins growing on their heads, and some had skin turned until they turned purple, and some grew scorpion-like tails, turning into strange-looking monsters, constantly chasing and biting other passers-by who were not deformed. The scene was very bloody, like hell.
Hermes!
Lioli gritted his teeth and read. Among the many demigods, only Hermes is good at this. When Moriarty spread various genetic mutation potions among players, Hermes was behind it. And just now, Hermes had just attacked the world she controlled with meteorites. It was difficult for Lioli not to associate all this with Hermes.
Your Majesty, what should we do?
A maid asked.
Send players in, clean up viruses, kill mutants, seize them for research,
extract mutant components, and research antidotes. In addition, all other worlds will conduct a thorough self-examination. If an unknown virus is found, clean it up immediately, and absolutely must not leave anything behind. Loopholes. Beware of the tragedy of World 252 happening again.
Lioli thought for a moment and said,
Understood.
The maid immediately sent the message. Lioli, on the other hand, stared into the deep void.
Hermes, since you dare to attack me, I won't be polite.
She immediately recruited 10 teams of players who were taking a break, gathered them together, and dropped them into the unowned world closest to Hermes. Their goal is not to find the imaginary core, but to clear the ground obstacles, occupy a safe area, build a landing point, and build a safe landing site for the follow-up troops. Now that she has to decide to fight back, Lioli decides to play a big one. If her plan succeeds, the world controlled by Hermes will suffer a devastating blow. Chapter 8:10 The Madness of Hermes. Once Pandora's cartridge is opened, it is difficult to close it. Lioli's revenge was like knocking over the first domino, and the subsequent events were completely beyond her control. In retaliation, she opened landing sites on 10 worlds adjacent to Hermes, and then sent players to build super railguns there. Although 4 of them failed to launch successfully due to various malfunctions, the remaining 6 super railguns caused unimaginable losses to the world under Hermes' command. When a cannonball fell, it directly caused an effect comparable to the impact of a giant meteorite. Among the 4 worlds, half of the world was wiped out by various secondary disasters caused by railguns. One world was directly submerged by the seawater and became a complete water ball. The last world is the worst. This world is a ring world. The entire world is made up of huge rings, and all living creatures live on each ring. The railgun directly broke each ring into pieces. The broken rings also smashed other rings. The whole world became fragments on the ground, and almost all the creatures on it were dead. This attack seemed to Lioli to be just revenge for the previous attack, and from then on the 2 parties were inseparable. But Hermes didn't think so. From Hermes' point of view, the last meteorite attack and the second biological crisis were retaliation for Lioli's support of Celia's weapons. This time Lioli openly set up a railgun at the door of its hometown. Attacking its world is naked. Act of declaring war. It can't stand this. Hermes immediately began to arrange a counterattack. Hermes was the first to unplug the 10 railguns at his door. For this purpose, Hermes directly mobilized 30 capable teams and sent them to 10 adjacent worlds in one fell swoop. These teams also learned from previous lessons and determined the strongest ones before arriving. After landing in the world, they began to kill. Not only did they kill most of the players sent by Lioli, they also slaughtered almost all the indigenous people. The monster player also directly evolved into the youthful version of the Soul Eater. These soul-eating beasts are very powerful. Although they are youth versions, they also have the ability to travel through the stars. Hermes' eyes, which suddenly had 10 youth versions of soul-eating beasts, were also a little swollen. He felt as if he had seized the opportunity to succeed. Ever since it became a demigod, it has been looking for ways to create a perfect life form. And with these 10 youthful versions of soul-eating beasts in front of it, it saw hope of success. It feels that these 10 youthful versions of the soul-eating beasts already have the prototype of a perfect creature, but they are still in a very preliminary stage and are not perfect yet. And they still need to continue to grow. In order for the soul-eating beast to grow, it needs nutrients. Looking around, Lioli's territory is the best hunting ground. Under the order of Hermes, 10 youth versions of the soul-eating beasts rushed towards Lioli's world. Lioli was furious when she saw the player she landed on suddenly died. When she discovered the characteristics of the soul-eating beast, she couldn't sit still at all. The players who were eaten by the soul-eating beast were all devoured from body to soul by the soul-eating beast. This means that the souls of those players who were eaten were all sealed in the soul-eating beast. If those players are not killed,
Soul Beast. These players cannot be resurrected at all. She is equivalent to losing these players permanently. This is something Lioli cannot tolerate. The world is destroyed and can be restarted. Players can be resurrected if they die. But the soul-eating beast struck the leak route with a hoe, directly cutting off her escape route. Lioli was angry.
You want me to die? Then open your eyes and see who is more powerful, your beast or my technology.
All the worlds in Lioli's hands were mobilized, and huge amounts of materials were spent to set up super rail guns to attack the soul-eating beasts. The will of each world was also mobilized to guard against the soul-eating beasts. Enter. After all, these soul-eating beasts are not genuine soul-eating beasts. The Labor Expedition lost the first move in the sneak attack, faced head-on with the wills of the world that are comparable to demigods. They are already at a disadvantage. When faced with the powerful railguns, it is even worse. They were in a state of decline, and 6 of them fled in a hurry after losing most of their bodies. 4 of them didn't even have a chance to escape, and were torn to pieces by the world will and the railgun. Although the world in Lioli's hands was victorious, it was still uncomfortable, not to mention the resources consumed by the full mobilization and construction of railguns. The various aftermaths caused by the war between the world's will and the soul-eating beast alone caused a huge blow to the world, and the number of people who died as a result can be counted in the hundreds, counting tens of thousands. The remaining losses caused are even more incalculable. It's not over yet. The will of the world. The natives and players in the world still have to clean up the remains of the soul-eating beasts scattered inside the world. If any living cells remain and parasitize the organism, the parasitized organism will become a new soul-eating beast. This would be a devastating disaster for the world. Therefore, the subsequent cleaning work is the most troublesome. Seeing the 10 youthful versions of the soul-eating beasts dying and mutilating, Hermes' anger also rose. Since it became a demigod until now, it has been striving to create perfect creatures. Seeing that he had finally touched the threshold, he was interrupted by Lioli's stick, which cut off a person's path like killing his parents. Hermes' eyes turned red. It returned to its temple and directly summoned all the players.
Starting now, I will put each team into a world. You will fight and devour each other. There can only be one survivor in each world. Those who complete the goal will live. The 10 people who finally complete the goal will die. Start now.
Hearing Hermes' order, the monster players under it became excited. They were born with violent genes and thirsted for blood and killing. They were usually limited to Hermes' restrictions. If they dared to be too presumptuous, now that the restrictions are lifted, they can unleash their true nature to their heart's content. Moreover, due to the cruel elimination system at the end, all players are afraid that they will become the last 10, and they all hunt down other players desperately, racing against time, for fear that they will be eliminated late. After devouring other players, the ferocity of these monster players was completely aroused. They began to kill and devour all living creatures they could see. They devoured the natives of the planets one by one, all kinds of animals and insects, and even the flowers. Plants and trees were swallowed up. In this crazy killing, more than 100 youthful versions of soul-eating beasts were born. The price is that it has worked hard to accumulate countless years, and the hundreds of worlds it has accumulated have turned into scorched earth without any grass. Even if it is restarted, it will only become a barren world without intelligent life. However, Hermes no longer cares about so much. It only has revenge and devouring in its eyes. As for whether the world is desolate, it doesn't care at all. As long as Lioli is defeated, everything will be replenished, whether it is materials or the world.
Set off!
Hermes personally led the team and rushed towards Lioli's temple. Chapter 8:11 Space War.
This guy is crazy!
Lioli had already detected the abnormalities in the kingdom of Hermes and its affiliated worlds through a very large radio telescope, and had some guesses. But she still couldn't believe that Hermes really dared to do such a thing to sever his future. The road matters. After destroying all the worlds he belonged to in one fell swoop, wouldn't this guy think about what he would do if he lost? It wasn't until Hermes led hundreds of youth version of the soul-eating beasts to kill in a mighty manner that Lioli was really sure that Hermes really didn't consider the consequences and just sold the pot and sold the iron.
Madman!
Looking at the mighty army coming, Lioli gritted her teeth angrily. What she hates most is this kind of frontal melee without any technical content, which is not conducive to her advantage. What she likes most is to designate detailed and thorough tactics. Use various technical means to weaken the opponent's strength bit by bit, push the opponent into a corner, and finally launch a thunderous blow to finish the opponent. However, Hermes overturned the table and launched an all-out attack on her. So she had to respond in the most annoying way.
You forced me to do this. So don't blame me for being rude.
Lioli said coldly to the maid below.
Issue a general mobilization order to activate the highest level of war alert. In addition, the Dawn Goddess is preheating. The Dawn Goddess has just been repaired and has not been fully inspected. If it is used rashly, it may.
The maid next to her was hesitant.
Do as I command.
Lioli's voice was full of coldness.
Yes.
The maid went down to deliver the order. Soon, the world under Lioli's rule was fully mobilized regardless of technological level. In a world with a relatively low technological level, all air defense weapons were activated to form huge air defense circles to guard against possible attacks from the sky. Although their weapons may be no more than scratching an itch for the youthful version of Soul Eater, they still fight to the best of their ability. Worlds with relatively high technological levels directly dispatched all their skyships to form a joint fleet, which was parked at the forefront of the defense line to block the soul-eating beasts. The space fleets of dozens of worlds add up to tens of thousands of battleships, spanning a vast area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, looking extremely spectacular. In sharp contrast, the Hermes side only has more than 100 life forms in total, and there are not as many operators as a small sky battleship. So it has an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. Of course, all this is based on ignoring their huge bodies that are tens or even hundreds of kilometers long. The leader, Hermes, revealed his true form. The real body of Hermes looks like a huge python with a height of more than 100 kilometers. With a towering upper body, 6 arms spread out on both sides, 2 pairs of wings nearly 100 kilometers long on the back, and 2 pairs of wings on the top of the human head. The devil-like spiral horns look like monsters from fairy tales.
Hermes, this is not where you should be. Go back and I can pretend this didn't happen.
Lioli's figure suddenly appeared in front of Hermes. His body was 1,000 meters tall, several times taller than the largest aircraft carrier. However, in front of Hermes, who was hundreds of kilometers tall, he was as weak as a child.
Go away! Don't block my way!
Hermes waved one arm and slashed towards Lioli's figure with a sharp long knife. With a click, Lioli's figure shattered like glass and disappeared without a trace. In the distance, in Lioli's temple, watching Hermes chop his own projection into pieces without mercy, Lioli's eyes were about to burst into flames.
Okay, fine. You asked for it,
Lioli said to the maid beside him.
Send the order and launch a full-scale attack. All incoming enemies will not be spared. Yes.
The order was passed on, and the first to be executed was the space fleet at the forefront of the battle line. After the order to allow the attack was issued, huge spaceships aimed their main guns at the invading Hermes and the youthful soul-eating beasts under it. The main gun of the spaceship is not a gunpowder cannon, nor is it a gun-launched missile. Those are fairly powerful in the atmosphere, but they are not suitable in space. They use antimatter cannons. This is the highest level of technology that Lioli can find in many worlds. The technical rating has directly reached level 10, and it will not be placed in the supply box for players to obtain. If the player wants to obtain it, there is only one way, and that is to be appreciated by her. And only if the dependent level reaches level 90 or above can he have a chance to be rewarded. Moreover, it is only a physical object, and there are no drawings or technical data to exchange for it. Being able to set such harsh acquisition conditions by Lioli, the effect is naturally extraordinary. The effect of the antimatter cannon is to create an artificial black hole within a certain range, annihilating all nearby matter. As for the weapons that are one level worse, they are laser launchers of various calibers. In a place like the Sea of Chaos, where there is almost nothingness, there is no air or haze to hinder laser transmission, and the consumption of the laser is minimized. Moreover, the laser requires no material cost, only energy, which greatly reduces the material consumption of the spacecraft. For a space fleet with almost unlimited energy, laser is the most suitable weapon for spacecraft. Down below are various electromagnetic guns and various energy cannons. Because there are no obstructions such as air, the power of the electromagnetic gun can reach its maximum here. Coupled with its excellent penetration ability, it is used as a secondary gun by most fleets. As for energy cannons, there are many types at this level, and each world has its own characteristics. Therefore, after the order for a general attack was issued, various weapons were fired at Hermes. Click, snap, boom, the black hole exploded around Hermes. Lasers and energy cannons flashed with various lights, and countless attacks hit Hermes' body densely. However, these attacks were all like a mud cow entering the sea. without causing even a trace of ripples. Even the black hole, which the space fleet is most proud of, cannot rip off even a single feather from Hermes.
Tell those idiot commanders of the space fleet not to waste cannonballs on that bitch Hermes, unless they have a cross-dimensional attack and aim their cannons at the minions behind it. As for Hermes, activate Dawn Goddess,
Lioli said coldly. Following Lioli's order, the space fleet began to turn its guns on the youthful soul-eating beasts behind Hermes. Chapter 8:12. The Fisherman Gains. Although the youth version of the soul-eating beast behind Hermes is powerful and has strong defense and recovery capabilities, it is somewhat powerless in the face of tens of thousands of energy cannons and laser weapons of various types. Especially after this huge fleet, there is also a Lioli commander.
Don't spread your firepower. Concentrate your firepower. Kill them one by one, and try to kill them all in one attack without giving them a chance to recover.
Lioli directly used the oracle to convey the order to the ears of everyone in the space fleet. All the ships immediately followed Lioli's order and aimed their guns at the youthful version of the soul-eating beast at the front. Boom! The dense and powerful attacks instantly shattered the youthful version of the soul-eating beast into pieces, and the artificial black holes created by the antimatter shells swallowed the remains of these soul-eating beasts, completely annihilating them, leaving no residue behind. Clean and tidy.
Not bad.
Lioli was very satisfied with the effect of the attack. Based on her years of experience, she knew that only this thorough cleaning method could completely eliminate these guys.
A bunch of rubbish who only know how to use brute force. Today I will let you know what the power of technology is,
Lioli thought contemptuously. After the first blow was effective, everyone in the space fleet turned their guns to the second and third ones. Boom! Boom! Following rounds of intensive saturation fire strikes, the youthful versions of the soul-eating beasts were beaten to the point of being wiped out. Seeing the youthful versions of the soul-eating beasts under his command being completely wiped out one by one, Hermes became completely angry. This is its last possession. If it is used up here, it will be completely finished. This is something it cannot bear. Hermes jumped up behind a youthful version of the soul-eating beast and swung his huge tail directly towards it. Boom! It was a huge soul-eating beast that was 30 kilometers long and was like a mountain. It was directly hit and exploded in the air. It was broken into countless small pieces, like a dense rain of flesh. It attacked in the direction of the space fleet. Seeing the incoming rain of meat, the space fleet quickly activated its secondary guns for defense. But helplessly, there were too many tiny fragments. Although the close and defense artillery destroyed and intercepted most of them, some fish would eventually slip through the fire-blocking net and rush to the armor plate of the battleship. If it were a normal war mode, this mere fish that slipped through the net would not be able to cause effective damage to the space battleship, and even the armor plate might not be able to be penetrated. But these fragments are different. After landing on the sky battleship, these fragments seem to have come to life, turning into tiny fleshy worms that crawled into the space battleship through various gaps. These flesh bugs have sharp teeth and ferocious temperaments. They can easily bite open the rubber sealing door, sneak into the warship, wreak havoc on various pipelines in the ship, shut down equipment one after another, and the fleet commanders are busy running around. If it's just like this, that's fine. At most, it will cause some trouble to the damage control. The scariest thing is that these guys are also parasitic. 1 or 2 flesh bugs can easily control a damage control. And then, they use the damage control to contact higher level managers one by one. Soon, a battleship is taken over by these flesh bugs. Those meat bugs began to control the ships to turn their guns and fire at other warships. Boom! A nearby warship was directly volleyed and exploded.
What happened?
Everyone on the other battleship stared blankly at the scene in front of them, wondering why their teammates, who were fighting side by side, just now suddenly turned on their own people with swords and guns.
The natural selection has been controlled. Completely destroy it.
Lioli's oracle reached the ears of the rest of the fleet. After receiving Lioli's instructions, the remaining people settled down, no matter what. As long as their gods were still standing behind them, they could settle down. These people silently recited Lioli's name while turning the muzzle of the cannon, turning the natural selection number into a gorgeous firework. However, before they could turn the muzzle back, another wave of denser rain of flesh came. Seeing that it was effective, Hermes was waving his big tail, smashing the youthful soul-eating beasts into pieces, turning them into pieces of meat and attacking everyone. Moreover, this time, Hermes' attack direction is not limited to the space fleet. Half of the targets are the worlds after the space fleet. Especially some worlds with relatively low technological strength are their main targets. These low-tech worlds make it easier for meat to hide, and it is easy to avoid the initial search. And then, they can quickly take root and continuously devour the indigenous people. Soon, the youthful versions of the soul-eating beasts will be restored. This was the idea that Hermes came up with in a flash of inspiration. Since the fleets were no match for a head-on confrontation, then they should directly take the route around the back and break them into pieces to control those battleships and the world behind. Lioli's world has always been famous for its rich products, especially the number of aboriginal people, which is the highest among all demigods. With so much food, it can expand the size of the youthful soul-eating beast several times, and even have the opportunity to cultivate it. A real soul-eating beast emerges. This also confirmed one of the reasons why Hermes restored the soul-devouring beasts under his command to flesh worms. However, just as it was working hard to break down its men, suddenly a sailing battleship with a collision angle on its head came quickly from a distance. The ship's bow nameplate reads, "Goddess of Dawn," in 4 large characters. There is a strange thing about this sail warship named Dawn Goddess. That is, the farther it moves forward, the larger its body becomes. When it comes to Hermes, it is already 200 kilometers high, which is higher than Hermes. Sea is twice as tall. Looking at the warship approaching at high speed, Hermes didn't care at first, because in this world, except for a few people such as Lioli, it didn't think anyone else could cause harm to it. But when the battleship came to it, it suddenly smelled a familiar smell on the battleship. "Wait! This is it!" Hermes' expression suddenly changed, and he turned around and wanted to run away. However, it was too late at this time. The huge Dawn Goddess ran over its body. Hermes' indestructible body shattered like eggshells in front of the Dawn Goddess. When Hermes saw this, he immediately cut off his body with a knife, and his head and half of his body quickly fled into the distance, not even caring about the youthful version of the soul-eating beasts under his command. The Dawn Goddess continued to move forward. After touching the Dawn Goddess, the soul-eating beasts encountered along the way all turned into black silhouettes, and then disappeared completely, as if it had never happened. "It's finally over." Lioli let out a sigh of relief as she watched Hermes escape. Fortunately, the Dawn Goddess can still be used. Otherwise, even if we can win today, it will be a miserable victory. Even so, there are still a lot of troubles waiting for her to solve. Just the flesh bugs scattered in many worlds and space fleets are a big trouble. Just when Lioli was worried about how to clean up the trouble left by Hermes, a portal suddenly opened in the Temple of Hermes, and Zhang Tuohai crawled out of it. Chapter 813 Brick. It finally worked. Zhang Tuohai majestically entered the Temple of Hermes through the portal. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Tuohai would never dare to enter the Temple of Hermes so directly. Even if Hermes is not in the temple and someone enters, the other party can feel it even if he is thousands of miles away. If he uses the characteristics of the temple to return, Zhang Tuohai, who has just become a demigod, may not be able to resist it. However, it was different now. Hermes was already half disabled, and even if it sent someone sneaking into its temple, it would never dare to come back. Even if it dares to come back, it's not certain who will deal with it. Zhang Tuohai wandered around the temple without worrying that anyone would break in. However, it is a pity that Hermes has a huge temple, but it is poor. The huge temple is cleaner than Zhang Tuohai's face and has nothing at all. It is not an exaggeration to describe a house with only 4 walls. Even the walls of the temple are made of huge original obsidian. Not to mention the mural decoration. There are no patterns at all. "Are you so poor?" Zhang Tuohai wandered around the temple 3 times, but couldn't find anything. Not even a chair. "What Hermes did is too incredible. Isn't it? How could it be possible that nothing was left behind?" Zhang Tuohai was a little reluctant, but he walked around the hall several times and couldn't find anything. "How about leaving like this?" Zhang Tuohai thought helplessly. "No, absolutely not the Air Force. Even if it involves prying 2 floor tiles." Zhang Tuohai glanced at the ground, trying to see where it would be better to take action. At this moment, he suddenly saw an ever-burning lamp in the corner of the temple, emitting a weak but constant light. "This thing is much easier to get than 4 tiles." Zhang Tuohai walked over quickly, ready to pick up the lamp. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from under his feet. "Dad, don't touch that light." Zhang Tuohai. "Who is talking?" Zhang Tuohai followed the voice and looked around, but there was nothing under his feet except identical floor tiles. "Who is it?" Zhang Tuohai touched the black umbrella behind his back. "Dad, it's me." "Wait a moment. I'm stuck. Wait for me to pull out my body." Along with the sound, a floor tile twisted its body and climbed out of the ground with difficulty. After getting up from the ground, it twisted its body and shook off the dust on its body.
Who are you?
Looking at the floor tiles, Zhang Tuohai felt a little numb.
I'm Xiaojiu. Page 9 of
The Book of 10,000 Dermas.
When I was running around, I accidentally ended up here. In order not to be discovered, I turned into a floor tile. How about it? It's a good disguise. Right,
Xiaojiu said, twisting his body proudly.
well, it's pretty good.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the proud Xiaojiu and didn't know what to say. He felt that his offspring seemed to be getting weirder and weirder. It didn't matter if he had a daughter or a son. The paperman's daughter could also accept it. Not long ago, a chair actually appeared. This time, it turned into a floor tile. Zhang Tuohai didn't even think about it. I dare to imagine what else will come out in the future.
By the way, what did you mean by not letting me touch this lamp just now?
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously.
This lamp is disguised. The main body is a mutated worm that is good at camouflage. It is currently in a dormant state. If it is touched, it will be activated, and it will devour everything around it,
Xiaojiu said.
Really?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the lamp with some suspicion. It looked similar to a permanent lamp. Even the rust on the metal caused by long-term storage was the same. It was hard to imagine that this thing was actually a monster disguised.
Dad, if you don't believe it, I'll show it to you. Just stay back,
Xiaojiu said.
Okay,
Zhang Tuohai took a few steps back as he was told.
let's go!
Xiaojiu suddenly flew up from the ground and hit the Changming lantern hard. There was a roar of wind, and the ever-bright lamp suddenly jumped up and turned into a huge worm with a big mouth. After the huge worm woke up, it opened its mouth and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai's direction. At this moment, Xiaojiu jumped up suddenly, hit the worm's head hard with his body, and shouted loudly,
Eat a brick from me!
Boom! Xiaojiu hit the worm firmly on the head. The worm shook twice, fell to the ground with a thud, and fainted. After the blow was effective, Xiaojiu seemed very proud of his work. He stood on the worm's head with his head held high and looked like he was about to praise me. Zhang Tuohai, who was standing aside, was stunned. He was not shocked by the worm. After being baptized in more than a dozen worlds, he had even seen super monsters like the soul-eating beast that were hundreds of kilometers away. A mere worm was nothing. What shocked him was Xiaojiu. It seemed to have instinctively regarded itself as a brick. That moment just now, both in terms of strength and angle, were perfect and almost impeccable. However, when he thought about this thing calling him daddy, he felt a pain in his balls.
Well, can you change back to your original appearance? It feels weird to always look like a brick,
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly.
The original appearance?
Xiaojiu scratched his head, and then said with an apologetic look,
I forgot. Can you forget this?
Zhang Tuohai looked at Xiaojiu in disbelief.
I can't help it. It's been too long and I've forgotten my original appearance. I can't change it back in a short time. Maybe if it takes a long time, I can slowly recover,
Xiaojiu said a little embarrassed.
Is this the legendary thing about pretending to be a pig for a long time, and then you really turn into a pig?
Zhang Tuohai thought to himself as he looked at Xiaojiu. At this time, Lilith came in with a large group of self-propelled machines, looking like she was ready to do something big. As a result, when she walked into the temple, she was shocked by the scene in front of her and murmured to herself,
Is this really a temple? It's too poor. Big sister, I am Xiaojiu.
Seeing Lilith, Xiaojiu jumped off the worm's head and flew a flying brick towards Lilith.
Where is the monster?
Seeing a black shadow flying over, Lilith's emergency defense measures were activated. A huge alloy armor popped out from the pendant on her chest. The thick alloy armor firmly blocked Lilith behind. In addition, there is a layer of plasma shield outside the armor. When the brick that Xiaojiu turned into flew halfway, its potential energy was cut off by the plasma shield, and it was firmly trapped in the shield. In the middle, unable to advance or retreat. Chapter 814, The Fairy Tale World Rises in Dimension.
Sister, I'm Xiaojiu. Put me down quickly,
Xiaojiu shouted loudly.
Xiaojiu?
Lilith was also stunned when she heard the voice. She looked up and down carefully at the bricks trapped by the energy shield. She couldn't believe that this thing was the 9th page of the Book of 10,000 Laws. However, the closeness in the soul truly proves the authenticity of the other party's words.
How did you become like this?
Lilith put Xiaojiu down.
After we were separated, I floated here. In order to prevent being discovered, I turned into a brick and hid it here. Fortunately, Hermes only paid attention to its experiments and hardly paid attention to the surroundings. I was lucky. He evaded search and has been hiding here all these years,
Shujio said.
You have been hiding here all these years? You must know where the treasures of Hermes are hidden. Right. Where are the quantum crystals? Where are the imaginary number cores? Where are the precious materials? Where are the rare items? Where are they? Hand them over.
Lilith reached out and asked for it.
Nothing.
Shujio shook his head like a rattle.
How is it possible that there is nothing? After all, Hermes has been a famous demigod for a long time. He must have saved some of his belongings. How is it possible that there is nothing?
Lilith obviously didn't believe it.
The quantum crystal has been absorbed by itself. Otherwise, how could it have such a huge body? As for various precious materials and items, it has been used to exchange or create various mutant creatures. Its pursuit is to create various mutations biology. There were originally some original samples here for research, but in order to gather the combat power to attack Yuli, those samples were also taken away. Now they are probably all gone. The imaginary number core is still there. They are all there. It's on the roof of the temple. However, just now, in order to quickly increase the combat effectiveness and create soul-eating beasts, Hermes had his men slaughter and devour all the creatures in the world he controlled. Now, those worlds are a scorched earth, and because of the soul-devouring ability of soul-eating beasts, characteristics, those worlds cannot be restored even if they are restarted. So what's the use of imaginary cores?
Shujio explained.
So, after hiding here for so long, you haven't collected any useful information?
Lilith frowned. Seeing Lilith's unkind expression, Shujio quickly said,
How is that possible? Although I don't have the specific property, Hermes' experiments were all done here, and the various original samples were also. I have not forgotten my identity as the recorder. I have a copy of all the experimental data of Hermes. I also have the data of various original samples. Even the data from it may not be available to me. As long as there are enough materials, I can restore all of Hermes' creations,
Shujio said, patting her chest.
It seems that you are still of some use. Come on. Follow me back to sort out the data,
Lilith said, picked up Shujio and walked back. At the same time, she did not forget to ask the self-propelled machine to take down the imaginary number core from the roof of the temple.
Aren't these worlds in ruins? Why are you still holding imaginary number cores?
Zhang Tuohai was puzzled.
Who told you that the world would be useless if it were desolate?
Lilith looked contemptuous. Zhang Tuohai immediately pointed at Shujio. Dead fellow Taoist but not dead Taoist.
Go back and copy the basic rules of the Sea of Chaos 20 times.
Lilith glanced at Shujio and said calmly. Shujio? Looking at the blank expressions of the two people, Lilith sighed and said helplessly.
Although the world's life is gone, it cannot evolve, and it cannot produce quantum crystals. The world itself is endless wealth. No matter it is the remaining minerals, the resources, and the original technical reserves are still there. These are all resources. Even if these are gone, the world itself is a huge resource with important uses. The life on it, and even the quantum crystal are only part of it. Not even the most important part. Do you understand? I don't understand,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Then keep your eyes open and watch.
Lilith returned to the Library of Heaven through the portal with many imaginary number cores. Lilith activated the red magic circle on the ground and put more than 100 imaginary number cores into it.
Isn't this thing used to kill gods? It can even digest the imaginary core.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the red magic circle on the ground and marveled.
Actually, this is the original purpose of this magic circle. Killing gods and the like are just incidental functions.
Lilith sighed. This time it was Zhang Tuohai's turn to be shocked. He originally thought that this magic circle could kill even the righteous gods, and it could be said to be the most powerful magic circle in the world. However, I never expected that it was just a side function of this formation. So what is its original function? Zhang Tuohai's heart agitated. As soon as more than 100 imaginary number cores landed on the magic circle, they began to melt. Codes composed of various words were integrated into the red magic circle. The magic circle turned faster and faster, and finally became like a fifth-speed electric wave. It's like a fan. So fast you can see the afterimage. Those imaginary number cores were finally integrated into the magic circle. And at this moment, there was a violent sound outside.
Boom!
The entire heavenly library could not help but tremble a few times.
Were you attacked by foreign enemies?
This was Zhang Tuohai's first reaction.
Come out and take a look.
Lilith walked outside. Zhang Tuohai followed Lilith to the gate of Tianshu Pavilion and was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. Originally, outside the heavenly library, there was a fairy tale world wrapped upside down. After integrating the high-end ecological park, the rules of the fairy tale world have become richer and richer, coupled with the integration of various plants and animals. The originally two-dimensional fairy tale world has a tendency to transform into a three-dimensional one. But at this time, the surface of the fairy tale world was covered with a faint red mist. Countless codes were flying randomly. Mountains were rising from the ground. Continents were breaking apart. And the oceans were constantly rushing, washing away the land and islands. Volcanoes erupt and fall silent. Life is born and dies. And the whole world seems to be accelerated and changing rapidly.
This is?
Zhang Tuohai was speechless looking at the shocking scene in front of him.
The evolution of the world,
Lilith said.
You don't think that if the world wants to evolve, the only way is to accumulate quantum crystals and finally infuse it with dimensionality? You mean? You are right. In fact, there is another way, and that is to devour other worlds. It's just that swallowing other worlds is prone to counterattacks by the world wills of other worlds. No world is willing to become the nourishment for the promotion of other worlds. Moreover, there are similarities between worlds. Worlds with different phases are forcibly merged together. Species there will be conflicts and even self-destruction, eventually causing the death of the entire world. However, a world with extirpated creatures does not have these troubles and is an excellent nourishment. So,
Lilith looked at the fairy tale world in the sky. At this time, earth-shaking changes had taken place. Chapter 8:15 Everyone is the enemy. The world of fairy tales that has absorbed hundreds of desolate worlds has undergone earth-shaking changes. Although these absorbed worlds were ruined by Hermes and his monster players, the world itself is real, with various basic technology. Mineral land, air and water sources are no less. If they are simply spliced together, it is equivalent to directly expanding the fairy tale world 100 times. Given enough time, the fairy world can spread its plants and animals, eventually occupying all new lands. However, what Zhang Tuohai chose was not to simply splice the worlds together, but to directly fill these worlds into the fairy tale world as nutrients. Using this method, the area of the fairy tale world will not expand too much, but the quality will be greatly improved. The quality here does not only refer to the amount of resources, the fertility of the land, and the livability of the environment, but also the dimensions. Specifically speaking, standing in the world of fairy tales, Zhang Tuohai felt a touch of reality in his heart as he touched the plants and trees. After Zhang Tuohai was infused with quantum crystals and promoted to demigod, Zhang Tuohai would always feel an unreal feeling when he set foot in the world of imaginary numbers again. He always felt that the vegetation there were all digital textures, and he might poke them if he touched them. Break. Every time I stepped on the ground, it was like stepping on cardboard. I didn't dare to use force for fear of breaking it. Lilith told him that this was the result of the generation difference in dimensions. However, the fairy tale world at this time did not have this feeling. In the fairy tale world, he is just like in the normal world. He no longer needs to be so cautious. He can do whatever he wants. He doesn't have to worry about breaking the world if he exerts force. Zhang Tuohai walked excitedly in the new world of fairy tales, feeling the reality of the world. Although the terrain of the fairy tale world is changing dramatically at this time, with countless mountains collapsing, countless flat bottoms rising up, boulders flying randomly, and magma surging, Zhang Tuohai is not worried at all that he will be injured. Not to mention that his body has been filled with quantum crystals and will not be hurt by this attack. The world consciousness Zhao Wanwan is also staying next to him. With Zhao Wanwan here, he does not have to worry about even a particle of dust falling on him.
How is the situation now?
Zhang Tuohai asked Zhao Wanwan.
There is a lot of data and information, and it is being integrated with the rules and data of this world. It will take some time. As for the terrain transformation, it is caused by absorbing too many worlds at once. It will naturally stop after the absorption is completed.
Zhao Wanwan answered from the side.
There won't be any problems with the animals and the natives. Right?
Zhang Tuohai asked. The souls have been preserved. When the time is right, the world will be restarted. At that time, everyone will return as they were. However, the terrain requires them to adapt to it again. After the integration of the advanced ecological park, species have been produced. There are some changes, which also require them to adapt again. But the overall changes are not big, and they are mainly benign mutations. Zhao Wanwan said.
That's not bad.
After hearing Zhao Wanwan's introduction, Zhang Tuohai was very satisfied with it.
By the way, what's the point of increasing the world's dimension?
Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith.
Of course it works. Your world has absorbed hundreds of worlds as nourishment and has now been upgraded to a quantum world. Because it is at the same level as you. You will feel the reality of the world because the fairy tale world has been upgraded to a quantum world. The quantum world. The foundation of the world and quantum crystals are on the same level. And ordinary quantum crystal attacks are no longer able to deal with it. With such a world as a shell for protection, the security of the kingdom of God will naturally be greatly improved. Of course, the most important thing is that because the world has increased its dimensions, the fairy tale world can now produce a more important strategic resource. What resources? Seeing Lilith taking things so seriously, Zhang Tuohai was also shocked and asked hurriedly. Essence, Lilith said. What's this? Zhang Tuohai learned a vocabulary he had never heard before. Maybe you haven't heard of the source material, but you must have seen its crystallization, Lilith said. What? Source stone. Source stone? You mean? Zhang Tuohai's mind felt like he was struck by lightning. Not only had he seen the origin stone before, but he also had two pieces of it. One of the pieces merged into the spiritual world, and there was a large piece left, which was kept in the car and was of no use. At first, Lilith told him that this thing could have the effect of a nuclear weapon after being activated by special means. He always used it as a trump card. Later, he obtained a nuclear weapon in the biochemical world, and the source stone was used by Lilith. He had almost forgotten about it after taking it away for experiments. Now, when Lilith reminded him, he suddenly woke up. The ordinary world of imaginary numbers will produce quantum crystals, but the fairy tale world has been promoted to the quantum world, and the matter produced has also been upgraded. It is called the source of matter. In other words, the effect of this source of matter is similar to that of quantum crystals, but the dimension is smaller than that of quantum crystals. What, a higher level? Zhang Tuohai asked. Although it's not very comprehensive, it's very appropriate to understand it this way, Lilith said. Then what will happen if I pour the essence into my body? Zhang Tuohai asked. I don't know, Lilith said lightly. Don't know? Zhang Tuohai was puzzled. No one has reached that level. Ever. So I don't know what will happen. Lilith shook her head. No one has ever reached that height. How could it be? There are so many demigods. And there are even gods above them. They have been accumulating for so long. How can they save enough? How is it possible that no one has reached that height? Zhang Tuohai didn't believe it. How many do you think there are in the world of imaginary numbers? Lilith asked with a sneer. How many imaginary number worlds can a demigod control? How many quantum crystals are needed for an imaginary number world to be promoted to the quantum world? Those quantum crystals are not enough for their own use. So where can they have extra to promote their own world? Even if it is if you grit your teeth and upgrade a world to a quantum world. How much source of essence can be produced? How long does it take to accumulate enough amount for one person to infuse? And, when a demigod promotes the world to the quantum world, do you think the other demigods will let it develop on its own? In the face of sufficient interests, even life and death enemies can join forces to advance and retreat together. Is that what you mean? Zhang Tuohai concluded. That's right. Lilith nodded. When they learn that a new world has been promoted to the quantum world, the owners of the world will automatically become enemies of other demigods and even gods. They will not let this world fall into anyone's hands. In their hands, they will destroy this world and then divide it into pieces. Congratulations. Now, all demigods and gods are your enemies. Chapter 8:16 Copying the Tower of Babel. Hearing Lilith's words, Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of sadness. It was developing in a low-key manner, but it also took the opportunity to provoke a wave of civil war among the demigods. Now, with one dead and two seriously injured, the situation is very good. Zhang Tuohai originally planned to take this opportunity to quietly develop, but as a result, he suddenly became the enemy of the whole world. However, he will not retreat. As a latecomer, he would have been suppressed by the joint efforts of those who had vested interests in the early stages. This was a path that would be faced by everyone in the world. This was his realization as a latecomer. It is impossible for him to hold back because he is afraid of being suppressed by others. History has proven that even if you put down your weapons, others who will towards you will not diminish, but will intensify because you have no weapons. Dignity is only on the edge of the sword, and truth is within the range of the cannon. If Zhang Tuohai wants to survive in this world surrounded by wolves, he can only sharpen the sword in his hand and kill all beings who want to harm him, whether they are demigods or gods. Whoever wants to stand in his way, he will kill anyone in his path. Only in this way can we survive. We are all enemies. Right. Zhang Tuohai nodded. Then when we take action from now on, we won't have any scruples. Don't worry. I will always stand by your side. I also want to see what you will look like after being infused with the source of essence.
Lilith said next to her.
Before, the person closest to this goal was the Heavenly Master. Now, it is you. I will also be by your side.
Xiao Wanhan was at the side, burying her head in Zhang Tuohai's chest.
I will stand at the top of the world and see what the scenery is like.
Zhang Tuohai nodded and said,
By the way, will those demigods know about the promotion in the fairy tale world?
Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith. This was related to the time he could use next.
I can use technical means to cover it up. But the delay time is not long. In a month at most. The fluctuations in the fairy tale world's promotion will spread throughout the Chaos Sea. And those demigods and gods will know the news. You have any plans need to be prepared in advance.
Lilith said.
A month? That's almost enough.
Zhang Tuohai calculated that it had only been 2 months since he entered the survival game. And he had already reached his current height. In another month, he should be able to reach another level. And maybe he could become a regular person. God, no matter how bad it is, he can still reduce the strength of those demigods. Just when Zhang Tuohai was contemplating his plan, the projection of classmate Xiao Ai appeared next to Zhang Tuohai.
Commander, Miss Alice has completed the cleaning of the Tower of Babel base and would like to invite you over.
Alice had been cleaning up the remains of the Tower of Babel with many self-propelled machines. After a week or so of hard work, she finally had almost done the cleaning.
I'll go over and take a look.
After hearing this, Zhang Tuohai immediately withdrew from the fairy tale world and returned to the Library of Heaven. Then he passed through the portal of the Library of Heaven and arrived at the base of the Tower of Babel. At this time, the Tower of Babel base destroyed by the soul-eating beast has been cleared out. The ruins and building debris have been cleared away. The large pit created by the soul-eating beast has also been filled. At this time, the originally huge Babel, the base of the tower, has disappeared, replaced by a vast plain. In the center of the plain is a monument made of obsidian. There are no words on it, only a Tower of Babel. Alice is standing in front of the monument.
I'm here.
Zhang Tuohai came to Alice's side.
Help me find the real culprit behind the scenes and kill him. I will pay any price.
Alice grabbed Zhang Tuohai's clothes and said,
I know this is difficult, but I have no one to trust.
A week ago, she was the largest resistance organization in the Sea of Chaos, the captain of the second action team of the Tower of Babel, with more than 10 masters of quantum crystal weapons behind her. And the base's technical reserves were also very advanced, integrating information from dozens of worlds. The core technology and overall technical level are comparable to those of some veteran demigods. However, it all came to nothing a week ago. Even the soul was swallowed up by the soul-eating beast, and there was no chance of resurrection. Thinking of all this, Alice felt powerless for a while. If her belief in revenge hadn't still supported her, she might not have been able to hold on today.
Don't worry. The mastermind behind this has been found. He is the demigod Hermes. However, he had a fight with Lily and escaped with serious injuries. When I find him, I will not let him run away again.
To eradicate Shijio's information, Hermes once obtained some of the cells of the soul-eating beast by chance, and then used these original cells to cultivate a soul-eating beast. This soul-eating beast was the one who attacked the Tower of Babel. A soul-eating beast. Hermes placed the soul-eating beast there, originally wanting to test the soul-eating beast's strength. Moreover, according to normal circumstances, the soul-eating beast should not wake up on that day, but continue to sleep and grow for a period of time. When the soul-eating beast should wake up, Hermes will arrive to observe the situation. As a result, the Tower of Babel was conducting technical experiments, and by chance, the sleeping soul-eating beast was activated. This caused the soul-eating beast to cause trouble in the Tower of Babel, and Zhang Tuohai came to the rescue. If the soul-eating beast hadn't woken up early and Hermes hadn't been there to take command, what happened next might have been a different outcome. Of course, Zhang Tuohai came to this conclusion based on the information given by Xiajio and the previous information.
It turns out to be Hermes, and it is indeed it.
Alice clenched her hands into fists.
I have a request. If possible, can Hermes be left to me? I want to solve it with my own hands and help Babel.
Tower's comrades take revenge. Of course, if I can catch it, I will leave it to you.
Zhang Tuohai nodded in agreement. After all, what he wanted was the power of Hermes. It didn't matter whoever took action. He only wanted the body.
Really? Thank you so much. I know my request is very arbitrary, but I have no other choice. Just treat this as a deposit. If it's not enough, I'll add myself,
Alice said, putting a shiny black cube into Zhang Tuohai's hand.
What is this?
Zhang Tuohai looked curiously at the black cube in his hand. It was 1 inch square and looked a bit like obsidian. However, it was glossier and smoother than obsidian. It felt warm and moist to the touch. Like mutton fat jade.
This is the chip that stores all the technology of the Tower of Babel. Fortunately, it was not destroyed. I hope it can be of some use to you. Alice said. Chapter 8:17 Fishing and Anti-Fishing.
Thanks.
Zhang Tuohai took the black cube from Alice's hand that contained all the technology of the Tower of Babel. Although he now controls hundreds of worlds. Most of these worlds come from Celia. And the world Celia owns are the kind of worlds that are famous for various pets and beasts. The level of technology alone is not the same. Not tall. Zhang Tuohai's technology accumulation basically still relies on the first few worlds he owned, such as the Onyx Crisis world and the Ring City world. However, the level of technology in those worlds is actually about that. There is nothing particularly outstanding. Some of the black technologies have already been obtained by Zhang Tuohai. Now, with the technical supplement of Babel, it can just make up for the lack of foundation. After all, this is a comprehensive and integrated technological system from dozens of worlds gathered in the Tower of Babel. It can even use it to fight against demigods. So it naturally has its own uniqueness.
It's all to fight against those demigods. It's useless for me anyway. So I'll leave it to you. Even if I can create an additional weapon that can fight against those demigods, it won't be considered as burying the hair of those guys,
Alice said while trying to smile.
Don't worry.
Zhang Tuohai patted Alice on the shoulder, saying nothing. At this moment, 001 walked out of the portal holding a scroll and thrust the scroll into Zhang Tuohai's hand. Zhang Tuohai opened it and saw that it was a letter from the demigod Scarlet. The content of the letter is very simple. After the battle between Lioli and Hermes, Hermes escaped without a trace. Lioli's vitality was seriously injured, and Feiyue and Lioli had a long-standing grudge. So naturally they were unwilling to give up this opportunity and invited the beast-controlling demigod. Celia will deal with Lioli together, and the spoils will be divided equally when the time comes.
This Feiyue has made a good plan.
Looking at Feiyue's letter, Zhang Tuohai showed a smile on his face. This Feiyue made it clear that she wanted to take advantage of Lioli's vitality to devour him in one bite. But she was also afraid of Lioli's backup. So she pulled Celia together to resist the risk. Moreover, in terms of personnel selection, this Feiyue did not have any good intentions. Although Zhang Tuohai has never dealt with Feiyue, he has fought against the opponent's players in regional battles, judging from the opponent's players' vehicles and various weapons. Feiyue's authority is similar to that of Lioli, is biased toward technology, but Celia is in the direction of controlling beasts. If she swallows Lioli, Feiyue will naturally gain the most, even if the spoils are divided equally. In addition, the speed of transformation and strength on the technological side is notoriously fast. If Feiyue is really allowed to complete the plan, then Feiyue will become the strongest among the many demigods and become the final winner in the battle. However, all this is based on the premise that Celia is still the original Celia.
Feiyue. Right. Since you jumped out on your own, let me do the surgery on you.
Looking at the letter sent by Feiyue, Zhang Tuohai had an idea in his mind. Originally, he was thinking about how to expand this incident and introduce more prey into the harvest. He didn't expect that Feiyue would be so cooperative with him. Actually jumped in on his own initiative.
You found this yourself. Don't blame me.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the letter in his hand and thought for a while. Then wrote a reply, expressing his willingness to participate in the operation. At the same time, he also expressed his desire to finalize the battle plan with Feiyue face to face. However, Feiyue seemed to be very resistant to the meeting and directly rejected the plan. Instead, she directly listed the action plan in the letter. Zhang Tuohai flipped through the plan and summarized it in 2 words. 1. Celia and Feiyue said troops at the same time to attack the world controlled by Lioli. 2. If Lioli takes action in person, 2 people will need to work together to deal with it.
What kind of plan is this?
After seeing Feiyue's reply, Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. This plan cannot be said to be the same as no plan. Or it can be said to be the same as no plan. The plan was full of nonsense, including specific action steps, division of attack directions, and no liquidation of loot in the face of Lioli's attack plan. There was not even a timetable for the plan, except that the start time was 8 hours later. Can this also be called a combat plan? Zhang Tuohai can guarantee that the social practice reports he wrote when he was in school were more rigorous and reliable than this thing. From this battle plan, Zhang Tuohai can be sure that this Feiyue is not looking for allies at all, but most likely is looking for cannon fodder to help explore the road.
Humph. You want to use me as a pathfinder. Right.
Zhang Tuohai came to the broken door of truth with the replied letter, put his hand on it, and began to deduce. You agreed to Fei Yue's battle plan. 8 hours later, you sent an advance team to land in Liuli's world. Fei Yue broke the promise. Liuli regarded you as an intruder and sent a large number of players to attack. The advance team suffered heavy losses. Liuli took the opportunity to send the remaining the space fleet as launched an attack on your Kingdom of God. The Kingdom of God relied on its high latitude to block the attack of the advance fleet. But Liuli dispatched the Ark of the Goddess of Victory. The Goddess of Victory broke through the defenses of the fairy tale world. A battle broke out between you and Liuli. You repelled Liuli's attack with the help of your location. But Liuli, the news of the fairy tale world's dimensionality has spread. And many demigods have joined forces to attack you. You eventually died on the spot because you were outnumbered.
Sure enough. He has no good intentions.
Looking at the results of the deduction, Zhang Tuohai showed a confident expression on his face. He thought for a while and wrote back directly.
You can take action if you want me to. But there is a prerequisite. You must take action first.
Fei Yue's reply came quickly. And the content was very simple.
Yes. But 1 hour after I take action, you must follow up and take action immediately. Agreed so easily. Is it a fraud?
Because Fei Yue agreed so readily, Zhang Tuohai instinctively became suspicious.
Deduction.
Zhang Tuohai put his hand on the door of truth. You agreed to Fei Yue's battle plan. 8 hours later, Fei Yue sent people to land on Liuli's planet and sent you pictures as evidence. You sent players to land on the planet an hour later. Out of caution, you sent a small force to land on the world where Fei Yue landed. Through the reconnaissance satellite, you discovered that the team sent by Fei Yue completely dressed up as your troops and left a lot of information about Celia. Liuli focused his attention on you. And on the one hand, he sent a large number of players to resist. On the one hand, send a space fleet to attack your Kingdom of God. You had a big fight with Liuli. News leaked. Siege. Fall. What happened next was basically a replica of the last time.
Shua. Een. I am. I said you agreed so happily.
Zhang Tuohai was very angry and immediately rushed into Lilith's laboratory.
Let the factory quickly produce a batch of battleships. All in Fei Yue style. Then put it into the world controlled by Liuli.
I am in the hospital and undergoing examination. I don't know if the next chapter can be coded.
Sorry.
Chapter 818, Putting the Blame On. Yin Jingyi is an ordinary programmer in Red Moon World. After just completing 120 hours of overtime work, he can finally go home from get off work. Yin Jingyi felt a tightness in his chest and decided to walk back along the coastal avenue. Not only to save money, but also to exercise. As he walked, Yin Jingyi found that his shoelaces were untied.
What bad luck.
Yin Jingyi knelt down and started to tie his shoes. At this moment, he felt that the bright sunshine suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a large thick shadow.
Why did it get cloudy so soon? It was so clear just now.
Yin Jingyi muttered and looked up at the sky. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he was so shocked that he was speechless. Not far in front of him, a huge light gate suddenly appeared on the sea. Huge warships sailed out from the light gate and appeared on the calm sea. Those huge battleships include modern steel battleships, pure wooden sail battleships, and even the first-generation ironclads with hybrid sail and steam power. There are so many types of battleships that it looks like a battleship exhibition. Although these battleships have different appearances, they all have one thing in common, and that is the strange runes of various sizes painted on their hulls. These runes have complex strokes, strange appearances, and a faint red light, adding a lot of mystery to the battleship.
This is a movie. Right.
Yin Jingyi sat down on the beach and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. There was no way. The scene in front of him was so bizarre that Yin Jingyi could only classify it as a movie, rather than associate it with an alien invasion.
I must be dreaming. No. Go back and work overtime to wake up.
Yin Jingyi patted his face, struggled to stand up from the beach, and wanted to go back to the company. At this moment, the giant ship at sea opened fire. Boom! A deafening blast of gunfire rang out, shocking Yin Jingyi, who had just stood up to sit back down. A tall building in the distance was hit by a shell and collapsed instantly. The collapsed high-rise building smashed the vehicles below to pieces. The piercing sound of car alarms rang through the sky. The cars on the highway fell into chaos. A large number of cars rear-ended each other, and the traffic was jammed. Boom! Boom! Subsequent ships launched bombardments one after another. High-rise buildings collapsed one after another. Large areas of roads were blocked. There were crashing vehicles and panicked pedestrians everywhere. There were raging fires everywhere. The whole city fell into chaos.
What's going on?
Yin Jingyi looked at everything in front of him in confusion, feeling as if he was dreaming. The world he lives in has been unified for more than 100 years, and has been at peace for a long time. War has only been seen in movies and documentaries. Normally, he has basically never even touched small weapons. Seeing this kind of war scene, the whole world, everyone was confused, and their brain shut down. It wasn't until a woman wearing OL uniform screamed and ran past him that he woke up from the shock.
By the way, Xiaomei is still in the company. I'm going to save her.
Sun Jingyi thought of the goddess he had a crush on, although the other party always treated him without words, and always sent him there early too. The steamed buns were thrown into the trash can. But who made the other party the goddess of his dreams? If he could rescue her from the company, she would definitely change her impression of him and agree to his date. Right? Thinking of this, Sun Jingyi was filled with strength again. He stood up and ran towards the company, where his goddess was waiting for him to save. Boom! A high explosive bomb exploded next to Sun Jingyi, and Sun Jingyi was torn into pieces. In a daze, Sun, who was thrown into the sky, seemed to see Xiaomei getting into a luxury Land Rover.
Fortunately, she can leave safely.
This was Sun Jingyi's last thought. What he didn't see was that in the next second, a thermobaric bomb fell next to the Land Rover, and the oxygen within a dozen kilometers around it was rapidly depleted. In the entire area, everyone was lying on the ground, tearing their throats with both hands, and opening their mouths, trying to suck in more oxygen. Unfortunately, under the action of the thermobaric bomb, the oxygen within a range of dozens of kilometers, they are all exhausted, and it will take at least 20 minutes to recover. Therefore, after struggling for more than 10 seconds, everyone in this area reached the end of their lives under the double blow of heat and suffocation. These people were not the first victims in the city, nor the last. After evaluating the lethality of various weapons, the commander of the fleet selected thermobaric bombs as the main attack weapon. In an instant, hundreds of thermobaric bombs were knocked down in every corner of the city. In just a few dozen seconds, a few minutes later, the whole city turned into a ghost. From humans to cockroaches, almost no life survived, and even various bacteria were killed by the accompanying high temperatures. The whole city was purified.
Commander, City 01 has been cleared.
The first mate wearing glasses said to a bearded captain.
Notify the fleet to advance in formation towards their respective targets, and must destroy as many cities as possible in the shortest time. In addition, pay attention to the fleet's air defense,
especially those visitors from space. And remember what our first mission is.
The captain put down the telescope in his hand and said,
Understood.
The first mate immediately gave the order. The fleet, consisting of more than 1,000 ships, quickly dispersed and headed towards the surrounding cities. Half an hour later, the flight squadron belonging to the Federation arrived belatedly and arrived over the destroyed city.
Damn. It must be those outsiders who did it. Find them quickly and kill them.
A fighter pilot shouted angrily on the intercom. However, before he could finish his words, the airborne radar sounded an alarm, and he had been locked by the fire control radar. Seeing this, the driver didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly followed the instructions in the operation manual and pressed the launch button of the decoy bomb. However, before his fingers could fall, a hypersonic missile fired from underwater hit him. Boom! A cloud of fireworks exploded in the air.
Run!
The leader was killed in an instant, frightening the remaining pilots and instinctively wanting to escape. However, at this time, it was too late. Several more hypersonic missiles were shot out from the water, turning their aircraft into fireworks one by one. Wow! A submarine floated up from the water. The captain nodded with satisfaction when he looked at his victory.
I knew that if I waited here, I would definitely catch a big fish. Give me the order to continue diving and wait for the rabbit.
The submarine dived underwater. At the same time, rapid footsteps sounded in Liuli's temple, and the footsteps did not stop until they reached Liuli's sleeping tent.
Your Majesty, the world number 09 we control is under attack. Who is it? Hermes is back?
Hearing this, Liuli stood up suddenly. She had just finished dealing with the mess left by Hermes, and was just about to take a good rest. But she didn't expect that the world she belonged to was attacked again.
No. I guess it's Feiyue who came this time,
Madeline said respectfully.
Reason.
Liuli's face was as dark as water.
Most of the intruders are warships of various types, and the pictures have runes on them. In terms of shape, they are very similar to Feiyue's players.
Lin paused for a moment when she said this. Seeing Liuli's silence, she added, in addition, the purpose of those players is very clear, which is to kill a large number of lives in the world, massacre lives, and reduce the world's willpower, taking the opportunity to reduce the control of the imaginary number core. This is the weakness of our control over the imaginary number world. The only one who knows this weakness is Scarlet. So, I know. Let me go and see for myself, Liuli said, stood up suddenly, and walked outside. The Wi-Fi in the hospital is terrible. I can only use the data flow. Crying, and my hands hurt when pressing the code on my mobile phone. Chapter 8:19 Entering the Trap. Liuli is not a person who likes to trust others, especially after experiencing Moriarty's betrayal. She becomes even more distrustful of her subordinates. A lot of information will be verified personally. Liuli quickly rushed to world number 09, where the incident occurred. This was the first world she mastered, because it developed relatively well. It was used as a reserve of technology and resources. Except for the occasional players who performed well. They would come here to enjoy their vacation. Players will not be sent here. At this time, the world she regarded as her back garden had changed. Most of the world had turned into scorched earth. Large tracts of cities had been destroyed, and intercontinental ballistic missiles pierced the sky and flew into the distance. Asshole. Liuli swiped with one hand, and an invisible sharp blade passed through her fingertips. Several intercontinental ballistic missiles were cut in half and fell without a trace. However, a few of them escaped her attack and landed on the designated target. Boom! Along with loud noises, huge mushroom clouds rose into the sky. This means that several more cities have been completely destroyed. Damn it! How dare you act like this in front of me? Liuli's eyes were full of anger. With one finger, a huge hole was poked out of a ship. A large amount of seawater poured into the cabin, and the ship began to sink. At the moment the ship sank, dozens of runic plasma rays were shot towards Liuli from all directions. Seeing these runic ion rays, a cold light flashed in Liuli's eyes. You dare to show off your trivial skills in front of me? Liuli waved one hand, and a circular light mask appeared in front of him, covering the whole body tightly. The runic plasma rays dissipated without a trace in an instant after hitting the light mask. Later, Liuli connected 10 points, and every time a battleship was hit by her, a battleship would explode directly. In a short time, dozens of warships sank into the sea. Looking at the battleship sinking into the sea, Liuli's face was as gloomy as water. After some testing just now, she has determined that this fleet was sent by Feiyue. She and Feiyue have been fighting for many years, and she knows very well what this old rival is capable of. The rune plasma beam just now is Feiyue's signature skill. She has countless subordinates who have suffered this loss, so she can't be mistaken. Moreover, the configurations of the various battleships are generally the same as Feiyue's commonly used player configurations. There is no other such force in the entire Chaos Sea. Moreover, with Feiyue's character, after knowing that his strength was damaged, he would definitely send players to rob him. If not, Liuli would be curious. Based on all the above, Liuli had already determined in her mind that Feiyue must have done this attack. Very good. Do you think I have no power left to deal with you after being beaten by Hermes? I want you to take a good look at my true strength. It just so happens that my world has suffered serious losses, so I will use your world. Let's add some more. Liuli thought of this and left this world in a flash. With her status, it is naturally impossible for her to stay in this world to wipe out the remaining players here. The finishing touches can be left to the space fleet. As for herself, she has to give Feiyue a return gift. An hour later, Liuli led the space fleet to attack Feiyue's world in a mighty manner. At this time, Feiyue was in her own kingdom arranging the team of players who were about to go on an expedition. This team does not have any vehicles. Each person has 1 or 2 pet beasts and a set of cold weapons. Looking at the team under his command, Feiyue nodded with satisfaction. She had painstakingly cultivated this team in secret, with the purpose of disguising herself as other demigod players at critical moments to provoke conflicts between other demigods, so that she could benefit. She has 8 other similar teams, each representing a demigod force. Remember, you are players who belong to the demigod Celia. All your actions are directed by Celia, and all your actions are the responsibility of Celia. Feiyue has planted psychological hints in all the players. Under the hints, all players will firmly believe that they are firm believers of the demigod Celia, and all their actions are ordered by Celia, even if they are under the most severe influence. The answer is still the same even under severe torture. After watching the last player in the team
being completely brainwashed by the suggestion. Feiyue nodded with satisfaction. As long as she puts this team into Lioli's world, it will inevitably provoke a dispute between Lioli and Celia. Celia has fought with Hermes before, and she has suffered a lot of losses. If she can fight again this time, both sides will be hurt. Then she can easily take down the 3 demigods. By then, she will have 4 powers in her hands. In the entire Chaos Sea, there is no demigod more powerful than her. And she will also have the opportunity to aspire to the throne of the righteous god. Just when she was caught up in her beautiful fantasy, suddenly an alarm sounded from the imaginary core.
What happened?
Feiyue's face darkened, and she asked the maid on duty.
Under the Scarlet Moon Crown, many worlds under your control have been invaded.
The maid on duty said cautiously.
Who is so brave and dares to attack my world?
Feiyue's face darkened, and she asked coldly.
Yes, it is a fleet of spaceships,
the maid said tremblingly.
A fleet of spaceships?
Hearing this, Feiyue's face froze. Then she pushed the maid away and rushed to the imaginary core to check. When she looked at it, she saw hundreds of space battleships of various types entering the world she controlled, constantly attacking cities and civilians.
Asshole! Why is she crazy? Why did she suddenly come over and attack me?
Feiyue looked stern when she saw Lioli's iconic fleet. She originally wanted to provoke a conflict between Lioli and Celia, but she never expected that Lioli attacked her first 1 second before the plan was implemented, causing her plan to fail. Although she didn't understand why Lioli suddenly became like this, Feiyue flew out of the kingdom of God and stood in front of Lioli.
Luli, why did you attack me? Have you forgotten the treaty on non-expansion of war signed by the 6 of us? Do you want to be punished by our joint efforts?
The so-called
war non-expansion treaty
is an agreement signed by the 6 demigods, who originally belonged to Gaia after they ate up the righteous god Gaia. The specific content is to control the fight on the front line of regional battles and never attack others' world, and join forces to resist the threats of other demigods, good gods and evil gods. If anyone violates the rules, the other 5 people can work together to eliminate them. Feiyue took it out because she wanted to force Lioli back with her words. After all, this was her doorstep. If they fought, even if Lioli's space fleet could be wiped out, her world would suffer a lot, and the gain would not be worth the loss. What's more, she also wants to provoke a conflict between Lioli and Celia. Before that, there is no need to cause more trouble. However, when Lioli heard her words, a sneer appeared on her face.
You still have the nerve to mention the treaty on non-expansion of war to me? If you hadn't sent people to my world to massacre my people, I would have come looking for you. Save your life. Victory goddess. Charge!
Lioli waved one hand, and a huge sail battleship cut through the void and rushed towards Feiyue. The sister who did the rounds on the ward was so beautiful, but her pricking was not accurate. One hand failed to prick it, so she had to use another hand to tie it up. Do you focus all your skill points on appearance? Crying face. Chapter 820. Secretly assassinating Shinsong.
This guy is crazy!
Seeing the goddess of victory rushing over, Feiyue's expression suddenly changed. She knew that this was Lioli's trump card. Most of the quantum crystals Lioli had obtained were put into this ship. If it were used with all its strength, even a demigod would not be able to face its edge. Can be breached. This is also one of the reasons why, even though Lioli holds the world with the largest number and richest resources, no one dares to directly rob it. Once Lioli uses the goddess of victory, there will definitely be blood.
You really think I'm afraid of you, don't you? Don't think you're the only one with a trump card.
Seeing the goddess of victory approaching, Feiyue made a move with one hand, and a huge doll appeared in front of her. The huge doll was about 100 meters tall, wearing armor and holding a giant shield and axe. Like a giant spirit god, the puppet roared angrily, held the giant shield in front of him, and rushed towards the goddess of victory. Boom! The collision angle of the goddess of victory hit the giant shield of the doll. With a crunch and a harsh friction sound, the puppet was knocked back more than 10 steps. However, in the end, the puppet stopped its retreat and firmly resisted the goddess of victory.
Well done! Smashing that broken ship!
Feiyue ordered from behind the doll. Bang, bang, bang. The huge axe struck at the side of the victory goddess, sending sparks flying with every blow. However, after several blows, not even a dent was left.
Ha! Do you think you can break into my Lady of Victory with just a few broken axes? It's just wishful thinking.
Upon seeing this, Lioli's originally worried heart relaxed.
Humph. The same goes for you. The goddess of victory is a piece of trash that can't even break through a shield. If it were me, I would have chopped it down and set it on fire.
Not to be outdone, Fei Yue hid behind the doll and spoke nonsense.
Bitch! When I catch you, I will tear your mouth apart.
Lioli looked gloomy and issued an attack order to the space fleet behind him. Various laser weapons and electromagnetic cannons were fired at the world controlled by Fei Yue. Lioli knew that although Fei Yue said it was easy, this doll must be the same as her victory goddess, which was made from massive quantum crystals. Although the space fleet she led was powerful, facing the dimension dolls at a higher level have no way to deal with it at all. Any attack is no different from tickling the opponent. Instead of wasting firepower, it is better to take the opportunity to smash Fei Yue's world and destroy the opponent's potential. It's not like it's been in vain. One after another, the alloy projectiles hit the world. Meteorites can cause considerable damage when they fall on the ground. There is almost no difference between the alloy projectiles they shot from space and meteorites, especially the meteorites that are so densely packed. Rain.
After a round of firepower, a large area of the world in front of us was ignited by raging fires. In the entire area, houses collapsed, and the shockwave destroyed all buildings, leaving only ruins and walls plowed by large-caliber artillery. There was almost no difference at all.
Continue.
Lioli was satisfied with the effectiveness of the fleet's attack and ordered the fleet to change targets and continue the attack. However, at this moment, pieces of turf on the ground were lifted up, and thick metal muzzles protruded from the deep underground bunkers. Red runes flashed on those dark muzzles, which looked like very extraordinary.
No. Disperse quickly.
Seeing the dense muzzles on the ground, Lioli immediately knew that the opponent was on guard and immediately told the space fleet to stay away from the dangerous area. But it was already too late. Those giant cannons were already ready to fire, and launching them was the last step. The fleet had already been locked, and it was impossible to turn around. Boom, boom, boom. Thick black and red light pillars shot out from the muzzle. These thick light pillars penetrated the atmosphere and directly hit the space battleships parked in orbit. In front of the black-red light beam, the shell of the space battleship was like paper, and it was directly penetrated in an instant. The space battleship quickly lost pressure, and many circuits caught fire due to the high temperature. In this case, it was almost difficult to repair the battleship, and a large number of crew members began to rush towards the escape capsule, preparing to escape. This was a relatively lucky battleship. The most unlucky battleship was directly penetrated by the ammunition depot, resulting in a sudden explosion. The entire battleship instantly disintegrated in space, and the crew on board did not even have a chance to escape.
The battle is very fierce.
Zhang Tuohai held up a pair of binoculars and looked at the war in the distance. The telescope in his hand was specially made by Lilith, and could see scenes hundreds of millions of kilometers away.
Are you still watching the fun? Don't you want to think about how to be a fisherman? It's thanks to you that these two are having such a fierce fight today. If they wait for them to react and join forces, they will tear you apart alive.
Lilith said quietly beside her.
You think I don't want to be a fisherman? There's no chance to take action now.
Okay. Zhang Tuohai looked at the battlefield filled with artillery fire and couldn't help but chew his teeth. Although his strength has made great progress, he has a large number of qualified players under his command, and he has the ability to equip players with various advanced vehicles. But he does not yet have the strength to participate in a space war of this level. Not to mention the figures, like the Goddess of Victory and the Jinn. If he went in rashly, his small body might be crushed on the spot. Of course, the most important thing is that his original plan was to sneak attack Fei Yue. But the battlefield is right in front of Fei Yue's house. If there is any disturbance, he will definitely be discovered. And it is very likely that 2.5 people will be killed. The god was caught, hung and beaten, and his behavior of provoking Gong Wu might even be exposed. For the sake of safety, Zhang Tuohai silently cancelled the original plan to steal the chicken under Fei Yue's nose. However, the fish must be touched. Otherwise, his plan will be completely meaningless. Zhang Tuohai thinks that he can go to Lioli to have a look. Now! The main strength of both sides is here.
And Lioli's lair is empty. Just in time to get some benefits. Anyway, Lioli has many enemies. And even if you want to find the murderer, you may not be able to find him. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai decided to leave immediately. Of course, he definitely couldn't just set off like this. He still had to make some preparations. Zhang Tuohai opened the portal and went to a deserted planet with no one. Then continued to open the door and jumped to another deserted planet. The reason for such a jump is mainly to increase the jump path and cut off the chance of the opponent directly following the traces to find the door. After jumping to more than 20 planets in a row, Zhang Tuohai finally jumped to the world where Liuli belonged. I had the needle inserted today. And finally I don't need to continue piercing it. The lunchbox in the hospital tastes pretty good. Much better than the ones around the company. Chapter 821 Sneaking into the Temple. Zhang Tuohai stood on a hill and glanced at the distance. The world was full of ruins. It was obvious that he had just experienced the war and was recovering. This kind of messy world is usually the most lax to guard against. Because the attention of the world consciousness, they were all focused on self-rescue. And there was no extra energy to pay attention to this little bug like him. It was just convenient for him to sneak in and use it as a springboard. After secretly making some arrangements in this world as a backup for retreat, Zhang Tuohai continued to jump. Once again, after jumping 3 worlds, Zhang Tuohai finally arrived at the core area. In front of him was Liuli's temple.
Be prepared to evacuate. If there is a problem, we will run away immediately.
Before entering, Zhang Tuohai seriously warned Lilith.
Don't worry. With me here, the plan will be foolproof.
Lilith patted the steel plate and assured.
Let's go!
Zhang Tuohai opened the portal and quietly sneaked into Liuli's temple. After crossing the portal, Zhang Tuohai immediately observed the surrounding situation. He found himself in an empty room with a bed, a table and a chair in the corner, a wardrobe next to it, and a small bookcase with some miscellaneous books in it. Zhang Tuohai carefully opened the wardrobe and found that it was filled with maid uniforms.
Servant's room? It's okay.
Zhang Tuohai came to the door and quietly opened a gap. Outside the door was a deep corridor, paved with scarlet carpet, extending to the corner. Zhang Tuohai looked around and saw that there was no one on both sides, then quietly walked out. As soon as he took one foot out, he felt something beneath his feet. Zhang Tuohai looked down and saw a female corpse at his feet. The female corpse was wearing a black and white maid uniform, and there was a penetrating wound on her back. The wound was located on the chest and was as big as a fist. You could even see the pattern of the carpet under the maid through the wound. It is certain that he is dead.
Why is there a body here?
Zhang Tuohai was shocked, followed by a burst of joy. There is a corpse here, which means that someone must have come in. As long as he finds the guy and draws Liuli's eyes over, even if he doesn't get anything, it won't be a loss this time.
Got to check it out.
Zhang Tuohai stepped over the body and carefully walked along the edge of the corridor toward the inside. Turning the corner, Zhang Tuohai looked over and his eyes immediately froze. Because in the corridor around the corner, there were 7 or 8 corpses lying, including maids and armors. They all had a big hole in the chest, and there were no other signs of fighting. All of them were dead. It's a one-shot kill.
This guy is pretty awesome.
Seeing the tragic scene in the corner corridor, Zhang Tuohai looked solemn. In an ordinary world, it would be nothing to be able to achieve this level. But this is Liuli's kingdom of God. In an ordinary world, every maid would be like a super boss. They can be killed with one hit here. This shows how powerful this intruder is. However, the more this happened, the more Zhang Tuohai wanted to see who this intruder was. Because the opponent is not only Liuli's enemy, but also more likely to be his enemy in the future. You must find out the details of the enemy in advance, so that you have the opportunity to make targeted arrangements. Zhang Tuohai continued to move forward quietly. Zhang Tuohai found that as he walked deeper into the temple, there were more corpses. However, the wounds were still on the chest, and there was no change at all.
In your impression, do any of the demigods meet this characteristic?
Zhang Tuohai asked while cautiously exploring the way forward.
No. In my impression, none of those demigods fit the bill.
Lilith thought about it for a moment and shook her head decisively.
Is there a new demigod?
Zhang Tuohai put forward a conjecture.
Impossible. No one is willing to give away authority. Unless someone kills the demigods, there will be no new demigods. However, it is difficult to kill demigods. The Tower of Babel was established. For so many years, the biggest goal was to kill a demigod. But until the organization collapsed, this goal was not achieved. From this, you can know how difficult it is to achieve this goal.
Lilith said.
Isn't he a new demigod? Then who has this kind of strength and can be unparalleled in the Temple of Demigods? It's really strange.
Zhang Tuohai stepped forward cautiously on the carpet. When they came to the corner, Zhang Tuohai was about to poke his head when a voice suddenly came from the opposite side. Zhang Tuohai quickly pressed his body against the wall and at the same time took out the non-directional teleportation scroll for escape. This is something that Lilith made based on the improvement of the Tower of Babel technology. It can transport people randomly and without direction in a very short period of time. It is best used to save lives. Of course, Its biggest drawback is also its lack of directionality. If you're not lucky, it's possible to pass it directly into the wall. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai usually would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Zhang Tuohai leaned against the wall, held his breath, and listened quietly to the conversation coming from the corner.
Ha ha. I didn't expect that at this time. You would betray me, and I would be in vain for my trust in you.
A weak female voice came. Hearing this voice, Zhang Tuohai was shocked. This voice was all too familiar to him. It was Liuli's voice.
Wasn't she still fighting Fei Yue just now? Why did she come back so quickly?
Zhang Tuohai was shocked. If Liuli came back, his plan to steal the chicken under the opponent's nose would be in vain. Moreover, he didn't dare to face Liuli's strength head-on. He couldn't deal with the huge victory goddess. Immediately, his breathing became softer. At this time, a cold voice came.
I've never been loyal to you. So what's the point of betrayal? This is Miss Lin's voice.
Zhang Tuohai immediately recognized the owner of the voice.
Isn't she Liuli's agent? Why did she rebel?
Zhang Tuohai had as many questions as Catkins in spring. But the situation did not allow him to ask questions at all. He could only suppress the doubts in his heart and continue to listen.
I've been pretty good to you over the years. I've treated you as a confidant and made you my representative. You travel around the world and are admired by thousands of people. Why do you still betray me?
Liuli asked angrily.
Oh, you treat me well? It's just because I have pretty good qualifications. What does this mean compared to what you did to me back then? It's not enough to repay the blood debt you owed. It's time to pay it off today. It's time,
Lin said coldly.
How old are you? What could I have done to you? Why don't I remember what I owed you?
Liuli was filled with confusion. She racked her brains and couldn't figure out where she had ever felt sorry for Lin.
Don't delay. When you get down there, you have plenty of time to think about it.
Today's roasted eggplant is delicious. I'm happy. Chapter 822. Page 1. Death of Liuli. Following Lin's words, a fierce fight sounded. Even Zhang Tuohai, who was hiding around the corner, could see the sound and light effects reflected on the wall and feel the strong shock waves spreading. Bang, bang, bang. Along with bursts of violent sound. Fine cracks even spread on the wall.
This is too scary.
Looking at the cracks on the wall, Zhang Tuohai was so shocked that he could hardly close his mouth. You know, this wall is filled with quantum crystals. In the world of imaginary numbers, this is the strongest existence. No weapon can harm quantum crystals. Whether it is lasers or rune weapons, or even quantum crystals themselves. And these two people can actually make cracks in the wall. It can be inferred how strong these two people are. Zhang Tuohai hit against the wall and didn't dare to show his anger. The battle between Lin and Liuli started quickly and ended quickly. After only a few seconds, calm was restored in the temple.
Ha ha. Ha ha. I didn't expect you to actually get the source of seclusion. It seems that you have been preparing for a long time. Can you tell me, why did you want to kill me?
Liuli's intermittent voice came. Puff. There was a sound of a sharp weapon being penetrated, followed by the sound of an object falling to the ground. Then, there was the sound of approaching footsteps of leather boots.
Is this coming towards me? Do you want to escape?
Zhang Tuohai took out the scroll and prepared to stimulate it, although it seemed from the sound that Lin had one. And Lin's attitude towards him was pretty good before. Who knows what Lin's position is now? Liuli was a demigod, and Lin killed him without blinking an eye. What else could he do for a little bastard like him? In the eyes of the other party, he is probably no different from an ant on the roadside. An existence that can be easily crushed to death. For safety reasons, Zhang Tuohai was prepared to give in. Just when he was about to activate the non-directional teleportation scroll, Lilith suddenly took his hand.
Don't worry. We are one of our own.
Zhang Tuohai. At this moment, a tall figure turned the corner. Zhang Tuohai looked up. And Lin, wearing a black and white dress, deerskin boots, and a rapier at her waist, emerged from the corner.
Long time no see. Eldest sister,
Lin said, picking up Lilith, who was wearing a white coat next to her. A dramatic scene occurred. Lin is about 1.75 meters tall, while Lilith is only 1.2 meters tall. This led to a situation where when Lilith was picked up by Lin, Lilith's feet were dangling, and Lilith's face happened to be buried between a pair of majestic K2 peaks.
Ugh, you bastard! Put me down! I'm going to be suffocated to death!
Lilith kicked her feet wildly and beat Lin's shoulders with her hands in protest. Zhang Tuohai was stunned on the side, and for a moment he didn't know who to envy. After a while, Lilith struggled out of Lin's arms.
Why are you here?
Lilith asked as she straightened her somewhat messy hair.
Well, after the heavenly library was breached, I was reincarnated into my current body. By chance, I became a saint of Lioli divine religion. Lioli saw that I had good qualifications, so he chose to join the kingdom of God and became a saint. In order to take revenge, I have been working hard to express myself, and finally obtained the identity of the agent, and then took the opportunity to collect some quantum crystals while walking in the world. I know that Lioli is a demigod, but the quantum crystal will definitely not be able to kill her, so she can only continue to lurk. By chance, when I was walking in a world, I got some source of essence. Because the quantity was too small, I just can enchant the source material on the blade of the stabbing sword. Although the weapons are complete, Lioli has always been very defensive and won't let anyone get close to her easily. When she needs to employ people, for people are often required to be present together, I don't have much chance, so I can only lie dormant and wait quietly. Chance! The Emperor has paid off. This opportunity finally came to me. First, the world under my control was attacked by Hermes, and then by Feiyue. After fighting Feiyue, I was seriously injured. This is the worst time I have ever seen her. When she was weak, she didn't even dare to let any maid approach her bedroom. I knew that if I gave up this opportunity, I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life. So I came,
Lin said, stroking the ends of her hair that were hanging down. Her eyes filled with excitement.
Well done. We have one less enemy that year.
Lilith patted Lin on the shoulder, then glanced at Lioli's body, and took out a small book from her pocket, which contained many names. They were the people who participated in the attack on the Heavenly Library. Lilith took out her pen and drew a cross on Lioli's name.
Have you killed so many already?
Lin came over and looked at the names on the small book.
Hey!
Even Gaia has been destroyed. Wow! You are so capable. Eldest sister,
Lin said and hugged Lilith into her arms again. Let me go! Lilith learned the lesson this time, crouching down to avoid Lin's chest, and quickly hid behind Zhang Tuohai.
Are you familiar with Miss Lin?
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously, looking at Lilith behind him. He felt that Miss Lin seemed to be very familiar with Lilith. Could it be that she was a companion of the Heavenly Library?
I would like to solemnly introduce you. This is your eldest daughter. The first page of the
Book of All Laws.
Dot.
Lilith pointed at Lin and then waved to Lin.
Come here and call Daddy. Guyan. Father.
Lin Zhan smiled, pinched the two corners of her skirt with both hands, and squatted down slightly. A standard lady's courtesy.
How many pages are there in the Book of 10,000 Dermas?
Zhang Tuohai turned back to Lilith and asked. He always felt as if he had his own children wherever he went, making him seem like a stallion from all over the world. However, it is pitiful that since he came to this survival world, he has only had 3 women in total, and the time is less than 2 months. But he has a total of 6 children. Lilith, Origami, Wu Fengxian, Xiao Lu, Xiujiu, Lin. Among them, Xiao Lu and Xiao Jiu are not humanoid creatures. One is a red throne, and the other is simply a floor tile. This does not include Wakai and Lilina.
If this Book of All Dermas
has more than 10,000 pages, then he doesn't have to do anything else but just look for his children, and the entire completion plan will be far away.
Actually, the Book of 10,000 Dermas is not very large, excluding the cover, back cover, title page, end pages, etc. The main text only has 9 pages in total. Now only the 2nd, 4th, 7th, and 8th pages are left. Page not found. More than halfway progressed,
Lilith said from the side. Chapter 823 Transformation of the Goddess of Victory.
Are there 4 pages left? It's okay.
Hearing Lilith's words, Zhang Tuohai breathed a sigh of relief. If there are only 4 pages left, the speed should be very fast. At the current speed, it will take about 1 or 2 months. It will be collected completely. He really wanted to see what it would look like when all the books of laws were gathered together. After sorting out his thoughts, Zhang Tuohai caught a glimpse of Lioli's body from the corner of his eye. At this time, Lioli was lying on his back on the ground with a fist-sized hole in his chest. He walked over slowly. This was the first time he saw Lioli's true face so clearly. Lioli's body is really just like her name. Like Lioli, crystal clear and translucent, exuding a colorful luster under the light. From a distance, it looks more like a sculpture than a real person.
It is said that she had an accident when she was instilling the quantum crystal, and then she became like this.
Lilith came over and said,
Moreover, We can't continue to pour quantum crystals. So we can only build the Victory Goddess built with quantum crystals as a trump card.
Lin also came over. As Lioli's attendant and agent, she naturally knew more inside information.
So there is such a thing. No wonder I have to strengthen myself.
Lilith nodded.
What are you going to do with her body?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Of course, it is to precipitate quantum crystals. After all, it is more or less a quantum crystal, and it cannot be wasted.
Lilith said.
What about the Lady of Victory? Can it be controlled?
Zhang Tuohai asked from the side. Ever since he saw the power of the Goddess of Victory, Zhang Tuohai has been thinking about this ship. Always thinking about when he could have one. You know, this ship directly smashed half of Hermes' body. Hermes was also a demigod infused with a large amount of quantum crystals. Not just a bastard. Although, in today's battle, the Goddess of Victory was blocked by the giant spirit god summoned by Feiyue. It only meant that Feiyue's giant spirit god was too strong. Not that the Goddess of Victory was too weak. Lin glanced at Zhang Tuohai, who looked expectant, and then shook her head.
Don't think about it. Lioli is the kind of person who only trusts herself. All the key power must be in her own hands. Do you think she will stay?
Such a loophole? The entire Victory Goddess has been sacrificed by her blood, and only she can use it. It is impossible for others to get close to it. Is that so?
After hearing Lin's explanation, Zhang Tuohai felt pity for a moment. It was such a pity that such a good ship could not be used for his own use.
Actually, there's nothing wrong with it. I just don't like her ship. So I can dismantle it and rebuild it,
Lilith said at the side.
You want to tear it down and rebuild it?
Zhang Tuohai was a little surprised.
Of course. If you don't dismantle such an ugly ship, why don't you keep it for the new year?
Lilith said with disdain.
No. What's so ugly about this ship? Isn't it pretty?
Zhang Tuohai recalled the shape of the Lady of Victory. It was a typical four-masted Galen ship, full of the flavor of a sailing battleship. When he was a child, he played sailing when I was young. I fantasized about having a sailing warship and traveling around the world on it. However, Lilith actually said that the ship was ugly, which was intolerable, not even if it's his own daughter.
The overall shape is too exaggerated. A lot of materials are placed on meaningless sails and masts. It does not significantly help the overall structural strength. It even reduces the stability of the ship. If I were to build it and the design, this morning, the Victory Goddess will not be blocked by the giant spirit god, and will have penetrated the opponent long ago,
Lilith said while hugging her shoulders.
Well, since you are so powerful, then build one and let me see it.
Zhang Tuohai hugged his shoulders and wanted to see what kind of ship Lilith could build.
Take me to the place where the Goddess of Victory is stored.
Lilith didn't want to argue with Zhang Tuohai. She only liked to use her results to speak.
Over here.
Lin led the two to the back of the temple. After opening a huge door, Zhang Tuohai saw the huge Goddess of Victory. At this time, the Victory had obviously suffered a lot of damage. The main mast was broken. There were 7 or 8 large holes in the sail, and there was a deep wound on the tail rudder. The wound was so deep that the entire tail rudder was almost cut off.
I just said there are too many useless devices. You see? The failure was caused by the chopping of the accessory structures. If I had designed it, I would never have left such obvious loopholes.
Lilith pointed at the Goddess of Victory and said,
Then you forge it again, and let me see your design.
Zhang Tuohai said from the side.
Of course you can. But not here,
Lilith said, taking out a lot of materials from her pocket and starting to build the space door. 15 minutes later, Zhang Tuohai looked at the huge 30-meter-high space door and fell into deep thought. How did Lilith fit so many building materials into her pocket? Soon, a large number of self-propelled machines came out of the space door and dragged the huge Goddess of Victory back to Lilith's laboratory. Zhang Tuohai wanted to go in to watch, but Lilith kicked him out for being in the way. Zhang Tuohai could only circle around the door of the laboratory while waiting for news. After about 2 hours, the door to the laboratory finally opened, and Lilith came out with her hands in her pockets, looking proud.
Come in and see my new masterpiece. Then I have to take a closer look at what you have spent so long on and come up with. If it's not good, damn!
Zhang Tuohai was stunned when he saw what he saw in front of him. Placed in front of him was a bluish drop-shaped object. The overall shape of this thing is like a water drop, with a shiny appearance and no unnecessary parts. It just floats quietly on the stand. Although it is very simple. If you look closely, every line is so simple, smooth and natural, as if it should be like this naturally. Zhang Tuohai couldn't believe it. So he walked over quickly and reached out to touch it. It's cool, warm,
and smooth as a mirror. Even if you just put your hand on it, you can feel the slippery feeling. There is no feeling of any force, and it can slip through your fingers at any time, just like running water. So soft? Zhang Tuohai asked in a voiceless voice. Softness? It's just an illusion of touch. This thing is made of quantum crystals, the strongest object in the world. Even a hydraulic press can't hurt it at all, Lilith said, pushing the water drop onto the hydraulic press, and then turned on the switch. Boom! The hydraulic hammer weighing more than 1,000 kilograms fell. But it did not leave even a trace of dent on the surface of the water droplet. Today's pepper and potato shreds are delicious. I'm happy. Chapter 824. No matter how high a demigod is, he will be knocked down by a brick. Bravo! Seeing the dented appearance of the hydraulic press, Zhang Tuohai's face was full of surprise. You know, in order to enhance the strength of the hydraulic press, Lilith coated the surface of the hydraulic press with a layer of quantum crystals. Nothing can withstand the pressure of a hydraulic press. This water droplet not only withstood the pressure of the hydraulic press, but was actually unscathed, which shows that the strength of this water droplet is really no problem. There's no problem with intensity. It's just about actual combat conditions. Zhang Tuohai held his chin and was about to say something. At this moment, a self-propelled machine suddenly flew in from outside. Boom! The self-propelled machine hit the hydraulic press directly. Parts of self-propelled machinery were flying everywhere. Zhang Tuohai's face froze, and he felt that something was wrong. These self-propelled machines of his were all equipped with magnetic levitation devices. Even if there was an accident during the operation, they could be directly suspended in the air. There would never be such a direct collision with the hydraulic press condition. Unless, bang, a huge figure broke in from outside. Zhang Tuohai turned around and looked over. What came in was a huge puppet, no different from a giant spirit god. Why is it so similar to the giant spirit god? Could it be that? Zhang Tuohai had a bad guess in his mind. That is, Fei Yue followed the portal to find her. He had previously arranged a space door and asked the self-propelled machine to move all the useful things in the Liuli temple back. If Fei Yue wanted to find Liuli and attack him while he was seriously injured, he would most likely follow the space door to find him. Miscalculation! Zhang Tuohai secretly regretted it. He has been so smooth lately that he has been doing things a little casually, losing his previous caution. Perhaps to prove Zhang Tuohai's conjecture, a woman wearing a red dress floated in from outside. It is indeed Fei Yue. Seeing the figure of the person coming in, Zhang Tuohai's expression turned ugly. This was the first time he faced a demigod head-on, and it was still in his lair. Gone! Trouble. Fei Yue looked left and right, then grinned and said in a contemptuous tone, I thought who killed Liuli, but it turned out to be just a group of little mice. Kill them! Giant spirit god! Roar! The giant spirit god roared angrily, raised the axe in his hand, and struck at Lilith. Boom! Before the axe fell, it was pushed aside. Lin was already standing in front of Lilith. Don't hurt my eldest sister. Huh? Fei Yue couldn't help but be startled when she saw Lin. Aren't you the representative beside Liuli? Why are you here? Could it be said that you betrayed Liuli? Sure enough, Liuli really died of betrayal. Although she and I don't deal with each other. But you kind of traitor. Let me clean it up on her behalf. Giant spirit god. Do it! Fei Yue waved her hand lightly. Roar! The giant spirit god roared and rushed towards Lin. Lin stared at the giant spirit god with vigilance. After seeing the giant axe fall, he quickly hit aside and stabbed the giant spirit god with the stabbing sword in his hand. Roar! The giant axe in the giant spirit god's hand turned at an incredible angle and swept towards Lin. Lin was not in a hurry to dodge, but was hit by the giant spirit god's giant axe, and flew out sideways. After knocking Lin away, the giant spirit god raised his axe again and continued to chop at the nearest Lilith. Bold monster! Stop! Wei suddenly rushed out with the shield in his hand. Boom! The huge axe directly split Wei in half. Wei's body was immediately dragged away by two self-propelled machines and stuffed back into the medical cabin to await resurrection. The giant spirit god was blocked by Wei, and immediately raised the axe in his hand, preparing to chop down again. At this moment, a huge bubble suddenly appeared around the body of the giant spirit god, trapping the giant spirit god. The giant spirit god suddenly felt as if his body was immersed in a thick liquid, and there was a sense of sluggishness in his movements. Feeling the strange feeling around his body, the giant spirit god was immediately furious. He exerted force, and his body suddenly expanded in a circle, instantly breaking the huge bubble. However,
when the giant spirit god just broke out of the bubble. He saw an extra drop of water in front of him.
Boom!
With a crisp sound, the water droplets hit the giant spirit god. The giant spirit god was directly hit and flew out.
Roar!
The giant spirit god struggled to get up, and the water droplets attack came again. Boom! This time, the giant spirit god was knocked more than 30 meters away. Just as the giant spirit god was about to get up, the water droplets attack came again. Boom! This time, the water droplet rushed out directly against the giant spirit god, rushed out along the gap, passed through the portal, and disappeared without a trace. Zhang Tuohe, Fei Yue.
My giant spirit god was taken away.
Fei Yue looked in the direction of the portal, a little speechless. She had thought about many situations and envisioned many battle scenes, but she never even dreamed that this would happen one day. Her giant spirit god was actually taken away. Damn it. Fei Yue no longer knew what to say. She tried to communicate with the giant spirit god and let the giant spirit god come back. However, she tried it with her eyes closed and found that she could not connect to the giant spirit god. This shows that there are at least two worlds between her and the giant spirit god. Otherwise, this situation simply would not occur.
Damn it! What on earth is this water droplet-like thing? It can run so fast? It can pass through two worlds at once.
Fei Yue frowned. However, she soon discovered a problem. That is, what she had to focus on now was not only the problem of the giant spirit god, but also her own safety. At this time, Lin had climbed up from the ground, holding a stabbing sword in her hand and walking towards her. On the other side, a young man holding an exaggerated sickle in his hand was approaching. On the front, Zhang Tuohe holds a black umbrella in one hand and is eager to try. In the distance, there is another paper figure holding a picture frame in his hand and aiming at something. Fei Yue estimated the situation in front of her. She had already seen Lin's strength, and she was actually able to fight the giant spirit god in 2 moves. You must know that even she cannot compete head-on with the giant spirit god. This Lin is no longer weaker than her in terms of force. As for the remaining two, it seems that their strength cannot be underestimated. The most important thing is that she has also lost her greatest support, the giant spirit god. If she stays here any longer, she will face siege, or she may follow Liu Li's footsteps.
Humph. I'll spare you today. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky.
Fei Yue decided to go back and gather together to go home and bring a large group of people to level the place. After saying that, Fei Yue turned around and left. At this moment, a floor tile flew out from a dark corner and hit Fei Yue directly on the back of the head.
I've been ambushing you here for a long time. Didn't you expect that you could just take advantage of me?
Chapter 825. A little expert in tearing down families.
Plop!
Fei Yue's body fell to the ground. Zhang Tuohe, Lilith, other people. No one expected that things would end in such a way. No one expected that Fei Yue, the all-powerful demigod just now, would be sneak attacked by a floor tile. The most outrageous thing is that the sneak attack was actually successful. The demigod was knocked down by the floor tiles. If this news reaches the ears of Fei Yue's believers, their faith may collapse on the spot.
How did you do it? Did you also absorb quantum crystals?
Zhang Tuohe turned to Ban Zhuan Shujio and asked. No matter how weak Fei Yue is, she is still a demigod infused with quantum crystals. Only quantum crystals can cause damage.
How is it possible? I have been hiding in the Temple of Hermes and eating ashes since my escape. How can I find the time to go out and look for quantum crystals?
Shujio responded.
Then how did you knock her down with 1 brick?
Zhang Tuohe asked, pointing at Fei Yue.
How do I know? I was just afraid that she would run away and wanted to give her a shot. Who knew it would actually succeed?
Compared with Shujio, it is also very confusing.
After you finish your work later, come to my laboratory and I will give you a physical examination.
Lilith's voice sounded faintly. Hearing Lilith's words, Xiaojio's face suddenly fell.
Sister, no.
It had seen how Lilith conducted experiments during this period, and it couldn't help but feel a chill at the thought of being placed on the experimental table and treated like that.
What do you look like? Can I still eat you?
Seeing Xiaojio's appearance, Lilith said with some dissatisfaction.
You might as well eat me.
Xiaojio muttered.
You should organize your language again.
Lilith took out a wrench made of quantum crystals from her pocket and stared at Shujio eagerly.
Isn't it true that you won't be able to use the house for 3 days? Okay. Shujio is still a child. Do you have any fairy rope or something?
Zhang Tuohe interrupted Lilith and asked her to continue speaking. Shujio might be on the experimental stage right then and there.
How could I have that kind of thing?
Lilith said dumbfounded.
What's the use of studying that thing?
Zhang Tuohai thought about it. There were only a few named demigods in the Chaos Sea, and it was difficult to meet them. Who would have thought that one day there would be a chance to catch a demigod? If there is no demand, no one will study it. But here comes the problem. He actually got a demigod prisoner now.
Then you have to find a way to get a tool that can restrict your behavior. Right. Ropes, handcuffs, blindfolds, mouth balls, whips, etc. all have to be the same. Right.
Zhang Tuohai said from the side.
I always feel that your motives are impure.
Lilith stared at Zhang Tuohai with strange eyes. However, I still thought about it. Pull the quantum crystal into silk to make a rope. Tie up Fei Yue. And then cover it with a crystal coffin made of quantum crystal. This can basically guarantee that you will be worry-free. Although it takes a little bit of quantum crystals to do this. It's all worth it. At this time, Shui Drop also came back with the giant spirit god. At this time, the condition of the giant spirit god was not very good. There were numerous wounds on his body, and the giant shield in his hand was also cracked in large areas. I don't know what this water droplet did to actually cause the giant spirit god to be injured like this. What a look! If I had known earlier, not even the goddess of victory would have hurt the giant spirit god. However, this is good news for Zhang Tuohai. Without Fei Yue's control, the strength of the giant spirit god was greatly reduced, and he was quickly controlled by Zhang Tuohai, Wu Fengxian, Origami, Lin, and Aya. Then, under Lilith's control, it was broken down into raw materials and stored. With such a batch of quantum crystals, she has a lot of money. It just so happens that she still has many tools that she doesn't know how to use. So she takes this opportunity to coat them with a layer of quantum crystals. After dealing with the giant spirit god, Fei Yue still didn't wake up. Zhang Tuohai decided to put it in Lilith's laboratory first. He really didn't know how to take care of a living demigod. After much deliberation, only Lilith could. This is the most suitable place. Lilith was also happy to have an extra big toy and happily agreed. Everyone came to Lilith's laboratory together.
Can I not go up?
Xiujio asked tremblingly as he looked at the experimental table.
What do you think?
Lilith took out the wrench.
Dad!
Xiujio turned his head and cast his eyes for help on Zhang Tuohai. Just as Zhang Tuohai was about to speak, he saw Lilith's faint smile. Stare.
Xiujio, this is for your own good. So just accept it.
As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he cast a helpless look. Who here has not been tortured by Lilith? Just get used to it. Xiujio lay helplessly on the experimental table and said weakly.
Sister, please be gentle on your head. I'm afraid of pain.
Boom. Before Xiujio could finish her words, the hydraulic press was smashed down.
Well, the quantum crystal's hydraulic press was unscathed, and its strength is at least comparable to that of quantum crystal.
Lilith's eyes shone, as if she had gotten a new toy.
No! Hey hey hey!
Z-Law Z-Law. Various sound and light special effects sounded in the laboratory. Zhang Tuohai didn't even stand to see how a beautiful girl could do such a thing to a brick. He decided to go out and have a cup of milk tea to calm down his shock.
What is this? 8 treasure porridge?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the thick cup of milk tea in his hand, which was as thick as 8 treasure porridge, with shock on his face. There must be too many ingredients in it, almost filling half of the cup. And porridge makes no difference.
This is the milk tea recipe that the self-propelled machine just brought back from Liuli's world. It is said to be the most popular way to eat it in that world. So I made one according to it. How about it?
Wakai rubbed his hands and asked.
Well done. Don't do it next time.
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly while holding a spoon and eating. He just wanted to drink a simple milk tea, which was so fancy and no different than having a meal. After Zhang Tuohai finished a cup of rice pudding or milk tea, he saw Lilith walking out with her hands in her pockets, looking uninterested.
What was the result?
Zhang Tuohai quickly approached and asked.
I thought I had discovered some new material, but it turned out to be quantum crystals.
There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Lilith's tone.
Didn't Xiujio say that he didn't go looking for quantum crystals?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Yes. It didn't take the initiative to look for the quantum crystal, but it couldn't resist the quantum crystal and took the initiative to look for it. What exactly happened? Actually, it's not too complicated. Xiujio was in charge of collecting formations at the beginning. So many formations were placed together, and by chance, a new set of formations was created. This set of formations has no other function. It means that it can absorb the surrounding quantum crystals into its own body.
Lilith explained.
Absorb the surrounding quantum crystals into the body? Wait! In other words,
At this point, Zhang Tuohai seemed to have thought of something terrible, and his expression changed.
as you guessed, the Temple of Hermes has almost been drained by it. If we had gone a little longer, the Temple of Hermes would have collapsed on its own. Wu Cao, you are so powerful.
After hearing Lilith's explanation, Zhang Tuohai finally understood why Fei Yu, a demigod, was knocked down by a brick, being hit on the head by a temple, and being able to just feint showed that Fei Yu was physically strong, and most people would simply lose it. Then, Zhang Tuohai thought of a new problem. That is, a person like Shujo is an expert at demolishing homes and must not stay at home. Otherwise, sooner or later, the Tianshu library will be demolished.